Chapter 1. I wish to lie flat. Oh my goodness. You actually possess innate full soul power. From this day forth, you shall serve as the prince's companion. As memories from a bygone era cascaded through his mind, a trace of helplessness flickered across Jiang Yu's visage, who desires to be merely a companion to the prince. All I yearn for is to be a young man who lies flat and enjoys life. Jiang Yu, a time traveler, had once been a carefree youth in his previous life, with the singular aspiration of lounging in comfort. As for work, let those who wish to toil do so. He simply wished to recline. The proclamations of experts on his phone were nothing more than idle prattle to him. In truth, Jiang Yu had managed to fulfill his desires in his past life. Yet, alas, just as he had achieved economic freedom and resolved to embrace a life of leisure, he met his untimely end and found himself transported to the Douluo Continent. Initially, this transition might have been a cause for celebration, but for reasons unfathomable, Jiang Yu found no joy in it. His greatest wish was to lie flat, yet the Douluo Continent offered no sanctuary for such aspirations. What is essential for lying flat? Undoubtedly, it is the pleasure of both body and mind, yet what delights could be found on the Douluo Continent? Nothing at all. There were no films, no games, and certainly no indulgent beverages that could bring joy to the soul. The entire Douluo Continent lacked any form of entertainment capable of eliciting a sense of pleasure. This left Jiang Yu in a predicament. Lying flat was, therefore, virtually impossible. Without the joy of spirit and body, lying flat would only lead to suffering. Jiang Yu, what occupies your thoughts? You seem lost in contemplation. Might you share? A voice interrupted Jiang Yu's reverie. Your Highness. Jiang Yu hastily concealed his emotions and turned to pay his respects. I was merely reflecting on some childhood memories. The speaker was none other than his charge, Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiandou Empire. Of course, he could also be referred to as Qian Renxue, for Jiang Yu was well versed in the original work and was aware that Xue Qinghe had long since been supplanted by Qian Renxue. However, Jiang Yu typically addressed him simply as Your Highness, for it was best to forget the identity of Qian Renxue, a secret that could prove fatal if revealed. A gentle smile graced Xue Qinghe's face, reminiscent of his gentle demeanor that enveloped those around him like a warm spring breeze. I assumed you were pondering where to play later. I did not expect you to reminisce about your childhood. Since the age of 6, Jiang Yu had been at Xue Qinghe's side. Studying together, their familiarity allowed for a casualness in their discourse. Jiang Yu offered a bittersweet smile. Your Highness, please refrain from such remarks should my father hear of it. I would undoubtedly endure a lengthy lecture. The Jiang family had once been a trivial clan within the Tiandou Empire, but with the emergence of Jiang Yu, a prodigious talent endowed with innate full soul power, and his father's resolute decision to send him to the palace as a companion to the prince, the Jiang family had ascended to its current standing. Hence, Jiang Yu cherished this opportunity deeply. It could be said that the Jiang family's current fortunes were built upon Jiang Yu's shoulders. Such fortunate circumstances were not typically afforded to a family as modest as the Jiangs after all. The role of a prince's companion was of paramount importance, a potential stepping stone to becoming a prince's faction and, ultimately, the imperial party. However, due to Jiang Yu's exceptional talent, a support-type soul master with innate full soul power was a prized asset in any family, and thus his placement as a minister to the prince was a bold move by Jiang Yu. Xue Qinghe had no reason to refuse and accepted Jiang Yu, granting the Jiang family their present status. Fortunately, he was merely a companion and not thrust into the palace's inner workings. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would have long since been reborn. Indeed, Minister Jiang is rather prone to overthinking. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, offering no further critique. He regarded Jiang Yu with a hint of disdain, viewing him as a mere opportunist. However, he held Jiang Yu in high esteem, recognizing him as a true talent. Jiang Yu chose not to respond, but instead inquired, May I ask what plans Your Highness has for the upcoming itinerary? Plans? Xue Qinghe mused. I have not given it much thought. Perhaps we could experience the common folks' lives? Or do you have any splendid suggestions? I believe Your Highness' idea is quite commendable. However, if I may offer a minor suggestion, might we consider altering our destination to outside Tiandou City? Jiang Yu proposed after a moment's reflection. Xue Qinghe instinctively furrowed his brow, suggesting that the prince venture outside the city was not a prudent notion, and Jiang Yu's words seemed a tad presumptuous. What merit could that possibly hold? None in particular. Merely that I believe Your Highness has already garnered the support of all those within Tiandou City. Why not explore beyond its borders? After careful contemplation, Xue Qinghe recognized the validity of Jiang Yu's suggestion. Over the years, thanks to Jiang Yu's guidance, he had already cultivated relationships with the populace of Tiandou City, and his name as the Prince of the Tiandou Empire had spread far and wide, continuing to empathize with the citizens within the city held little significance. This was also the reason Xue Qinghe valued Jiang Yu's presence by his side. Had he simply been an ordinary genius soul master, such privilege would be unattainable. Very well, let us proceed. Understood. Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. This was indeed a wise strategy, however. Were Xue Qinghe truly the target of his proposal? Jiang Yu would have hesitated to suggest it, for the potential dangers of venturing beyond the city could cost him dearly. Nonetheless, I finally found an opportunity to relax outside the city. Jiang Yu wiped away non-existent beads of sweat, feeling somewhat uneasy. He was compelled by circumstances if he could comfortably remain within the city. Who would wish to venture into the countryside? It was all due to his father's incessant scrutiny. Each day, his father did nothing but monitor his son, ensuring he remained close to the prince. Leaving Jiang Yu at a loss for words and truth, he could no longer endure it. Soon, a convoy departed Tiandou City. The citizens of Tiandou City recognized the prince's carriage and greeted it with enthusiasm in recent years. Xue Qinghe's reputation had spread throughout the city, and all believed he would undoubtedly become the future sovereign of the Tiandou Empire. Your Highness, do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Jiang Yu inquired, riding alongside the carriage. Indeed, I do feel a modicum of that, Xue Qinghe replied, lifting the carriage's curtain to behold the fervor of the people, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotion. Jiang Yu smirked with pride. What is a mere modicum? I feel an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, for these results stem from my diligent efforts. Under normal circumstances, Xue Qinghe would not have garnered such acclaim. Yet under Jiang Yu's guidance, he had undertaken numerous actions that benefited the nation and its people, earning him the adoration of the masses. Rather than merely being a companion to Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu had effectively become a trusted advisor, continually providing counsel and strategies for the prince. It is somewhat surreal. I feel as though I have done little, Xue Qinghe mused. Contemplating the trajectory of his future if this continued, he would not need to devise a plan to usurp the throne. The emperor of this nation would inevitably be him. No, Your Highness, you have accomplished much. Moreover, there is more to be done in the future, Jiang Yu asserted earnestly, noting that many endeavors could not be realized without Xue Qinghe taking the lead. A smile graced Xue Qinghe's countenance. Then I shall rely on you even more in the future, Jiang Yu. I shall wholeheartedly support Your Highness, Jiang Yu promptly replied. Xue Qinghe was no fool. He understood that every action he had taken over the years bore Jiang Yu's influence, with many decisions being intentionally guided by Jiang Yu. Moreover, this young man was not as compliant as he appeared. He surely harbored thoughts unknown to Xue Qinghe. After all, it was impossible for someone capable of skillfully guiding the current prince to lack ambition. Xue Qinghe chose not to confront this. He understood that Jiang Yu's intentions were for his benefit, and he would treat the unspoken thoughts as if they did not exist over the 6 years of their acquaintance. Xue Qinghe had come to regard Jiang Yu not merely as a subject, but as a friend. Lowering the curtain, Xue Qinghe settled into the carriage, awaiting their arrival at the destination. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu found his thoughts drifting once more. Throughout the years, he had indeed harbored numerous ideas and executed various plans, all with a singular objective: to accelerate development. This Douluo Continent, devoid of any form of mental entertainment, was utterly maddening. It severely impeded my desire to lie flat. Chapter 2. Strategizing for Development. Jiang Yu had entirely abandoned the technological products of his previous life. Given his current circumstances, their realization was utterly impossible presently. He could only hope for the emergence of new innovations on the Douluo Continent. Ideally, he would like to see the invention of soul guidance devices. Jiang Yu had familiarized himself with these devices, recognizing their potential to rival the technology of his former life. However, they also fell within his realm of ignorance, rendering him powerless to contribute. Nevertheless, they were indeed creations of the Douluo Continent. What Jiang Yu could do now was to elevate the living standards of the entire continent's populace. With their bellies full, the citizens of Douluo would find themselves with leisure time, thus fostering the development of spiritual civilization, providing Jiang Yu with projects to indulge in leisurely pursuits. However, due to his youth and lowly status, Jiang Yu found himself unable to effect significant change. He could only rely on Xue Qinghe to initiate a few projects, but the impact was minimal, lacking the breadth necessary to yield substantial results. Perhaps we could consider eliminating the snowy night emperor. Then, we could elevate Xue Qinghe to the throne. A dangerously audacious idea began to surface in Jiang Yu's mind. It seemed that emperors were often disregarded by those who had traversed into this realm. Absolutely not. That would be far too perilous. The snowy night emperor has undoubtedly prepared for such eventualities. Any attempt to act now would likely prove futile and expose our intentions furthermore. Given Xue Qinghe's current standing, His foundation is precarious at best, which could easily lead to the revelation of his true identity outcome that would be utterly counterproductive. Jiang Yu pondered silently. If Xue Qinghe were indeed the crown prince, it would be unquestionable that upon the snowy night emperor's demise, he would ascend to the throne. Alas, that is not the case. Xue Qinghe is but an impostor. Moreover, prior to Jiang Yu's role as Xue Qinghe's companion, the Spirit Hall had already executed a few ill-conceived maneuvers that resulted in the deaths of several of the snowy night emperor's sons. Such actions were glaringly evident. The snowy night emperor was no fool, and being a capable ruler, he would surely perceive the underlying schemes at play. Coupled with a father's instinct regarding his sons, it is likely he has long harbored suspicions about Xue Qinghe, though he refrains from voicing them, opting instead to feign ignorance. This would soon become apparent in the unfolding narrative. Prince Xue Qinghe's vigilance near the avalanche was, after all, to prevent Xue Qinghe from ascending. Jiang Yu cared little for who occupied the imperial throne. Xue Qinghe would be the most favorable choice, given their connection, as his ascension would align most closely with Jiang Yu's interests. Nevertheless, the situation for Xue Qinghe was indeed dire. While he could summon the power of the Spirit Hall, their resources were limited, and the constraints imposed by the Tiandou Empire posed significant challenges. It was undeniably a complex predicament. Xue Qinghe's foundations were far too shallow. After traversing a considerable distance, the carriage finally reached a quaint rural path, and Jiang Yu gradually emerged from his reverie. Observing the laborers toiling in the distant fields, he called for the caravan to halt. "Stop!" As the caravan came to a standstill, Jiang Yu promptly dismounted. "Your Highness, we have arrived." Xue Qinghe alighted from the carriage and gazed upon the vast expanse of farmland, where several farmers were diligently working, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him. "Indeed, it is truly magnificent," Xue Qinghe exclaimed, recognizing that this would yield future sustenance. Upon noticing the arrival of Xue Qinghe, the laborers in the distance hastily set down their tools and approached, bowing in reverence. "Greetings, Your Highness. May you enjoy long-lasting peace." The elder among them led the group in their homage. Xue Qinghe's name had circulated among the common folk in Tiandou City, so being recognized was hardly surprising. These individuals were mere commoners, few of whom possessed soul power. After all, soul masters with any degree of ability would hardly be found tilling fields unless they possessed a genuine affection for agriculture. "Please rise, esteemed elder," Xue Qinghe urged, assisting the leader to his feet, and the others followed suit. "Elder, I observe that this vast stretch of land is lush and verdant. It seems this year will indeed be bountiful. Might I inquire how this harvest compares to previous years?" Xue Qinghe asked gently, although he was no farmer. The scene before him suggested a promising yield. A flicker of pride illuminated the elder's face as he raised 3 fingers in response. "Your Highness, this year's harvest exceeds that of previous years by 30%. Xue Qinghe's expression brightened at this news. A 30% increase was a substantial improvement. Even without knowledge of agriculture, he understood the significance of such figures. However, Jiang Yu found himself somewhat taken aback. Why only a 30% increase? Should it not be double? The current agricultural methods were derived from Jiang Yu's own expertise, distilled from his past experiences by his calculations. A mere 30% increase seemed implausible. Without further ado, he approached the edge of the field and summoned his martial soul, revealing a plant-like spirit that materialized in his hand. This peculiar entity, neither entirely grass nor entirely something else, was Jiang Yu's martial soul. The 100 herbs, a concept he himself struggled to comprehend. Spirit of the 100 herbs. A cascade of light emanated from Jiang Yu's hand, merging into the rice stalks before him, causing them to respond as if animated. The data regarding the rice yield swiftly flooded into Jiang Yu's mind, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Expand. He then broadened the range of his influence to gather more data. The spirit of the 100 herbs was Jiang Yu's primary soul skill, a domain-type ability that allowed him to control all plants within a specified area while also comprehending their conditions. With Jiang Yu's current cultivation level as a 29th rank soul master, extending this influence across the entire field was effortless. In no time, the data arrived, and Jiang Yu grasped the underlying reasons. "Your Highness, this batch of rice was sown earlier than optimal, and the cultivation techniques employed fall short of the necessary standard. The soil's fertility is also lacking. Otherwise, the yield could have been significantly enhanced," Jiang Yu stated directly to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe appeared somewhat surprised. "What does this young lad know?" "We are well aware of our own fields," the elder replied, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Jiang Yu's observations seemed to lay blame on them. But after so many years of farming, how could they possibly commit such errors? "Do not be disrespectful. The modern cultivation methods and superior seeds you employ are derived from this young man. His words are undoubtedly correct," Xue Qinghe interjected, reproaching the elder in defense of Jiang Yu. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words, the elder's face turned pale with trepidation. He had not anticipated that such a young individual would be a living embodiment of the divine farmer, and he hastily offered his apologies to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu waved dismissively, showing little concern. The superior seeds and cultivation techniques indeed stemmed from his efforts. After all, his martial soul was exceptionally suited for agriculture, and it would be remiss not to utilize its advantages. There is no need for apologies. You have performed admirably. There are merely a few minor shortcomings, likely due to the negligence of the officials who instructed you. Moving forward, I need you to remember my words and disseminate this knowledge to others, to ascertain whether they have made similar missteps, Jiang Yu instructed. Yes, the elder responded fervently. Jiang Yu elaborated on the techniques of cultivation, noticing that the elder listened intently. Although the anxiety in his eyes lingered, deciding not to press the elder further, he allowed them to return. After all, this era was still mired in feudal traditions. With a sigh, Jiang Yu returned to Xue Qinghe's side. Your Highness, this issue should not have arisen. It seems to stem from the negligence of the officials who were tasked with your instruction. If it were merely one individual's oversight, that could be addressed. But if it is a widespread oversight, we must be cautious, as it could lead to significant problems, Jiang Yu remarked, his tone carrying a hint of chill. Jiang Yu had already deduced the source of the problem. If agricultural practices continued as they had, benevolent governance could easily devolve into tyranny, disregarding the lives of these common people entirely. To speak candidly, Jiang Yu felt a tinge of anger. Engaging in conflict is permissible, yet matters concerning the livelihood of the populace should never be trifled with. Are you implying that someone is deliberately playing tricks? Xue Qinghe remarked, her gaze somewhat frosty. But is there a candidate? Jiang Yu hesitated momentarily, then replied, Prince Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu had long harbored suspicions regarding Prince Xue Qinghe, suspecting that he was, in fact, a pawn employed by the Knight Emperor Xue Qinghe to restrain Xue Qinghe. In terms of power, Xue Qinghe overshadowed Xue Qinghe significantly, to the extent that many of Xue Qinghe's affairs required the prince's approval, thereby increasing the likelihood of manipulation. Jiang Yu understood this as a strategic balance, designed to thwart Xue Qinghe's growth while simultaneously keeping him complacent. Although on the surface Xue Qinghe appeared to hold a high status, his actual power was exceedingly limited. Consequently, when Xue Qinghe needed to take action, he often found himself reliant on the personnel of the Spirit Hall. Once he resorted to using the Spirit Hall's resources, he would unwittingly fall into the Knight Emperor's trap, leaving a potential opportunity for upheaval even after his demise. This was precisely the method employed by the Knight Emperor in the original narrative. Thus, Jiang Yu's suspicions had merely been validated. It was evident that he needed to cultivate his own influence. Otherwise, he would remain perpetually at the mercy of others, a thought that lingered in his mind. The current situation served as a wake-up call for Jiang Yu, as Xue Qinghe's power was alarmingly singular, rendering him incapable of leveraging the forces within the Dou Empire. If this continued, he would inevitably find himself in a predicament similar to that in the original story, where Xue Qinghe could only depend on the Spirit Hall's strength. Governance could not be built upon such foundations. If one, including oneself, were entirely comprised of outsiders, it would lead to a dead end. At that point, Jiang Yu would inevitably suffer the consequences, which was not his desire. He merely yearned for a conducive environment in which to thrive. On the return journey, Xue Qinghe too was deep in contemplation. However, in contrast to Jiang Yu's reflections, his thoughts were rather straightforward. He resolved to eliminate all obstacles in his path. It seemed imperative to issue a warning to Prince Xue Qinghe. A glint of cold light flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes as he sat in the carriage. He harbored no qualms about removing anyone who impeded his progress. Hence, the recent machinations of Prince Xue Qinghe had placed him on Xue Qinghe's list for retribution. Nonetheless, Prince Xue Qinghe was not like others. Eliminating him would pose considerable challenges, and the Knight Emperor would undoubtedly fight fiercely to protect him. Should the plan fail, it might even provoke a decisive confrontation with the Dou Empire, a result Xue Qinghe wished to avoid. However, should this be the case, other methods would be required to suppress his uncle, the Emperor. A warning directed at his younger brother, Xue Qinghe, might suffice to convey the intended message, Xue Qinghe mused, his brows knitting together as his fingers rhythmically tapped against the carriage. Outside the carriage, Jiang Yu recognized the rhythmic tapping and instantly understood that Xue Qinghe was concocting yet another scheme. Over the past 6 years, every time Xue Qinghe pondered a matter, he would engage in this rhythmic tapping, a habit Jiang Yu had come to recognize, allowing him insight into Xue Qinghe's thoughts. In truth, Xue Qinghe's thought process was somewhat simplistic. Though intelligent, he had experienced little in the way of life's complexities, compounded by the rudimentary nature of court intrigue on the Douluo Continent. Thus, his approach to problem-solving was invariably violent, either eliminating his adversaries or suppressing them, leaving him oblivious to the true essence of conflict. The nature of struggle is, in fact, quite elementary. It involves augmenting one's own ranks or securing neutral allies while diminishing one's foes. Your Highness, I believe our current situation is rather precarious. I advise you to seek out allies, Jiang Yu interjected, interrupting Xue Qinghe's thoughts. He felt compelled to redirect Xue Qinghe from his misguided path in the original narrative. It was this very miscalculation that led to Xue Qinghe's downfall. Although he ultimately maintained control over the entire Dou royal family, he wielded no true influence over the Dou Empire, relying entirely on the power of the Spirit Hall. While formidable, the Spirit Hall was not one that Xue Qinghe could fully command. The Dou Empire, a vast entity in its own right, harbored significant untapped potential, and to forsake it would be a regrettable folly. Oh? You believe I require allies and that our situation is less than favorable? A playful smile danced upon Xue Qinghe's lips as he regarded Jiang Yu, curious to hear his reasoning. Indeed, Jiang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Although we have garnered the support of many within the city of Dou, I trust your highness is well aware of their unreliability. Their loyalty is tenuous at best, with a mere word from the reigning emperor. They could just as easily turn against you. This issue has long been recognized by Jiang Yu. Although they have endeavored to win over numerous officials from the Dou Empire over the years, the majority of these individuals are mere civil servants. While they may appear formidable, their actual power is virtually non-existent. The crucial military forces and soul masters remain beyond the reach of Xue Qinghe. The army is under the command of Prince Xue Qinghe, and although the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou, the cradle of soul masters, is nominally under the auspices of Emperor Xue Yi, it has effectively fallen into the hands of the fourth prince, Xue Bang, over the past 2 years since his enrollment. Given Xue Bang's reserved nature, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to unite the nobility under his influence. Most of the children of the officials that Xue Qinghe has courted are currently studying at the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou. Therefore, if Xue Bang manages to win over these youths, all of Xue Qinghe's efforts over the years will be rendered futile. While Jiang Yu could infiltrate the Royal Academy to suppress Xue Bang, his role as a companion to the Crown Prince renders such attendance impossible. Otherwise, he would prefer to align himself with Shrek Academy, where he could more effectively garner support. Moreover, Xue Qinghe's own disposition is problematic. He exhibits little concern for these individuals. It is imperative to devise a means to make Xue Qinghe take notice. His Highness currently requires some overt strength, not the powerless nobility of Heaven Dou City, but rather tangible forces, such as the military and soul master families. Jiang Yu suggested, I am acutely aware of the nature of the nobility. These individuals will do anything as long as their interests are sufficiently served. Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, responding, Jiang Yu, I find your words to be trivial. Can we truly intervene in the military? Furthermore, regarding the soul master families, my master is Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Is that not sufficient? Jiang Yu shook his head, asserting, not enough. Your Highness, have you not realized? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is far too substantial, surpassing us greatly. The only support they can offer is limited, and if we need them to accomplish specific tasks, it would prove exceedingly difficult. This is the truth. The support from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect appears to be merely superficial, while the assistance they can genuinely provide is rather limited. Furthermore, it is inevitable that this move may be a ploy by the Snow Knight Emperor to deceive Xue Qinghe. Therefore, we must acquire some tangible power, seeking families that are neither too strong nor too weak, yet can be harnessed for our purposes. As for the military, we can indeed intervene. However, this does not imply infiltrating the existing army. Rather, the Crown Prince himself possesses a military force, which, as of now, Your Highness, you have yet to utilize. Wait, I have an army? Xue Qinghe paused momentarily upon hearing this. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, there have been military forces throughout various dynasties. Although they may not be numerous, they are certainly sufficient. This delineates the distinction between the realm of Douluo Continent and the ancient feudal dynasties of Jiang Yu's previous life. In Douluo Continent, the martial prowess is considerably heightened, and the Crown Prince is permitted to establish an army beyond the necessary protective forces. However, it seems that the current dynasty has refrained from doing so, likely due to the intentions of those in power. Xue Qinghe, unaware of these complexities, pondered to himself the existence of an army that no one had mentioned to him. Perhaps his father the Emperor harbored suspicions regarding him. Nonetheless, the Crown Prince's guard currently exists only in name, and restoring it would necessitate a fresh recruitment. Xue Qinghe held no doubts, as he was oblivious to the existence of the Crown Prince's guard, assuming such a military force was non-existent. This, however, is not the crux of my concern. My immediate interest lies with the Soul Master families. How should we proceed with this? Surely, there are no suitable families within the confines of Tiandou City? Yet, since you have brought it up, you must have someone in mind, Xue Qinghe inquired curiously. He indeed possessed some intelligence on the matter. Jiang Yu articulated a valid point. He needed to possess some tangible power in his hands. While the strength of the Spirit Hall is undeniably advantageous, it cannot be publicly acknowledged. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School offers more of a covert support. In truth, the issue of army recruitment is not without its complications and requires careful consideration. If your Highness places your trust in me, I would be more than willing to take on this task, Jiang Yu cautiously suggested, anxious that Xue Qinghe might refuse, as this request seems somewhat audacious. However, Jiang Yu was even more apprehensive about the possibility of Xue Qinghe recruiting a multitude of Spirit Hall personnel, which would render the opportunity futile. Very well, let us discuss the matter of the Soul Master families, Xue Qinghe replied, placing considerable trust in Jiang Yu due to their 6 years of acquaintance, thus readily assenting. May I inquire, Your Highness, how old are you this year? 18. Why do you ask? Xue Qinghe responded, somewhat perplexed by the inquiry regarding his age. According to deductions, he indeed had reached the age of 18. Whereas Qian Renxue might be somewhat younger. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yu's face. Your Highness, my approach may necessitate a slight sacrifice on your part. Jiang Yu indicated a minuscule distance with his fingertip, claiming it to be merely a trivial matter, at least in his perspective. What is it that you require me to sacrifice? Xue Qinghe inquired with a rather placid expression, showing little concern for the notion of sacrifice, questioning its magnitude. It is simply that your Highness remains unmarried, thus I propose that you select a suitable woman to form an alliance through marriage. Jiang Yu exclaimed rapidly, adopting a demeanor of resolute determination as he gazed at Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe was taken aback, his face a canvas of disbelief and a deep flush. Akin to a ripened persimmon, never having envisioned that a person's face could redden to such an extent. He had never anticipated that the sacrifice Jiang Yu referred to would pertain to such a matter. How can he make a choice? Chapter 4 suggestions. Xue Qinghe is unmarried, lacking even a concubine. This is evident from both the present and the original text. Xue Qinghe has always remained single. After all, as the prince of a nation, his marital connections would certainly not be trivial, and the absence of mention indicates a lack thereof. In the original narrative, Xue Qinghe's single status appears quite normal, albeit due to the fact that Xue Qinghe is actually Qian Renxue, a woman. However, from Jiang Yu's perspective, who resides in the Douluo Continent, this is utterly absurd. In a world where individuals marry and bear children at the tender age of 14, Xue Qinghe, upon revealing his true identity, is nearing 30 and remains unmarried. Does this seem normal? Absolutely not. It is as if everyone has forgotten this matter entirely. Thus, Jiang Yu has brought it up, intending to use it as political leverage. I am aware that you are a woman, Xue Qinghe, yet I shall act as though I do not know. What can you do about it? Moreover, I shall insist on a marriage alliance. Jiang Yu endured a smirk of amusement as he gazed resolutely at Xue Qinghe. It turns out this fellow was inquiring about my age for this very purpose. Xue Qinghe thought, his expression slightly contorted. This matter shall be deliberated later. I have my own plans. In truth, Xue Qinghe had already resolved to refuse. Knowing oneself, he was well aware of his own nature. Thus, Xue Qinghe intended to feign ignorance and later summon someone from the spirit hall to act as an faade. His lack of a spouse indeed appeared peculiar. Please, Your Highness, do not decline or appear reluctant. This is of great importance and a means to an end. The position of the crown princess by your side could secure you a formidable marital alliance, granting you a reliable source of power. Jiang Yu pressed on, even articulating the stakes involved. A marriage alliance is undoubtedly the most advantageous means of consolidating power, especially under Jiang Yu's orchestration. Xue Qinghe would not suffer losses, rather, he would profit immensely. Do not speak further. I require time to deliberate. Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of temptation but could not overcome the barrier of his femininity. Jiang Yu perceived the hesitation in Xue Qinghe's heart and felt a surge of delight. No matter how formidable you are, you shall obediently submit to my control and enter into marriage. 2 women marrying, one of whom is Qian Renxue. What an exhilarating thought. Your Highness, have you perhaps taken a liking to someone? Fear not. You may take her as a concubine, but the position of crown princess requires adequate benefits in exchange. Jiang Yu stated. Xue Qinghe hurriedly clarified, that is not the reason. Then could it be that your Highness feels uneasy in that regard? Your servant can assist. Jiang Yu provocatively glanced at Xue Qinghe's lower body. Xue Qinghe's face flushed with anger. What are you looking at? Jiang Yu, you are becoming increasingly brazen. Jiang Yu hastily dismounted and apologized. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I meant no offense. I am only concerned for your well-being, given that you have yet to marry. Rumors have begun circulating among the populace, suggesting that you may have an inclination towards men. His final remark was uttered softly, but was perfectly audible to Xue Qinghe. Indeed, there were rumors, but they had originated from Jiang Yu himself. Otherwise, why would anyone care? This was merely Jiang Yu's maneuvering for future arrangements. Xue Qinghe fell silent, taken aback by the image he had unwittingly cultivated. He stared silently at Jiang Yu. Had this been anyone else, Xue Qinghe would have long made them aware of the consequences of their words. Never mind, I shall spare you this time, for you do mean well. Xue Qinghe replied with a weary tone. And what of your Highness's marriage? Jiang Yu inquired. Xue Qinghe shot a glare at Jiang Yu, but nonetheless responded, I agree. Speak of whom I should choose to maximize our benefits. You should have an idea of this. The struggle has been relinquished, indeed. A glimmer of excitement flickered across Jiang Yu's face. I recommend Bai Qinxiang, the granddaughter of the Mingji clan's leader, Bai He. It is said that she possesses extraordinary beauty and remarkable talent in cultivation. She would be an excellent choice for the crown princess. Jiang Yu paused before continuing. Her grandfather, Bai He, is a sole Douluo, which would serve as a significant boon for you. Although the Mingji clan's martial spirits have considerable limitations, you could leverage this relationship to forge alliances with the other 3 clans, whose power should not be underestimated. Though these clans would ultimately contribute to Tang San's future strength, and Bai Qinxiang would become Ma Hongjuan's wife, Jiang Yu felt no trepidation. What of poaching your allies? It matters not, as long as I do not destroy you. Jiang Yu's proposal darkened Xue Qinghe's expression. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yu would recommend this particular family. The Mingji clan was undoubtedly linked to his father's murderer. Give me one reason. Xue Qinghe's voice was icy. While the Mingji clan possesses soul Douluo-level strength, they have endured significant hardships in recent years. After the Haotian sect offended the Spirit Hall and faced suppression, the Mingji clan, as a subsidiary of the Haotian sect, suffered greatly. Their abandonment by the Haotian sect has led to a dismal existence despite their formidable power, being persistently bullied. Should your highness extend a helping hand during this time and marry the granddaughter of the Mingji clan's leader, granting them status and wealth, they would undoubtedly be grateful and loyal to you. With this connection, you could also win over the other 3 clans, thus regaining the strength of the 4 former subsidiary clans of the Haotian sect, solidifying your position beyond challenge. Jiang Yu spoke with earnestness, then turned his gaze back to Xue Qinghe. This was a strategy he had conceived long ago. If one were to identify the most amenable factions within the Douluo Continent, the 4 single attribute clans would undoubtedly be at the forefront. They possess considerable strength and unwavering loyalty, making them easily satisfied. It is perplexing that these families, each boasting a soul Douluo, have sunk to such depths. Rather than allow Tang San to benefit in the future, it would be more prudent to extend favor to Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe now, although Bai shares blood ties with Tang San. Such connections would lose significance once Xue Qinghe marries Bai Qinxiang, especially considering their previous betrayal by Tang Hao. Xue Qinghe found himself swayed. Jiang Yu's proposition was indeed enticing. Setting aside the historical grievances with the Haotian sect, the 4 clans had committed no transgressions. Should he successfully incorporate these 4 clans under his banner, his foundation would be firmly established. If they were to later align with the Haotian sect, it would be their own folly. However, a hint of doubt lingered in Xue Qinghe's mind. Rest assured, your highness, they will never turn to the Haotian sect, Jiang Yu asserted with a cold smile. While there remained a possibility of them siding with Tang San, an alliance with the Haotian sect was utterly out of the question, especially with Jiang Yu's preemptive maneuvers. The events of the past may not be well known to your highness, but the Haotian sect's cowardly retreat from battle had left their affiliated clans in dire straits. With countless casualties and one clan suffering losses exceeding half, relocating to the Douluo Empire, and still struggling to recover. The 4 clans harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the Haotian sect and would never betray their allegiance. Xue Qinghe was taken aback, realizing the truth of the matter. The Haotian sect, the true instigator, had evaded accountability while their affiliated clans nearly faced annihilation. In this light, it was indeed improbable for the 4 clans to shift their loyalty to the Haotian sect. However, what if they were to discover my affiliation with the Spirit Hall? A sense of unease still lingered within Xue Qinghe. Seemingly perceiving Xue Qinghe's hesitation, Jiang Yu remarked, Your Highness, as the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire and future emperor, once the 4 clans align with you, their loyalty will be unwavering. They will remain steadfast to you and the Tiandou Empire. Moreover, the connection with Bai Qinxiang adds another layer of security. Indeed, even if they were to learn the truth, as long as it remained unspoken, they would continue to serve as my subjects. By treating them with sincerity, they would be less inclined to betray me. The Spirit Hall had harmed them, and it was the Haotian sect that forsook them. What relevance does that hold for me? Xue Qinghe had been thoroughly convinced by Jiang Yu, fully embracing his reasoning. Nevertheless, this matter did not warrant excessive concern. Jiang Yu would manage it adeptly. Xue Qinghe, being the daughter of the victim Qian Renxue, now bore no grudge against them. What more could they desire? In truth, it was Jiang Yu's recognition of the 4 clans as loyal and righteous that inspired his suggestion. Betrayal was not in their nature. I entrust this matter to your care, Xue Qinghe stated with satisfaction. Rest assured, your highness, I shall handle it well, Jiang Yu replied, a subtle smile gracing his face. He had moved a step closer to achieving his goal. Chapter 5. The Min clan having secured Xue Qinghe's support, the next objective was to win over the Min clan. The original work does not specify their location. Presumably due to their impoverished circumstances, the Min clan likely leads a nomadic existence. If Jiang Yu were to search for it, he would undoubtedly find it quite challenging. Fortunately, Jiang Yu possesses alternative methods to locate the Min family, notably through the Li family. By engaging with the Li clan, he could certainly uncover the whereabouts of the Min family. Sighing to himself, Jiang Yu ambled along the streets of Tiandou City, his spirits noticeably low. Several days had passed since he had immersed himself in the local customs, and now, having secured permission from Xue Qinghe, he was en route to the Li family's stronghold. His enthusiasm waned as he traversed the path. When he had persuaded Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu had perhaps exaggerated, merely proposing an idea without a solid assurance in his heart. The Li family is known for its blind loyalty, the Min family for its arrogance, and the Pa family for its indifference, while the Yu family is somewhat more amenable. However, the Yu family maintains close ties with the Li family, making it imperative to win over the Li clan first to persuade them. Convincing Xue Qinghe had never posed a challenge for Jiang Yu, as they had been studying together for 6 years and were quite familiar with each other's temperaments. It was the task of persuading the 4 major clans of single attributes that truly troubled him. Young master, we have arrived at the territory of the Li family. The servant leading the way reminded Jiang Yu just as he was lost in thought. These servants are but common folk, procured by the Jiang family, being of modest means, cannot afford the luxury of retainers and must settle for ordinary individuals. Jiang Yu does not particularly favor this feudal arrangement, yet he acknowledges its convenience. Please inform them that it is Jiang Yu, a close attendant of the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, who has come to pay a visit, Jiang Yu stated calmly. A few days ago, Xue Qinghe conferred a position upon Jiang Yu. Without such a title, Jiang Yu would have lacked the authority to undertake these matters. Additionally, he was bestowed with a token, granting him the ability to summon certain personnel as circumstances dictated. Jiang Yu understood that this was Xue Qinghe's way of ensuring his safety, and the individuals he could summon would likely be from the spirit hall. It was preferable to avoid invoking this privilege unless absolutely necessary. Soon, a servant returned with news. The Li family had consented to Jiang Yu's visit, which alleviated his anxiety. Let us proceed, Jiang Yu said, leading the servant inside. He had brought only a few companions, a mere 2 or 3 individuals. The Li family's residence sprawled over an extensive area. Its understated decor exuded an air of grandeur, with imposing double doors that conveyed a sense of weightiness. They are indeed affluent, Jiang Yu mused, recognizing the Li family as the wealthiest among all single attribute clans. Aha. My esteemed friend, the praises you bestow upon us are a burden we cannot bear. Compared to His Highness the Crown Prince, our wealth is but a trifling matter. A tall elder with a robust physique stepped forward, his massive form rendering Jiang Yu seemingly diminutive. The elder's muscular build radiated explosive strength. Jiang Yu had come in the name of the Crown Prince, hence the elder addressed him in that context. Surely, he must be Titan, the patriarch of the Li family. Greetings to Titan, the esteemed leader of the Li family. I apologize for my abrupt visit today and hope for your understanding, Jiang Yu said, bowing respectfully. Titan's face broke into a rugged smile, yet his gaze remained remarkably calm as he scrutinized Jiang Yu, contemplating his identity. Sir Jiang, you are overly courteous. However, I am curious about the purpose of your visit. I am rather direct in nature, so I hope you will not take offense, Titan remarked. This statement appears courteous, yet harbors an underlying sense of estrangement. You are an official, and I am a commoner. Should you require our cooperation, we shall certainly oblige. However, if you perceive us as easy targets, I regret to inform you that we are not so easily trifled with. Indeed, it is challenging. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. He had come for a purpose. Perhaps we should retire indoors for a detailed discussion? Jiang Yu proposed. Titan regarded Jiang Yu with suspicion, uncertain of his intentions. Yet he showed little inclination to refuse. Very well. He then led Jiang Yu into the house. You may remain here, Jiang Yu instructed the servants. Understood. Jiang Yu then entered the hall and settled down, soon being served a delightful cup of tea. The tea was brought by Titan's grandson, Talon, who, after serving, did not leave, but remained present. Jiang Yu paid him no mind, savoring the refreshing tea. Titan cast a satisfied glance at Jiang Yu, keeping Talon nearby as both a test and an opportunity for Talon to gain insight into familial matters. He could discern that Jiang Yu's affairs were undoubtedly intricate. This young man is not to be underestimated. Though younger than Talon, his demeanor is remarkably profound, Titan mused as he sipped his tea. Now that we are without outsiders, might you disclose the purpose of your visit? Titan inquired, setting down his cup and fixing his gaze upon Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu reciprocated the gesture, appraising Titan in kind. I come to bring prosperity to the Li family. Might you be interested, Chief Titan? Jiang Yu spoke with a subtle smile. Such straightforward language bore a direct aim, yet proved exceedingly effective. Titan's interest was indeed piqued. Oh, do elaborate, he encouraged. Despite his rugged exterior and seemingly simplistic mind, Titan possessed a keen intellect and had already surmised part of Jiang Yu's intent. Would Chief Titan consider serving His Highness the Crown Prince? Jiang Yu stated plainly, eschewing circumlocution. When engaging with someone like Titan, verbosity often leads to missteps, diminishing the likelihood of success. Thus, brevity proves more advantageous. Serve the Crown Prince? I regret to inform you that the Li family has no intention of involving itself in political matters, Titan replied, shaking his head in regret. Nearby, Tyner and Talon exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why their grandfather, would decline such a seemingly favorable opportunity. Jiang Yu was not taken aback. Chief Titan, do not be so hasty in your refusal. I come bearing the Crown Prince's sincere intentions, which I assure will be to your satisfaction. Titan contemplated interjecting, but was interrupted by Jiang Yu. I understand your concerns, Chief Titan. Rest assured, the Crown Prince does not aim to exploit the Li family's strength. Jiang Yu spoke earnestly. Titan had valid apprehensions. Aside from himself, the intellect of the Li family was rather lacking, making them susceptible to manipulation, especially in matters concerning the royal family. I fail to comprehend why the Crown Prince would seek out our Li family. Jiang Yu smiled gently. Not merely you, Chief Titan. The Crown Prince has set his sights on your singularly endowed 4 great clans. As for the absence of other candidates, it is merely because your 4 clans are the most suitable. Titan's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Xue Qinghe would aspire to encompass all 4 of their clans. Is the Crown Prince aware that we were once a subordinate clan of the Haotian sect, and that we have incurred the displeasure of the Wuhan Hall? Titan asked in a low voice. He is aware, Jiang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Then why would the Crown Prince extend an invitation? This is not a simple matter. If the Li family aligns themselves with His Highness the Crown Prince, it would mean that the Crown Prince has offended both the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. The Crown Prince harbors great ambitions and requires more like-minded allies to support him. Jiang Yu spoke with a calm yet resolute tone, as if imbued with an immense conviction. Chapter 6. The Li family's choice. Since I stand before you today to extend this invitation, it signifies that His Highness is already aware of your past, and he is willing to shoulder the burdens you carry. The Spirit Hall, though formidable, cannot overshadow our Tiandou Empire so easily. If they were to suppress us as effortlessly as they have done to you, they must consider their own weight. Jiang Yu asserted firmly. In truth, there is not much animosity between the Spirit Hall and the four great clans. The events of the past were largely matters of the respective leaders. However, the fear that gripped the Haotian sect led to the misfortunes of the four clans. Over the years, the Spirit Hall has merely suppressed their standing among soul masters without taking any excessive actions. Otherwise, their clans would have been annihilated long ago. Now, with Xue Qinghe's identity in the Spirit Hall, these issues can be resolved effortlessly, simultaneously showcasing Xue Qinghe's strength. As for the Haotian sect, a hint of disdain flickered across Jiang Yu's face. If offending them is considered a significant matter, it underestimates our Tiandou Empire. The Haotian sect is merely a pack of wastrels, having fled without a fight in the past, leaving their subordinate clans to bear the blame. Can they still flaunt their power now? It is truly contemptible in the eyes of the Crown Prince. The Haotian sect is indeed strong, yet regrettably, they are plagued by cowardice. Without Tang San, they are merely a group of timid souls hiding in the valleys. Titan's expression was complex, a mixture of resentment and embarrassment. This was because he still held loyalty towards Tang Hao, and Jiang Yu's words inevitably made him feel uncomfortable, stirring memories of the Haotian sect's past actions, which he greatly resented. Nevertheless, Titan found himself captivated by the grandeur of Xue Qinghe as described by Jiang Yu. Such spirit indeed befits a wise ruler. Might I request a moment to consider this opportunity? Titan felt a spark of interest. It was indeed a chance. Of course, Jiang Yu replied, not overly eager. As Tang San had yet to arrive, there was no concern about someone else intervening. In fact, Jiang Yu had even calculated the timing to account for Tang Hao's presence. He reasoned that since he and Tang San were born in the same year, and with Tang San currently en route to Shrek Academy, it meant that Tang Hao was still by his side and could not come over. Thus, the two individuals whom he could potentially intercept had yet to arrive. After this interval, even if Tang San and Tang Hao were to arrive simultaneously, they would not be able to seize the opportunity from him. Even if Titan harbored lingering feelings, he would not permit himself to be swayed repeatedly. At that time, it would likely be difficult for anyone to place their trust in the Li family again. Bidding farewell to Jiang Yu, Titan summoned his son and grandson to the back room, clearly indicating that a discussion was in order. In the rear hall, Titan took his place at the head of the table, his eyes gently closed. What are your thoughts on this matter? My father, began his son. I believe that Lord Zhang's proposal is quite commendable. Our Li family has suffered greatly due to the affairs with the Spirit Hall over the years, and aligning ourselves with His Highness the Crown Prince could significantly enhance our circumstances. Moreover, you should cease to dwell on the Haotian sect. They abandoned us in our time of need, and the bond we once shared has long since dissipated. As for the Haotian Douluo, who has not made an appearance in all these years, he is likely deceased. If he is still alive, why has he not come to see us? After causing us such misery, does he not feel the slightest twinge of remorse? Tainoa's words were steeped in resentment, for he had been an eyewitness to the harrowing events of that fateful day. 12 years ago, he witnessed many friends and relatives perish in that battle. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported the notion of aligning with the Tiandou imperial family, for the ties with the Haotian sect had long since been severed, replaced only by enmity. Titan sighed, taken aback by the profound impact this matter had on his son's heart. Many from the Li family had also perished in that conflict. And who among them was devoid of loved ones? Who could claim to be free from hatred? He too harbored such feelings. Yet, over the years, Titan had grown accustomed to the Haotian sect and found it challenging to move beyond those memories. You must understand, he continued. If we pledge our allegiance to His Highness the Crown Prince, we may very well become entangled in the power struggles of the royal family. Are you prepared to confront such a reality? This thoroughly perplexed Taino, for he had not contemplated the matter to such an extent, merely focusing on the present gains. Titan was a man of understanding, yet his son and grandson were not, which was precisely Titan's concern. To recklessly plunge into the vortex of the throne was destined to result in an incomplete escape. He held confidence in preserving the family. But did his son and grandson share that same assurance? No, they did not. He had aged, and it was impossible for him to protect them for a lifetime. However, Father, I still do not wish to relinquish this opportunity for our family, Taino said, lowering his head and speaking in a deep tone. Though he may have thought little, he could see clearly that the Li family had experienced wealth over the years but had been relegated to a subordinate position within the Spirit Master realm. Despite their undeniable strength, they were not weaker than the four great clans of singular attributes. Titan sighed. I understand. What about you, Long? What are your thoughts? Tai Long was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't I merely here to listen? Why do you ask me? Well, I defer to my father's judgment. Very well, I acknowledge that. With his son and grandson having made their decisions, Titan II resolved to accept that the future ultimately belonged to the youth, and that the fortunes of the younger generation would unfold in their own right. In the hall, Jiang Yu, feeling rather bored, sipped his tea while calculating the passage of time. Half an hour had already elapsed, and they should be emerging soon. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Titan appeared with the two. Jiang Yu promptly stood up. Patriarch Titan. Titan halted Jiang Yu's words, stating, "Lord Jiang, our Li family is willing to serve His Highness the Crown Prince from now on." Splendid. A flicker of joy crossed Jiang Yu's face. On behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince, I extend a warm welcome to the Li families and corporation. Patriarch Titan. We shall now be colleagues. Jiang Yu solemnly clasped his fist in greeting. This was a significant breakthrough. Titan's expression grew serious. Lord Jiang. Since our Li family has resolved to join His Highness the Crown Prince, we shall not waver in our commitment. Therefore, I kindly request you inform me of what the Li family is required to do moving forward. Jiang Yu internally marveled at Titan's astuteness. The Crown Prince had long had plans for the Li family. They would become an affiliated clan of the Crown Prince's residents, sharing both honor and disgrace. Patriarch Titan would serve the Crown Prince's household, and the Li family would need to dispatch some of their youth to assist in forming the Crown Prince's guard. However, it was still necessary for Patriarch Titan to reach out to the other three great clans. These thoughts were, of course, conceived by Jiang Yu based on the circumstances within the Douluo Continent, and they have received the consent of Xue Qinghe. This can be regarded as the utmost sincerity that Xue Qinghe can currently offer. After all, he is merely a prince and not yet an emperor. Fortunately, these propositions indeed astonished the Titans, sharing both glory and disgrace. Had the Haoyan sect been able to achieve such a feat back then, they would not find themselves in their current situation. I am truly honored by your Highness's regard, but I must humbly question how my clan, the Strength Clan, deserves such favor. A hint of shame flickered across Titan's face. The sincerity displayed by Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe was undeniably substantial. Tainua and Tailong were left speechless in astonishment. A smile graced Jiang Yu's visage. I implore you, Chief Titan, do not belittle yourselves so. The Strength Clan is indeed worthy of such kindness, as are the four prominent clans. Although you were merely four inconspicuous extreme attribute sects during your time in the Haoyan sect, Jiang Yu's gaze drifted towards the outside, encompassing the entirety of Tiandou City and the Tiandou Empire. On a national scale, you stand as a cornerstone of the state. The four fundamental necessities of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are predominantly represented by the four clans, with the Strength Clan holding sway over transportation and shelter. The four clans, specializing in forging, architecture, speed, and medicine respectively, possess immense potential. From Jiang Yu's perspective, should these four flourish, they could resolve numerous issues at the national level. While single attribute extreme clans may seem weak in combat, they excel in other areas. Even the weakest of them, the Agility Clan, could serve as a significant hub for information processing across various regions. Jiang Yu was genuinely contemplating the future at a national level. The cornerstone of the empire? Surely you jest. How could we have been unaware of this? Titan could not help but inwardly scoff, not out of disbelief, but due to the incredibility of Jiang Yu's assertions. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, unperturbed by Titan's demeanor, and began to elucidate. Do you doubt my words, Chief Titan? Titan nodded, not mincing words. Indeed, it is difficult to accept what you say. We possess a degree of self-awareness. Allow me to elaborate, Jiang Yu continued earnestly. Firstly, your clan excels in forging. You, yourself, are a master craftsman, thus elevating the forging prowess of the Strength Clan. Now, Chief Titan, let me pose a question. How is one's forging skill determined? Titan instinctively replied. It is measured by the rare and exquisite weapons one creates. That is the true test of skill. I beg to differ, Jiang Yu countered. In my opinion, a person's forging ability is best gauged by their creativity and accessibility. Crafting extraordinary weapons from rare materials does not necessarily denote greatness. However, creating exceptional weapons from commonplace materials does. Only those who can transform ordinary materials into extraordinary treasures can truly be called master craftsmen. Though this viewpoint may harbor bias, it genuinely reflected Jiang Yu's beliefs. He sought not those who could merely forge rare materials into magnificent weapons, but rather those who could innovate and create. Such artisans are the true bedrock of a nation. The Strength Clan possesses the potential to become this cornerstone, as the blacksmiths of this era are the closest to the soul masters of the future. The first soul-guiding devices in Douluo Continent were indeed forged by blacksmiths, making it crucial to guide them along this path. After a moment of contemplation, Titan replied, I comprehend your perspective. While I may disagree with your assertion, I align with your vision. The Strength Clan shall strive towards this goal. Jiang Yu expressed gratitude to Chief Titan, affirming that, given time, the Strength Clan would certainly achieve enduring fame. Let us hope for it, Titan mused, seemingly unperturbed. Jiang Yu continued, the Transportation Clan excels in architecture, weaving connections throughout the nation. While the Agility Clan may lack combat prowess, their speed facilitates swift communication across regions. The Medical Clan's expertise in medicine can also be significantly advanced. Once perfected, common folk will be able to seek treatment without the need for soul masters. A monumental boon for the nation and its people. At this point, Titan was captivated by Jiang Yu's insights. realizing that his and his brother's abilities could hold such significance for the country. Haha, my brothers would be immensely pleased to hear such commendation from you, Lord Jiang. Titan chuckled. Though a pang of melancholy soon clouded his expression, they had not erred in their past choices, they merely failed to apply their skills in the right direction. Jiang Yu too smiled, recognizing that the matter had been successfully negotiated. To sway an individual, one must not only provide benefits but also instill a sense of self-worth. Thus, it was imperative for Chief Titan to swiftly contact the other three clans. On behalf of His Highness the Prince, I assure you that you shall not be neglected. You will undoubtedly realize your value in the future. The roles of the strength and transportation clans will be immensely vital for the nation, while the medical clan, though currently adept in toxicology, will become increasingly significant once they transition to pharmacology. Only the agility clan may face potential decline as time progresses. While Jiang Yu's earlier assertions were somewhat tenuous and likely to fade with time, he undoubtedly had alternate plans for the agility clan's future. He was not one to be heartless or short-sighted, and it was inconceivable for him to neglect Xue Qinghe's lineage. He would strive to perpetuate their legacy as a form of gratitude for their current assistance. In Jiang Yu's vision, the agility clan would likely master the domain of information. With their speed, they could become formidable reporters, adept at uncovering concealed attributes. It could be posited that if the four clans were to ally and follow Jiang Yu's guidance, even a millennium from now, the saga of the unparalleled Tang sect could very well remain, thriving rather than vanishing as it did in the original narrative. I shall notify them promptly, and I will do my utmost to persuade them, expressing our gratitude for His Highness's regard and trust, Titan stated earnestly. Thank you, Chief Titan. Jiang Yu replied. Thus, the negotiations were successfully concluded. Titan then respectfully saw Jiang Yu to the door, and Jiang Yu took his leave, feeling that his mission had been fulfilled. Once Jiang Yu had departed, Tainua and Tailong erupted in unbridled excitement. Tailong, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Grandfather, will we too be able to rise like those nobles, holding ourselves high above? Before he could finish his sentence, Titan delivered a swift reprimand, sending him sprawling to the ground. Foolish child, I warn you, our strength clan must never emulate those nobles. We must remain steadfast in our current ways as we advance. We cannot become arrogant simply because our status has risen. Do you understand? Titan scolded vehemently. Before this matter even commenced, it had already gone awry. A rather unfortunate lesson to be learned. I understand, Grandfather, Tyrone said, a hint of grievance in his voice. Titan then turned to Tanner. You too. What I just said will be inscribed into our clan's rules. From now on, all descendants of the Li family must abide by it. Understood? Tanner immediately responded with a tense expression. Understood, Father. Titan nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance in the direction where Jiang Yu had departed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This young man is indeed a talent, astutely clever, and yet what he proposed has piqued my interest. Having lived for so long, Titan could hardly have missed the blueprint embedded in Jiang Yu's words. To be frank, he was tempted. Ensuring the longevity of the family is a consideration for every clan. The Li family, being a singular attribute clan, faces a challenging path, likely to fade into the annals of history. Titan often fretted over his family's future. Without someone like him emerging from their ranks, the clan could very well cease to exist. Thus, he consistently sought avenues for the family's future. Today, he discerned a possibility in Jiang Yu's words. It appeared they could pursue this path, provided they allied with the nation, their future potentially intertwined with that of the state. Old comrades, do not think I would overlook you in my fortunes. This endeavor could genuinely alter the futures of our four families, should you vehemently refuse. I would be at a loss. Titan sighed inwardly, preparing to visit the other three families, recognizing this as a significant opportunity. On another note, after concluding his affairs, Jiang Yu did not return home directly but instead visited the Crown Prince's residence to seek out Xue Qinghe. Compared to home, he preferred the ambience of the Crown Prince's abode, which his father also favored. Therefore, it was best to avoid any unnecessary discomfort. Jiang Yu arrived just in time, finding Xue Qinghe in the Crown Prince's residence, alongside an unexpected guest, Ning Fingji, the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chapter 8. Ning Fingji as Jiang Yu entered the guest hall of the Crown Prince's residence. He was met with the sight of Xue Qinghe and Ning Fingji engaged in light-hearted conversation, which took him by surprise. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's arrival, Xue Qinghe beamed and introduced him to his master. Teacher, this is Jiang Yu, my capable assistant. Ning Fingji responded with a smile. Indeed, a remarkable young talent. Ning Fingji had long been aware of Jiang Yu, given the commotion surrounding Jiang Yu's father's past, which had reached even his ears. Moreover, as Xue Qinghe's mentor, it was impossible for him to be uninformed. However, though he knew of him, they had never met formally. Similarly, Jiang Yu had only glimpsed Ning Fingji from a distance. Cognizant of his presence, having met the Crown Prince and Ning Fingji, Jiang Yu dared not overstep. His purpose in coming was to report good news. But he would have to wait until Ning Fingji departed. Xue Qinghe merely beckoned Jiang Yu to stand by his side, while Ning Fingji offered a smile to Jiang Yu, who returned the gesture respectfully. Teacher, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xue Qinghe asked with a smile. It was uncommon for Ning Fingji to visit the Crown Prince's residence. They usually met in Tianshue City. This personal visit must signify a matter of great importance. I heard you were to be wed, hence I came to pay a visit, Ning Fingji replied with a smile. Ah, so the teacher is already aware. I had intended to inform you in a few days, but the matter is not yet settled. I feared you might mock me should it fall through. Xue Qinghe said gently. Their exchange was deft, both seasoned negotiators deftly sidestepping any blame. Ning Fingxi chuckled lightly. I wonder which girl is fortunate enough to have you preparing for marriage in silence. A smile graced Xue Qinghe's face, revealing that this was indeed news he wished to share with Ning Fingxi. The bride-to-be is by Qinxiang, granddaughter of the Min family. Ning Fingxi's expression momentarily froze before returning to normal. The Min family, you say? Qinghe, are you aware of their background? It was expected that if Xue Qinghe were to form an alliance, he would choose a family closely allied with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School or perhaps even marry a disciple of the school. Ning Fingxi was taken aback that Xue Qinghe would choose someone from the Min family, which bore no ties to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This caught Ning Fingxi off guard, especially since he had invested considerable thought into Xue Qinghe's future, now feeling sidelined by the alliance. It appeared someone had guided him. Could it be Jiang Yu? Ning Fingxi's gaze lingered on Jiang Yu, subconsciously sensing that Jiang Yu had played a role in this decision. It seems I must pay more attention to him in the future. It is known that the Min family was once a subsidiary of the Haoyan sect. But so what? Even if I marry the daughter of the Min family, would they dare to cause me trouble? And should they attempt it, what do I have to fear? For Qinxiang, I would even stand against the Haoyan sect. To be honest, the moment I laid eyes on by Qinxiang, I fell in love with her. She is the one I wish to marry. A glimmer of deep emotion and determination flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes, unmistakable in his resolute words. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Had he not read the original text, he might have believed it. Impressive, Your Highness. Your acting skills are commendable. Naturally, Ning Fingxi was also taken aback. It seemed the first time in many years he had witnessed this level of determination from his disciple, as if he were witnessing the true essence of Xue Qinghe. Is that so? I did not expect you to possess such resolve, Qinghe. It seems that girl is indeed fortunate to have inspired such determination in you. Allow me to extend my blessings for your happiness, Ning Fingxi said, smiling after his initial surprise. Although it was somewhat regrettable, he felt comforted knowing that Xue Qinghe was still his disciple. It is a pity, however. I had already taken note of your marriage and intended to introduce you to a suitable young lady. I did not expect you to have already found your true love. The Min family is still acceptable, Ning Fingxi teased. Teacher, you were going to introduce me to a young lady? Could it be your daughter, Rongrong? Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Haha, that is not out of the question. If you can win Rongrong's heart, I would approve. I do hope she chooses her own path in matters of marriage, Ning Fingxi said, his eyes reflecting a hint of indulgence. In truth, if Ning Fingxi were willing to marry his daughter Rongrong to Xue Qinghe, it would undoubtedly solidify their alliance and eliminate future concerns. Even if Xue Qinghe's identity were to be revealed, Ning Fingxi would support him in claiming the throne, thereby elevating the status of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After all, Rongrong's identity is far from ordinary. Should such a union occur, Xue Qinghe would not easily sever ties and would ensure the school's involvement. This could potentially transform the landscape of Douluo Continent entirely. Yet, Ning Fingxi hesitated to part with his daughter, allowing her to choose her own path. That is indeed a pity. I already have someone I cherish. Xue Qinghe sighed with regret, then smiled at Ning Fingxi. Ning Fingxi returned the smile, and both fell into silence, fully aware that it was an impossibility. Had it been feasible, it would have long been decided. They then casually discussed a few trivial matters, primarily concerning Xue Qinghe's cultivation. Ning Fingxi did not linger for long and soon took his leave. Xue Qinghe smiled as he saw him out, only to find Jiang Yu listlessly slumped in a chair upon returning. With a teasing tone, Xue Qinghe chided, "You rascal, do you not see your prince before you? Are you unaware that your current demeanor is somewhat unbecoming?" Of course, this was merely a light-hearted reproach. He was well acquainted with Jiang Yu's mannerisms after all these years. "Your Highness, I am exhausted," Jiang Yu replied. "I have been running about tirelessly, and now I must stand for an extended period. I am indeed quite fatigued." Given the vast disparity in their statuses, he had to remain standing during the earlier encounters. "Very well, it is as you say. How did the matter I entrusted to you unfold?" Xue Qinghe inquired as he settled into the chair previously occupied by Ning Fingxi. Jiang Yu straightened his posture. "Everything has been arranged. I have successfully persuaded the Li clan, Your Highness. You may send someone for preliminary discussions at your convenience. All that is required from you is to prepare for the upcoming marriage. It is essential that they feel valued, with your attitude being paramount. The success of securing the four clans hinges on this moment, and I have already made the necessary arrangements. You need only follow the outline plan." After speaking, Jiang Yu handed Xue Qinghe a detailed proposal outlining the subsequent arrangements for the four clans. Xue Qinghe set the proposal aside without reading it, deciding that since Jiang Yu was managing these affairs, he would entrust him with the subsequent steps, placing his faith in him. Jiang Yu replied earnestly, "Then I shall dutifully comply." He accepted the directive, knowing well that entrusting this task to anyone else would not sit well with him. "Now, let us discuss the marriage," Xue Qinghe continued, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. This was akin to a maiden's first ride in a palanquin, despite his mental preparations. He found himself uncertain and nervous about the proceedings. Jiang Yu, at a loss, remarked, "If you seek my counsel, I am equally perplexed. I too have never experienced this before. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had also been single, making this an entirely new experience for him as well. However, drawing from his experiences across 2 lifetimes, Jiang Yu offered a suggestion. Your Highness, you might consider inquiring within the palace, seeking officials who specialize in such matters to assist you. After all, as you were to wed the crown princess, the ceremonial protocols must be meticulously followed. And His Majesty must also be informed. I understand, Xue Qinghe nodded solemnly, feeling a flicker of anticipation. He had never contemplated marriage before, and the sudden prospect of having a wife felt quite peculiar. Oh, and Your Highness, you could have someone disseminate news of your conversation with Master Ning today, ensuring it reaches the ears of the 4 major clans. This would aid the Li clan in persuading the other 3, Jiang Yu suggested suddenly. Must we go to such lengths? Xue Qinghe replied hesitantly. This would serve to establish an impression of your infatuation in the eyes of the public, boosting your popularity. Jiang Yu smiled in response. This is a commonly employed tactic from a previous life, utilizing public opinion and gossip to deepen the impressions held by society. In comparison to achievements such as political accomplishments, gossip can evoke a greater sense of curiosity among the masses. Driven by this curiosity, people are bound to seek to understand the true nature of Xue Qinghe, thereby significantly amplifying his influence. Yet, should the teacher inquire, how should I respond? Xue Qinghe feels a twinge of reluctance. After all, if this information were to reach the ears of those at the spirit hall who were aware of his identity, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Rest assured, Your Highness, there is absolutely no cause for concern. If Lord Ning were to ask, we shall simply claim ignorance and conveniently replace everyone around us, Jiang Yu declared fiercely. Given that Ning Fingxi has learned of Xue Qinghe's marital affairs, it is certain that he has associates among Xue Qinghe's circle, providing an opportune moment to eliminate these individuals. However, Lord Ning is unlikely to grant such an opportunity. The recent departure of His Highness from his control has already raised Ning's suspicions, Jiang Yu lamented. Nonetheless, Xue Qinghe found Jiang Yu's suggestion rather astute. Should Ning Fingxi inquire, he could seize the chance to remove those pawns surrounding him, and the rationale would be entirely justifiable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Indeed, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied. After all, it was a simple task that would not hinder their subsequent plans. By the way, Your Highness, I have a matter I am uncertain whether I should trouble you with, Jiang Yu said, suddenly appearing somewhat embarrassed. Speak freely. Xue Qinghe's expression remained calm. It is that my soul power has reached level 30, and I require a soul ring. However, I am at a loss for someone suitable to assist me in hunting for it. I wonder if Your Highness has anyone in mind who might lend their aid in this endeavor. Jiang Yu candidly expressed his predicament. Jiang Yu's soul power had already reached a critical threshold. After days of diligent effort, he had unconsciously broken through. Had the matter not been incomplete, he would have already set forth to hunt for soul beasts. After all, while strategizing is of utmost importance, one must not neglect the enhancement of their own strength, particularly in a world where power reigns supreme. Jiang Yu's intent in resolving this situation was to seek Xue Qinghe's assistance. You have already reached level 30? A flicker of surprise crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes. Although Jiang Yu possessed innate full soul power, he was merely an auxiliary soul master, a path notoriously challenging to cultivate. Yet, Jiang Yu had accomplished this feat with remarkable swiftness. This talent is perhaps on par with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, is it not? Indeed. I have only recently attained it and have struggled to find a suitable companion to assist me in hunting soul beasts, which is why I sought your esteemed presence. Your Highness, Jiang Yu remarked. To reach the 30th level, one requires a Millennium Soul Ring. Although the Tiandou Empire has areas where soul beasts are bred, the number of Millennium Soul Beasts is exceedingly scarce, and their quality is rather low. To acquire a satisfactory soul ring, Jiang Yu must venture into the Tiandou Forest. Furthermore, Jiang Yu's father is merely a great soul master, and the Jiang family lacks the influential connections to enlist a powerful soul master to accompany him to the Tiandou Forest. In that case, please take my token to the Tiandou Royal Academy shortly. I am certain they will honor my request and assist you in obtaining a suitable soul ring. With that, Xue Qinghe presented Jiang Yu with a token, the prince's token, signifying Xue Qinghe's identity. It was not that Xue Qinghe was unwilling to wield her own power. Rather, she preferred to keep her identity concealed, even from Jiang Yu. Yes, Jiang Yu joyfully accepted the token. In this way, he would be able to obtain the 3rd spirit ring. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe dismissed Jiang Yu, as he needed to make arrangements for his marriage, a significant milestone in one's life. Xue Qinghe not only wished for a splendid celebration but also aimed to ensure that no mistakes would be made during the wedding night. This indeed poses quite a dilemma, as Xue Qinghe is a woman and is incapable of undertaking certain tasks, thus she must devise a strategy. Jiang Yu, in high spirits, departed with the temporary license. Indifferent to Xue Qinghe's marriage, for it was not his own, resolving the bridal chamber issue was her responsibility. Surely, if one lacked the means, one could find a way to fabricate a semblance of it. Solutions are always more abundant than difficulties, are they not? With this thought, he felt a flicker of anticipation, chuckling softly to himself. As Jiang Yu emerged from the prince's residence, he noticed a carriage from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school parked at the entrance. Could it be that Ning Fingxi had not left and sought Xue Qinghe? This notion crossed Jiang Yu's mind. It was not implausible. Earlier, while Jiang Yu was present, Ning Fingxi might have had some words unsuitable for that particular setting. However, what transpired next surpassed Jiang Yu's expectations. A disciple from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School approached him, addressing him as Lord Jiang, and indicated the nearby tavern where Ning Fingji waved cheerfully at Jiang Yu. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Yu acquiesced to be led there, as it was futile to refuse someone seeking him. Soon, he found himself in a private room where Ning Fingji was enjoying tea, accompanied by an elderly man who stood quietly behind him. Jiang Yu had not seen this man before. He was likely one of the two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Though his identity remained unknown to Jiang Yu. Lord Jiang has arrived, please take a seat, Ning Fingji greeted with a smile, gesturing towards the seat before him. Treating Jiang Yu as an equal, Jiang Yu, taken aback by the honor, replied, Master Ning, you flatter me. I cannot accept such a title. Simply calling me Jiang Yu will suffice. With that, he chose a subordinate position to sit down. Observing Ning Fingji, he inquired, Master Ning, may I ask the reason for your summons? Your sudden invitation has left me rather anxious. Ning Fingji chuckled, seemingly amused by Jiang Yu's cleverness or perhaps his anxious demeanor. Very well, I shall refer to you as Jiang Yu. However, as you are my disciple's companion, you may also call me Uncle Ning in private. I have met your father. He is quite a remarkable individual. Indeed, a remarkable person. It is not common for someone to engage in such a selfless act. Jiang Yu silently mused. Then I shall defer to your wishes, Uncle Ning. May I inquire as to why you sought me? Ning Fingji nodded. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely noticed that your soul power has reached the 30th level and wish to ask if you require assistance in acquiring a suitable soul ring. Jiang Yu contemplated declining, as he had already sought Xue Qinghe's help, but upon reflection, he recognized the opportunity presented. Then I thank you, Uncle Ning. I indeed require assistance. Ning Fingji smiled. I had anticipated you might refuse. Why would I refuse? Jiang Yu replied with a grin, looking at Ning Fingji. After a moment of silence, Ning Fingji resumed his smile. That is indeed true. In that case, I shall speak freely. Please do, Uncle Ning. I am eager to hear, Jiang Yu nodded. Ning Fingji's face beamed with delight. Jiang Yu's maturity was quite striking, garnering Ning Fingji's admiration. If Jiang Yu were in his 20s, it would not be surprising. Yet, he was merely 12. Younger than Xue Qinghe by a few years, yet his wisdom surpassed hers, akin to that of a cunning little fox. The union of Qinghe is something you have orchestrated from behind the scenes, is it not? Indeed, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that no good could come from this. This is yet another instance of recognizing relatives and offering benefits. It would indeed be peculiar if there were no ulterior motives involved. Thus, Jiang Yu sold an opportunity. Eager to discern the true intentions behind Ning Fingji's visit. To his surprise, he found himself under suspicion. Indeed, Jiang Yu candidly acknowledged this. Chapter 10. Dialogue engaging in cunning maneuvers with Ning Fingji would prove futile, as the leader of a sect. Ning had already honed his wits to a level akin to that of a seasoned fox. Jiang Yu found it exceedingly challenging to deceive him, and he could not ensure that his true nature would remain concealed in the future. Could you enlighten me as to why? Ning Fingji inquired. A smile gracing his lips as he lightly tapped the table, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, exuding an air of pressure. The elder behind him also directed his focus toward Jiang Yu, intensifying the weight of scrutiny upon him. Withstanding the mounting pressure, Jiang Yu maintained his composure and replied. Because His Highness the Crown Prince requires his own strength. Is the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School not sufficient? Ning Fingji's tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of dominance. This situation has significantly increased Jiang Yu's pressure, yet he stubbornly remarked, it is insufficient. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect only provides support, but cannot offer any assistance in terms of power. Beneath the seemingly resplendent exterior of His Highness the Crown Prince lies a lack of personal strength. Do you deem this normal, Uncle Ning? Jiang Yu's words momentarily left Ning Fingji speechless. Indeed, Xue Qinghe currently possesses no personal power. However, this is precisely what the Seven Treasures Glazed sect desires. For only in the absence of strength will Xue Qinghe become more reliant on them. You may consult with me, for I am Qinghe's mentor, and I shall not refuse. Ning Fingji's tone softened slightly. As Xue Qinghe's teacher, he naturally wishes for his welfare, yet the current actions of Xue Qinghe evoke some resentment within him. These matters are not beyond negotiation, as he is not an unreasonable person. Jiang Yu shook his head, refraining from a direct answer, instead posing an unrelated inquiry. Uncle Ning, do you support His Highness the Crown Prince due to the decision of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, or at the behest of the Emperor? Perhaps it is a balance of both, Ning Fingji replied. Are you suggesting that the Emperor lacks trust in Qinghe? Why? Ning Fingji suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing the implication. Jiang Yu chuckled. Uncle Ning, I have said nothing. These are merely your deductions. Through his dialogue with Ning Fingji, Jiang Yu discerned a crucial fact. Ning Fingji was unaware of the deeper machinations at play, having also been ensnared by the schemes of the Snow Knight Emperor. The task at hand is to muddle the waters of Tiandou City, instilling fear in all, until he can grow strong enough to counteract the threats one by one. Indeed. These are my speculations, Ning Fingji acknowledged with a light laugh. As for whether it is mere speculation, perhaps only Ning Fingji himself knows. For some matters cannot be openly articulated. The events of recent years unfolded before him, revealing certain issues behind the curtain. Therefore, I kindly ask for your understanding, Uncle Ning. As the heir to the Empire, His Highness requires some strength to ensure his safety, Jiang Yu stated with solemnity. Of course, I comprehend, however. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect is fully capable of addressing these matters, Ning Fingji pressed on. Regardless, investing in Xue Qinghe remains a decision of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. And they cannot simply abandon it. It is indeed feasible, but what can His Highness offer you in return, Uncle Ning? What? Ning Fingji paused, perplexed by Jiang Yu's insinuation. Unilateral assistance does not instill confidence. Only mutual dependence can fortify their relationship. Presently, everything the Seven Treasures Glaze sect has undertaken appears exceedingly substantial in the eyes of His Highness, and should it grow even more, it may incite unease within him. Which I presume is not your desire, is it? Thus, I earnestly request that you wait until we can present benefits worthy of your assistance. How does that sound? Jiang Yu maintained an unwavering demeanor, gazing calmly at Ning Fingji. Ning Fingji, equally composed, regarded Jiang Yu with a serious expression, devoid of his usual smile. Very well. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. I thank you, Uncle Ning. I am curious about the price Qinghe will pay for my intervention, and when it will come to pass. Ning Fingji remarked with a renewed smile, as if the previous discussion had not affected him in the slightest. A benefit that Uncle Ning cannot refuse. And it shall arrive shortly, Jiang Yu replied with a profound implication. The Qiluo tulip, a proposition you cannot possibly decline. The Eye of Ice and Fire is something that must be acquired at all costs, lest it be left for Tang San. I eagerly anticipate it. It is certainly worth looking forward to. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. Ning Fingji chuckled. I am now even more intrigued. To whom do you pledge your loyalty? This is indeed a most intriguing question, akin to a deliberate inquiry, yet not merely a rhetorical one. Undoubtedly. It is His Highness the Crown Prince who should ascend the throne, if this empire requires an emperor. As for the fourth prince, he is ill-suited. His excessive restraint and fear of authority, accompanied by a lack of virtue, render him an unworthy candidate. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, offering an explanation that was both ambiguous and revealing, inadvertently planting a seed of thought in Ning Fingji's mind. Over the years, Ning Fingji had suppressed Xue Qinghe on several occasions, allowing him to discern the true nature of Xue Qinghe. In murky waters, one can fish more easily. It is best that every participant in this struggle has their own tasks to undertake. Indeed, a flicker of contemplation crossed Ning Fingji's eyes, though it vanished swiftly. Master Jian, I must trouble you with Jiang Yu's matter. Please assist him in acquiring a suitable soul ring from the Tiandou Forest, and perhaps take the opportunity to visit Renxue. Ning Fingji said with a smile, thereby concluding the conversation. Although Jiang Yu had revealed much information, Ning Fingji sensed that the waters had grown even murkier. Very well. Master Jian, the titled Douluo, accepted without hesitation. Jiang Yu finally recognized that this esteemed figure was none other than Jian Douluo Qianxin. However, was it not somewhat excessive to enlist a titled Douluo for the acquisition of a soul ring? Perhaps he was merely a secondary consideration, after all. The man simply wished to see his granddaughter. In an instant, Jiang Yu grasped the implication. Jian Douluo had always been quite fond of Ning Renxue in the original tale. And thus, he would be more than willing to seize the opportunity to visit the runaway Renxue, with reasons readily at hand. Jiang Yu had encountered Ning Renxue previously. Yet their interactions were limited to mere greetings, devoid of the trials at Shrek Academy. Ning Renxue indeed presented as a proud little witch. It is imperative to strategize extensively. The current arrangements are insufficient. With a smile gracing his face and a glint of depth in his gaze, Jiang Yu coordinated a time with Ning Fingji and then took his leave. The convivial conversation came to a complete end. The following day marked the date they had agreed upon, and Jiang Yu arrived early at the gates of Tiandou City, albeit slightly late, as Jian Douluo had already been waiting there. Greetings, Senior Jian. Jiang Yu approached and bowed respectfully. Jian Douluo Qianxin glanced at Jiang Yu, seemingly confirming his identity. Let us depart. Very well, Senior. I have prepared the carriage, and it will arrive shortly, Jiang Yu suggested. The Tiandou Forest is not particularly close to Tiandou City. The journey on foot would be time-consuming, taking several days. A carriage would be far more convenient, and Jiang Yu did not require such exertion. No need for that. Qianxin remarked as he reached out and grasped Jiang Yu by the collar. Before Jiang Yu could comprehend the situation, Qianxin vanished from the spot in an instant. Jiang Yu felt the air around him suddenly coalesce into a tremendous pressure, enveloping him tightly. Unable to utter a word. As he attempted to dissuade Qianxin from this action, a gust of cold wind rushed into his mouth, causing a painful sensation. Clearly, Qianxin was indifferent to Jiang Yu's discomfort. To him, as long as Jiang Yu was alive, that was sufficient. If he could not endure such minor hardships, what right did he have to call himself a soul master? At this moment, Jiang Yu felt an unutterable bitterness in his heart. Had he known better, he would have never accepted Ning Fingji's goodwill, which only compounded his troubles and inflicted suffering upon him. Had Jiang Yu sought the Skydou Royal Academy armed with the token bestowed upon him by Xue Qinghe, he would have undoubtedly secured his soul rings with ease, sparing himself the current tribulations. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Jiang Yu was astute enough to discern the reality of the situation. After all, the Skydou Royal Academy was the domain of Xue Bing and his allies, and any reckless advance on his part would only lead to misfortune. It was imperative to first clip their wings before taking action. It seemed he would need to seek an opportunity to make contact with Du Gubo. Jiang Yu quietly contemplated that resolving the matter with Du Gubo would bring clarity to the situation in the Tiandou Empire. Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter, it must be said, being accompanied by a tidal Douluo of such formidable strength propelled their speed to astonishing heights within a single day. Xue Qinghe had escorted Jiang Yu to a quaint town near the Tiandou forest. Had it not been for the consideration of Jiang Yu's insufficient strength to endure such a lengthy journey, Xue Qinghe would likely have charged into the Tiandou forest with Jiang Yu in tow, aiming for a swift resolution. This is a town specifically serving soul masters. Though small in size, it boasts complete facilities for entertainment. Jiang Yu recalls that in the original narrative, Tang San also came here to acquire his third soul skill. Though he is uncertain if it is the same town. The town is brightly lit and offers an array of amenities. Many soul masters, upon returning from the Tiandou forest, typically seek revelry here to alleviate the pressures of their journey. A myriad of people engage in diverse activities. However, Jiang Yu and Douluo strolled through the streets in silence, appearing as strangers to one another, as their relationship remains unfamiliar. And there seems little chance for Xue Qinghe to bridge that gap. Interestingly, both Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe reached a mutual understanding on one matter. Neither mentioned the Sunset Forest. As one of the three major gathering places for soul beasts and closer to Tiandou City, it would have been more appropriate for Jiang Yu to seek soul rings there. Nonetheless, he opted for the Tiandou Forest, primarily because the Sunset Forest plays a minor role in the original story. A visit there would merely yield a soul ring without further opportunities. In contrast, the Tiandou Forest offers a wealth of narrative significance and prospects. Moreover, considering the current timing, school has commenced, and Tang San and his companions have arrived at the juncture to obtain their soul rings. It is an age-old truth that wherever the protagonist treads, opportunities abound. Jiang Yu mused on the possibility of a serendipitous encounter, hoping to subtly influence and draw the group closer, while also seeking to seize a fragment of fortune from Tang San and his companions. After all, while he could not sway Tang San and Xiao Wu, the remaining five held considerable value. Do you seem troubled? Are you contemplating what type of soul ring you wish to acquire next? Xue Qinghe broke the silence that lingered between them, having remained quiet until now. Ah, indeed. Junior is filled with anticipation, uncertain of what soul ring may be obtained, Jiang Yu replied, somewhat flustered, his words spilling forth in haste. Xue Qinghe observed Jiang Yu quietly, seemingly affirming Fingji's insights. This lad was quite astute, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Please manifest your martial soul for me to examine. I shall offer you some guidance, Xue Qinghe stated calmly, refraining from probing into Jiang Yu's prior musings. There must be a reason for Jiang Yu's choice of the Tiandou Forest, otherwise, he would have opted for the Sunset Forest. Xue Qinghe's task was solely to assist Jiang Yu in acquiring his third soul ring, with no further considerations beyond that. The sooner it was accomplished, the better. Jiang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xue Qinghe's amiable demeanor and willingness to offer assistance. It was indeed a pleasant surprise, perhaps a directive from Ning Fingji. Without further ado, Jiang Yu unleashed his martial soul and introduced his soul skills. Senior, this is my martial soul, 100 herbs. In his hand appeared a soul resembling grass, neither entirely grass nor entirely something else. Upon this martial soul, various plants could be disowned, contingent on one's perception, leading Jiang Yu to categorize it as a conceptual martial soul. To be honest, I do not fully comprehend the nature of my martial soul, hence the classification as conceptual. Conceptual martial soul? Xue Qinghe mused, having never encountered such a notion before. Yes, Jiang Yu replied, withholding further clarification, as he himself was unsure. Perhaps only Master Yu Xiaojiang possessed an understanding of such matters in this world. This is my first soul skill, Spirit of 100 Herbs. Jiang Yu demonstrated his first soul skill, Spirit of 100 Herbs, acquired from a plant-type soul beast, which did not endow him with its abilities but rather granted him a conceptual soul skill. This is my second soul skill, Spirit of the 4 Seasons. Jiang Yu then showcased his second soul skill, Spirit of the 4 Seasons, also a conceptual skill that could alter the climate within a certain range, transforming the battlefield into an optimal combat zone. The Spirit of 100 Herbs allows for control over surrounding plants, exerting both suppressive and enhancing effects on plant-type soul masters. The Spirit of the 4 Seasons can create varying environments, capable of suppressing the abilities of different attribute soul masters while enhancing others. Jiang Yu briefly elucidated his 2 soul skills. Xue Qinghe frowned in contemplation. Jiang Yu's martial soul was indeed peculiar, and his soul skills were exceptional, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to develop them further. Do you have any thoughts of your own? Although these are all specialized soul techniques, from Qinqin's perspective, their enhancement is rather feeble and also somewhat targeted, which is rather regrettable. As for me, I have no particular thoughts on the matter. I shall simply select a plant-type soul beast at random, Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Over the years, Jiang Yu has come to recognize his own limitations. Relying solely on his strength to navigate this world seems somewhat unrealistic. While he possesses combat capabilities, they are rather inadequate for actual battles. However, when it comes to farming, his 2 unique soul skills prove to be quite advantageous. Jiang Yu believes that with a bit of effort, he might just become the Shinong of this realm. Observing Jiang Yu's nonchalance, Xue Qinghe refrains from further commentary, having fulfilled his obligations. Xue Qinghe shifts his gaze from Jiang Yu to a trio of individuals nearby. Does the elder sense something amiss? Jiang Yu, turning his attention as well, finds the crowd too dense, and lacking Qian Renxue's perceptive abilities, he notices nothing unusual. Qian Renxue's lips curl into a slight, intriguing smile upon spotting a capable individual. Perhaps it was Qian Renxue's smile that caught the attention of the trio. As the elder at the forefront instantly appeared astonished and promptly approached. Greetings, Sword Douluo. Mengshu respectfully salutes. Ah, it is indeed the Dragon Duke. Qian Renxue replies with a knowing nod, recognizing the Dragon Duke and Snake Matriarch's renown within the Douluo Continent. Encountering them here is quite unexpected. I am undeserving of such accolades, Mengshu quickly demurs, aware that his reputation pales in comparison to that of the esteemed title Douluo before him. Beside him, Snake Matriarch Tianxiang and Ming Yiran also hastily pay their respects, fully aware that encountering a title Douluo is a rare occasion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu is taken aback to discover that Ming Yiran and the Dragon Duke Snake Matriarch are present. This suggests that Tang San and his companions have already arrived. Though he wonders if Ming Yiran possesses a soul ring. Since they have crossed paths, Qian Renxue, eschewing any pretense, addresses Ming Yiran. Are you two here to procure soul rings for your descendants? Could it be that the Sword Douluo is as well? Ming Shu's expression brightens with this serendipitous encounter. This is my granddaughter, Ming Yiran. At 15, she has already attained the 30th level of soul power, and we are here to obtain her third soul ring. Ming Shu humbles himself, referring to himself in familial terms, thus granting Qian Renxue the respect he deserves. That is indeed the case, Qian Renxue replies with a measured tone. Might you be inclined to accompany us to the Star Do Forest to acquire a soul ring? If the soul beast proves suitable for both parties, we could allow the Sword Douluo's descendant to absorb it first, Ming Shu proposes. Their intention is not due to a lack of ability to procure a soul ring themselves, but rather to seize the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the title Douluo, which would be unwise to forego. After a moment's consideration, Qian Renxue concurs. Very well. Jiang Yu, come forth. Jiang Yu promptly steps forward. I am Jiang Yu, a close aide to the Crown Prince. And I have met both the Dragon Duke and Snake Matriarch, as well as Miss Ming Yiran. A close aide to the Crown Prince? The Dragon Duke and Snake Matriarch are taken aback to learn that he is not a descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but rather an individual connected to the prince. Tianxiang and Ming Shu observe Qian Renxue's lack of displeasure with Jiang Yu's status, leading them to a curious realization. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School appears to fully support His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire. Is it the infatuated prince? His Highness Xue Qinghe? Ming Yiran's interest is piqued. Yes, Jiang Yu responds, somewhat speechless, realizing that Ming Yiran is already aware of Xue Qinghe's tale, and wonders how she learned this so quickly. It is evident that Xue Qinghe has utilized the Spirit Hall's intelligence network. However, this presents an opportunity, Jiang Yu muses silently. He can leverage this chance to strengthen ties between their factions, seeing if he might be able to garner the support of the Dragon Duke and Snake Matriarch, whose prowess is formidable. A Soul Douluo could serve as a significant asset for Jiang Yu, even if only as a combatant. Chapter 12. Invitation. It must be said, the realm of spiritual entertainment on the Douluo Continent is exceedingly sparse. Jiang Yu, relying on a few anecdotes and some fanciful tales of romance between Xue Qinghe and Bai Qinxiang, manages to forge a commendable rapport with Ming Yiran. Of course, this connection is not of a romantic nature, but rather a gossipy camaraderie, as both are familiar through the tales surrounding Xue Qinghe. The process unfolds with unexpected smoothness. A delightful surprise for Jiang Yu, further solidifying his resolve to develop the Douluo Continent and establish a thriving cultural legacy, after which he can finally relax. The emptiness of the situation is indeed quite painful. Aside from cultivation, there seems to be little else to occupy the mind. Meanwhile, Ming Shuchao and Tianxiang have said little about the increasingly close relationship between Jiang Yu and Ming Yiran. On the contrary, they appear to take pleasure in it. They have gleaned information about Jiang Yu from Qian Renxue, discovering that he is a 12-year-old 30-soul master, an undeniable genius. Moreover, despite not being a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, his status as a close aide to the Crown Prince is not insignificant. Should the two be able to unite, it would be quite advantageous. However, they remain unaware that Ming Yiran's thoughts are entirely elsewhere, fixated on the intrigues and emotional entanglements surrounding Xue Qinghe. Perhaps this is a reflection of a woman's nature, inherently drawn to such matters. Since Miss Ming is so concerned for His Highness the Crown Prince, why not attend the grand wedding in Tiandou City? Jiang Yu proposed with a charming smile. Is that really possible? Ming Yiran inquired, her eyes bright with excitement. Of course, if Miss Ming could come to bless His Highness, I am certain he would be most pleased. I can send you an invitation, Jiang Yu offered, his tone reminiscent of a cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. All right, it's a promise then, no backing out, Ming Yiran replied joyfully, her heart increasingly eager to witness Xue Qinghe. I would never go back on my word, Jiang Yu responded, a subtle smirk of triumph playing on his lips, though he kept it hidden from the others. He then turned to Ming Shu and Tianxiang. I hope both esteemed seniors will honor us with your presence at His Highness's wedding. Both Ming Shu and Tianxiang smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus, the matter was resolved. When the time comes, I shall invite Xue Qinghe to graciously recruit these two individuals, who are likely to be instrumental in our endeavors, thought Jiang Yu. Should I perhaps compose a book dedicated to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince? This strategy seems rather effective and could certainly deceive numerous young maidens. I shall consult with His Highness upon my return, for this is also in service to his grand aspirations and renown. Sacrificing a little is of no consequence. In due time, I shall also publish a collection of unofficial histories. How delightfully intriguing. Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly while maintaining a facade of gentility. Qian Renxue observed Jiang Yu from the side, somewhat intrigued. After all, they had only just met, yet he was now being invited to the crown prince's wedding. And he was a soul master of considerable repute. Senior, is there something on your mind, as you have been gazing at me for quite some time? Jiang Yu inquired of Qian Renxue, who had been scrutinizing him. TSK, I merely find you quite remarkable. No wonder Fengji regards you as a cunning little fox. Even he must remain wary of you, Qian Renxue replied candidly, disregarding Jiang Yu's feelings. Jiang Yu felt somewhat speechless. What did it mean to be called a little fox? A compliment could have been more gracefully articulated. Intelligent would have sufficed. Next, we must acquire your spirit ring. Have you decided which type of spirit beast you wish to hunt? Qian Renxue shifted the conversation away from the earlier topic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. The unfolding events were somewhat unexpected. Meng Yuran had obtained her spirit ring, and it was none other than the Fengwei chicken crown snake. Who could have anticipated that the Fengwei chicken crown snake, which had eluded capture in the original narrative, would meet its demise so easily? This completely disrupted Jiang Yu's plans. However, this was to be expected, given that their group had now gained a title Douluo. Should this Millennium Spirit Beast escape, Qian Renxue would undoubtedly suffer immense embarrassment. Jiang Yu had initially hoped to encounter Tang San and the others by chance. But considerations regarding whether Qian Renxue would uncover Xiao Wu's true identity did not occupy his thoughts. In this manner, it becomes improbable for Jiang Yu to encounter Tang San and his companions. Prolonging the search would merely squander time. Perhaps it would be best to pursue a plant-type soul beast. Jiang Yu contemplated and articulated his thoughts, as his martial soul, the 100 herbs, was well suited for acquiring soul rings from plant-type soul beasts. He harbored no additional demands, content with any plant-type soul beast that was at least a millennium old. Very well. Qian Renxue acquiesced, finding Jiang Yu's modest request advantageous for saving time. Let us set out at once. Senior, please hold on a moment, Jiang Yu interjected. Crouching down and summoning his martial soul, the 100 herbs, which was accompanied by the manifestation of 2 soul rings. Spirit of the 100 herbs. He declared as the yellow soul ring illuminated, enabling him to unleash his first soul skill. In an instant, all surrounding plants fell under his control. Relaying feedback information to them, Jiang Yu gazed to his left, where he sensed a powerful life force emanating. Senior, allow me to lead the way from here. Jiang Yu earnestly addressed Qian Renxue. Furrowing his brow, Qian Renxue scrutinized Jiang Yu, pondering his earlier peculiar actions. Can you perceive the aura of soul beasts? Indeed. But I can specifically sense the presence of plant-type soul beasts, Jiang Yu calmly elucidated. The Titan Great Ape was making its appearance, given the current timeline. Several days would be required, and he could not afford such delays. Thus, he had to relinquish the thought of meeting the main protagonist, Tang San. A twinge of regret washed over him, for he had come with the intention of encountering the main cast. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, yet maintained an unperturbed expression. Observing Jiang Yu's serene demeanor, Qian Renxue felt a flicker of curiosity stir within him. Is this little fellow truly as I perceive him? Or is he concealing his true nature? Furthermore, is his martial spirit genuinely as it appears? After all, he possesses innate full soul power, which should preclude the existence of a worthless martial spirit. Qian Renxue found himself enveloped in confusion. He yearned to comprehend Jiang Yu, not merely the individual but also the essence of his martial spirit and his purpose for journeying to the Stardow Forest. These inquiries were tasks entrusted to him by Ningfengji prior to his arrival. Regrettably, he could not resort to force. Based solely on their interactions over the past couple of days, even Qian Renxue could not fully grasp Jiang Yu's character or the motives that brought him here. The enigma surrounding Jiang Yu seemed to deepen. Nevertheless, it appeared that his objective had faltered. Qian Renxue mused silently. Then lead the way, Qian Renxue stated calmly, refraining from questioning Jiang Yu's prior reticence. All right, Jiang Yu replied, a relaxed smile returning to his face, as though the setback had not affected him. Meanwhile, Meng Shu and his 3 descendants watched in bewilderment, momentarily perplexed by the relationship between Jiang Yu and Qian Renxue. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu proceeded toward the direction he was familiar with, and along the way, any obstructing wild grasses and thickets parted as if welcoming their sovereign. What an intriguing ability. Both Qian Renxue and Meng Shu exchanged glances of astonishment. Despite their lack of familiarity with Jiang Yu's soul skill, they had only garnered a cursory understanding. Yet it was evident that this skill was far from feeble. Within the forest, it was indeed his domain. Their path remained unimpeded, and soon they arrived at their destination. We have arrived, Senior, Jiang Yu announced, halting and addressing the group. Plant-type soul beasts possess a significant drawback. They cannot move unless their strength reaches a certain threshold. Where is it? I see nothing, Meng Yuran exclaimed, glancing around but failing to spot any soul beasts. However, Meng Shu and Qian Renxue took notice. Are you truly resolved to adopt this soul beast as your 3rd soul skill? Qian Renxue inquired after a moment of silence. Yes, it seems quite suitable. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. He then gazed at the soul beast before him, a large blue vine. while its exterior appeared rather unremarkable. Its size far exceeded that of its surrounding counterparts, and its vitality had reached the level of a millennium soul beast, making it a genuine plant-type soul beast. The reason for Qian Renxue's hesitation in advising Jiang Yu is that this soul beast was none other than the most abundant weed on the Douluo Continent, the blue silver grass. Chapter 13. Third Soul Skill, Agricultural Enhancement. Blue silver grass is not incapable of evolving into a soul beast, given its vast numbers. A few individuals with exceptional talent will inevitably emerge, such as Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year blue silver emperor, and the 5,000-year blue silver king mentioned in the original text, alongside the current millennium blue silver grass. However, for blue silver grass to cultivate, it requires life-nourishing nutrients. As the weakest of plants, despite their tenacious vitality, their overall power is so feeble that they cannot compete with any plant-type soul beasts, resulting in the rarity of genuine blue silver grass soul beasts. Yet, perhaps due to their inherent weakness, they developed a rather peculiar cultivation method, gathering the strength of the entire clan to nurture a sovereign, who in turn sustains them. Thus, wherever a blue silver grass soul beast appears, a vast expanse of blue silver grass flourishes nearby. Still, this does not alter the undeniable truth. Blue silver grass is exceedingly weak, and very few harbor any interest in it. Senior, I find it rather appealing. While blue silver grass may appear insignificant to you, devoid of any remarkable qualities, and even its absorption may not yield formidable soul skills, I perceive a remarkable trait within it, its extraordinary vitality, and exceptionally robust life force. Jiang Yu said with a light chuckle as he approached the millennium blue silver grass. Wholly unguarded. Danger. Meng Yiran could not suppress her alarm, realizing that the plant-type soul beast Jiang Yu referred to was indeed the blue silver grass before them. His direct approach could lead to harm, for even this blue silver grass was a millennium soul beast. Yiran, fret not. He will be fine. Just watch, Meng Shu interjected, his gaze serious as he observed Jiang Yu. Meng Yiran, bewildered, turned to look and was immediately struck by the sight of the millennium blue silver grass standing motionless before Jiang Yu, seemingly having submitted entirely. What is happening? Meng Yiran questioned, unable to comprehend this development. Qian Renxue then elucidated, it is a matter of suppression. Given Jiang Yu's strength, even with his first soul skill allowing him to manipulate plants, he could not control a millennium soul beast. The occurrence indicates that Jiang Yu's martial spirit exerts a suppressive effect on the blue silver grass. While it could be termed suppression, Jiang Yu's martial spirit, the 100 herbs, is a conceptual martial spirit. It is not a specific plant, but rather an overarching concept, the king of all plants. This is a characteristic, albeit a latent one, that only manifests when confronted with sentient flora. This ability was something Jiang Yu had discovered long ago, at the moment he acquired his second soul ring. He realized that his martial spirit exerted a suppressive influence over plant-type soul beasts. However, at that time, he did not pay it much heed. As this ability seemed somewhat superfluous, suppression could not be absolute, and if a soul beast desired to resist, it could indeed do so. What a twist of fate it was. Although he had not encountered Tang San, he stumbled upon a millennium-old blue silver grass. Jiang Yu felt a wave of emotion, for he had been unaware prior to this moment that this ancient plant-type soul beast was, in fact, blue silver grass. Such soul beasts were already rare, let alone one as old as a millennium. This thought stirred a peculiar sensation within Jiang Yu, as if it were a form of compensation or perhaps a destined encounter. Moreover, inexplicably, the blue silver grass showed no sign of resistance towards Jiang Yu. Instead, it exhibited profound submission. Was it due to its own weakness? Or had it sensed an impending danger? Or perhaps there was another reason? Jiang Yu pondered silently. He also discovered another capability of his first soul skill. When confronted with sentient plants, it seemed he could communicate with them, albeit without exerting control. He could sense the thoughts, consciousness, and emotions of the plant-type soul beasts. I need your strength, Jiang Yu murmured softly, caressing the leaves of the blue silver grass. The towering blue silver grass displayed no signs of aggression in the presence of Jiang Yu, allowing him to touch it with complete ease. As he did, the leaves of the majestic plant quivered slightly, as if in response to his words. Before Jiang Yu could fully comprehend the moment, a peculiar radiance began to swirl around the ancient blue silver grass, while a gentle blue glow emanated from the surrounding ordinary blue silver grass. This azure luminescence coalesced into a vibrant beam, enveloping Jiang Yu entirely. In that instant, he felt as though he were immersed in a warm ocean. A sensation of comfort washing over him that rendered him immobile. The blue light represented the vitality of the blue silver grass, which now flowed incessantly into Jiang Yu's being. This radiant energy formed a blue ring around him, followed by the gradual emergence of a purple soul ring, succeeded by 2 yellow soul rings. What is happening? The 4 observers stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even the seasoned Qian Renxue was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon, where one could acquire soul rings without hunting soul beasts. Who is this young man, and how is it possible for him to absorb soul rings without slaying spirit beasts? Qian Renxue pondered silently. At this moment, Qian Renxue found himself questioning whether Jiang Yu might indeed be a 100,000-year soul beast. However, if Jiang Yu were truly such a being, it would be impossible for him to conceal that fact from Qian Renxue. Thus, it appeared that Jiang Yu harbored a secret. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu himself was equally bewildered. When he expressed his need for Qian Renxue's power, he actually meant to say, "Let me eliminate you shortly." He had never anticipated such a scenario. Although Jiang Yu had never encountered such a situation, it had appeared in the original text. Tang San's fifth soul skill was obtained in a similar manner from the Blue Silver King. Jiang Yu was astonished to discover that he, too, could acquire such a soul skill from a millennium-old blue silver grass. Could this possibly be an inherent ability of the blue silver grass? Jiang Yu pondered. It was not beyond the realm of possibility, as the original text had depicted the Blue Silver King using it as well. However, Jiang Yu had always believed this power to be an internal capability of the blue silver grass, usable solely by its own kind. Tang San, being of the bloodline of the Blue Silver Emperor, was thus able to wield it. Yet, he had never anticipated that it could be utilized by outsiders. At that moment, the blue radiance gradually faded, revealing a deep purple soul ring upon Jiang Yu. Indeed, 1,000 years. He could sense an elevation in his soul power by one level. Jiang Yu gazed curiously at the now wilted blue silver grass before him, including the previous millennium-old specimen. All the blue silver grass appeared to be in a state of decline, as if it had indulged excessively, with the vitality of the millennium-old grass having diminished significantly. What a fascinating species this is. I would love to study it further, Jiang Yu murmured softly. However, witnessing the blue silver grass's sacrifice for his sake, he felt reluctant to exploit it. Since you have aided me, allow me to extend my assistance in return. Upon acquiring the third soul skill, Jiang Yu had a general understanding of its nature. It was extraordinarily unique and immensely powerful, as if it were a soul skill destined to manifest, seamlessly linking his previous two soul skills. He named the soul skill Spirit of Life. Like the earlier two abilities, it belonged to the domain type, with the effect of absorbing the life force of surrounding plants to nourish himself. Simultaneously, it enabled him to convert his own soul power into life force, which he could infuse back into any plant he desired. In essence, with the soul skill, Jiang Yu could rapidly promote plant growth and control these plants to assist him in battle. However, the first thought that crossed his mind was not one of combat. Rather, it involuntarily drifted toward the realm of agriculture. It seems that my farming abilities have indeed strengthened, has it not? This is nothing short of a divine skill in the realm of agriculture, and it is only a matter of time before I can cultivate extraordinary seeds. Why should the blue silver grass be capable of evolving into spirit beasts while my rice cannot? Nurturing a spirit beast from 100 or even 1,000-year-old rice plant does not seem impossible. I simply wonder if the rice spirit could be raised without leading to its demise upon harvesting, thus allowing for sustainable development. As these thoughts swirled in Jiang Yu's mind, he grew increasingly convinced of their feasibility. Fortunately, the vitality cultivated could also be shared with others, providing remarkable healing benefits. Jiang Yu would not completely descend into the life of a farmer, surrounded by blue silver grass. Jiang Yu found no suitable targets for absorption and could only convert his soul power into vitality. The third 1,000-year soul ring illuminated, and a milky white glow emanated from Jiang Yu, transforming his internal soul power into life force. Once he deemed it sufficient, under his control, the white light shattered abruptly, scattering into countless luminous particles that fell upon the surrounding blue-silver grass, with the ancient 1,000-year-old specimen receiving the most. Instantly, the previously wilted blue-silver grass revived with vigor. Chapter 14. Mutation. It appears that these blue-silver grass have undergone some transformation, or perhaps they were always like this. After releasing his soul technique, Jiang Yu gazed once more at the blue-silver grass, only to discover a stark difference from before. The once crystalline blue-silver grass now shimmered with an enhanced transparency, akin to the brilliance of sapphires. The 1,000-year-old specimen exhibited even more remarkable changes, as a silvery thread emerged within its resplendent form, radiating magnificently and penetrating its entire being, lending it a weightier presence. Though it retained its 1,000-year cultivation, its aura had transformed dramatically. Without a doubt, the blue-silver grass had mutated, and Jiang Yu was certain of it. The existence of this 1,000-year specimen spoke volumes. Was my soul technique truly this powerful, capable of inducing mutations in plants? Even Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy within, despite the lack of significant enhancement in combat prowess. However, his agricultural potential had indeed escalated. Darn it, why do I keep thinking about farming? Jiang Yu wore a look of frustration. Perhaps it was best to set aside thoughts of agriculture, for he yearned to recline and avoid the life of a farmer. Sensing the joy emanating from the 1,000-year blue-silver grass, Jiang Yu smiled gently, caressing its leaves, which responded with a slight tremor. He then retreated to Qinshi's side. Upon seeing Jiang Yu approach, Qinshe hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "What about your soul ring?" Returning to the esteemed elder, "It is already complete. If you wish to know how I achieved this, I am uncertain. I can only say that it is not my ability, but rather that of the blue-silver grass." Jiang Yu replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. He understood Qinshi's curiosity but felt unable to elucidate the matter, believing it better to maintain an air of mystery. "Is that so?" Qinshe gazed deeply at Jiang Yu. "Indeed." Jiang Yu shrugged, acknowledging her skepticism with a sense of resignation. However, this newfound ability could certainly be explored further. As Jiang Yu had grasped the underlying principle, the bluish light he had released was essentially the life force of the blue-silver grass. This principle involved using vitality to condense a soul ring. If this were the case, Jiang Yu too could replicate it, though it seemed he alone possessed the unique ability to absorb the life force of other beings. From this phenomenon, Jiang Yu also gleaned insights into the essence of soul rings. They appeared to be manifestations of a spirit beast's vitality. After all, if soul rings were indeed composed of life force, many previously perplexing aspects would become clear. At the moment of a spirit beast's death, its life force is fully released, forming a soul ring that gradually fades with the passage of time. As for why soul rings seem to recognize individuals, it likely stems from the life force of the spirit beast mingling with the soul power of its slayer at the moment of its demise. In this regard, one might ponder why humanity cannot generate soul rings. Is there a fundamental difference between humans and soul beasts? It certainly warrants exploration, though perhaps it is better left unexamined. If it were indeed discovered that humans could also unleash soul rings, I fear I would inadvertently become the progenitor of evil soul masters. A title I would never wish to bear. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Yu's thoughts had drifted to realms unknown. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press the matter further. My interest has waned, Qian remarked, though it was evident that his disinterest was but a facade. However, Jiang Yu's status prevented him from exerting any coercion. Qian then turned to Mingshu, Brother Ming, now that this matter is concluded, we shall take our leave. With that, he hoisted Jiang Yu once more. Safe travels, senior sword, Mingshu replied, unable to hinder Qian's departure, and he clasped his fists in respectful farewell. Qian nodded, swiftly vanishing with Jiang Yu in tow. Suddenly, Ming Ran recalled something and called out to Jiang Yu's retreating figure. Hey, Jiang Yu, you don't have my address. How will you send me an invitation in the future? Regrettably, Jiang Yu had already distanced himself, rendering her words inaudible and any response impossible. Witnessing this, Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly. If you wish to find him, you may visit Tiandou City after some time. After all, Jiang Yu has extended an invitation to us. He would not renege on such a promise. Thus, when the prince weds, we shall also present our congratulations, affording us a chance to meet the Tiandou royal family, which would be quite splendid. Very well, Ming Ran replied, somewhat disheartened. Rather than journeying to Tiandou City, she would have preferred to receive an invitation distinctly addressed to her. Xue Qinghe smiled warmly, and the two departed under Ming Shu's guidance. Not long after their departure, the patch of blue-silver grass appeared to come alive. Its stems and leaves retracted into the earth. In mere moments, the area once teeming with blue-silver grass transformed into an expanse of barren ground. Originally, the blue-silver grass lacked such abilities, yet the evolved variant possessed them. In the Douluo Empire, Longxing City, here lies the residence of the Yu family, a clan of singular attributes. Following the conflict between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect expelled Tang Hao and closed its doors, causing the Yu family to sever ties with the Haotian sect and migrate to Longxing City in the northern part of the Douluo Empire. After deciding to persuade the other three clans personally, Titan hurried to the Yu family's dwelling, intending first to convince his old friend, the elder rhinoceros. Currently, Titan is seated in the grand hall of the Yu family, accompanied by their patriarch, Niu Gao. Niu Gao refills Titan's teacup, then sets down the teapot. Gazing at his old friend, Elder Gorilla, have you truly made up your mind? To let go of the past and embrace a new choice? Should you choose again? There can be no room for regret. Niu Gao's tone is laden with gravity. Titan promptly elucidates the benefits of his proposal, speaking with heartfelt eloquence that stirs Niu Gao's emotions. The Yu family specializes in defense, possessing little else in terms of martial spirit prowess. Their initial alliance with the Haotian sect stemmed from their expertise in architecture, compensating for the sect's deficiencies in that area. To Niu Gao, Titan's suggestion appears remarkably viable. Relying on a nation is far superior to depending on a sect. However, the abandonment by the Haotian sect has made Niu Gao sensitive, instinctively hesitant to align with another faction. Once bitten, twice shy. What is there to hesitate or regret? Of course, I have made my decision. This is an opportunity. Although it carries significant risks, how can one achieve great things without risk? If there were no risks involved, why would such an opportunity fall into our hands? Titan chuckles, having already come to terms with his thoughts. As for the events of the past, he sighs, suggesting they be laid to rest. The years of waiting have provided closure, and it is time to consider their descendants and their clan. Yet you, old rhinoceros, surely you have not let go? Upon uttering this, Titan's expression becomes complex, tinged with melancholy, but predominantly marked by a sense of relief, for he has truly moved on. In the original text, Titan is depicted as loyally foolish, unable to relinquish the past until he ultimately encounters Tang San. Niu Gao, on the other hand, remains neutral, indifferent, and willing to follow Titan. As for Yang Wudi and Bai He, the latter's stance is more intricate, filled with both animosity and lingering affection, making it all the more difficult to let go. Yang Wudi, however, is consumed by outright hatred. What is there to hold on to? When the Haotian sect forsook us, I had already moved on. Over these years, I have had no ties with them. Niu Gao scoffs. It was about time. They have done nothing wrong. Ha ha ha. It appears that in the end, I am the only one unable to move on from the past. Titan laughs heartily, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Yet you have moved on now, haven't you? Niu Gao smiles, pleased for his friend's progress. Indeed, it is never too late. Titan's smile fades as he turns to Niu Gao, asking, so, old rhinoceros, are you interested in joining me under the banner of His Highness the Crown Prince? I wonder what kind of enchantment that Crown Prince has cast upon you, to have you so captivated. Very well, I shall join you, but let us not be forsaken again. I have been abandoned once, to be truthful. It has left me somewhat fearful, Niu Gao replies nonchalantly. The Crown Prince has not cast any spell upon me, rather. It was a young man under his command who persuaded me, and I must admit, it took me by surprise. Reflecting on my past, I was indeed quite stubborn. Titan recalls, envisioning Jiang Yu's figure. What a cunning little fox he is, to have swayed me so easily. Perhaps I have simply grown older, with more attachments weighing upon my heart, unlike in my youth. Nonetheless, I cannot deny that his proposal is quite commendable. As for abandonment, that shall not occur again. Should we find ourselves in such a predicament, it will likely be due to our own shortcomings, Titan asserts earnestly. He is no fool and is acutely aware of the realities at hand. Are you so certain? Niu Gao chuckles, somewhat skeptical. Do not doubt me. I speak the truth. Titan replies with mild irritation. Some concepts are difficult to articulate, but he understands them clearly. The essence of Titan's struggle to explain lies in the fact that certain truths can only be comprehended at the level of a nation. Even if one is but a rotting piece of wood, one can still contribute to the state by serving as fuel. Moreover, consider the forging of the Li family. When confined to a household, they are merely blacksmiths, yet under the auspices of a nation, guided and developed, they may very well pioneer mechanization. Similarly, the Yu family, when viewed through the lens of a household, are merely artisans, but when aligned with a nation, they become foundational, constructing roads and bridges, connecting the country, and benefiting all. This mindset is something that the individuals of Douluo Continent lack, and it sets Jiang Yu apart from them in a significant way. After all, Jiang Yu's experiences are markedly different. He resides in a world devoid of the supernatural, which has afforded him a broader perspective. All right, I concede. Niu Gao decided not to argue further with Titan regarding this matter, as the old gorilla had undoubtedly been brainwashed. I am persuaded by your words. However, what about the old goat and the old white bird? Convincing those two will prove far more challenging than persuading me. In Niu Gao's words, the old goat referred to Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa family, while the old white bird referred to Bai He's, the leader of the Min family. Titan paused for a moment. Niu Gao was indeed correct, as the other two would be difficult to sway, which was precisely why he had first approached the Yu family. With the Yu family's support, matters would become substantially easier. The old white bird could be more easily persuaded, although proud and somewhat aloof. He possessed a daring spirit for gambling, and was quite caring towards the younger generation. The Crown Prince's aim to unite the four major clans began with him, and he had decided to marry Bai Qinxiang, the granddaughter of the old white bird, which was a tremendous honor and a show of respect. Given the old white bird's character, he would undoubtedly agree to this proposition. Niu Gao nodded, acknowledging Titan's viewpoint. If the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire truly intended to marry the old white bird's granddaughter, the old white bird would certainly consent. As for the old goat, to be frank, I lack absolute confidence. However, once we persuade the old white bird, the three of us can accompany him to the Tiandou Empire. If he still refuses to join, we can find someone else to persuade him, Titan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Yang Wudi was reclusive, obstinate, and straightforward in his dealings, easily offending others. His sole obsession in life, besides wielding the broken soul spear and seeking strength, was alchemy. Titan felt he would have no means to persuade such a person. Perhaps we shall see if Jiang Yu can convince him. Very well, if the three of us agree. He will likely grant us the courtesy of accompanying us even if he disagrees. Niu Gao nodded. Now, let us seek out the old white bird. Do you know where he is? Titan inquired curiously. The Min family, due to their impoverished status, had never established a fixed residence, making it quite challenging for Titan to locate them. A hint of a smile appeared on Niu Gao's lips, of course. That fellow has recently fallen on hard times and has come to my vicinity. Titan grimaced. This fellow's circumstances were indeed dismal. However, this might facilitate our persuasion. Once their plan was set, the two began their journey towards the Min family's dwelling, intending to resolve this matter first. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was evidently unaware of the events transpiring with Titan. After acquiring his soul rings in the Stardo forest, he was hastily escorted by Sword Douluo Continent to Soto City, leaving him with no time to bid farewell to Mingyiran. The abruptness of his departure left Jiang Yu concerned that his previous efforts might have been in vain. Although Mingyiran was a minor character in the original story, her grandfather was formidable, and their family could provide substantial support. He wondered if Mingyiran and her grandparents would come to Tiandou City. If they did not, he would be disheartened. Jiang Yu sighed, realizing that this journey had yielded only this solitary gain. Clang. Just as Jiang Yu was engulfed in worry, his door was roughly pushed open, and Qian Renxue stormed in with an irritable expression, clearly having not found Ning Rongrong. Observing Jiang Yu seated on the bed, Qian Renxue bluntly stated, "Pack your belongings. We are heading back to Tiandou City." "Senior, are we not waiting?" Jiang Yu wanted to laugh but restrained himself, fearing Qian Renxue's wrath. 2 days prior, Qian Renxue had dropped him off in Soto City and rushed off to find his precious granddaughter, Ning Rongrong. Unsurprisingly, upon inquiring with Flinder, he learned that Ning Rongrong had gone to the Stardo forest for trials, which infuriated Qian Renxue. They had narrowly missed each other. However, Qian Renxue was unwilling to give up easily and had waited in Soto City for 2 days without encountering her, leaving him in a foul mood. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had spent 2 leisurely days in Soto City, merely observing the happenings around him, reveling in the ease of the situation. He had no intention of informing Qian Renxue that Ning Rongrong and the others would not return for several more days. Perhaps he could wait in the previous town in vain. You seem rather cheerful, Qian Renxue glared at Jiang Yu, his eyes emanating a dangerous aura. Jiang Yu's tone bore an air of schadenfreude, which displeased Qian Renxue greatly. Since I am displeased, you shall also be. Jiang Yu's expression stiffened, and he replied sullenly, Senior, you must be mistaken. When are we returning? Qian Renxue intended to frighten Jiang Yu but had no real desire to trouble him. He couldn't bring himself to bully a child. We are leaving shortly. Such haste. Senior, won't you wait a moment? Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback. Qian Renxue cast a disinterested glance at Jiang Yu. Wait for what? I have no time for such delays. We must return to Tiandou City promptly, as I have matters to attend to. Is that so? Surely not. Is a title Douluo from the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School, truly so busy? Aren't they merely tasked with protecting Ningfengji? However, Jiang Yu did not dare to pry further, as these were clearly confidential matters of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Perhaps you could wait a bit longer. Ning Rongrong might arrive any moment now, Jiang Yu suggested with a smile, fully aware that Qian Renxue would never reverse his decision. As expected, Qian Renxue declined. Silence, you insolent brat. If it weren't for you, would I need to rush back? Indeed. It was because of Jiang Yu's recent endeavor in the Star Dough Forest to acquire soul rings that compelled Qian Renxue to return early to discuss matters with Ningfengji. Otherwise, he could have lingered a few more days, and perhaps he would have met Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu's affairs were of great importance. The notion of absorbing soul rings without having to hunt soul beasts was unprecedented. If the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could decipher this, it would undoubtedly have a monumental impact. Moreover, they needed to reassess Jiang Yu's potential and bolster their leverage with the Crown Prince. This young man was certainly not to be underestimated. Jiang Yu, feeling helpless, shrugged and ceased further conversation. During his 2 days of leisure in Soto City, free from trivial matters, he had ample time to reflect. After much contemplation, he realized that this was not an opportune moment to meet the main characters, especially with Qian Renxue accompanying him. If Xiao Wu were to be exposed, Qian Renxue would surely pursue her, and Tang Xin would undoubtedly fight back, inevitably leading to subsequent complications. This period is indeed a rare moment of tranquility. What I must prioritize now is to keep Tang Xin as long as possible within Shrek, ideally preventing him from coming to Heaven-Do City. Currently, Jiang Yu has only just begun to intervene in Heaven-Do City. Many matters remain unstable and not fully arranged. It would be best to avoid any unforeseen incidents, and it is preferable that Tang Xin does not arrive. After all, from Jiang Yu's perspective, this world may be better off without the presence of the protagonist Tang Xin. In the brief moment of Jiang Yu's distraction, a hand seized his collar. The familiar sensation, the well-known scent, and the same sense of desolation washed over him. Jiang Yu hastily returned to Heaven-Do City. If possible, he would have preferred to take his time. He felt slightly dizzy and nauseous. Chapter 16. A trial. Upon reaching Heaven-Do City, Qian Renxue unceremoniously dropped Jiang Yu at the entrance of the prince's residence and, after notifying Xue Qinghe, departed. The reason he did not return Jiang Yu to his own home lies with Jiang Yu's father, Jiang Yong, who is perhaps the only father who does not wish for his son to remain at home, being intent on sending Jiang Yu to the prince's residence. Qian Renxue was evidently aware of this, thus opting to leave Jiang Yu at the prince's residence for convenience. Poor Jiang Yu felt utterly dazed. Arriving at the entrance of the prince's residence without realizing it, he doubled over, dry heaving on the ground. Qian Renxue returned at a much quicker pace, catching Jiang Yu off guard, resulting in a physical reaction to his surroundings. Where am I? Jiang Yu asked, gazing at the familiar scene before him. Momentarily at a loss regarding his location. You are at the prince's residence, came a familiar voice. Jiang Yu turned to see the speaker. Oh, your highness. What are you doing here? Suddenly, upon seeing the familiar face, Jiang Yu could not hold back any longer. The contents of his stomach surged up his throat, and he vomited, the acrid smell immediately permeating the air. Jiang Yu narrowly avoided soiling himself or Xue Qinghe, preserving his dignity. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe's previously joyful expression froze, as he had been quite pleased to see Jiang Yu return and was prepared to inquire about his condition. You wretch, you actually vomited at the sight of me. What do you mean by that? Noticing Xue Qinghe's anger, Jiang Yu hastily defended himself. Your highness, please let me explain. I did not intend to vomit. It is well known that once the first bout of sickness occurs, the second follows more easily, and Jiang Yu, unable to restrain himself, vomited once more. Xue Qinghe's countenance turned entirely dark. Disregarding Jiang Yu's circumstances, he commanded, bring him inside. The sight of the prince vomiting had indeed attracted the attention of several onlookers, particularly given the recent festivities at the prince's residence. Xue Qinghe was keen to preserve his dignity and reputation. At once, the attendant swiftly responded. As for Jiang Yu, he felt even less inclined to resist. Though he was merely lightheaded and not inebriated, he understood that if this incident were to spread, it would undoubtedly lead to unfavorable ramifications. Thus, he complied meekly as he was escorted inside. In the case of an ordinary individual, This would undoubtedly be seen as a breach of decorum before the prince. Upon entering the royal residence, Xue Qinghe's anger seemed to dissipate, replaced by a contemplative demeanor, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. After allowing Jiang Yu a moment to regain his composure, he was subsequently escorted to the Grand Hall. One cannot help but acknowledge the multitude of talented individuals within the prince's estate, each possessing unique capabilities. Alas, they are all affiliated with the Spirit Hall. These individuals must be entirely replaced or reassigned to different identities in the future, otherwise, it could easily arouse suspicion. The Crown Prince must remain the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, devoid of any other affiliations. After receiving treatment, Jiang Yu sat for a while and soon regained his composure. Xue Qinghe, seated in the main position, looked at Jiang Yu with a cold smirk and said, "Now, explain what just transpired. If you fail to provide an explanation, you may as well go and tend to the fields, as you seem quite interested in that." Cold sweat immediately broke out on Jiang Yu's forehead. This individual was indeed ruthless and would certainly follow through on his words. Jiang Yu had no choice but to report everything that had happened over the past 2 days to Xue Qinghe. "Your Highness." It was roughly as follows. "It was truly not my fault. The speed of the sword Douluo was simply too swift, and I was momentarily disoriented." Jiang Yu explained with a pained expression, genuinely wishing to avoid such embarrassment. "I did not anticipate that you would accompany the sword Douluo to hunt for soul rings. Do you find my contributions insufficient?" Xue Qinghe continued to smirk coldly. "Of course not. Both the thunder and the rain are the benevolence of the sovereign. How could I entertain such thoughts?" Jiang Yu replied earnestly. "It was purely out of consideration for your highness that I reluctantly accepted Master Ning's goodwill. Otherwise, I would never have acquiesced. And how exactly did that serve my interests?" Xue Qinghe pressed on. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before cautiously responding. "Your highness, your previous actions have already drawn the displeasure of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If this continues, they may distance themselves from you. I presume Master Ning must have explained this to you the day after our conversation?" "Indeed," Xue Qinghe nodded. "Precisely. I do not wish for you to become estranged from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Master Ning shares this sentiment. Therefore, when Master Ning requested to meet with me, I selectively disclosed some of our objectives, which aligned with what Master Ning conveyed to you. This would foster greater honesty between both parties, allowing you to develop your own influence with peace of mind while maintaining mutual friendship." Jiang Yu elaborated. After a moment of silence, Xue Qinghe looked at Jiang Yu and remarked, "You have done well." He felt a sense of satisfaction towards Jiang Yu. Even Xue Qinghe did not desire to sever ties with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, as it was one of the top 3 sects. A significant ally that must not be lost under any circumstances. Seeing that Xue Qinghe bore him no ill will, Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. His greatest fear was that Xue Qinghe would lose trust in him. Otherwise, all his schemes would be rendered futile, and his aspirations for a peaceful future would be completely dashed. Fortunately, over the past 6 years, Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe had established a solid foundation of trust. However, was the situation truly that simple? Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings. The hall was unusually quiet today, with only himself and Xue Qinghe present, as if all the guards had vanished. After contemplating for a moment, he cheerfully inquired, "So, Your Highness, is there a reward?" "Oh, and what would you like?" Xue Qinghe responded, a light-hearted smile gracing his features as he looked back at Jiang Yu. This left Jiang Yu momentarily bewildered. It seemed he had little of necessity. Status and fame, those pursuits coveted by the masses, held little allure in his eyes. As for the enhancement of strength, it appeared unnecessary, for he did not exhibit a fervent passion for cultivation. Upon a careful reflection, a wry smile crept upon Jiang Yu's lips. It seemed he harbored no particular desires to present to the prince. Perhaps he could request a promotion for his father? Xue Qinghe, upon hearing this, displayed no irritation. Rather, he assertively remarked, "I inquired about your desires, not those of your father. He has his own ambitions." Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback. Today, Xue Qinghe seemed to have taken an unusual turn, presenting a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Typically, when Jiang Yu spoke in such a manner, Xue Qinghe would merely smile and let it pass, never pressing for further clarification as he was now. It appeared recent actions had stirred unease in certain individuals. A flicker of contemplation crossed Jiang Yu's eyes, leading him to a surmise. Clearly, Xue Qinghe's opinions had been influenced, and this was not a consequence of the Tiandou Empire. There was no one from that realm capable of swaying him in such a manner. It seemed the influence stemmed from the Spirit Hall instead. Are they wary of me? Indeed, in the past, I merely provided guidance, never suggesting grand ventures alongside Xue Qinghe, which had even led to a rift with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They fear the possibility of Xue Qinghe's exposure, thus opting to probe my intentions. In an instant, Jiang Yu grasped the situation. His recent actions had indeed been considerable. Yet such was unavoidable. Time waits for no one. Your Highness, the desires I harbor are vast, so immense that I have not yet encountered them. Jiang Yu bowed, choosing not to conceal his thoughts as he had before, but rather deciding to express some of his innermost aspirations. Oh, is that so? Status, fame, wealth, or perhaps beauty and power? Xue Qinghe replied with a calm demeanor, his tone markedly different from his usual self. None of those. Acquiring such things poses little challenge for me. What I seek is far greater, namely, a prosperous era, a flourishing world, Jiang Yu articulated, his voice imbued with a hint of anticipation. This has indeed been his lifelong pursuit, for only in this way can he truly relax. Xue Qinghe was somewhat taken aback. As this answer was entirely unexpected, he had never considered that someone would desire such a thing. This revelation surprised even me. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, expressing a heartfelt sentiment. After all, everyone harbors their own ambitions, and I am no exception. Rather than seeking the mundane aspirations of others, I yearn to create a prosperous era with my own hands. This is an immensely grand ambition, thus I require a platform, which is to say, Your Highness. You need not worry that I harbor ulterior motives. The final words were delivered with particular emphasis. He was unafraid that Xue Qinghe might distance himself as a result. Long ago, he had confided his thoughts to Xue Qinghe, and now he was merely reaffirming his steadfastness. Have you noticed? Xue Qinghe replied with a gentle smile, showing little concern. In that case, I grant you this opportunity. You may leave now. Yes. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu withdrew, having said and done all that was necessary, leaving uncertain whether the others would believe him. The vast hall was left solitary after Jiang Yu's departure, with only Xue Qinghe remaining, as the other attendants had long since retreated. Following Jiang Yu's exit, the previously faint smile on Xue Qinghe's face transformed into one of complete indifference. Did you all hear what he just said? Are you satisfied with that answer? I do not wish for a recurrence of today's events. Xue Qinghe's tone was laced with fury, as the occurrences of the day had instilled in him a profound sense of distrust, making him feel as though he were under scrutiny. Chapter 17. Conversation. Please forgive me. Your Highness, I acted in accordance with protocol. That individual is not one of ours, and his prolonged presence by your side necessitates that we ascertain his intentions, as it is beneficial to your plans. A solitary voice echoed softly from the shadows of the silent hall, though no figure was visible. Clearly, this was a master of stealth, having been lurking here, eavesdropping on their conversation and observing Jiang Yu's reactions. This response incensed Xue Qinghe, who never imagined his words could prove so futile. He is my subordinate. I have clearly stated that I do not wish for today's events to recur. The voice from the shadows fell silent for a moment before replying, I apologize, Your Highness, but I cannot make that decision. The response from that individual was not entirely satisfactory. We must further investigate to ascertain whether he is truly unaware. Leave. Xue Qinghe's furious voice reverberated. The figure in the shadows, taken aback by Xue Qinghe's outburst, did not wish to provoke him further and therefore retreated in defeat. With that, the hall was devoid of outsiders, and Xue Qinghe's cold visage was marred by fury, his aura emanating uncontrollably. Were an outsider to witness this, they would be astonished to discover the prince's formidable nature. At that moment, Xue Qinghe dismissed all pretense. Pretenses? To hell with them. I yearned to vent my frustrations. The events of the day had illuminated his profound vulnerability. He had once believed he wielded the power of the spirit hall, dismissing the might of the Tiandou Empire as trivial. Yet today a scene had rendered that notion a mere jest. The power of the spirit hall was not under his control. He was merely a higher-tier pawn, unable to make decisions on certain matters. Those he had once considered his subordinates were not inclined to heed his commands. I must possess my own power, Xue Qinghe resolved within himself. Not borrowed strength, but genuine power firmly grasped in his own hands. Jiang Yu had spoken the truth. He lacked any power that belonged solely to him. Even if the borrowed strength was formidable, it would ultimately prove unreliable in significant matters. Outside the prince's palace, Jiang Yu emerged, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over him. His perceptive abilities were not particularly strong. He could not discern the presence of others in the hall aside from Xue Qinghe and himself. However, from Xue Qinghe's remarks, Jiang Yu inferred that this was a test, suggesting that someone nearby was observing. Thus, he had felt considerable pressure throughout the exchange. The individuals who were using Xue Qinghe to gauge him could only be from the spirit hall. This realization brought forth a hint of exasperation on Jiang Yu's countenance. Your Highness, you have truly put me in a precarious position. Throughout the conversation, Jiang Yu had been probing, seeking to gauge Xue Qinghe's shifting attitude in order to assess his surroundings. He had begun to harbor suspicions. Recent activities had been rather significant. And if the spirit hall still valued Xue Qinghe, they would not allow an uncertain element like him to linger at his side without scrutiny. Jiang Yu had acted on this assumption, and indeed, someone had been testing him. Yet, Xue Qinghe's reaction was excessive, continuously hinting to Jiang Yu that there were others present. Indeed, Jiang Yu was genuinely touched by Xue Qinghe's actions, but it was also a betrayal. Perhaps Xue Qinghe had not contemplated the implications of his behavior. He was inadvertently conveying a message to those around them. Jiang Yu, I am aware of your presence. This affair could have been resolved with merely a statement from Xue Qinghe. As long as Jiang Yu discerned it as a test, he could have navigated through it without revealing his insights. However, with Xue Qinghe's recent actions, Jiang Yu feared he would inevitably face another trial. After all, those individuals remained uncertain about the extent of his knowledge. If he were aware that Xue Qinghe was an undercover agent, then, regrettably, for the sake of secrecy, his demise would be essential. Thus, Jiang Yu found himself in a state of distress. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage approached him at a leisurely pace, adorned with the emblem of the spirit hall. Has it arrived? Such swift action. Observing the carriage, Jiang Yu immediately grasped that it was summoned for his presence. Its arrival, so soon after his emergence, seemed rather hasty, indicating a lack of regard for Xue Qinghe, as if his stance bore no significance. Young friend, might you join me in the carriage? The curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing an elderly man who smiled invitingly at Jiang Yu. The directness of his approach suggested an expectation that Jiang Yu would not refuse. Indeed, Jiang Yu could not decline, fully aware of the consequences of such a refusal. After a brief hesitation, he stepped into the carriage. Once inside, he settled himself and noticed only the elderly man who had extended the invitation. No one else occupied the carriage. Jiang Yu promptly inquired, "Might I ask who you are and the purpose of my invitation? It would not do to linger too long, as it may raise suspicions, given my proximity to the crown prince." A small table nearby held an array of fruits and tea, the latter warm and clearly prepared for his reception. However, Jiang Yu refrained from partaking, instead glancing around, lost in thought. The elderly man regarded Jiang Yu intently before introducing himself. "I am Saruth, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. The reason for my visit is merely to inquire if you would be interested in joining our esteemed institution. Your talents are remarkable, truly exceptional. Individuals of your caliber are greatly sought after within the Spirit Hall. Should you choose to align with us, you would receive substantial support." A faint smile graced Saruth's lips as he scrutinized Jiang Yu, his hands hidden within his sleeves, betraying no movement. This scrutiny intensified Jiang Yu's discomfort. Sensing an undercurrent of tension, Jiang Yu replied coolly, "Bishop Saruth, I must apologize, but I find myself disinterested in your proposal." Unsurprisingly, Saruth pressed on. "Might you provide a reason?" Jiang Yu's tone remained notably calm. "Why must you be so insistent, Bishop? Is it necessary for me to justify my lack of interest in your spirit hall?" Saruth maintained his silence, watching Jiang Yu as if his refusal to provide a reason could terminate the conversation. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Yu understood he had to offer an explanation. "I serve as a close aide to the crown prince. Is this reason sufficient?" Before Saruth could further inquire, Jiang Yu elaborated. "His Royal Highness is to be the next emperor of the Tiandou Empire, and he must safeguard his integrity. He may choose to take the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as his mentor, for while they are powerful, their foundations are somewhat lacking. Furthermore, he may ally with certain minor families, even those with past allegiances, as upon their submission to his command, he would gain dominion over them. This is the strength of the crown prince. No matter his recent actions, they serve merely to advance his own interests, which do not compromise his integrity. However, there exists one power he must avoid at all costs: the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall possesses deep roots, strength, and public esteem, rivaling that of an empire. Should he engage with you, he would be branded with the Spirit Hall's mark, thus forfeiting his integrity. Why would the crown prince, as the foremost heir, risk such an association, Bishop Saruth?" Jiang Yu regarded Saruth with a sardonic smile. "Indeed, I had not considered this dimension. It appears you possess such insight," Saruth chuckled, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "It seems, young friend Jiang Yu, that our paths are not destined to cross at the Spirit Hall. A pity. Yet aligning with the crown prince is undoubtedly a promising endeavor. I extend my congratulations to you." "Thank you for your well wishes, Bishop Saruth," Jiang Yu replied, feigning sincerity. "However, the Tiandou Empire remains inclined to foster goodwill with the Spirit Hall, though I am hindered by the necessity of the crown prince's integrity. Should you wish to establish a rapport with our empire, I could recommend a suitable candidate." "Oh, and who might that be?" Saruth inquired, intrigued. "The fourth prince, Xue Qinghe. As a prince of the Tiandou Empire, should he engage with you, it would undoubtedly elevate our mutual relations." Jiang Yu was not one to act altruistically. He had just set a trap for Xue Qinghe, ensuring his downfall. Chapter 18. The game of chess. Saruth's eyes sparkled with realization as he contemplated the feasibility of Jiang Yu's suggestion. This seemingly affable young man had proven to be quite cunning. His political maneuvers were ruthless, showing no mercy towards adversaries. However, this matter appears to extend beyond our control. The current ruler of the Tiandou Empire remains the Knight Emperor. Even if the crown prince is destined for the throne, he is still merely a prince. Such significant matters likely require the Knight Emperor's approval. Should His Majesty disagree, even if the Spirit Hall is willing, it would bear no fruit. Jiang Yu smiled subtly, fully aware of this reality, yet unperturbed by its implications. Though the current emperor may disapprove, could you not adopt a different perspective? Establish a rapport with the fourth prince first, fostering a positive relationship. When the crown prince ascends, he could then appoint the fourth prince as the liaison with the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu's intentions were clear. Regardless of the present circumstances, prioritize winning over Xue Qinghe, irrespective of his willingness. Once accomplished, the future negotiations could be addressed post-ascension. Intriguing indeed. I had not anticipated such astuteness from someone so young. Should I acquiesce to your proposal, it would cast a shadow on our capabilities, suggesting we are outmaneuvered by a mere child. Saruth mused, his expression still amiable. However, he pondered the implications of associating with the fourth prince, who was widely regarded as a reckless and petty scion. Would such an alliance not reflect poorly on the Spirit Hall's judgment? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, impressed by Sarath's discernment. The denigration of the fourth prince was unwarranted. He was, after all, the offspring of the current emperor and the brother of the crown prince. While he possessed certain flaws, who could assert that he did not inherit some virtues from his father? Do not fret, Bishop Sarath, when you engage with the fourth prince. He will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Why can't you be more reliable? If Xue Beng were truly exceptional, would he not have survived until now? It is solely because he has yet to be discovered in his disguise. Since everyone perceives him as worthless, why not put in some effort to elevate his status? Make everyone believe in his brilliance. Surely, this is not a difficult task for your Spirit Hall. Certainly, it is not difficult. As soon as Sarath heard Jiang Yu's intentions, he understood. Through Jiang Yu's efforts, the two managed to connect, unbeknownst to Sarath, who mistakenly believed that Jiang Yu was unaware of the relationship between Xue Qinghe and himself. In reality, Jiang Yu was acutely aware. Both were feigning ignorance, yet Jiang Yu held the upper hand in this game. Thus, it appeared that the fourth prince was indeed a commendable candidate. Sarath, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked while casting a deep glance at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, maintaining a similar demeanor, replied, I hope Bishop Sarath will take good care of His Highness the fourth prince, as he is indeed the prince's brother. And the future crown prince shall not neglect you, my lord. Certainly, I shall keep a close watch on His Highness the fourth prince. Guiding him away from the path of debauchery and nurturing him into an exemplary royal heir, Sarath said with a slight smile. Isn't that a form of flattering demise? This task is simple. I will ensure it is known far and wide, he added. Then, I extend my gratitude to you, Bishop Sarath, Jiang Yu replied with feigned sincerity. Now that our conversation has concluded, I must take my leave to avoid raising suspicions. Of course, Lord Jiang. Do take care, Sarath responded with evident delight, even altering his address for Jiang Yu. Farewell. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu exited the carriage. Sarath observed Jiang Yu's retreating figure, recognizing him as a formidable individual. He would inform his superiors that the probing into Jiang Yu had concluded, and they could ease their surveillance and vigilance, lest they incur the prince's displeasure. With Jiang Yu present, the prince's plans would surely progress more smoothly. Understood, replied the coachman outside. Although Sarath held the title of Platinum Bishop, his standing was quite significant. Being one of the few privy to Xue Qinghe's true identity, his presence here was to align with Xue Qinghe's actions. The probing into Jiang Yu was orchestrated by him, and since he declared it over, Jiang Yu was free of suspicion. Moreover, Sarath discerned that Jiang Yu was indeed a talent, fiercely ruthless towards adversaries, making him an invaluable asset beside the crown prince. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sect master, Ning Fengji, maintained a calm demeanor as he stated, Good. I understand. You may leave. The disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School then departed. Only a few remained in the hall, all high-ranking members of the sect. Fengji, do you think that Sarath from the Spirit Hall meeting with Jiang Yu at this juncture signifies he has acquired some intelligence? Douluo Continent remarked, furrowing his brow. It seems rather coincidental that he sought out someone shortly after Jiang Yu's departure. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. Uncle Jian, you worry too much. How many can monitor you right under your nose? This is likely mere coincidence. Jiang Yu's uniqueness should remain undisclosed. Gu Rong, another Douluo, nodded in agreement. Monitoring us titled Douluos is virtually impossible. Even those of the same rank must be adept at concealment. So what could be the purpose of Sarath meeting Jiang Yu at this time? Ning Fengji pondered, his eyes glinting with curiosity. He too was uncertain about the implications. The Spirit Hall must be aware of Xue Qinghe's situation, yet they chose to meet Jiang Yu so brazenly. Could it be that they recognized Jiang Yu's talents and sought to recruit him? That seems improbable. Jiang Yu's identity is too peculiar, and such actions would surely offend Xue Qinghe. Or perhaps, Xue Qinghe, in his eagerness for success, had engaged with the Spirit Hall, sending Jiang Yu as his representative? That seemed even less likely, as Xue Qinghe was not one to act so foolishly. What, then, was the true intent behind their meeting? Why was it conducted so openly? Doubt began to swirl in Ning Fengji's mind. The once clear situation appeared shrouded in ambiguity following Jiang Yu's maneuvers, complicating the relationships at play. Let us set this matter aside for now. The reasons for their meeting will eventually come to light, Ning Fengji decided, shaking his head to dismiss his concerns. Jiang Yu was no fool. Rather, he was a shrewd young fox, adept at discerning what actions were permissible and which were not. More intelligence was needed to grasp the current situation fully. Uncle Jian, please enlighten us about Jiang Yu's circumstances. Is it truly possible for him to acquire soul rings without slaying soul beasts? Indeed, Qian affirmed, proceeding to detail his observations of how Jiang Yu had obtained a soul ring from a millennium-old blue-silver grass. Although astonishing, what I witnessed confirmed that Jiang Yu possesses the ability to acquire soul rings without killing soul beasts. Could he perhaps be a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form? Gu Rong inquired, frowning. Such a phenomenon was unheard of, and he recalled that a 100,000-year soul beast would not require the absorption of a soul ring to assume human form. While such transformations were largely unknown among the populace, the upper echelon of titled Douluos was well aware of them. Impossible. His lineage is quite clear, and he cannot be a transformed soul beast, Ning Fengji stated confidently. Jiang Yu's background had been thoroughly investigated and was undoubtedly authentic. This suddenly furrowed the brows of everyone present. Ning Fengji glanced at the crowd and rapped his fingers on the table. Well, his identity posed no issues. Thus, the concern could only stem from his martial soul or that millennium-old blue-silver grass. Henceforth, all that remained was to capture that blue-silver grass and concurrently, to cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Yu. The secrets behind this matter would eventually become clear. Ning Fengji decisively made his judgment, solidifying the course of action. Yes, Sect Master. The internal meeting of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School concluded, establishing the tone for the future. The issue at hand must be unraveled. Chapter 19. The Calculated Avalanche in Tiandou City. After Jiang Yu departed from the carriage of Bishop Salas of the Spirit Hall, he wandered alone through the streets. Concerned that someone might still be watching him, he decided to take advantage of this rare free time to meander and pass the hours. However, boredom soon engulfed him. After only a brief stroll, Jiang Yu stood by the roadside and let out a long sigh. The material scarcity of Douluo Continent left little to explore. It paled in comparison to the joys of shopping in his previous life. Even the food had remained unchanged for 6 years. What it was 6 years ago was precisely what it was now. Alas, was there truly no one studying novels or games? Yet, it was evidently impossible. No one would squander time on such frivolous pursuits. Those with martial souls were engrossed in their cultivation. Who would consider such trifles? As for those without martial souls, they were preoccupied with striving for a better existence, thus even less inclined to entertain such thoughts. Douluo Continent is a world where soul masters reign supreme, with many matters dictated by them. No matter how clever the lower classes may be, they cannot escape the reality dictated by soul masters themselves. As long as this group of soul masters remains unwilling to change, altering the world will be a formidable challenge. I am going insane. Jiang Yu, in a fit of agitation, tugged at his hair, resolutely deciding to find something to occupy himself. But what should he do? You scoundrels, how dare you hit someone? The commoners are indeed commoners. What of it if I strike you? If you possess the ability, come at me. I am simply displeased with this fellow today. Give him a good beating. That voice sounds remarkably familiar. Jiang Yu instinctively recalled the individuals involved, both the assailant and the victim, whom he recognized well. Wait a moment. Isn't that the voice of Talon, the foolish lad from the Power Clan? And the one delivering the blows appears to be Avalanche. Has he come seeking trouble? Finally, something to engage in. Jiang Yu felt no irritation at Avalanche's harassment of his faction. Rather, he was invigorated by the prospect of action. Swiftly, he made his way towards the scene, navigating through the dense crowd. Upon arriving, he observed 2 groups of individuals. The disparity in numbers was striking, over 10 on one side, and only Talon standing alone on the other. Curiously, Talon refrained from retaliating despite being struck. Avalanche, standing nearby, coldly watched the unfolding scene, his eyes occasionally flickering with a hint of malice and satisfaction. Stop it! Jiang Yu interjected immediately, recognizing Talon's reluctance to fight back despite his superior strength. It seemed that Talon's change in status had transformed him significantly. He had gained a modicum of wisdom. Understanding that the provocations were intentional, Jiang Yu's voice prompted the combatants to cease their actions and turn their attention towards him. Seizing this moment, he maneuvered through the throng and approached Talon's side, locking eyes with Avalanche. Your Highness, the 4th Prince. May I inquire what grievance Talon has caused to incite such violence from you? Jiang Yu spoke languidly. This marked his inaugural conversation with Avalanche. Although he had encountered Avalanche previously, the latter had always evaded him due to a fear of Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu had never had a direct dialogue with this ninja turtle of the Douluo realm. Lord Jiang, Talon exclaimed, his face beaming with surprise at Jiang Yu's unexpected appearance. He had initially planned to endure the situation a little longer. You have done remarkably well, Jiang Yu affirmed. Talon chuckled and replied, it is all thanks to my grandfather, who advised me to avoid trouble during this period. He told me to withstand any provocations, even if someone struck me directly, as they were merely seeking to create trouble for me in order to seize a weakness. So I complied. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, realizing the wisdom of experience. Indeed, Titan had anticipated this outcome, proving himself to be a perceptive individual. However, he noted how significantly Talon had transformed. Ridiculous. That brat insulted me. Avalanche retorted, his face flushed with anger. This cannot be construed as intentional. I acted only in response to Talon's provocation. Oh, is that so? Talon, what exactly did you say to the 4th Prince? Jiang Yu inquired nonchalantly. Was it merely a few words of reproach? Is that enough to provoke such a reaction? If I don't take action, it would be a disservice to the conditions you've created. Talon scratched his head, a sheepish expression on his face. I didn't insult the 4th Prince. I merely referred to him as a debauched young master. Jiang Yu cast a surprised glance at Talon, who, in turn, revealed a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. How audacious! This young man was clearly intentional in his actions. In that instant, Jiang Yu comprehended the depths of Talon's scheme. It appeared that the fellow had indeed awakened to his intentions and had artfully orchestrated a ploy against Avalanche, providing a pretext for conflict. In truth, even if Jiang Yu had not intervened, the events would have unfolded, serving as a potential leverage point to assail Avalanche. Such astuteness was remarkable. It seemed that the Li family was not solely reliant on Titan's intelligence. Talon, indeed, harbored a promising future ahead. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of pity for Avalanche, who had unwittingly fallen prey to the machinations of a foolish lad. One could hardly call him a competent ninja turtle. You are not wrong, Your Highness, the fourth prince. Your long-standing reputation has painted you as nothing more than a debauched youth. Or is this not the true you? Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. Avalanche's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted. What do you mean, Jiang Yu? Nothing much, merely a sudden realization that Your Highness is not a simple character. You even resort to schemes of discord, hiding your true depths quite well. Who among us is unaware that the Li family has already pledged allegiance to His Highness the Crown Prince, albeit without formal declaration? By choosing this particular moment to act, should Talon lose his composure and strike you, would you not demand the Emperor to severely punish the Li family? Thus, the alliance with the Crown Prince would be jeopardized. This would hinder the Crown Prince's influence while inadvertently bolstering the opposition. Truly, Your Highness, you are quite formidable, Jiang Yu lauded. The onlookers, upon hearing Jiang Yu's elucidation, were struck with clarity, their gazes towards Avalanche transformed. Could it be that the fourth prince had been masquerading all these years, clandestinely refusing to relinquish his claim to the throne? It was inconceivable that such a wise and powerful emperor could produce a mere wastrel. It was all an act. Indeed, the depths of his scheming were terrifying, having concealed his true intentions for so long, while secretly plotting against the Crown Prince. Avalanche's face paled in fury, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as the crowd appeared to side with Jiang Yu. At long last, the efforts of Jiang Yu bore fruit. The citizens of Tiandou City stood resolutely with Xue Qinghe, casting doubt upon Jiang Yu's assertions. Jiang Yu smiled at Avalanche, saying, Your Highness, there is no need for such underhanded tactics. The Crown Prince possesses a magnanimous spirit and would not mind competing with you openly. Avalanche's countenance turned ashen. Realization dawned upon him. Everything that transpired today was a trap. Jiang Yu was orchestrating his downfall. But how could he possibly know of his fade? Was he testing him? As the cold sweat dripped from Avalanche's pale face, he could no longer contain his tears, which flowed freely, mingled with a torrent of grievances as he pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Yu and Talon. In a voice choked with sobs, he protested, I truly didn't. You are bullying me. You are bullying me. The scene unfolded with an unexpected abruptness. No one anticipated that Xue Bong would actually cry, startled into tears by mere words. Jiang Yu's expression stiffened in disbelief. Was he truly so ruthless as to resort to such tactics to mask his own actions? It appeared that he should not be underestimated. Allow me to indulge you. A performance cannot proceed without cooperation. A flicker of skepticism crossed Jiang Yu's eyes as he sternly declared, Your Highness the Fourth, do not speak in folly. It is you who are scheming against His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, not us who are bullying you. He was indeed frightened. He was testing my resolve. Xue Bang's face brightened with glee. I shall inform my older brother the Crown Prince and urge him to punish you. Xue Bang intensified his performance, tears streaming down his face in a most pitiful display. After executing this charade, Xue Bang and his entourage departed in a hurry, heading straight for the Crown Prince's residence to report Jiang Yu's actions. How clever of him to avoid seeking the Emperor. Attempting to alleviate the negative impact of this incident, Jiang Yu smiled faintly. One should not underestimate Jiang Yu. It may appear as if he had merely placed a cap of blame upon Xue Bang, yet the ramifications were significant. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, this represented a substantial opportunity ripe for exploitation. Xue Bang understood this all too well, hence his eagerness to extricate himself from the situation. Indeed, there is a certain pleasure derived from bullying others. Chapter 20. A punishment neither heavy nor light. Sir Jiang, have I been too reckless? Will this incident bring you undesirable trouble? Beside him, Tai Long walked alongside Jiang Yu, resembling a remorseful child, expressing his concerns. After Xue Bang's departure, Jiang Yu followed Tai Long to the Li family. With Titan absent, he felt compelled to make a statement, to offer reassurance, and to convey to outsiders that the Crown Prince held the Li family in high regard. Oh, not at all. You have done splendidly, providing me with an excellent opportunity. Jiang Yu replied with a smile, genuinely believing in his words. This is akin to the arrival of slumber delivering a pillow, just moments ago. One was engaged in discussions with Bishop Saras on how to reasonably support Avalanche, only for Avalanche to create an opportunity for himself. If Saras seizes this chance, using it as a pretext to position himself alongside Avalanche, success is assured, and Avalanche cannot escape. Although this time Avalanche has masked his true intentions with tears, he still leaves an impression of scheming for the position of the prince. No one is foolish. They all understand the underlying implications. Your opposition bears no weight. However, I have inadvertently caused trouble for Lord Jiang, who will likely be held accountable for this. Talon expressed his concerns. Held accountable? Jiang Yu pondered, then replied, indeed. That may be the case, but the fourth prince would not dare to escalate matters too greatly. He fears truly substantiating this incident. Thus, it should be a minor reprimand. Not overly severe. Jiang Yu spoke with an air of indifference. There are many astute individuals in Tiandou City, whether it be Avalanche, Prince Xue, or Emperor Xue. All will tacitly choose to assist Avalanche in clearing Jiang Yu's name. They would never impose harsh punishment upon Jiang Yu, lest Avalanche be branded as one who eliminates rivals. After all, Avalanche must maintain his low-profile persona. Being overly ostentatious would be detrimental. Moreover, the gravity of Jiang Yu's predicament is contingent upon Emperor Xue's perspective, particularly regarding his son. Talon clearly did not grasp the intricacies of the situation and remained perplexed. Yet, observing Jiang Yu's unperturbed demeanor reassured him that Jiang Yu would emerge unscathed, causing him to relax somewhat. I had thought I could accomplish something significant. Yet it appears my wisdom pales in comparison to those above me. I possess only a modicum of cleverness. Talon implored. I hope Lord Jiang will permit me to remain by your side to serve. I am eager to offer my humble assistance. Talon addressed Jiang Yu with deep respect. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment, gazing at Talon's imposing figure, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Who taught you to speak like this? These are my own thoughts, Talon replied, his demeanor not suggestive of deceit. Jiang Yu was convinced, yet could not help but remark. Are you aware that your words greatly contrast with your appearance? Did you not have any inkling of your earlier machinations against the fourth prince? Though your recent performance surprised me, it is still far from sufficient. You seem to have lost sight of your position. Talon attempted to explain further, but was interrupted by Jiang Yu. I understand what you wish to convey. Serving at my side is not a prudent choice. I am currently under scrutiny from many, and every action must be weighed with great caution. There are matters I comprehend that you do not, which may lead to calamity. Therefore, it is best for you to remain at the academy and pursue your studies. It is an excellent environment for you to become who you aspire to be. Jiang Yu spoke softly. He would not keep Talon by his side. It would not bode well for either of them. Talon, still focused on the present, had not considered the deeper implications. He remained silent for a moment, sensing that Jiang Yu's words held greater meaning, yet Jiang Yu did not elaborate. Lord Jiang, I understand. Talon finally said. You learn quickly, Jiang Yu thought to himself. As long as you understand, if anything is unclear, consult your grandfather. He will enlighten you. Yes. With that, Jiang Yu spoke no further and proceeded toward the residence of the Li family. Talon's transformation delighted him. Perhaps in the future, Jiang Yu would possess a valuable ally. Thus Talon must remain at the academy. He hoped Talon would grasp this truth and accomplish significant deeds. The following day at the prince's residence, Your Highness, I am truly wronged. I did not bully the fourth prince in the slightest. Not even a finger was laid upon him. I assure you, every word is the truth. If I am found to have lied, may heaven strike me down. Jiang Yu arrived early at the prince's residence to report and lament to Xue Qinghe. His punishment was not severe, but a display of contrition was still necessary. Xue Qinghe rubbed his forehead, somewhat exasperated. Although pleased that Jiang Yu had passed the test, he found it odd that Jiang Yu was so dramatically lamenting in a private setting. Who are you putting on this performance for? Me? Apologies. But I have no desire to witness it. Enough of your cries of injustice. If you truly feel wronged, go speak to father. Let us see if he believes you. Jiang Yu immediately stifled his grievances, somewhat sulkily responding, perhaps it is best I do not trouble his majesty. I am but a minor figure. In that case, cease your complaints and promptly go to Tiandou Royal Academy tomorrow to report. Xue Qinghe said impatiently. Jiang Yu's sentence was quickly determined. As he had anticipated, it was minimal, merely categorized as childish mischief. He was instructed to attend Tiandou Academy to learn the principles of hierarchy and propriety, and to cease his antics. This indeed took Jiang Yu by surprise. He had not anticipated that the Snow Knight Emperor would divert him from Xue Qinghe's side and enter his territory. Was it surveillance? It seemed somewhat unlikely. However, as a subordinate to His Highness the Crown Prince and an accompanying scholar, would it be inappropriate for him to enter the Royal Academy of Tiandou? Although still young, he felt a responsibility to assist His Highness and the Tiandou Empire. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe smiled knowingly. Rest assured, I have mentioned this matter to my father. He agrees that my feelings should not be disregarded, and thus has specially granted you a token. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the academy whenever I require your presence. Xue Qinghe tossed Jiang Yu a token inscribed with the character for snow, symbolizing the Tiandou royal family, which was far more than a mere pass. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, Crown Prince. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude at once. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction. This royal token had been hard-won through his efforts. Previously, he would not have taken such actions, but recent events had enlightened him about who his true allies were. Now that we have addressed this matter, let us turn our attention to this letter, he said, handing Jiang Yu a missive from the patriarch of the Li family, Titan. Is it regarding the Pa family? Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. Indeed. See if you can persuade them to join us, Xue Qinghe replied, unfazed. knowing that these strategies were devised by Jiang Yu, who was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about them. After perusing the letter, Jiang Yu closed his eyes in contemplation. The contents were rather sparse, conveying only that the Pa family had declined to join the crown prince's residence, and that the other three families were powerless to intervene. Xue Qinghe appeared reluctant to relinquish the influence of the Pa family. Yet Jiang Yu understood that convincing them would be a formidable challenge, and he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of failure. Nevertheless, since Xue Qinghe had made the request, he would exert his utmost effort. The patriarch of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, possessed a notoriously difficult temperament. And even in the original narrative, Tang San had expended considerable effort to persuade him. Initially, he had to defeat Yang Wudi in a display of strength, and subsequently, by appealing to his tastes with exquisite offerings, he ultimately subdued him. However, under the current circumstances, Xue Qinghe was incapable of meeting these conditions. No one in the open could best Yang Wudi. Moreover, the alluring celestial treasures that could attract Yang Wudi were still housed within Dugu Bo's herb garden. Jiang Yu quickly grasped the situation and, after discarding numerous plans, retrieved a book from his soul guide. Your Highness, you may present this book to Titan, the patriarch of the Li family, for Yang Wudi. I believe he will find it intriguing. Xue Qinghe took the book, his curiosity piqued. What is this book? This is a treatise on Li theory, a compilation of my innovative ideas. It should hold significant value in the hands of those knowledgeable in the field, Jiang Yu stated earnestly. It was indeed valuable. This book encapsulated the essential knowledge from his past life that Jiang Yu had diligently recalled over the years. It is important to note that this Li theory is not to be confused with Confucian philosophy, but rather pertains to comprehensive knowledge. As a modern individual, Jiang Yu understood the paramount importance of knowledge, so even in a world where martial spirits reigned supreme, he had gathered vital information from his previous life and compiled it into written form. This tome of natural philosophy can be deemed one of the most significant works, encapsulating Jiang Yu's understanding of the three disciplines, physics, chemistry, and biology, along with some pivotal knowledge points from his previous life. In a world devoid of the seeds of scientific natural philosophy, Jiang Yu's book stands as a foundational text. Is this book truly beneficial? Xue Qinghe leafed through the volume handed over by Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat dizzy. Although each character was familiar, the collective meaning eluded her grasp. It should be useful, right? Jiang Yu responded uncertainly. Yang Wudi, a connoisseur of poisons, naturally possessed a degree of knowledge in chemistry, which implies that this book would hold some allure for him. Similarly, it would also attract Titan to a certain extent. However, it is regrettable that Jiang Yu had not devoted much thought to this area over the years. The knowledge recorded therein is rather rudimentary. I find this somewhat exasperating. Could we not be so unreliable? Xue Qinghe remarked. Jiang Yu noticed her demeanor and shrugged in resignation. He too felt helpless. There was no way he could confront Yang Wudi, and without the exquisite fragrance of the Qilua immortal product, he was utterly incapable of replicating Tang San's strategies. Yet, Your Highness, you could inform Yang Wudi that if he desires to grow stronger, he need only come to me, and I can illuminate a path for him. After all, I am a transmigrator, while my knowledge may be limited. My perspective is undoubtedly broad enough to point him in a direction. Really? Xue Qinghe expressed skepticism. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed resolutely. Could you also illuminate a path for me? Xue Qinghe suddenly smiled at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu fell into silence, pondering for a moment before responding, Your Highness, the path you are currently traversing is the one I have chosen for your enhancement. It is the most suitable for you. All you need do is continue onward. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further inquiry, while Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped the predicament. The path he had selected for Xue Qinghe was evident in various aspects. It revolved around political maneuvering and uniting the renowned figures of the Douluo Continent, gradually strengthening his own power to ascend to the throne and subdue all. Yet, Jiang Yu's capabilities were limited, preventing him from achieving perfection. For certain individuals, he could only resort to marriage alliances, encouraging Xue Qinghe to wed. The more spouses he took, the stronger his own power would become. As for relying on his wives, what significance did that hold? After all, it would not be he who bore the brunt of it. Therefore, elucidating this to Xue Qinghe was presumably not something he would relish. However, amidst this distraction, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered he had yet to report some matters to Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, during my acquisition of the Soul Ring, I fortuitously encountered the renowned Long Gong and Shipu. After a conversation, our rapport improved considerably. Thus, I took the liberty of inviting them to your wedding. I hope your Highness will forgive my presumption. Jiang Yu stated solemnly. Long Gong and Shipu? Xue Qinghe mused, quickly recalling their illustrious reputation. Not only were they formidable, but they also possessed a soul fusion technique. You have done well. I shall not punish you. In fact, I shall reward you, Xue Qinghe declared, quite pleased. Although Jiang Yu's actions had utilized his wedding as leverage, the prospect of befriending two powerful individuals rendered his discomfort negligible. I do not dare to aspire for a reward, yet I do have a request, which I hope your Highness will grant, Jiang Yu continued, bowing. Speak. In the course of my journey, I not only befriended Long Gong and Shipu, but also their granddaughter, Meng Iran. Thus, I hope you wish to marry her? Xue Qinghe's interest peaked instantly. It is not I who wishes to marry her, Jiang Yu murmured. If it is not you, then who? Xue Qinghe suddenly pondered a possibility. Falling silent. Could it be me? Indeed, Your Highness, Jiang Yu confirmed Xue Qinghe's suspicion. Through my conversations with Meng Yiran, I learned she harbors a profound affection for you, which is an excellent beginning. Therefore, I not only invited Long Gong and Shi Pe, but also their granddaughter, Meng Yiran. I hope that when she arrives, Your Majesty can leverage her affection to personally entertain her and invite her on excursions, seizing the opportunity to win her over into your harem. This way, we can also entice Long Gong and Shi Pe's family to join us. Why settle for one? The dream of a man is to marry two. After all, Your Highness, you are a man, are you not? Xue Qinghe fell into a deep silence. One is not enough. You propose that I marry two? I have already taken one spouse. Would not this provoke dissatisfaction among others? It would be best to refrain. Furthermore, how would the world perceive me? As a lustful fool? Or a shameless individual? Xue Qinghe's words dripped with resentment. Marrying one is already a challenge, and yet you wish for me to take two? This is impossible. Fear not, Your Highness. I will ensure that the four great clans and Long Gong and Shi Pe are adequately persuaded, transforming this matter into a celebrated narrative. I shall also cultivate public opinion such that all will believe Your Highness's affections for both are genuine love. In this manner, not only shall you avoid censure, but you will also garner praise for your virtue, Jiang Yu replied with a grin, though his expression turned serious as he regarded Xue Qinghe. Therefore, I earnestly implore Your Highness to prioritize the greater cause and make this minor sacrifice. Is this a matter of sacrifice or not? What do you think I am? A pawn in the game of marriage? Xue Qinghe's expression faltered, his tone laced with bitterness. He began to comprehend the path Jiang Yu had chosen for him. It was all about marriage alliances. Was it not possible to achieve success without such unions? Of course, it is possible, but it requires time. Jiang Yu sighed internally. Given a choice, he would not have opted for this route. The Douluo world could have pursued the technological path from his previous life. But setting aside whether that route could triumph over soul masters, the developmental timeline stretched into decades, particularly with Douluo Continent lacking any foundational elements. Relying solely on Jiang Yu alone, it remained uncertain whether such advancements could materialize. And by that time, Tang Xin would have ascended to godhood. All schemes would thus dissolve into nothingness. Jiang Yu harbored no concerns about others. His only apprehension lay in Tang San's overwhelming prowess, which neither he nor the reliant Xue Qinghe could contend with. Thus, Jiang Yu had no choice but to adopt a more radical approach. Leveraging Xue Qinghe's marriage as a means to rapidly accumulate power, striving to assist Xue Qinghe in stabilizing the influence of the Tiandou Empire and ascending to the throne. It must be noted that Xue Qinghe was not yet an emperor, and Jiang Yu was merely a humble companion, with neither possessing a solid foundation. Moreover, this strategy posed no inherent harm to Xue Qinghe himself. Observing Jiang Yu's resolute gaze, Xue Qinghe felt an inexplicable sense of despondency. Was there truly no alternative? Did it have to be this way? I am not omnipotent. I implore you, Your Highness, to make a decision swiftly, Jiang Yu stated earnestly. With a sigh, Xue Qinghe conceded. Very well, I shall follow your counsel. Subsequently, feeling somewhat weary, Xue Qinghe returned to his palace, contemplating how he would navigate his relationships with two unfamiliar wives and how to avoid detection during the night. What an extraordinary occurrence. Chapter 22. The auxiliary is indeed potent. Have you heard? Just yesterday, Avalanche was reportedly frightened to tears by a single individual. It appears that this person is none other than the prince's attendant. Isn't it utterly ludicrous? Surely, the person you find amusing must be Avalanche himself, right? Undoubtedly, it is that fellow Avalanche. I have long held a disdain for him. And to think he was reduced to tears by an unfounded scare. How disgraceful for one of royal lineage. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that, as others suggest, Avalanche was merely feigning weakness, biding his time to seize the throne and exact revenge in the future. Do you believe that? Setting aside the prince's exceptional qualities, who is the anointed emperor, even if Avalanche is indeed enduring this humiliation, as long as the prince lives, he must continue to endure. Moreover, do you truly think a man who is frightened to tears possesses such capability? It seems he does not. Thus, it is settled. That fellow is nothing more than a debauchee, and now he must also bear the title of coward. How delightful. In just a day, the tale of Avalanche's tears has spread throughout the entire Skydou City. Not only are the citizens of Skydou City engaged in discussion, but even the students of the Royal Academy are abuzz with the news, with teachers unable to quell the chatter. Avalanche has become infamous. Fortunately, although two versions of the story still circulate, based on Avalanche's conduct, almost no one believes he possesses any true ability. Instead, he is viewed as a timid wastrel, easily frightened to tears. This is not necessarily a misfortune for Avalanche. However, it does place him in a difficult position. If he wishes to maintain his current persona, he must endure the scrutiny of others. Prince of the Fourth Order, I did not expect it to be you who came to greet me. What a surprise. Surely you do not intend to seize this opportunity to give me a beating? Walking behind Avalanche, Jiang Yu yawned nonchalantly, his expression one of indifference, even finding time to mock. Having been awakened this morning before he had risen, only to be unceremoniously thrown into the Tiandou Royal Academy for classes. Jiang Yu was thoroughly exasperated. What do you think? Avalanche glared at Jiang Yu, his eyes brimming with deep-seated hatred. It is all this fellow's fault that I have been brought to such a state. Oh, I am so terrified. Jiang Yu crossed his arms, feigning fear as he gazed at Avalanche, his eyes gleaming with derision. Xue Qinghe was seething with rage, as if years of restraint were suddenly untenable before Jiang Yu. He yearned to deliver a thorough beating to this individual. If he were merely an ordinary person, Xue Qinghe would not have hesitated. He could easily find someone to thrash him, or, if the situation proved too challenging, seek the assistance of his uncle, Prince Xue Qinghe, who would undoubtedly resolve the matter. However, Jiang Yu was no ordinary individual. He was a person of significance, affiliated with Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. Thus, if Avalanche wished to make a move against Jiang Yu, he must consider the looming presence of Xue Qinghe behind him. After all, Jiang Yu had survived thus far to evade Xue Qinghe. Stop pretending, Jiang Yu. Today, you cannot escape this beating, and rest assured, it is not just today. Every day henceforth will be the same. With a decisive clap of his hands, Avalanche summoned a throng of over a dozen individuals to encircle Jiang Yu. Consumed by a fervent desire for revenge, he seized this opportunity to deliver a severe lesson to Jiang Yu. He had consulted his uncle and knew that his actions perfectly aligned with his persona, raising no suspicion among the onlookers. This is why he had persuaded his father to bring Jiang Yu to the Tiandou Royal Academy. He had already discovered that Jiang Yu was merely a newly promoted soul master of the support system, lacking any formidable subordinates. Nevertheless, he could muster a group of 20 to 30 great soul masters, more than sufficient to overpower a solitary Jiang Yu. It was evident that the Tiandou Royal Academy had been designated by the Snow Knight Emperor as a foundational stronghold for Avalanche. However, over the years, he had failed to gather a competent following, surrounded instead by a motley crew of misfits. As the premier institution of the Tiandou Empire, the Academy housed numerous talents. Yet none were drawn to Avalanche, as no one wished to serve under a profligate scion. Jiang Yu cast a glance around and chuckled. The individuals surrounding him were all offspring of officials from the Tiandou Empire. Prior to his arrival, he had conducted thorough research and recognized many of them, including those whose parents were close to Xue Qinghe. Indeed, pursuing a career through official channels was a misguided endeavor. This nation truly belonged to the Snow Knight Emperor, who could possibly navigate around him to recruit allies. Do you truly believe you can rely on these individuals to teach me a lesson? Jiang Yu's gaze brimmed with disdain. The Tiandou Empire had generously permitted the children of officials to attend the Tiandou Royal Academy as a form of privilege. The group before him consisted of those enjoying the benefits provided by their country, yet their true capabilities would never earn them a place within the academy. Unfazed, Jiang Yu recognized that although his strength was not overwhelming, he was more than capable of dealing with this pampered lot. His words not only incensed Avalanche, but also ignited anger among some of the encircling individuals. Who do you think you are? We have more than enough to handle you. Attack him, and give him a thorough beating. In a fit of rage, Avalanche gestured for the group to charge at Jiang Yu. TSK. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue in contempt. Though he was a support system soul master, who decreed that such practitioners lacked combat prowess. Support system soul masters can be formidable. Your limited perception has stifled your imagination. Spirit of herbal essence. Jiang Yu unveiled his herbal spirit, and his first soul ring shimmered to life, unleashing a wave of light that radiated outward from him, spreading across an entire kilometer before ceasing. Within that radius, all plants fell under Jiang Yu's control, including the derivative plants manipulated by the opposing plant system soul master. A bunch of novices. Jiang Yu swiftly commandeered the control of the plants released by his opponent, ensnaring their feet. This sudden onslaught sent the group of over a dozen tumbling to the ground. Only Avalanche, who remained on the sidelines, escaped unscathed, having not engaged. However, an unsettling premonition stirred within Avalanche, causing his complexion to pale slightly. Is this individual not an auxiliary soul master? How could he possess such formidable power? What then? Are those intelligence gatherers truly accomplishing? In truth, the individuals providing information on the Avalanche were not mistaken. Prior to acquiring his third soul ring, Jiang Yu was indeed an auxiliary soul master. Yet, who decrees that a person cannot evolve? Jiang Yu's martial spirit underwent a transformation in a manner he could scarcely comprehend. After obtaining his third soul ring, he was astonished to discover that his martial spirit not only became more enigmatic, but also emanated a faint golden mist, enhancing even his first soul skill. What was once merely a means to disrupt an opponent's plant-type soul master now granted him the ability to usurp their control, a rather extraordinary feat. While his first soul skill underwent such an evolution, the other two remained unchanged. The spirit of the seasons, winter. Jiang Yu softly murmured as he invoked his second soul skill, the spirit of the seasons. The previously brisk autumn air suddenly shifted, as if bypassing autumn entirely and plunging into the depths of winter, with temperatures plummeting below zero. The spirit of the seasons allows for the transformation into the four seasons. each embodying distinct characteristics: spring rain, summer heat, autumn breeze, and winter chill. At present, Jiang Yu wielded the winter chill, and the temperature drop rendered all present profoundly uncomfortable. Their bodies instinctively trembling, limbs growing increasingly rigid. Yet, the play was far from over. Summer. The temperature soared above 40 degrees in an instant. The abrupt and drastic temperature shift inducing severe discomfort among the gathered crowd. Sensing the opportune moment, Jiang Yu plunged the temperature back below zero. At this juncture, this was the extent of his capabilities. Winter chill represented his most potent means of debilitating foes. The spirit of the seasons, while possessing a low intensity, proved effective in agricultural endeavors. However, in combat, it fell short. Nonetheless, its element of surprise often caught adversaries off guard. Spirit of life. The 1,000-year soul ring adorning Jiang Yu illuminated with a deep purple radiance, stronger than the average soul ring. At the moment his third soul skill activated, the martial spirit manifestations of all nearby plant-type soul masters vanished instantaneously, their vitality siphoned away by Jiang Yu, while the vegetation within a kilometer radius withered significantly. This is Jiang Yu's ability, to seize the vitality that governs the life force of plants. Subsequently, Jiang Yu infused all of this vitality into several nearby vines. In an instant, the aura of these vines surged to a strength akin to that of soul beasts that had existed for centuries, their forms expanding several times larger, as if inflated like balloons. It's over, Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of boredom. Under his control, the vines swept away the group of individuals who had just risen from the ground, propelling them in the direction of the avalanche, which elicited a torrent of curses from those caught in its path. This is Jiang Yu's inaugural battle, where he triumphed over 10 adversaries with resounding success. Chapter 23. The Nemesis of Plant-Type Soul Masters. However, despite Jiang Yu's victory, he displayed little sign of exuberance. This battle, when examined through the lens of its results, appears remarkably fierce. Yet, upon closer scrutiny, it becomes evident that Jiang Yu's victory was largely a product of fortuitous circumstances. Firstly, the opposing team, comprised of a dozen individuals, were rather inept, akin to Jiang Yu, as they had not experienced real combat or had done so sparingly, resulting in a fundamental lack of battlefield acumen. Coupled with their pampered upbringing, their fragile resolve faltered when faced with initial setbacks, leaving them disoriented and granting Jiang Yu ample time to capitalize on their weaknesses. Secondly, Jiang Yu's soul techniques were exceedingly well suited to the environment. The picturesque landscape of the Tiandou Royal Academy, adorned with flowers and a substantial forest, provided an ideal arena for Jiang Yu to unleash his abilities. His first and third soul techniques required the presence of plants or an opponent possessing plant-based soul skills to activate. Should these conditions not be met, Jiang Yu would be rendered ineffective, relying solely on his second soul technique, which merely categorized him as a rather mediocre supporting soul master. The effects of his second soul technique were indiscriminate. While he remained unaffected, all others were subjected to its influence. Thus, his triumph was indeed a stroke of luck. Yet the ignorance of others regarding this fact allowed him to maintain his facade of superiority. Your Highness, it seems the individuals you summoned are rather lacking. Could they be any more inept? Jiang Yu remarked with a mocking expression as the vitality-infused vines began to dissipate, reverting to ordinary plants. Albeit still robust in size and health, a peculiar transformation, indeed. Jiang Yu bore no concern about avalanche seeking retribution. For the abundance of trees and grass at the Tiandou Royal Academy ensured his combat prowess would not be inferior to that of an average soul master. And against plant-based soul masters, he could easily dominate. As for underhanded tactics, it was Avalanche who had reason to fear them. Upon rising from the ground and hearing Jiang Yu's words, Avalanche's face flushed with rage. Pointing at Jiang Yu, he furiously declared, "You wait. Just you wait." With that, he hurried away, seemingly afraid that Jiang Yu would retaliate and deliver a severe beating. There was no need for concern. Jiang Yu would naturally adhere to the established rules of such a system and would not engage in direct confrontation with royal members, preferring instead to act indirectly, as he had just demonstrated. The group of affluent youths accompanying Avalanche also departed in disarray, having grasped through the encounter that Jiang Yu was not to be trifled with. Jiang Yu smiled as he mentally catalogued these individuals. While he dared not confront Avalanche, he could certainly administer a stern lesson to these non-royal youth. Oh, naive fourth prince. Do you truly believe this matter will conclude so easily? What lies ahead will be beyond your capacity to endure, Jiang Yu mused with ease, surprised by Avalanche's hasty approach in seeking trouble. Whether it was an act of vengeance or a misguided attempt to bolster his own petty arrogance, Avalanche had certainly made his move. However, this bore little significance to Jiang Yu. Rather, Avalanche's actions had provided him with numerous leverage points and opportunities for retaliation, paving the way for the dissemination of rumors. Completely oblivious to the treachery of society, Avalanche was singularly focused on concealing himself, unaware that the most insidious threats were not those overtly violent, but rather the whispers of baseless rumors that could ensnare one without warning. This reminded Jiang Yu of the online harassment from his previous life, a lethal weapon that has claimed many lives. Although the conditions are different now, he believes that once he spreads the rumors, it could yield significant results, rendering his previous efforts futile. If someone seeks to harm me, do they not realize that I fear nothing but their evasion? Jiang Yu thought malevolently. The unethical methods he once scorned in his past life now brought him a sense of exhilaration. He could disregard moral considerations entirely, seizing any opportunity to strike. In the Tiandou Royal Academy's academic council, 3 individuals observed the ongoing battle. They were the council's leading members and the academy's strongest figures. The council president, Meng Xinji, a control-type soul de law of level 86. The vice president, Bai Baoshan, a defense-type soul de law of level 85. And the third member, Jilin, a control-type soul de law of level 83. Jilin, what are your thoughts on that, young man? Meng Xinji inquired with a smile. The commotion surrounding Jiang Yu's enrollment had drawn the attention of all 3, as he was a renowned genius, a 12-year-old soul master, ranking among the very best in the academy's history. After a moment of contemplation, Jilin responded, "It's difficult to say. Although that boy's martial soul appears to be plant-based, I sense no true essence of a plant martial soul within it. Moreover, the 3 soul skills he demonstrated resemble those of typical equipment martial souls rather than plant-type abilities. Perhaps his martial soul is not plant-based at all. Plant martial souls are essentially equipment martial souls. In the world of Douluo, martial souls are generally classified into 3 categories: equipment martial souls, beast martial souls, and inherent martial souls. Inherent martial souls have yet to form a distinct category, currently comprising only 2 types. Due to their abundance, plant martial souls have been categorized separately from equipment martial souls. That is indeed the case. Yet this boy is quite formidable. Few academies can achieve such results, Meng Xinji remarked with admiration. I do not share your view. This boy clearly capitalized on the advantages of the terrain. In a different setting, he would likely struggle to demonstrate such prowess, Bai Baoshan interjected. All present were experienced soul Douluos with years of teaching, their discerning eyes quickly recognizing Jiang Yu's uniqueness. Without the advantages of the environment, he would be little more than an underachiever. Jilin offered a counterpoint. It cannot be said so lightly. His martial soul's abilities are exceedingly peculiar, and he may very well become a nemesis to plant-type soul masters in the future. I find myself quite intrigued by him. As a plant-type soul master, Jilin was particularly sensitive to Jiang Yu's distinctiveness. Although Jiang Yu currently stood as a mere soul master, with innate full soul power, if he progressed smoothly, he could ultimately become a soul Douluo. Would plant-type soul masters possess the capacity to resist him? That seemed highly unlikely unless their soul skills were exceptionally unique. It appears your opinions diverge, Meng Xinji said with a smile. This is quite normal, as everyone perceives things differently and approaches issues from varied perspectives, Bai Baoshan remarked nonchalantly. Jilin, would you be interested in taking that young lad as your disciple? Meng Xinji turned to Jilin once more. After pondering for a moment, Jilin declined. Better not. We do not share the same martial soul system, and besides, he is the prince's protege. Accepting him as a disciple would contradict our teaching principles. However, I could discreetly offer him some assistance, such as warning him about Prince Xue Qinghe. That would be acceptable. Though I am eager to see how this young man will respond to the 4th prince's retribution, a glimmer of interest flickered across Meng Xinji's face. These 3 characters, in the original work, can be regarded as rare paragons of virtue. Possessing formidable strength, they are wholly dedicated to the pursuit of education. Although they are all soul masters of the Spirit Hall, they harbor deep affection for the Tiandou Empire. When the time for the final battle approaches, they resolutely choose to uphold justice. Furthermore, their loyalty does not lie with the royal family of Tiandou. Rather, it is with the people of Tiandou and the ideals of justice they hold dear in their hearts. In Jiang Yu's eyes, such individuals are indeed a group worthy of respect. In terms of character, they surpass the vast majority. Perhaps sensing the distant gaze, Jiang Yu turned his puzzled eyes toward the academic council. With the spirit of all herbs unfurled, he had a heightened perception over many plants, allowing him to sense the presence of someone observing him from that direction, yet he could not discern their figure. Such a perceptive young man. Dream Machine and the others also noticed Jiang Yu's gaze, chuckling softly before turning their attention elsewhere and departing. Was it an illusion? As he felt the gaze dissipate, Jiang Yu murmured to himself, dismissing it from his mind. He needed to disseminate the rumors swiftly, capitalizing on the current wave of gossip before it faded, and instigate some activities for Xue Bang. He could not allow him to continuously disturb his peace, despite being at the Tiandou Royal Academy. There were matters he needed to attend to. Chapter 24. The trouble with Xue Bang. Uncle, you must help me. Upon entering, Xue Bang rushed towards Prince Xue Qinghe, sobbing. Those around them were accustomed to this scene. It had occurred numerous times before. Whenever Xue Bang faced bullying, he would seek support from Prince Xue Qinghe. The prince, being the younger brother of the reigning emperor, was not only free from suspicion but also wielded considerable power, enjoying the deep trust of the Snow Knight Emperor. He was particularly protective of Xue Bang, making him one of Jiang Yu's most vexing adversaries. The official powers of the Tiandou Empire were effectively obstructed by him, rendering Xue Qinghe's authority largely impotent and stalling many of Jiang Yu's plans. What has happened, Xuebong? Has someone bullied you again? A trace of indulgence flickered in Prince Xue Qinghe's eyes as he waved for others to withdraw. The attendants departed one by one, and as the door closed, the room was left with only Xuebong and Prince Xue Qinghe. Once the others had left, Xuebong seemed to shed his usual faade, adopting a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted with his typical self. If outsiders were to witness this transformation, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Prince Xue Qinghe was unsurprised. Such a demeanor from Xuebong was only revealed in his presence when they were alone. Now, let us discuss the situation. Wasn't today the day for your revenge? It is all because of that Jiang Yu. Uncle, I lost face this time. Xuebong gritted his teeth, his hatred for Jiang Yu reaching unprecedented heights. He proceeded to recount the events that had just transpired with great detail. Prince Xue Qinghe frowned upon hearing the account, and then looked at Xuebong. Are you saying he single-handedly defeated more than a dozen individuals? How is that possible? Isn't he an auxiliary soul master? I too have my doubts, but his displayed strength does not resemble that of an auxiliary soul master at all. At this point, Xuebong felt despondent. Jiang Yu's power rendered him utterly helpless. Uncle, do you think we can eliminate that boy? Xuebong spoke with venom. Absolutely not. Haven't you learned from the last lesson? Prince Xue Qinghe quickly rejected the notion. If you truly eliminate him, your actions would be exposed to the public, arousing suspicion. This is not wise. You must prioritize your own safety. Prince Xue Qinghe was adamant. He needed to prioritize Xuebong's safety. Should Jiang Yu be removed, Xuebong's true identity could be revealed, potentially leading to a fate similar to that of several princes before him, who had met untimely and mysterious ends. After all, he might be the last remaining heir of his brother. Prince Xue Qinghe had long harbored suspicions about Xue Qinghe's identity. So, uncle, what should we do? Are we to simply allow him to bully me? Discontent was etched across Xuebong's face. He was desperate to teach Jiang Yu a lesson, to vent his frustration, as all his troubles stemmed from Jiang Yu. Prince Xue Qinghe sighed. I understand your frustrations, but for the greater good, it is best to endure for now. He is the prince's man. Even I have little recourse against him. The prince will not sit idly by. Xuebong remained unsatisfied. If we cannot act, can we not enlist others to warn him? Perhaps the poison Douluo? A figure flashed in his mind, that of the esteemed poison Douluo, revered in the Tiandou Empire. Impossible. Prince Xue Qinghe refuted without hesitation. Douluo is not our ally. Calling on him would require us to owe him a favor. Though I saved him once, our exchanges have nearly exhausted our goodwill over the years. It is not worth troubling him for such a trivial matter. He added, furthermore, this incident touches upon the royal family, and Douluo would not intervene lightly. Years ago, Prince Xue Qinghe had saved Douluo's life, but the latter had long since repaid that debt and had become a guest elder of the Tiandou Empire. Their relationship was now primarily one of camaraderie, but even that goodwill could run out. Douluo had assisted Prince Xue Qinghe on several occasions over the years, and it was likely that their favors had been depleted. Moreover, a mere warning would be insufficient. It could very well entangle Xue Qinghe in this affair. At that point, as a guest elder of the Tiandou Empire, Douluo might merely side with him, rendering such a favor meaningless. Uncle, is there truly no way? Xuebong seethed. As long as he exists, I cannot find peace. Jiang Yu's adept manipulation of emotions was evident. Xuebong realized that if he could not suppress Jiang Yu this time, his future days would become exceedingly difficult. At this stage, we lack effective means. He is under the prince's protection. As long as he does not err, we find it challenging to strike against him. And given his temperament, he will undoubtedly avoid making mistakes. Prince Xue Qinghe sighed. They were all within the system of the Tiandou Empire, yet due to their respective allegiances, Jiang Yu enjoyed the protection of Xue Qinghe. As long as Xue Qinghe remained in power, and as long as he continued to protect Jiang Yu, it would be arduous for them to impose any suppression on him. If only Xuebong had been able to develop his power more discreetly over the years. Dealing with someone like Jiang Yu would have been quite simple. Very well, I shall personally deliver a warning to him. If he dares to disregard my caution, it will provide me with the perfect justification. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Prince Xue Qinghe's eyes. As long as Jiang Yu dared to act recklessly before him, he would have a reason to intervene, something even Xue Qinghe would find difficult to prevent, provided he acted swiftly. Yet, such a course of action would likely bring their conflict into the open. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, uncle. Avalanche, too, was a source of great joy, for he truly found himself at a loss with Jiang Yu. Having managed to secure Jiang Yu's admission into the Heavenly Royal Academy, he had initially perceived him to be a pliable figure, easily manipulated. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn, transforming him into a formidable presence, thus rendering Avalanche's strategy somewhat self-defeating. Prince Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, displaying little concern, as this matter fell squarely within his responsibilities. Yet, just as Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche were finalizing their arrangements, the words of the 3 committee members from the Heavenly Royal Academy fortuitously reached Prince Xue Qinghe, darkening his countenance. These 3 individuals were not ones to be trifled with. The situation was far from dire. Concurrently, the rumors orchestrated by Jiang Yu began to take effect, inciting a furious reaction from both Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche, who were on the verge of erupting with indignation. The turmoil seemed relentless, and Jiang Yu's predicament was temporarily set aside. At the Heavenly Royal Academy, Jiang Yu arrived at his assigned dormitory and promptly organized his daily necessities. The academy operated under a semi-closed system, wherein students resided and dined on campus, only permitted to return home during vacations. Jiang Yu was no exception, although he possessed certain privileges allowing him to leave for urgent matters. Having completed his tasks, Jiang Yu settled onto his bed, awaiting the arrival of others. Shortly thereafter, a plump boy stealthily entered Jiang Yu's room, and upon noticing Jiang Yu seated on the bed, he hastily bowed with respect. "Greetings, Lord Jiang. This is a school. There is no need for excessive formality," Jiang Yu replied, his expression remarkably serene. "I did not anticipate that only you would come. It appears they have violated their initial vows." The boy, known as Lu Yang, was one of Jiang Yu's subordinates cultivated over the previous years. Through the benefits afforded by his family's officials, he had been placed into the Heavenly Royal Academy as an insider and intelligence gatherer, tasked with the collection of vital information. This is, in fact, a mere idle move. When Jiang Yu initially undertook this, he did so without much diligence. Yet he selected individuals closely associated with the Xue Qinghe family. Initially, he developed a group of over a dozen individuals, but to prevent exposure, he refrained from excessive management, allowing them to fend for themselves within the academy. To be candid, Jiang Yu had long been prepared for total annihilation, for even if the Night Emperor did not intervene, both Prince Xue Qinghe and the Avalanche would instinctively suppress any factions related to Xue Qinghe. It was quite unexpected that one remained. Chapter 25. Worthy of alliance. Lu Yang stood quietly to the side, his head lowered, refraining from speech. There was no communication among these insiders. Only Jiang Yu was privy to this knowledge, rendering Lu Yang unable to interject. However, his somewhat relaxed demeanor suggested that his gamble had paid off. Jiang Yu glanced over, but chose not to dwell on it further. He had likely discerned the reason for this individual's existence. Firstly, this lad's family was not particularly formidable, rendering him a superfluous figure among those who enjoyed Xue Qinghe's favor. Secondly, this rotund boy bore numerous scars, both fresh and old. If his conjecture was correct, Lu Yang had likely joined the Avalanche's ranks, albeit as a lowly member often subjected to bullying. Thus, seeking vengeance, he turned to Jiang Yu upon receiving his command. However, Jiang Yu had no desire to meddle in these affairs. He merely required these individuals to fulfill their tasks, which would facilitate control. "How have you fared with the task I entrusted to you?" Jiang Yu inquired, his tone indifferent. Had he accomplished nothing, he would unhesitatingly cast this individual aside, for he was not yet worthy of being wielded as a pawn. "It has all been accomplished, my lord. Please review." The chubby Lu Yang hastily produced a small booklet from his person and presented it to Jiang Yu. The booklet was not insubstantial, at least 2 fingers thick, prompting a slight raise of Jiang Yu's brow as he regarded it with newfound interest. This is evidently not a product of hasty preparation, but rather the result of prolonged effort. Jiang Yu took the booklet and began to peruse its contents, which were meticulously detailed. Over the span of 2 years, from the beginning of his enrollment until now, nearly all the matters he had entrusted were recorded. Moreover, the entries were organized by time period. However, there was a conspicuous gap of 1 month. It appeared that he had ceased his efforts after recently joining the Avalanche, only to resume documentation later, spurred by a desire for retribution after experiencing maltreatment. "You have done exceptionally well. This booklet holds great significance for me," Jiang Yu remarked, tucking it away with a subtle nod of approval. The work of this little chubby fellow was indeed commendable. Yet, despite the abundance of information contained within, Jiang Yu only required knowledge of certain aspects, as the remainder served merely to obfuscate and deter potential betrayal. "Thank you for your praise, my lord." A flicker of delight crossed Lu Yang's face. Jiang Yu's acknowledgement made him feel that his choices were indeed worthwhile. "From this day forth, you shall accompany me in my endeavors. I am already somewhat familiar with your circumstances. Rest assured, all the grievances you have endured over the years will be avenged. Those who have wronged you shall not escape unscathed, for betrayers face dire fates." A chilling smile surfaced on Jiang Yu's face. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yang could not help but shudder, feeling an overwhelming sense of indifference emanating from Jiang Yu, a chilling disregard for human life. "Very well, you may leave for now. I shall inform you should anything arise," Jiang Yu remarked casually, waving his hand dismissively. "Understood," Lu Yang promptly replied, exiting and effortlessly closing the door behind him. Thus, Jiang Yu found himself alone, affording him the opportunity for introspection. It appeared that the situation was far more favorable than he had anticipated. He had not expected that Avalanche had accomplished nothing over the years, merely treating this place as his sanctuary. Jiang Yu mused silently. In Jiang Yu's perspective, the significance of the Tiandou Royal Academy was immense. Although this institution did not boast much presence in the original narrative, it remained the finest academy in the Tiandou Empire, overshadowed only by the Xue Academy due to the latter's protagonist aura. The resources here were abundant. particularly in terms of human capital, as the academy gathered the majority of the familial powers within the Tiandou Empire. However, Avalanche had merely siphoned off some of the dregs, recruiting most of the officials' offspring and a few select teachers. Perhaps it was due to the ease of persuasion. Not a single true talent had been swayed by Avalanche. This turn of events had indeed worked in my favor. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Though the plot of the original work served as a reference, Jiang Yu found it challenging to ascertain what changes might arise with his presence. Thus far, it seemed he had not significantly altered the storyline. However, if he wished to win over the two most pivotal individuals, he would undoubtedly encounter some challenges. A frown crept across Jiang Yu's face as he contemplated. The individuals most worthy of recruitment within the Tiandou Royal Academy were few. Foremost among them were the three-souled Douluos, followed by several notable figures within the academy. While talent was secondary, their familial connections held paramount importance. Among them was Xue Qinghe, a paragon of the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, as well as the heir to the clan and captain of the royal combat team. He possessed the ability to transform into a dragon and harbored a profound sense of responsibility toward his family. He is a person of considerable allure. Even if the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family remains neutral, Jiang Yu can still extract significant value from him. Then there is Dugu Yan, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, who stands as the most valuable target for cultivation. Jiang Yu aims to manage the Heaven Do Royal Academy primarily to befriend her, thereby gaining access to Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo possesses a truly terrifying ability, being the only one who can be regarded as a strategic-level title Douluo. Such talent is best kept close at hand. However, Jiang Yu has misjudged a crucial detail. Dugu Yan is not only the beloved of Xue Qinghe, but is also already 20 years old, slightly older than Xue Qinghe. Otherwise, arranging a marriage between Xue Qinghe and her would have been the optimal choice. As for Yi Lingling, she is indeed a commendable option, her age aligning perfectly. Yet the issues surrounding her family are quite significant. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yi Lingling is the sole inheritor of the 9 Hearts Sea Peach martial soul lineage, with each generation permitted only one successor. Concurrently, there can only be 2 living 9 Hearts Sea Peach soul masters at any given time. A new successor can only emerge upon the death of one, making this martial soul among the rarest. To outsiders, this may appear to be a miracle. However, from Jiang Yu's perspective, informed by his knowledge from a previous life, it seems rather cruel. If we regard martial souls as akin to genes, and if a gene can only be passed down through such a method, it implies an absence of hereditary traits. Typically, even if a gene cannot be transmitted from generation to generation, it can still manifest in alternate generations. The 9-heart begonia martial soul lacks such characteristics, indicating that it is merely a transient phenomenon, devoid of hereditary potential. Thus, it appears that the inheritance of this martial soul likely entails the sacrifice of the previous generation's possessor, transferring it to the next. According to Jiang Yu's conjecture, this must be a case of intergenerational inheritance. The first-generation possessor, through a unique method, divides a portion of their martial soul to their descendants, akin to the principles of yin and yang, passing on the yang aspect to ensure the stable emergence of an imperfect 9-heart begonia martial soul in the offspring, while retaining the yin aspect to maintain their own strength. Subsequently, by practicing secret techniques, when their descendants give birth, they sacrifice themselves to bestow the martial soul upon their progeny, who then transmits this portion to their own descendants. Thus, a system reminiscent of yin-yang complementarity is born, guaranteeing that every generation possesses 2 9-heart begonia martial souls. However, according to Jiang Yu's speculation, this method must be performed by a female, and each 9-heart begonia martial soul will be incomplete. The mother embodies the yang, while the daughter inevitably represents the yin. Only when the two unite can the complete 9-heart begonia martial soul exist. Although Jiang Yu lacks comprehensive information about this clan, his deductions seem to be quite accurate, drawing from his studies in genetics during his previous life. Therefore, while this is indeed a marvel, it is also exceedingly cruel, for the sake of this so-called inheritance. The lineage of Yi Lingling will ultimately lose their individuality, all for the sake of perpetuating this legacy. Perhaps I can exploit this aspect as a means to approach Yi Lingling, yet I remain uncertain of her thoughts on the matter, and whether she would accept my suggestion. Considering it entails a betrayal of her clan, Jiang Yu pondered. His plan was straightforward, to persuade Yi Lingling to betray her family and join the forces of Xue Qinghe. In return, Jiang Yu would strive to perfect her martial soul and liberate her from such a tragic fate. As the prince of the Tiandou Empire, confronting a clan like the 9-heart begonia should not pose a significant challenge. Despite the clan's mysterious nature, Jiang Yu did not believe they possessed the title Douluo. At most, they would have a soul Douluo, which is not particularly daunting. The only remaining issue is that Jiang Yu's conjecture must be accurate. Chapter 26. The Royal Combat Team returns. Several days have elapsed since Jiang Yu commenced his studies. In recent days, Jiang Yu has devoted himself to gathering information aside from attending his regular classes. The curriculum at the Heaven Do Royal Academy is quite relaxed, with minimal daily lessons. relying more on self-directed study, reminiscent of his university experience in a past life. Initially, Jiang Yu presumed that the teaching model at the Tiandou Royal Academy mirrored that of Xue Academy, where students of all ages are taught together. However, he soon discovered that this was not the case. The unified teaching approach at Xue was primarily due to their limited number of students. Typically, schools are divided by grade, and Jiang Yu found himself placed in the first year. "My lord, do you require anything of me?" Lu Yang approached Jiang Yu with a subservient demeanor, his eyes brimming with flattery. Jiang Yu merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yang and replied, "No, just focus on your current responsibilities. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Lu Yang's excessive attentiveness over the past few days raised Jiang Yu's suspicions, prompting him to assign Lu Yang a task to suppress those who had previously bullied him. With Lu Yang's backing, those individuals dared not confront him again. "This cannot be. Alleviating your burdens is my duty," Lu Yang insisted, clearly reluctant to continue with his previous tasks and eager to remain by Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted, now laced with deeper scrutiny. He was not inclined to have someone monitoring his actions. Noticing the change in Jiang Yu's expression, Lu Yang quickly apologized. "Forgive me, my lord. I overstepped." "You may leave," Jiang Yu stated, his tone remaining nonchalant. With no other recourse, Lu Yang retreated, visibly disheartened. Impatience breeds suspicion. Is he perhaps a spy? Jiang Yu pondered silently as he observed Lu Yang's retreating figure. Indeed, Lu Yang's behavior over the past few days had sown seeds of doubt in Jiang Yu's mind. In truth, Jiang Yu harbored no trust for anyone within the Tiandou Royal Academy, save for his carefully chosen allies. To him, everyone else was a potential pawn of Prince Xue Qinghe. Navigating this situation with caution felt cumbersome. Perhaps it was time to find a way to eliminate this uncertainty. He had initially hoped for a stroke of luck, expecting to have at least one loyal subordinate among those he had arranged, only to discover yet another potential traitor. Regardless of whether Lu Yang was indeed a spy, Jiang Yu had resolved to dismiss him from his plans. He need not concern himself with the reactions from Xue Bing's faction. For both parties, this was merely a strategic move. Ultimately, reliance on oneself is paramount. The absence of trustworthy individuals in his vicinity was indeed a troubling reality. For Jiang Yu, a subordinate of the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, the notion that trust can only be placed in the spirit hall within the empire is indeed a peculiar irony. According to the narrative of the original work, the royal fighting team, comprising individuals such as Yu Tianheng, is destined to journey to Soto City in a few months. It is at this juncture that Tang San and his companions will encounter Yu Tianheng and discern the poison afflicting Dugu Yan, subsequently issuing a warning that will draw the attention of Dugu Bo. Consequently, Jiang Yu realizes that his time is limited. Jiang Yu contemplates the unfolding events of the future. The royal fighting team's expedition to Soto City in a few months is inevitable, as the Tiandou Royal Academy is not subject to his or Xue Qinghe's whims. Therefore, Jiang Yu must expedite his plans over the next few months, as time is of the essence. He wonders whether his recent actions have attracted their attention. If so, they are likely to seek him out soon. A few days prior, when Jiang Yu enrolled, Yu Tianheng and others were engaged in rigorous combat training at the Grand Seoul Arena in Tiandou City, as mandated by their instructor, Qin Ming, a tradition upheld by Xue Academy. Thus, Jiang Yu missed the opportunity to meet them. Having heard of their return in recent days, he anticipates that they will reach out to him. Jiang Yu considers his own talents to be commendable, and he surmises they would not overlook him either. Furthermore, through his investigations over the past few days, he has gained a rough understanding of their personalities, which closely align with those depicted in the original narrative. Yi Lingling, as he had conjectured, is indeed enigmatic, rarely interacting with others and possessing almost no friends. Although such individuals may outwardly display an air of indifference, it is likely that they harbor profound loneliness within, making them quite approachable. All that remains is to wait. After thorough analysis, a hint of relief graced Jiang Yu's countenance. Attending school once more had always been his cherished dream, yet now that he was back, he found it exceedingly dull. Indeed, the joy he once derived from his university days was sorely missed. "Boss, look quickly. While we were away from the academy, a prodigious soul master has enrolled, a 12-year-old soul venerable. Goodness, how extraordinarily talented must he be." The boss himself was never this formidable, and astonishingly, he managed to defeat over 10 opponents of the great soul master level in a single battle. In the conference room, the members of the Huangdou team had just returned from outside the academy and were preparing to convene a meeting to reflect upon their recent combat experiences, when suddenly, Yufeng burst into the room, his face alight with astonishment, clutching a piece of paper in his hand. This parchment was procured by Yufeng, containing the information of a newly enrolled student. "Is it true?" Dugu Yan inquired skeptically, not due to disbelief, but rather because it seemed too extraordinary. A 12-year-old soul master, a rarity not witnessed in many years, who single-handedly defeated over 10 grand soul masters. Indeed, the information on this paper has been compiled by the Academy's instructors. "If you doubt it, boss, take a look for yourself," Yufeng replied. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow as he examined the parchment, which bore the Academy's emblem, confirming its authenticity. The details inscribed were consistent with Yufeng's account, perhaps even more sensational. An auxiliary system soul master? At this moment, even the other team members could not help but turn their heads, and in the corner, Yilingling's cold gaze flickered with a hint of surprise. Tianheng, you did not mistake this? That person is truly a support-type soul master? Du Guyan exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Tianheng remained silent, instead handing a note containing information about Jiang Yu to Du Guyan. Upon receiving the note and glancing at it, Du Guyan found that Jiang Yu was indeed classified as a support-type soul master, a designation confirmed personally by 3 esteemed committee members of the Academy. The note even contained details regarding Jiang Yu's 3 soul abilities. The first ability, enhanced and restrained plant-type soul masters. The second ability, enhanced and restrained attribute soul masters. The third ability provided group healing. Although the details were not exhaustive, they were largely accurate. Yufeng, where did you obtain this information? Du Guyan inquired, turning her gaze towards Yufeng. At this juncture, Yufeng found it inappropriate to reveal the source of his information and had to candidly admit, it was given to me by Teacher Qin Ming. This indeed confirms the accuracy of the intelligence. Did Teacher Qin mention anything else? Yu Tianheng inquired, his brow furrowing. For if it were Teacher Qin Ming, he certainly would not merely suggest that they familiarize themselves. After a moment of hesitation, Yufeng responded. Teacher Qin's intention was for us to first engage with this individual to ascertain whether he is suitable for our battle team before making a decision. The intelligence indicated that Jiang Yu's soul skills were not particularly impressive, perhaps even somewhat lacking. However, his battle record was astonishingly exceptional, which caused Yufeng some concern. Should Jiang Yu successfully pass their assessment and join their team, it would inevitably result in someone being relegated to the substitute bench. I understand. Let's meet with him shortly. Yu Tianheng said with a calm demeanor, revealing little emotion. Although Teacher Qin Ming merely suggested they meet and even implied that if Jiang Yu proved competent he could be recruited, he had granted Yu Tianheng a veto power. Should he dissent, there would be no possibility of Jiang Yu joining their royal battle team. Given Yu Tianheng's character, it was evident that he would not permit Jiang Yu's inclusion. After all, Jiang Yu was but a newcomer, unable to compare with the teammates he had known for so long. Chapter 27. Assessment. Battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu did not anticipate that the encounter would come so swiftly. He had only received news from the royal battle team earlier today, and now, in the afternoon, they had come to him in full force. Observing Yu Tianheng and the others from the royal battle team approaching, Jiang Yu felt momentarily taken aback. So soon? Perhaps it was the faculty of the Tiandou Royal Academy who had voiced their opinions, prompting the royal battle team to assess my abilities. In an instant, Jiang Yu comprehended that there was undoubtedly faculty involvement behind this initiative. Otherwise, individuals like Yu Tianheng would not have arrived so promptly. And it was possible that the intentions of the 3 committee members were at play. In recent days, Jiang Yu had not encountered the 3 members of the education committee. While this was ostensibly normal, it was rather unexpected given his status as a transfer student, particularly one who had entered under dubious circumstances. It was only natural that they should wish to meet him, especially considering Jiang Yu's prodigious talents. It seemed they intended to assess his capabilities first, which suited Jiang Yu just fine. Yu Tianheng? Jiang Yu looked up at the figure before him. At this moment, Yu Tianheng was already 20 years old, 8 years Jiang Yu's senior, and towered over him, necessitating that Jiang Yu tilt his head to see his face, an annoyance that did not escape him. You know me? Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a calm demeanor from Jiang Yu. He had anticipated that his presence would instill some degree of apprehension in Jiang Yu. Yet the latter's expression remained unperturbed. Indeed, I am quite well informed about you. However, I suspect you are less familiar with my background, Jiang Yu replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Yu, a subordinate of the Crown Prince. This was not merely a boastful declaration. Jiang Yu's notoriety was relatively meager, and without such an introduction, one might not recognize him. Yu Tianheng, almost instinctively, reached out his own right hand to shake Jiang Yu's. Captain of the Imperial Battle Team, Yu Tianheng. A pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yu smiled as he withdrew his hand. The entire exchange transpired in an instant, yet Jiang Yu had effectively asserted his dominance in the atmosphere. Upon realizing this, Yu Tianheng's expression darkened. It was indeed somewhat humiliating to be overshadowed by someone 8 years his junior. The implication of Jiang Yu's claim to be the Crown Prince's subordinate lingered in the air. Could he possibly be referring to that particular individual? How had he come to attend the Tiandou Royal Academy? Clearly, Jiang Yu's identity resonated with Yu Tianheng, hinting at the magnitude of the events from years prior, which had rendered Jiang Yu an unconventional figure of fame. Miss Dugu, greetings. We have met before, Jiang Yu said, smiling as he bypassed Yu Tianheng to acknowledge Dugu Yan with an air of formality, devoid of any intention to encroach upon her standing. Ah, hello, Dugu Yan responded, momentarily recalling Jiang Yu's identity. Once she grasped his background, she paused in surprise before replying. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yu chose not to engage further with the others, turning his focus back to Yu Tianheng. Might I inquire why Captain Yu has made such a grand effort to seek me out? Is it possible you wish to advocate on behalf of the 4th Prince? Jiang Yu's tone was notably relaxed, yet carried an undertone that suggested a challenge, leaving little comfort for those who heard it. This was a deliberate maneuver on Jiang Yu's part, aimed at provoking a slip from Yu Tianheng. However, Yu Tianheng was not easily ensnared. As the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he scrutinized Jiang Yu closely, acknowledging that he had underestimated him. In this conversation, Jiang Yu had seized the upper hand. Hey, kid, show our captain a bit more respect. And what do you mean by advocating for the fourth prince? Are you talking about Xue? How could that brat expect us to support him? Yu Feng interjected, unable to contain his discontent. Not only he, but Jiang Yu's demeanor also irked the others, for they had come to evaluate him, yet it seemed he had turned the tables to his advantage. Enough, Yu Feng, be quiet. Yu Tianheng commanded, then regarded Jiang Yu with a serious expression. I don't understand your insinuation. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yu's implication was unmistakable, suggesting their involvement in the royal power struggle, which irked Yu Tianheng, who, being raised in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and its successor, understood the importance of maintaining neutrality. My apologies. I was merely seeking to ascertain whether you have aligned yourselves with the fourth prince, Jiang Yu said, scratching his cheek. It appears you have not. If that is the case, would you be interested in collaborating with the crown prince? It might offer you significant advantages in the future. Jiang Yu's assertion was not mere speculation. Should the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan ally with Xue Qinghe, it was conceivable that Bibi Dong, out of respect for Qian Renxue, would refrain from annihilating their clan. The direct solicitation left Yu Tianheng momentarily taken aback. He then shook his head, gently declining Jiang Yu's proposal. I'm afraid this matter is beyond my authority. If you are truly interested, you may consult with the elders of my clan. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. It was evident that Yu Tianheng was resolute in his decision, unwilling to yield under any circumstances. Were he to reach an agreement with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Jiang Yu would not need to engage with Yu Tianheng at all. There was still a glimmer of possibility with Yu Tianheng, while the prospect with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan seemed utterly implausible. Now, let us discuss our affairs, Yu Tianheng stated. Proceed, Jiang Yu replied. You must have some inkling of our purpose for being here. We have come to assess you, and should you pass this evaluation, you may join our Imperial battle team. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. I must apologize, but I harbor no desire to join the Imperial battle team. After all, such pursuits were merely childish diversions. While the rewards of the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master competition were indeed enticing, Jiang Yu possessed the self-awareness to recognize that his strength paled in comparison to those formidable competitors. You dare to refuse? Yu Tianheng frowned. Yet the uniqueness of Jiang Yu's abilities flickered in his mind. Very well, but the assessment must still proceed. It is, after all, a task assigned by the Academy's instructors. Is that truly necessary? Besides, I am quite curious about the nature of your so-called assessment. It wouldn't involve combat, would it? I am merely a support-type soul master and do not excel in battle, Jiang Yu replied, his brows furrowed in reluctance. He merely sought to engage with this group, entirely disinterested in combat, having already prepared his excuses in advance. I'm afraid you cannot refuse. To be frank, I am quite intrigued by your abilities. I have learned about your performance during the entrance examination, which was quite astonishing, completely uncharacteristic of a support-type soul master, Yu Tianheng asserted directly, indicating that Jiang Yu would not be permitted to leave without facing a fight. This left Jiang Yu in a state of helplessness. Very well. I shall participate in a match, but I have a stipulation. I must choose my opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Tianheng agreed. All right, I choose her, Jiang Yu declared confidently, pointing at Yi Lingling, her expression devoid of any shame and brimming with self-satisfaction. Since she is a girl, I shall allow her to make the first move. Yu Tianheng, an innocent bystander, Yi Lingling, the crowd. We have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Although both of you are support-type soul masters, at least you possess some combat prowess. Does Yi Lingling have any? Yu Tianheng suppressed the urge to retaliate, thinking, no, I must choose another. This left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat regretful. It is truly disheartening that one would fail to uphold their word. Jade Tianheng was exceedingly furious, exclaiming, what do you mean by saying that words do not hold weight? This is clearly your scheme. Then I shall choose her, Jiang Yu declared, pointing toward Dugu Yan. This left Yu Tianheng momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? Dugu Yan is the second strongest among their ranks, possessing the formidable blue-scaled serpent martial soul inherited from his grandfather. Dugu Bo. Her poison skills are exceptionally terrifying, making her a more troublesome opponent than the mightiest Yu Tianheng. Of course, I am not without strength myself. Perhaps facing someone familiar will allow for a gentler approach. Sister Dugu, do remember to hold back a little, Jiang Yu said with a smile. The younger brother speaks with such charm. Fear not, I shall indeed temper my strength, Dugu Yan replied with a light-hearted laugh. Yu Tianheng chose not to elaborate. He was confident that Dugu Yan would exercise restraint. Since Jiang Yu wished to face some challenge, he would indulge him, knowing that with Yi Lingling present, there would be no risk of serious harm. Chapter 28. Victory. The battle was ultimately set upon the Soul Arena of the Tiandou Royal Academy, which boasts its own dedicated fighting grounds. eliminating the need to seek out a random location. Jiang Yu and Yu Tianheng, along with the others, arrived at the arena and ascended the platform. Opposite him stood Jiang Yu's opponent for this encounter, Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan was formidable, wielding 37 levels of soul power, 1 level less than her initial appearance in the original narrative, yet still 6 levels higher than Jiang Yu. As for the others, Yu Tianheng possessed 38 levels of soul power, while the remaining participants hovered around 34. In truth, if it were a one-on-one duel, it might have been more advantageous for Jiang Yu to select an opponent with lower soul power. However, he was well aware that the others were beast soul masters, either agile attack type or powerful assault type fighters. Jiang Yu's greatest fear lay with such adversaries, as his combat prowess required time to manifest. Clearly, these individuals would not underestimate him. They would undoubtedly strike close in the first instance, leaving Jiang Yu with no chance of victory. In comparison, Dugu Yan presents a far more manageable challenge. She is a control-type soul master who specializes in poison, making close combat nearly impossible. As long as Jiang Yu remains cautious of her toxins, he should fare well. Dugu Yan's soul abilities have been mentioned in the original text, indicating they are not overly difficult to counter. Although he harbors some reluctance towards fighting, Jiang Yu is determined not to be defeated. "Are you ready, little brother?" Dugu Yan inquired with a bright smile. "Ready," Jiang Yu replied. Seeing both sides prepared, Yu Tianheng called out, "The match begins." At the same moment, Jiang Yu and Dugu Yan instinctively distanced themselves, recognizing that neither possessed close combat soul abilities, making separation advantageous for the confrontation. Fortunately, this was anticipated, and Jiang Yu felt considerably more at ease. Dugu Yan, as a control-type soul master from the royal battle team, typically refrained from advancing too far forward, which aligned perfectly with Jiang Yu's strategy. Spirit of Herbs, Spirit of Seasons, Spring. With his first 2 soul techniques, Jiang Yu invoked the Spring Rain, one of the 4 manifestations of the Spirit of Seasons. Unlike the temperature control of winter and summer, the Spring Rain enveloped the entire arena in a veil of mist. "What an intriguing soul technique," Dugu Yan remarked, astonished. The layer of mist significantly hindered the spread of her toxic fog. After all, her poison typically manifested in the form of vapor, with the air saturated in moisture. Any released toxins would quickly amalgamate with the mist, making it arduous for them to reach Jiang Yu. "It appears I misjudged the situation. No wonder this little rascal chose me as an opponent. Does he possess insight into my soul skills?" Inwardly cursing Jiang Yu's cunning, Dugu Yan resolved that it was still insufficient. She promptly deduced that long-range poisoning was no longer viable and that she must resort to close combat. The rain curtain merely impeded her toxic fog. It could not negate it entirely. As long as she approached, she could still envelop him. With determination, Dugu Yan charged towards Jiang Yu. Her martial soul was the Azure Scale Serpent, a beast-type martial soul with commendable close-quarters combat capabilities, albeit primarily focused on poison. "Is she coming?" Jiang Yu mused, already anticipating Dugu Yan's decision. Thankfully, the prior delay had allowed him to finalize his strategy. Spirit of Life. The third 1,000-year soul ring illuminated, causing the flora within a 1,000-meter radius to wither rapidly, as Jiang Yu siphoned a substantial portion of their vitality. For the sake of victory, he had been ruthless. Though he did not entirely strip the plants of their life force, he had still extracted a significant amount. Their recovery would require an extended period. A dense white light radiated from Jiang Yu, embodying the vitality of the plants. Instead of immediately infusing it back into the flora, he retained it nearby. Dugu Yan's poison was exceptionally potent. Ordinary plants found it nearly impossible to withstand such a fierce toxin, succumbing almost instantly. Jiang Yu needed to contemplate his next move. However, time was of the essence as Dugu Yan drew closer, and he had to impede her advance. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to the poison himself. "Go," Jiang Yu resolved, selecting a cluster of blue-silver grass and infusing it with a copious amount of vitality. The reason for choosing blue-silver grass lay in its remarkable resilience. After acquiring his soul ring, he had meticulously studied the properties of blue-silver grass. One could say it held boundless potential. Its robust life force could facilitate various evolutions and allow it to thrive in diverse environments. The only limitation was its inherent quality. Blue-silver grass with exceptional potential was scarce, and the few that managed to grow were even rarer. This scarcity contributed to its classification as a waste martial soul. However, with diligent nurturing, it could reach the level of Tang San. Initially, Tang San had not awakened the blue-silver bloodline. His martial soul was merely the basic blue-silver grass. Thus, such evolution was indeed possible. Jiang Yu's soul skill fundamentally revolved around controlling plants, and these plants were not immune to toxins. Hence, his current strategy was to leverage his soul skill to see if he could cultivate a blue-silver grass with toxin resistance, which would be pivotal for his triumph. A large cluster of blue-silver grass surged forth, propelled by Jiang Yu's command, boldly charging into Dugu Yan's toxic fog. Most of the blue-silver grass withered upon contact with the poison, yet a small portion stood firm. Jiang Yu swiftly extracted the vitality from the withered blue-silver grass and infused it into the resilient ones, aiding their endurance and promoting evolution. He had long harbored doubts regarding the evolutionary capacity of his soul skill, and this was the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Du Guyan, witnessing this scene, appeared astonished. How could he achieve such resistance to her toxins? Although puzzled, she was undeterred from augmenting the potency of her poison. Du Guyan possessed 3 soul skills: the phosphorescent red toxic frenzy, which stimulated the nerves and enhanced both attack power and speed by 20, the phosphorescent blue toxic paralysis, which nullified pain and increased defense by 30, and lastly, the phosphorescent purple toxin. While the first 2 skills seemed auxiliary, they wielded formidable toxic effects, neurotoxins and blood toxins. If you will, previously, Du Guyan had only unleashed 2 relatively mild toxins, but now she was prepared to unleash her full might. Losing due to carelessness would be a disgrace. Her verdant eyes transformed entirely into a deep purple, and even the emerald scales of her serpent tail took on a faint lavender hue. She opened her mouth and exhaled a dense cloud of purple mist, which rapidly diffused through the air, surging toward Jiang Yu. The powerful toxin tainted even the rain curtain, transforming it into a violet shroud. The spectators of the duel instinctively recoiled, not wishing to become ensnared by such venom. The blue-silver grass that had previously obstructed Du Guyan was largely corroded in an instant, with only a few resilient strands enduring. But their endurance would not last long. This horrifying spectacle rendered Jiang Yu's face pale, for this toxin surpassed all his prior knowledge of poison. His understanding of toxins was rooted in his past life, where he associated corrosive substances solely with acids. Truly terrifying. Without pausing, Jiang Yu activated his soul skill, seizing the opportunity to inject life force into the surviving blue-silver grass before it perished. Perhaps due to the timeliness of his actions, one of the blue-silver grass plants remarkably survived and seemed to undergo genuine evolution. How is this possible? Why has this blue-silver grass not perished? How can it withstand my toxins? Du Guyan's disbelief was palpable, unable to comprehend how such a diminutive plant could resist her poison. The grass now positioned between Jiang Yu and Du Guyan was no longer merely blue-silver grass. Its appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once large due to Jiang Yu's soul skill, it was now reduced to a slender, purple stalk, emanating a black luminescence and exhibiting remarkable resilience. The purple toxic mist in the air had lost its potency against it. Astonishingly, this peculiar blue-silver grass began to absorb the violet vapor with each breath. What on earth have I cultivated? Jiang Yu's lips twitched in bewilderment, rendered speechless. This can no longer be considered the blue-silver grass, can it? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu commanded the blue-silver grass to continue its battle. At this juncture, the potency of the blue-silver grass vastly surpassed its previous strength. Meanwhile, Du Guyan momentarily lost her focus, having been shaken by the dissolution of her poison, and was promptly cast off the soul-fighting platform by the blue-silver grass under Jiang Yu's control. Thus, the contest concluded, and Jiang Yu emerged victorious. Chapter 29. Loss of control. This fellow actually achieved victory. The onlookers, including Yu Feng, murmured in disbelief that Jiang Yu had defeated Du Guyan. Although the final blow came due to Du Guyan's brief lapse in concentration, which Jiang Yu seized upon to cast her off the platform. The match had essentially been decided the moment Jiang Yu neutralized Du Guyan's venom. After all, her poison was her most formidable weapon. Once it was neutralized, she had no further means of attack left. Therefore, Jiang Yu's victory was thoroughly earned, and not a single spectator possessed the confidence to believe they could emerge unscathed from Du Guyan's poisonous mist. Beside them, Yu Tianheng stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Jiang Yu had indeed bested Du Guyan. Initially contemplating a rescue for her, he now found it unnecessary, his expression reflecting a complex swirl of emotions. Perhaps this was the essence of genius. Should I reconsider and allow him to join the Imperial fighting team? With his addition, they might become even more formidable. Yu Tianheng stepped forward to assist the fallen Du Guyan, whose face remained vacant. On the platform, Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking with a hint of trepidation. Fortunately, I almost lost. Had it not been for a single blue-silver grass persevering until the end, he would indeed have faced defeat. After all, apart from this singular tactic, Jiang Yu possessed no other means of offense. Should Du Guyan succeed in obliterating the cluster of blue-silver grass, he would have had no vitality left to conjure another. Thus, Jiang Yu found himself devoid of any means to secure victory. While Du Guyan's toxic mist could effortlessly send him away with just a hint, it could be said that Du Guyan could afford numerous mistakes, whereas Jiang Yu could not allow himself a single one. Fortunately, he ultimately placed the right bet. Speaking of which, what exactly is my third soul skill? Jiang Yu gazed at the obedient blue-silver grass before him, his expression tinged with peculiarity. Although he understood that his soul skill might possess the capacity to facilitate evolution, the scene unfolding before him was undeniably unscientific. A species had seemingly undergone a cross-species evolution in the blink of an eye. However, one must note that the Douluo Continent seemingly lacks any concept of science. Meanwhile, Du Guyan had regained her composure, breaking free from Yu Tianheng's grasp and standing upright. Her gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Yu and the blue-silver grass by his side. How did you accomplish this? The previously withered blue-silver grass. nourished by Jiang Yu's vitality, gradually began to revive, albeit remaining diminutive in size, its exterior glistening and translucent, resembling a jade ribbon, with purple essence coursing through it. Even the newly sprouted leaves displayed a vibrant purple pattern, strikingly beautiful. Perhaps it is merely luck. My abilities are limited to this, Jiang Yu remarked, scratching his nose. Do not attempt to deceive me. You have undoubtedly neutralized my toxin, and since this blue-silver grass can disregard my poison, it must possess the ability to detoxify. Dugu Yin asserted, clearly sensing the profound transformation in the blue-silver grass, which exuded a palpable pressure. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Indeed, this blue-silver grass possessed detoxifying properties, having originated amidst Dugu Yan's toxic mist and capable of absorbing her poison. Noticing Jiang Yu's expression, Dugu Yan let out a bitter laugh, realizing it was true. Her toxin had genuinely been unraveled by another. While it is indeed true, it remains an isolated incident, Jiang Yu reassured her. Yet, deep down, he understood that the emergence of one anomaly would inevitably lead to many more in the future. He couldn't help but wonder how Dugubo would react upon learning of this. He would likely be furious, as it equated to undermining his foundation. Jiang Yu could not shake the feeling of impending doom, for Dugubo was certainly no benevolent figure. Yu Tianheng, accompanying him, also grasped the gravity of the situation. Dugu Yan's toxin was inherited from her grandfather, Dugubo, and was widely regarded as unsolvable. Now that it had been deciphered, Jiang Yu's safety was potentially at stake. This has become quite a predicament, Yu Tianheng mused, acknowledging that he could not interfere in this matter, for Dugu Yan would undoubtedly inform Dugubo. Perhaps I should destroy this blue-silver grass? Jiang Yu contemplated silently. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed a flicker of fear emanating from the blue-silver grass. It possesses consciousness? Jiang Yu was taken aback, yet intrigued by the revelation. This signifies that the blue-silver grass has attained sentience, embodying a wise entity. This revelation left Jiang Yu in a moment of hesitation. Ultimately, he resolved to part with it. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought irritably. He then proceeded to uproot the blue-silver grass, which struggled vehemently. Yet Jiang Yu remained indifferent to its plight. After all, he was merely giving it away, not consigning it to death. Presenting the grass to Miss Dugu Yan, he remarked, Miss Dugu, I offer you this blue-silver grass. It appears to possess a semblance of consciousness and should make for a commendable pet. Having been diminished through Jiang Yu's actions, the blue-silver grass now resembled a mere vine, barely a meter in length, its vitality exceedingly faint and seemingly desolate. Should you find it of no further use, feel free to dispose of it as you wish, even incinerate it, he added. A flicker of trepidation coursed through him, yet he chose to disregard it. Were it not for the need for proper accountability, he would have considered destroying this troublesome entity. Are you giving this to me? Dugu Yan inquired, a mixture of surprise and intrigue evident in her demeanor. This is indeed the most optimal resolution, Jiang Yu conceded with a hint of resignation, as he placed the blue-silver grass into her hands. Despite its uprooting, the grass retained its vitality. All you need to do next is find a suitable spot to replant it, he instructed, withdrawing his control over the blue-silver grass. Although it was formidable, Dugu Yan's strength surpassed it, rendering it incapable of causing significant disruption. Yet, paradoxically, the more one believes that calamity is improbable, the more likely it is to occur. No sooner had the blue-silver grass been liberated from Jiang Yu's grasp than it surged violently, ensnaring Dugu Yan's arm. From its diminutive form erupted a multitude of purple roots, which burrowed deeply into her flesh. The scene unfolded so abruptly that no one could have anticipated it. Even Jiang Yu wore a bewildered expression, and Dugu Yan was caught off guard, swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness. Clearly, this blue-silver grass was toxic, and quite potent at that. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yu hastily activated the spirit of herbs, attempting to regain control, but this time he faced utter failure. This is utterly inconceivable. It is well known that Jiang Yu's martial soul possesses an innate dominance over these plants. With the recent enhancement of his soul skill, even a relatively weaker soul beast would succumb to his control. Not to mention that this blue-silver grass is merely a plant, possessing only a modicum of intelligence. Yet Jiang Yu has inexplicably failed. How can this be possible? Jiang Yu could distinctly sense a formidable force of spiritual energy within the blue-silver grass resisting his influence, resembling a sentient being rather than a mere plant. His expression turned to one of horror as he beheld the arm of Dugu Yan. The blue-silver grass had burrowed deeply into her flesh, merging almost seamlessly with her. Beside them, Yu Tianheng attempted to pry the blue-silver grass away, but with the slightest exertion, Dugu Yan's face contorted in profound agony. How could this occur? The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to parasitism. Panic enveloped Jiang Yu. He was thoroughly alarmed. If Dugu Yan were to perish here, Dugu Bo would not care who he was. He would undoubtedly seek retribution, and the entire Jiang family would face dire consequences. For the first time in many years, circumstances have spiraled beyond control, leaving Jiang Yu utterly perplexed. What have you done to her? Yu Tianheng seized Jiang Yu by the collar, lifting him up as their eyes locked in a fierce glare. How would I know? This is not my doing, Jiang Yu exclaimed, equally distressed. Yu Tianheng, with a look of despair, released Jiang Yu. Indeed. It was unthinkable that Jiang Yu would act so recklessly. He then cast a worried glance toward Dugu Yan. Yan, you must not come to harm. If anything happens to you, I shall ensure this scoundrel accompanies you. A chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine at the thought of such a fate. Step aside. Let me take a look, he asserted, believing there was still hope for redemption. Pushing past Yu Tianheng, Jiang Yu approached Dugu Yan, who was flushed and radiating heat, as if she were being cooked. The blue-silver grass in her hand appeared almost fused with her flesh. There must be a way, Jiang Yu murmured. He placed his hands upon the blue-silver grass. If he could not manipulate it from a distance, he would attempt direct contact, determined to discover the essence of this plant. Fortunately, luck was on Jiang Yu's side as he located that fragment of consciousness, yet he remained unable to exert control. The singular thought resonating within that consciousness was one of survival, albeit in utter chaos. This blue-silver grass, due to its recent emergence, possesses a rather fragile spirit, and consequently crumbled under the weight of fear and pressure. This turned Jiang Yu's expression dark. It was unexpectedly his own fault. Chapter 30, Integration. The consciousness of the blue-silver grass had been captured by Jiang Yu. In his words, the grass had gone mad, behaving as if it were deranged. Jiang Yu, who had never witnessed such a scene, was at a loss. Could grass truly lose its mind? This was indeed bizarre. Fortunately, Jiang Yu discovered that he seemed capable of extinguishing this consciousness directly. It was an inexplicable ability, akin to an instinctive response. A peculiar sensation arose within him, as if he could determine the fate of this consciousness. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yu decisively snuffed out this consciousness. With the removal of this disruptive presence, the blue-silver grass ceased its frenzied absorption, and the body of Dugu Yan gradually began to recover, no longer generating the intense heat that had previously arisen from the blue-silver grass's voracious consumption of Dugu Yan's nutrients. However, the process of integration continued unabated. The blue-silver grass instinctively persisted in merging with Dugu Yan's body, and it appeared that Dugu Yan's body was instinctively accepting this fusion, showing no signs of resistance. The compatibility between the two was remarkably high, resulting in a smooth integration process. Nevertheless, it was evident that the blue-silver grass was struggling to keep pace with the nutritional demands. It was, after all, a water lily without roots, and its rapid progress was solely due to the nutrients it had siphoned from Dugu Yan's body. This left Jiang Yu somewhat speechless. How was this even possible? Humans in grass. This was not a martial soul. Yet, the reality unfolded before his eyes, compelling him to believe. Lend a hand, he sighed. If things continued this way, the blue-silver grass would surely perish. Devoid of consciousness, it could not draw upon the nutrients from Dugu Yan's body as it had moments before, and Dugu Yan might not endure much longer either. At this juncture, the blue-silver grass was essentially one with Dugu Yan. Should this fusion fail, the consequences were unfathomable. Jiang Yu transformed his soul power into life force and infused it into the blue-silver grass. Soon, the grass revived. But this time Jiang Yu had learned his lesson. Upon the emergence of consciousness, he would sever it immediately, for he still could not control this blue-silver grass. You should help too, Jiang Yu urged Yilingling. Without further ado, she approached and assisted in stabilizing Dugu Yan's condition. This proximity allowed Jiang Yu to observe the Nine Hearts Sea Flower martial soul closely. It was wondrous, yet he sensed an inherent flaw, a nagging intuition. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, Jiang Yu maintaining the blue-silver grass and Yilingling fortifying Dugu Yan soon stabilized, and the silhouette of the blue-silver grass gradually faded, merging completely into her body. Now, a striking purple tattoo resembling the blue-silver grass appeared on Dugu Yan's arm, captivating yet uncertain in its purpose. Is everything all right? Yu Tianheng inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. It should be fine now, Jiang Yu responded, his own tension surpassing Yu Tianheng's, though he maintained a calm demeanor. This brought a sigh of relief to Yu Tianheng. At that moment, Dugu Yan let out a soft sigh and slowly opened her eyes. What has happened to me? Dugu Yan's expression revealed her confusion as she pondered why she was lying on the ground, surrounded by a crowd. Yan, you're truly all right, Yu Tianheng exclaimed, enveloping Dugu Yan in a tight embrace, his tone laced with concern. Dugu Yan, held in his arms, displayed a tender expression, though she did not fully comprehend the situation. She reassured him, Tianheng, I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly all right. Seeing that she was unharmed, Jiang Yu quickly attempted to lighten the mood, saying, well, since everything's fine, I'll take my leave now. He dashed away before anyone could respond, feeling the need to seek refuge, ideally hiding within the prince's palace. No one stopped Jiang Yu as the group remained focused on Dugu Yan's well-being. Yan, is there anything wrong with your body? Yu Tianheng inquired with genuine concern. I'm perfectly fine, and I feel remarkably well, lighter than ever before. However, it seems there is something within me, Dugu Yan replied, dazed, as she extended her hand, which was infused with blue-silver grass. With a flicker of thought, she summoned forth a swirling purple mist, from which a small purple sprout emerged from her palm. What is this? Yu Feng asked, curiosity piqued as he reached out to touch it. Do not touch it. Dugu Yin sharply cautioned him. This is poison, and quite potent. Startled, Yu Feng quickly withdrew his hand, retreating to a safe distance. Yin, your hair and eyes. Yu Tianheng remarked in astonishment. Dugu Yan's once violet hair had reverted to its natural black hue, and even her pupils had transformed back to black. This was indeed her original appearance. The unusual colors had been a result of the formidable poison within her. I don't know, Tianheng, but it seems I can now control the poison in my body. Dugu Yan's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. The poison had been a significant burden since her birth, uncontrollable and ever growing stronger with time. Yet now, she could distinctly feel that she had gained mastery over it, not through its disappearance, but through complete control. I must share this revelation with my grandfather. Dugu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The long-standing shadow of death had not only lifted, but her strength had also surged. She sensed that her poison had become more potent yet easier to manage, without any backlash, as all retaliatory toxins had been absorbed by the vine. The blue-silver grass had undergone a complete transformation. It was no longer the blue-silver grass she once knew. All right, we shall inform Elder Dugu shortly, Yu Tianheng responded, relieved. As for Jiang Yu and his troubles, Yu Tianheng was indifferent. After all, it was Jiang Yu's actions that had led to Dugu Yan's perilous situation. Despite the fortune that followed misfortune, Yu Tianheng still felt compelled to confront Jiang Yu. Your Highness, help me. Jiang Yu's desperate cries echoed throughout the prince's palace. Having utilized a token to escape the Tiandou Royal Academy, he hurried back without pause. In his study, Xue Qinghe was startled by the sudden scream, causing his book to slip from his grasp. Just moments before, he had been contemplating how to adapt to the absence of Jiang Yu, only to be met with such a distressing sound. Exiting the study and hastening towards the hall, Xue Qinghe immediately spotted a flustered Jiang Yu pacing anxiously. For a moment, he was taken aback. Xue Qinghe had never seen Jiang Yu display such an expression. Something grave must have transpired. With a serious demeanor, he approached. Jiang Yu, what has happened? Seeing Xue Qinghe emerge, Jiang Yu rushed over. Your Highness, save me. The poison Douluo might kill me. The poison Douluo? Kill you? What have you done to provoke him? Xue Qinghe's expression shifted to one of seriousness. It was well known that entanglements with the title Douluo could lead to dire consequences, especially with the poison Douluo. Dugu Bo was a figure of duality, equally righteous and wicked, acting purely on his whims. He was unyielding, narrow-minded, and merciless, always ensuring to eliminate threats without hesitation. He was the most troublesome of all title Douluos, and offending him could indeed spell danger for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face twisted in agony. I never intended to offend him. I merely sought to ally with him, but this unforeseen circumstance arose, completely beyond my expectations. Although Jiang Yu possessed vast knowledge, his understanding was limited to the realms of his previous life and this one. The events that had unfolded had surpassed his comprehension, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. I had no intention of offending him. I merely sought an opportunity to approach him and forge an alliance. Yet, this process encountered an unexpected turn. Jiang Yu felt as defeated as a despondent rooster, lamenting the colossal blunder he had made, almost leading not only Dugu Yin but himself to ruin. Although Dugu Yin was merely a minor character in the original narrative, her profound background rendered her beyond Jiang Yu's capacity to offend. Jiang Yu proceeded to recount the events that had transpired to Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing the details, Xue Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. Dugu Yin had survived, and as long as she lived, there was room for reconciliation. He then shifted his focus to other matters. Chapter 31. Dugu Bo arrives. You say you gave Dugu Yin a blue-silver grass, which then burrowed into her body and merged with her. How is that possible? Where did this blue-silver grass originate? Xue Qinghe inquired with keen interest. To be honest, Xue Qinghe had felt intrigued from the moment Jiang Yu began his tale, but had refrained from interrupting out of consideration for Jiang Yu's feelings. Now, assured that Jiang Yu was not in serious trouble, he felt free to speak. Although Jiang Yu's situation seemed dire, it was not as grave as it appeared. Dugu Yin had not perished, and she had suffered minimal harm. There was no need to involve the spirit hall. Xue Qinghe's own authority was sufficient to resolve the matter. Your Highness, can we first address my predicament before discussing anything else? Jiang Yu replied with a weary smile. He was genuinely fearful. Dugu Bo was not someone easily reasoned with. Others might listen, but Dugu Bo would first deliver a lethal dose of poison before sending one off to the afterlife. Your issue is not overly concerning. I can simply explain the situation to the poison Douluo. After all, it was merely an accident, not a deliberate act. Especially since his granddaughter is unharmed, Xue Qinghe casually remarked. All right, if you believe it to be inconsequential, then so be it. Jiang Yu, unable to find any allies to assist him against Dugu Bo, had no choice but to trust Xue Qinghe. If your Highness wishes to learn about the blue-silver grass, I am at a loss. I do not know how it came to be. It was merely a coincidence, and I cannot explain its emergence. Jiang Yu, with a gesture of resignation, expressed his frustrations. He had conducted numerous experiments, convinced that his soul skill might possess the ability to facilitate evolution. However, despite his efforts, the outcomes were far from satisfactory, failing to meet his expectations and often yielding results that were entirely irrelevant. Consequently, he found himself perplexed, realizing that without ample time to conduct extensive experiments and gather substantial data, formulating a reliable theory was an elusive endeavor. Yet, he was not foolish. With time already in short supply, dedicating it to seemingly futile research seemed rather imprudent. Thus, he decided to shelve his investigations, leaving any potential breakthroughs to mere chance. I ought to carve out some time for research, otherwise, I might have ended up in dire straits, Jiang Yu mused wearily. How could you not know? Did you not create it? Xue Qinghe inquired, furrowing her brow. She did not doubt Jiang Yu's words. Perhaps he might deceive others, but she was confident he would not lie to her about such a trivial matter. If he claimed ignorance, then he must truly be unaware. Indeed, it was crafted by me, yet it is a result of my third soul skill. The underlying reason is that this skill possesses the capability to promote the evolution of plants. However, my time with this skill has been brief, and I have yet to grasp its principles fully. This necessitates substantial time for verification, Jiang Yu elaborated. Therefore, if your highness wishes for me to replicate such plants again, it is not limited to just the blue silver grass. I can produce other varieties as well. These endeavors are within my reach, yet they hinge upon fortune. If luck is on our side, we may soon achieve the desired results. Conversely, if fortune eludes us, we might end up with nothing at all, Jiang Yu said with a resigned shrug. This time, it is uncertain whether it is fortune or misfortune. It truly has come to pass, albeit rather frustratingly. Perhaps it is due to an overwhelming desire for victory that one tends to overlook certain truths. After all, Jiang Yu originally existed solely within the realm of science. Here, in Douluo, science holds no sway, nor does theology. What precisely is discussed here remains a mystery, even to Jiang Yu. Is it so? A hint of helplessness lingers in Xue Qinghe's tone. Relying on luck is indeed quite remarkable. As for Jiang Yu's assertion that time invested would yield conclusions, Xue Qinghe dismissed it outright. Jiang Yu's talents are not yet applicable in that regard. It would be a significant waste. Thus, let us postpone this matter. The time is not ripe. Although the peculiar plant that Jiang Yu has cultivated is commendable, the moment is not opportune, which is somewhat regrettable. Indeed, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied. You shall take refuge here for the next few days. Once this tumult has passed, you must return to the Tiandou Royal Academy for your studies. As mandated by His Majesty, to defy such an edict would be tantamount to rebellion, and even I would struggle to protect you in such a scenario. Xue Qinghe remarked after a moment's hesitation. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude immediately, aware that this was the utmost Xue Qinghe could offer him. He is still the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, and as long as the great Emperor Xue Yu remains in power, he cannot contravene the Emperor's orders. Just then, a guard rushed in, his face etched with palpable terror. This instinctively made Jiang Yu feel a sense of foreboding. Your Highness, the poisoned Douluo seeks an audience outside. The guard announced, his tone somewhat verbose. If it weren't for Xue Qinghe's presence, he might have struggled to articulate himself. Is this really necessary? Dugu Yin should be fine now. Could it be that she encountered another issue after my departure? What should I do? Jiang Yu had only left after Dugu Yin had awakened, and she appeared to be in good health. How could it be that Dugu Bo was provoked so swiftly? A flicker of doubt crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes. Dugu Bo's actions were remarkably swift. Nevertheless, he chose not to dismiss him and replied, Please, enter. There was no escaping the situation. They could only invite him in to assess the circumstances. Dugu Bo must have confirmed Jiang Yu's presence here to have located his residence so quickly. Both Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe were acutely aware of this. Indeed, replied the guard, who then exited promptly. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in a green robe entered the hall. Jiang Yu immediately recognized him as the poisoned Douluo. Dugu Bo had a tall and slender physique, resembling a javelin. His hair and beard were an inky green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. He emanated an ethereal presence, almost spectral, exuding a palpable aura of solitude that seemed to impose immense pressure on those around him. Upon entering, Dugu Bo scanned the room with an impassive expression and an exceedingly rigid countenance. However, he swiftly locked his gaze onto Jiang Yu, who instinctively concealed himself behind Xue Qinghe. Having previously encountered the esteemed poisoned Douluo, Xue Qinghe was uncertain of the purpose behind Dugu Bo's visit to his residence. Maintaining a neutral demeanor, Xue Qinghe greeted him while stepping protectively in front of Jiang Yu, effectively severing Dugu Bo's line of sight. Jiang Yu was deeply moved. Indeed, His Highness the Crown Prince proved to be remarkably reliable. Dugu Bo was exceedingly succinct and direct, clearly indicating his purpose. He had come to seek out Jiang Yu. Although it was not explicitly stated, all present understood that he referred to none other than Jiang Yu himself. This rendered Xue Qinghe's expression somewhat grim. He wondered what Senior Dugu sought from Jiang Yu, and if he had inadvertently offended the elder. He has not offended me, Dugu Bo remarked nonchalantly, but I find him quite intriguing. I have come to engage him in conversation. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he furrowed his brows and addressed Xue Qinghe. What is it? Do you intend to hinder my pursuit? Rest assured, I harbor no intention of causing him harm. I merely have some inquiries to make. Duality was known for acting solely according to his whims. Seldom did he find himself compelled to explain his motives, much less offer assurances. It was well known that he was a man of his word, and if he claimed he would not harm Jiang Yu, one could be assured he would uphold that promise. Xue Qinghe fell into silence, regarding Duality without uttering a word, clearly skeptical of the elder's intentions. The atmosphere grew tense as the moment hung in the balance. What business does the esteemed elder have with a junior? As the stalemate threatened to deepen, Jiang Yu stepped forward and addressed Duality. Chapter 32. A willingness to assist. Duality remained silent for a moment, his lips sealed, yet surprise flickered in his verdant eyes. He clearly did not anticipate Jiang Yu's emergence and willingness to converse. Xue Qinghe's lack of fear was understandable. He was the prince of the Tiandou Empire, and Duality was merely a vassal of that realm, thus he dared not act against him. However, Jiang Yu was not Xue Qinghe. He was merely a close aide, a mere child, so what emboldened him to stand unafraid? Did he not recognize my reputation? You are quite remarkable. Duality's tone carried a hint of admiration. This is not mere politeness, it is genuine commendation. In the eyes of Duality, Jiang Yu's character is indeed formidable, and his previous conduct has exhibited remarkable intelligence. Making a wise move. Should Jiang Yu choose to retreat to the Heaven Do Royal Academy after this incident, it would serve no purpose. For even the 3 old codgers from the Education Committee would not deter Duality. He merely requires a declaration to take Jiang Yu away. However, the situation is markedly different within the prince's residence. Although Prince Xue Qinghe may not be particularly strong, this is not a domain where he can act with impunity, as he is backed by an empire. Thank you, Senior Duality, for your praise. I am, however, curious about your purpose in seeking me. If there is any way I can assist, I shall do my utmost, Jiang Yu replied respectfully. To Jiang Yu, this represented an opportunity, a splendid chance to draw closer to Duality. He could discern that Duality bore him no malice, indicating that he had not wronged him. Thus, this visit must pertain to a matter of importance. You should know why I seek you, Duality stated matter-of-factly. Xue Qinghe was somewhat taken aback, unable to grasp why there had been such a shift in attitudes, and consequently stepped aside to afford Jiang Yu some space. This junior is unaware. I departed as soon as Duality awakened, and thus remained ignorant of subsequent events, Jiang Yu admitted, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Could he confess that he had been too frightened at the time, hastily seeking refuge in Xue Qinghe's presence without a backward glance? Duality thought to himself, what a reckless young man, though he found this behavior quite befitting of his age. Your mutated blue-silver grass has enabled Yenner to successfully control the toxins within her body. From now on, she need no longer fear that an excess of toxins will lead to loss of control and endanger her safety. Moreover, as this is a matter of control rather than eradication, her strength has also increased. Thus, I extend my gratitude to you, young man. Dualby's tone conveyed a mixture of 3 parts solace, 6 parts joy, and 1 part gratitude. As for why there was only 1 part, who could compare him to Tang San? Ah, Senior Duality, there is truly no need for such gratitude. I merely happened to assist your granddaughter in resolving this issue. One could say it was fate, and I played but a minor role, Jiang Yu replied, unwilling to take credit. He recognized that this was a stroke of luck, and he could not guarantee a similar outcome should circumstances repeat. However, Jiang Yu soon realized why Duality had come to seek him so promptly. It must pertain to the poison afflicting him. Could it be, Senior Duality, that you require my assistance in addressing your own toxin issue? Jiang Yu inquired. Dualby's expression shifted to one of inscrutable depth as he regarded Jiang Yu and remarked, it appears you are quite knowledgeable, young man. A wave of embarrassment washed over Jiang Yu. He had not thought deeply before speaking and had forgotten that this matter should have remained Dualby's secret. Fortunately, Dualby did not dwell on how Jiang Yu had come by this information. He viewed Jiang Yu as possessing some skill. Thus, he continued nonchalantly, indeed, I have come not only to express my gratitude but also to request your assistance in resolving the toxins afflicting me. Of course, I will not ask you to do this without compensation. I shall grant you 3 requests, which I will fulfill to the best of my ability. Dualby's words astonished Xue Qinghe. The notion that Dualby was poisoned was utterly astonishing. Moreover, that he would make such a significant promise was equally remarkable. He quickly turned to Jiang Yu, his eyes wildly urging him to accept. Jiang Yu's expression soured. He wished to agree, but this truly posed some difficulty. I am afraid it may be beyond my capabilities, he thought. Yet, despite the challenges, he felt compelled to comply. I shall certainly do my utmost, he affirmed. Very well. A straightforward agreement. Dualby felt considerably relieved. This is not the place for such matters. I require your cooperation. So I ask that you find a quiet and suitable location, Jiang Yu suggested after some deliberation. That is simple enough. My residence is quite tranquil and the environment pleasant. You may accompany me there. Dualby responded with great generosity. This is precisely what Jiang Yu desired. Subsequently, he cast his gaze towards Xue Qinghe, who reassured him with a nod before turning to Dualby. Senior Duality, I can agree to let Jiang Yu accompany you, but you must guarantee his safety. Should any harm befall him, rest assured, you will not escape unscathed, Xue Qinghe declared with utmost seriousness. his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. It was evident that if Dugubo dared to endanger Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe would resort to other measures. Dugubo was merely a nuisance, not a formidable adversary. Xue Qinghe's demeanor truly astonished Dugubo. This prince possessed remarkable qualities and might very well become a great emperor in the future. Your Highness, please rest assured. I will ensure his safety, Dugubo replied solemnly. That is for the best. Jiang Yu, you may proceed, Xue Qinghe nodded, indicating his trust in Dugubo's words. Satisfied on both sides, Jiang Yu prepared to accompany Dugubo to his residence. Dugubo's estate lay within the Sunset Forest, home to the illustrious ice and fire Yin Ai, renowned across the Douluo Continent for housing countless extraordinary treasures, which had enabled future heroes like Tang San to attain divinity. However, surrounding Dugubo's estate was a poison formation he had meticulously arranged. Within a certain radius of the ice and fire Yin Ai, Dugubo had established protective poison arrays. Anyone lacking a soul power of 70 or above would meet certain death upon entering, and even spirit beasts of over 10,000 years would not dare to tread there. Lacking such strength, Jiang Yu could only contemplate and seek opportunities to draw closer to Dugubo. At last, the moment arrived. He was finally granted the chance to behold this legendary treasure. Dugubo swiftly led Jiang Yu out of Tiandou City and across the Sunset Forest, ultimately arriving at his estate. Upon arrival, Dugubo set Jiang Yu down and warned him, do not wander around here. Although the surroundings may appear no different from elsewhere, they are all ensnared by my poison formations. With your current strength, any contact would result in certain death. If you wish to explore any area, please inform me. I understand, Senior Dugu, Jiang Yu replied respectfully, fully aware that Dugubo's domain was not a place for casual exploration. Seeing that Jiang Yu had no intention of wandering, Dugubo felt relieved. After a moment of silence, he softly said, thank you. The surrounding environment was tranquil, allowing Jiang Yu to clearly hear Dugubo's words. There is no need for further gratitude, Senior Dugu. You have already expressed your thanks, Jiang Yu replied with a light smile, finding Dugubo rather endearing. The original narrative revealed Dugubo's fundamentally good nature. His willingness to honor his commitments suggested he was not as malevolent as one might presume. His martial spirit and reclusive disposition had led to some misunderstandings about him. Upon deeper investigation, one would discover that Dugubo was indeed ruthless, capable of extreme measures when necessary. Nonetheless, he possessed redeeming qualities. Chapter 33. The method. I shall take you to the medicinal garden where all my herbs are cultivated. It contains a variety of poisons and restorative medicines, and I am certain you will find something you need, Dugubo said, somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Yu's smile made Dugubo uncomfortable. Had it been anyone else, he would have struck them without hesitation, but Jiang Yu was different. Dugubo lived in profound solitude. Yet he was not afraid of loneliness. What he truly dreaded was the limitation of his freedom. Despite having achieved the rank of title de law, nothing else in the world could bind him. Yet he remained constrained by familial ties. His life had been consumed by poison, ultimately leading to his own demise through its backlash. Tragically, his descendants suffered similarly, with his son and daughter-in-law perishing, leaving only a young granddaughter who was also afflicted, her life hanging by a thread as she matured and gained power. From that moment on, Dugubo was shackled by the bonds of family, cherishing this sole remaining kin. Resolving the poison afflicting Dugubo's granddaughter was a tremendous favor, hence his repeated expressions of gratitude towards Jiang Yu. In truth, upon learning that the poison in his granddaughter had been controlled and finding no adverse effects upon examination, Dugubo had rushed over to Jiang Yu, perhaps without fully considering the implications. Dugubo harbored no ulterior motives. His sole desire was to seek Jiang Yu's assistance in dispelling his own poison, fueled by gratitude for alleviating a long-held concern. Whether Jiang Yu could assist him in detoxifying was of little consequence to Dugubo. As a title de law, he was acutely aware of the rarity of individuals capable of curing his affliction. I appreciate your assistance, Senior Dugu. I have longed to witness the ice and fire Yin Ai, Jiang Yu said, repressing his excitement. He pondered the breathtaking vistas that awaited him, perhaps teeming with celestial herbs, though he mused he might be overreaching. Very well, follow me, Dugubo instructed, and with that, he leaped from the edge of the inky abyss before them, taking Jiang Yu along with him. A gust of wind swept past, and Jiang Yu soon found himself on solid ground. Once they landed, Dugubo placed Jiang Yu down and, with an earnest tone, warned him, remember, do not touch those two hot springs. Their searing heat and frigid cold are beyond my endurance for extended periods. If you come into contact with them, it will only lead to your demise. Understood, Jiang Yu replied. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lay within the ice and fire Yin Ai, a place of both treasure and peril. Jiang Yu's eyes were soon captivated by the breathtaking sight of the ice and fire Yin Ai before him. The duality of ice and fire, forever in conflict, created a rare and magnificent locale. This is a treasure trove between heaven and earth, brimming with countless celestial materials and earthly treasures, gathering the rich spiritual essence of the universe. To those who are aware, It is indeed a treasure. However, to the uninformed, it may appear as the most perilous place in existence. Should humans or animals reside near the eye of ice and fire, they would soon find their bodies overwhelmed by the conflicting energies of these two extremes. If they fail to depart swiftly, they would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Jiang Yu approached slowly, acutely aware of the vitality emanating from the surrounding flora. The life force contained within these plants is exponentially greater than that of ordinary vegetation. Be cautious. This place is fraught with danger, Duality interjected, unable to restrain his concern. Surrounding him were numerous poisons and antidotes he had meticulously gathered, posing a potential threat to life should Jiang Yu inadvertently come into contact with them. It's nothing to worry about, Senior Dugu. I am not in any peril. Jiang Yu reassured Duality with a comforting smile. He then knelt down, gently caressing the small grass before him. This left Duality utterly astonished. For the herb that Jiang Yu was caressing was a poisonous plant that Duality had transplanted, just as he intended to intervene. The subsequent scene took him by surprise. What was evidently a lethal and hazardous plant seemed to transform into an ordinary blade of grass in Jiang Yu's hands. What is it about this young man that sets him apart, allowing him to disregard these toxins? A trace of curiosity arose within Duality regarding Jiang Yu. In truth, Duality had misjudged the situation. Jiang Yu was not ignoring the poison of the toxic plants, but rather, he had not been poisoned at all. Here, Jiang Yu was the sovereign, acutely aware that the flora had begun to awaken a rudimentary consciousness, particularly the celestial herbs which exhibited this phenomenon more distinctly. Perhaps this was due to the influence of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Jiang Yu mused as he sensed the will emanating from the small herb in his hand. In the Douluo Continent, it is exceedingly rare for plants to develop sentience, with the presence of even a hint of intelligence among these plants undoubtedly attributed to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. In the first installment of Douluo Continent, the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were merely a wondrous spectacle of nature. Although somewhat perilous, the danger was not overly severe. However, as the narrative progressed through subsequent installments, the ice and fire yin-yang eyes transformed into genuine perilous grounds, places where ordinary individuals would surely meet their demise. Millennia hence, it is conceivable that the flora here may evolve to possess complete sentience, becoming ferocious beasts on par with soul beasts that have existed for over 100,000 years. As for the present, these plants remain typical in nature. Even if they exhibit some semblance of intelligence, it is not fully developed, and even the more formidable celestial herbs are no exception. Otherwise, Tang Xin would never have been able to harvest them. Jiang Yu speculated that this phenomenon might be due to the significant transformation of the natural laws in the Douluo Continent after a millennium, which would have led to a profound change in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, enabling the plants within to coalesce into humanoid forms. He wondered if it were possible for him to awaken their intelligence. Jiang Yu's thoughts began to flourish. Should this prove feasible, these plants possess the potential to achieve such a state. How about it, young man? My medicinal garden is quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Duality remarked with a hint of pride. Jiang Yu rose and replied with a smile. Indeed, Senior Dugu's medicinal garden is unparalleled in the world. This is not flattery. There is truly no other pair of yin and yang eyes in the world, making it unparalleled. Ha! Duality evidently felt a surge of joy. I wonder if you can resolve the toxins within me. If not, then so be it. As a reward for curing my granddaughter, you may proceed as you wish. Duality said, though he harbored doubts that Jiang Yu could alleviate his affliction. Certainly, Jiang Yu affirmed. What did you say? Duality was momentarily taken aback, clearly having not heard Jiang Yu's words. I said yes, but I will need some time to conduct my experiments, Jiang Yu responded earnestly. If, prior to this moment, Jiang Yu had merely entertained a possibility, it had now evolved into a tangible likelihood. While not absolute, a 70% chance was indeed promising. Dualty's face instantly radiated astonishment. Could it truly be possible? He could scarcely believe his ears. Are you certain? Dualty inquired, his voice quivering with anticipation. I have about a 70% confidence, Jiang Yu mused, stroking his chin. This figure was merely a rough estimate and would require experimentation to validate. That is sufficient. Quite sufficient. Dualty had not anticipated such a probability. It vastly exceeded his expectations, as he had initially considered a mere 1 or 2%. What must I do to assist you? Dualty asked, regaining his composure. We will need to wait a little longer, and moreover, my method does not involve directly detoxifying you. It is likely akin to the approach I took with your granddaughter, Jiang Yu explained. That would be best. This was precisely what Dualty desired. If the poison within him were truly to be resolved, he would not consent, for a considerable portion of his strength was derived from it. After obtaining Dualty's affirmation, Jiang Yu returned to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, searching for the necessary medicinal herbs. In truth, Jiang Yu's method of detoxifying Dualty and Dualyin closely resembled that employed by Tang San in the original narrative. Both approaches involved forcing the toxins onto a vessel. In the original tale, Tang San suggested a soul bone, whereas Jiang Yu opted for a plant. This realization had only recently dawned upon him. as the plant was indeed reminiscent of a soul bone. The blue-silver grass within Dugu Yin had completely fused with her being, under her control, yet independent. Moreover, as it was born from Dugu Yan's poison, it had directly absorbed all the toxins within her during the integration process. Jiang Yu aimed to employ a similar method to address the toxins within Dugu Bo. Yet Dugu Bo's poison was considerably more formidable, rendering ordinary plants incapable of withstanding it. Thus, Jiang Yu required a potent celestial herb, specifically the fragrant Qilua celestial product. Chapter 34. Cultivating experimental specimens. The fragrant Qilua celestial product was not the most potent among celestial herbs. Yet it possessed a remarkably unique function that could assist Dugu Bo in resolving his plight, which was the source of Jiang Yu's confidence. He recalled that the original text mentioned the fragrant Qilua celestial product as a nemesis to all poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize any toxin. While it could not directly detoxify, it could counteract toxins. Surrounding it was a faint pink light barrier, delineating the extent of its toxin-countering ability, which was invisible from beyond this barrier. It was precisely due to this characteristic that Jiang Yu felt assured. In truth, for Dugu Bo to rid himself of the toxins in his body, akin to how his granddaughter had done, was exceedingly challenging, as his toxins were exceptionally tyrannical. Almost no plants in the world could endure the full force of his poison. If a plant could not withstand Dugu Bo's full might, it would be impossible to cultivate one that could match him, rendering detoxification mere idle talk. It is worth noting that Dugu Yin had chosen the blue-silver grass precisely because it had survived the full brunt of her toxins, evolving into a unique entity, ultimately merging with her. Had it been Dugu Bo, however, the blue-silver grass would have perished instantly. Fortunately, although nearly all plants in the world could not endure, there existed one that could, the fragrant Qilua celestial product. Jiang Yu approached the ice and fire yin-yang eye, positioning himself beside the fragrant Qilua celestial product, uncovering the soil above, and then carefully extracting a segment of its root. After completing this task, Jiang Yu returned to the vicinity of Dugu Bo, selecting a patch of ground to bury it. His goal was to cultivate a new fragrant Qilua celestial product, although it would not merely be the same herb, but a living organism, and Jiang Yu could not guarantee what the outcome would ultimately be. In truth, had this been attempted elsewhere, Jiang Yu's efforts would likely have been futile, for a single root segment was insufficient to cultivate a complete plant. However, near the ice and fire yin-yang eye, there existed a possibility, as this extraordinary site could significantly enhance plant growth. Coupled with the life force Jiang Yu would provide, success was within reach. Following these actions, Jiang Yu unleashed his martial spirit, activating his third soul skill, transforming soul power into life force to infuse into the root segment. Before long, a small blade of grass emerged from the soil. This brought a joyful expression to Jiang Yu's face. Indeed, this was the exquisite Yuxiang Qilua celestial product. However, in terms of its overall potency, it seemed rather feeble, extremely so, in fact. Even should it eventually mature, it would likely remain just as weak, for it was merely a fragment of a stem. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that it already possessed the characteristics of the Yuxiang Qilua celestial product, capable of countering a myriad of toxins. Senior Dugu, please release a trace of your poisonous gas onto this little herb, starting from the least potent. Jiang Yu instructed Dugu Bo. He offered this cautionary advice, concerned that Dugu Bo might inadvertently extinguish the delicate plant with an overwhelming dose of poison. The Yuxiang Qilua celestial product would not generate a pink luminescent shield before blooming. Its inherent resistance to toxins was quite strong, yet it could not fully negate Dugu Bo's venom. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo crouched down beside the small herb, cautiously releasing a wisp of toxic gas. Fortunately, it posed no real threat, merely causing the plant to wither slightly. This brought a smile to Jiang Yu's face. There was indeed hope, although it was the weakest. Other plants would have perished from such a terrifying encounter. Jiang Yu then intensified the flow of life force, and the delicate seedling of the fragrant ethereal flower began to recover. Senior, please increase the intensity a bit more, and keep at it until I say stop, Jiang Yu instructed. Dugu Bo complied, though a hint of confusion tinged his voice. Is this truly sufficient, little one? Jiang Yu explained, of course not. It must grow a bit more. And it must thrive in the environment of the toxic mist you release, growing until it reaches maturity and can withstand your strongest poison. I see. But if we want it to mature, why not just find a fully grown one? Dugu Bo inquired. Because a mature one might not succumb to your poison. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. This flower, known as the fragrant, ethereal flower, was quite extraordinary. It was inherently non-toxic and unable to detoxify. Yet it could restrain a myriad of toxins, including yours. Consequently, it could not develop resistance to toxins, which was counter to your characteristics. However, in its juvenile phase, it could only resist toxins, necessitating careful nurturing from a young age. Dugu Bo's skepticism was evident, prompting him to test it. He casually emitted a wave of toxic gas towards the fragrant, ethereal flower. To his astonishment, the poison was neutralized before it even approached, leaving him utterly surprised. Jiang Yu, observing him, Couldn't he help but chuckle? It seemed he was finally convinced. The existence of such a peculiar plant was indeed remarkable. Dugu Bo dismissed Jiang Yu's amusement, reflecting on his own folly for possessing such a miraculous treasure without awareness. Are there no other plants? He turned to Jiang Yu, inquiring again. Certainly. But they must first withstand your poison, and they must be in their immature form to exhibit good growth potential. Furthermore, even if they exist, they may not suit your needs as well as the fragrant, ethereal flower does, which is uniquely aligned with your experimental requirements, Jiang Yu elaborated. The first criterion alone eliminated most plants, let alone the second. Nevertheless, Dugu Bo recognized that the fragrant, ethereal flower was indeed capable of countering his poison. Yet he remained unconcerned, knowing that such a plant was rare and he possessed it. Unexpectedly, young lad, you possess considerable knowledge for your age, Dugu Bo marveled. Jiang Yu's reasoning was irrefutable, leaving Dugu Bo in awe of his wisdom. At merely 12 years old, Jiang Yu was still a child, and Dugu Bo couldn't help but reflect on his own youth, realizing he had not been as knowledgeable. In the world of Douluo Continent, children matured early. In the original text, Ma Hongjun recognized the need for assistance in quelling his fiery temperament at 12, while Oscar's father had him at 14, which exemplifies the extraordinary maturity of children in this realm. Yet, while early maturity was common, genuinely knowledgeable youths were rare, with only Jiang Yu and the unseen Tang Sin standing out, further fueling Dugu Bo's admiration. Is it much? Perhaps, but I feel there remains much I do not comprehend. Your perception is merely a reflection of what I happen to understand, Jiang Yu said, his gaze fixed on the seedling. In truth, I too lack understanding in many areas. I merely know to refrain from actions that I do not grasp, thus avoiding foolishness that might lead others to perceive me as dim-witted. Much of my current demeanor is for the sake of others. The reality of who I am is something I alone truly understand. The greatest fear is to live as a version of oneself that one does not recognize. Dugu Bo chuckled, interpreting Jiang Yu's words as jest. The fragrant, ethereal flower seedling had grown to about an inch in height, displaying signs of corrosion, yet it remained resilient under Jiang Yu's support. All right, Senior Dugu, let us pause, Jiang Yu said, feeling his soul power nearly depleted and needing a moment to recuperate. One must commend the quality of this ethereal flower. Although extracting its stem posed a challenge, the expenditure of my soul power has only allowed it to reach this modest height. Had it been an ordinary weed, it would have likely grown several meters by now, Dugu Bo said, gradually retracting the toxic mist while Jiang Yu utilized his last vestige of soul power to mend its injuries. Let us leave it be for now. It needs time to recuperate, Jiang Yu remarked, relieved after the taxing effort. Senior Dugu, shall we ascend? He suggested as he stood. Do you not wish to remain below and study? Dugu Bo countered, having perceived Jiang Yu's keen interest in the medicinal garden. I shall return another time. I trust you won't deny my humble request, Senior Dugu? Jiang Yu shrugged, looking at Dugu Bo nonchalantly. Of course not, Dugu Bo replied, a smile gracing his face. Jiang Yu grimaced, unable to conceal his distaste. Unquestionably, Dugu Bo's smile was rather unappealing. Chapter 35, The Uncontrolled Rumor. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Yu's abduction by Dugu Bo was known to only a few, although Jiang Yu was a close aide to the crown prince. His youth rendered him largely unnoticed. Nonetheless, some were aware of this news, particularly those concerned about Jiang Yu's well-being, such as Xue Bang. What did you say? Jiang Yu was taken by the poison Douluo? The astonished voice of Xue Bang resonated from the Xue Qinghe prince's residence, his eyes flashing with shock before quickly transitioning to elation, indicating the news thrilled him. However, he was far more interested in the reason behind this, and Jiang Yu's current condition. Xue Bang's inquiry stemmed not from concern for Jiang Yu, but from a desire for his demise, as someone who had repeatedly troubled him. Jiang Yu had become the object of Xue Bang's deep-seated resentment. The subordinate does not know, came the resigned reply from the kneeling attendant. The locations of Jiang Yu's abduction and subsequent whereabouts, one being the crown prince's residence and the other Dugu Bo's estate, were impenetrable, making it impossible for Xue Bang's meager resources to glean any further information. Sighing, Xue Bang dismissed the attendant, understanding the futility of the situation. The lack of news regarding Jiang Yu's demise was disappointing, but he believed Jiang Yu would not fare well, considering the ruthless nature of the poisoned Douluo. Yes, you may leave, the servant bowed and exited. Xue Bang sat in contemplation, pondering whether his uncle had summoned the poisoned Douluo to act. If so, it would bode ill for Jiang Yu. Having spent considerable time away from the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy, Xue Bang regretted not being informed of the details earlier. He had been preoccupied with quelling the rumors Jiang Yu had unleashed, leaving him utterly fatigued. Jiang Yu's antics are beyond reason. Is it truly necessary to create such chaos? Initially, a mere rumor should not have warranted such extensive efforts. Yet Jiang Yu, intent on spreading disarray, had circulated a plethora of falsehoods, alleging ambitions of the fourth prince, fratricide, patricide, and schemes to usurp royal power with the aid of Prince Xue Qinghe, only to eliminate him afterward. These matters are still within the realm of normalcy, all orchestrated by Jiang Yu to sow discord between Xue Lang and others. However, as time progressed, the situation began to deviate from the ordinary. Through countless hands in the populace, and fueled by the ambitions of certain individuals seeking sensational news, the aspirations surrounding Xue Lang morphed into a tangled web of love and hatred. Some narratives depicted his affection for Bai Qinxiang and his desire to eliminate Xue Qinghe, while others revolved around the ambitions of his father's consorts in the imperial harem, plotting to usurp power. Additionally, there were tales involving the complicated relationship between him and Prince Xue Qinghe, with various versions emerging in abundance. Although the Tiandou Empire resembles a feudal dynasty, it lacks the control characteristic of Jiang Yu's former life in ancient feudal realms. Powerful families and formidable soul masters are beyond the scope of the current Tiandou Empire's influence. Consequently, rumors about Xue Lang proliferated wildly, leaving him feigning ignorance. The previous guise of a wayward disciple proved ineffective, and now Xue Lang dared not venture outside, taking refuge at his uncle's home, fearful of being slaughtered should he step out. If Jiang Yu survives this time, I shall ensure he is torn to shreds. Xue Lang seethed through clenched teeth. The rumors themselves were not the primary issue. Rather, it was the ramifications they incited that truly terrified him. He now found himself worried not only about his brother Xue Qinghe, but also about whether his father would turn against him, and even concerned for his ever-watchful uncle, Prince Xue Qinghe. Furthermore, Xue Lang likely feared the retribution from the prominent families and clans. In recent days, the rampant rumors have made Xue Beng acutely aware of the formidable power of public opinion. The most recent gossip suggests that he has forged a connection with the noble daughters of prominent families, with tales ranging from marriages to mere acquaintances, life to death, young to old, as if, in that moment, he was entangled with every renowned woman across the realm. The populace of Tiandou, devoid of spiritual entertainment, has erupted with fervent enthusiasm regarding these tales. Should this fervor go unchecked, the consequences could be dire. Yet, Xue Beng finds himself utterly despondent, wondering if he is to be allowed any semblance of peace. At the Duality sect, the indignant Ning Fengji, upon awakening, cast a grim countenance as he hurled a dossier onto the ground. The exposed side of the document revealed intelligence concerning his daughter, Ning Rongrong. However, it was not due to any misfortune befalling her, but rather the contents chronicled the swirling rumors surrounding her. The narrative unfolded thus. The little princess of the Duality sect adamantly refused her father's arrangement for her to wed Xue Qinghe, ultimately storming away from home. For her heart was set on the fourth prince, Xue Beng. The tale was spun with compelling logic and vivid detail, and the imperfect conclusion ignited boundless speculation. Consequently, Ning Fengji was left seething with rage, appalled at the portrayal of himself as a tyrannical father coercing his daughter. Had the storytellers made any effort to discern the truth? Yet, what concern is truth to those who craft such narratives? Their sole responsibility lies in the act of writing. The external perceptions of Ning Fengji began to spiral into absurdity, branding him as a refined scoundrel, polished in appearance but engaged in unspeakable deeds behind the scenes. At this juncture, it was evident that many with ulterior motives had entered the fray, seeking to tarnish their adversaries. Ning Fengji found himself caught in the crossfire. Have you traced the origin of the rumors? Ning Fengji inquired coolly, his gaze fixed upon the intelligence officer of the Duality sect, who knelt before him, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Well, sect master, we have yet to clarify the source of the rumors. There are too many, and they originate from the lower-class populace, making it difficult to identify the mastermind. However, we have discerned that the initial instigator is a subordinate of His Highness the Crown Prince, Jiang Yu. This response left Ning Fengji momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he inquired about the underlying circumstances. Indeed, initially, there were no such rumors. The first whispers stemmed from Jiang Yu, who disseminated information regarding the Avalanche Prince, seemingly aimed at sowing discord among the Avalanche Prince, the Snow Knight Emperor, and Prince Xue Qinghe. However, upon reaching Tiandou City, these tidings gradually morphed in nature. Through the public's propagation, they ultimately evolved into their current form, a covert intelligence officer quietly elucidated. This response left Ning Fengji somewhat pained. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. The rumors have evolved to such an extent that there appears to be no true mastermind behind them. Or perhaps the so-called puppeteer is merely a collection of common folk, rendering the situation exceedingly difficult to manage. To what extent have these rumors spread among various factions? The answer is extensive. They have implicated numerous entities, including the Heavenly Dual Royal Family, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the Wind Sword Sect, the Elephant Armor Sect, the Fire Leopard Sect, the Star Luo Royal Family, and the Spirit Hall, all entwined in a web of love and hatred involving the women of these powerful factions and the fourth prince. Xue Beng, the intelligence officer, spoke awkwardly. This is rather absurd. Nearly all the major powers have been implicated. Ning Fengji gasped in astonishment. It appears that it is not just our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect that is affected, but rather, almost every force across the continent has suffered. Is the fourth prince truly this audacious? He has offended nearly all the significant factions, with the exception of the reclusive Haoyan sect, which remains untouched. Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Xue Peng, whose situation seems dire. Little did he know, Xue Peng was too afraid to venture outside, fearing for his life. But what of Jiang Yu? Ning Fengzhi pondered. Jiang Yu does not strike me as someone who would court disaster. The information that our 7 treasures glazed tile sect can uncover, surely others can as well. Where is Jiang Yu now? He was taken away by the poisoned Douluo just over 10 days ago, shortly after the news had spread, and it is said he was brought to the poisoned Douluo's estate. He has since been out of contact for several days. Ning Fengzhi sighed. It seems Jiang Yu is also unaware, yet he cannot escape responsibility, for he is the instigator of this turmoil. It is time to inform Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. Preparations must be made to rescue him. If this matter remains unresolved, Ning Fengzhi has a foreboding feeling that a significant incident will inevitably occur. Therefore, it is imperative to swiftly bring this instigator to light and address the issue at hand. The Douluo Continent, which had remained untouched by the onslaught of the information age, was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 36, Successful Fusion. At this moment, Jiang Yu was oblivious to the commotion occurring at the Tiandou arena. He was entirely focused on cultivating a plant suitable for Dugu Bo's fusion, with the process now nearing its conclusion. Only the final step of fusion remained. All right, Senior Dugu. This plant has been successfully cultivated. We can proceed with the fusion now. Jiang Yu gazed upon the peculiar and exotic vine before him, filled with pride at having completed it after half a month of effort. This plant was capable of withstanding Dugu Bo's most potent toxins, and it possessed its own terrifyingly lethal properties. Is this truly finished? Are you certain this thing will work? Dugu Bo expressed deep skepticism, for the plant before him bore no resemblance whatsoever to the Yuxiang Chila, immortal herb he had previously encountered. It is important to note that the original Yuxiang Chila was adorned with a magnificent, large flower, incredibly beautiful in its appearance. In stark contrast, the plant Jiang Yu had cultivated was devoid of flowers, lacking even a single delicate leaf. It was entirely bare and rather unsightly, measuring about 1 meter in length, with a completely black hue, save for some fine hairs. Jiang Yu, however, defended his approach, stating, "This is an experimental subject tailored for Dugu Bo, not the Yuxiang Chila. Why concern ourselves with superficial aesthetics? During the cultivation process, I deliberately removed any unnecessary components to retain only the most fundamental roots and stems. Thus, in the end, this creation bore no relation to the Yuxiang Chila. While it still possessed the ability to counteract poisons, its manifestation had evolved into something distinctly different. You must surpass Dugu Bo in terms of toxicity," he asserted. The toxins within this experimental subject were now comparable to Dugu Bo's own, suggesting a certain degree of restraint had been achieved. Of course it can. Senior Dugu, come and give it a try. Rest assured, it no longer possesses consciousness. With our combined efforts, we shall surely succeed. Excitement glimmered in Jiang Yu's eyes. This was a historic moment. Should they succeed, it would pave the way for him to cultivate other remarkable specimens in the future. Dugu Bo responded, "It's easy for you to be fearless since it's not your experiment. Your enthusiasm does not instill confidence in me. Why not conduct a test first?" Dugu Bo suggested with a hint of concern. It was not that he lacked courage. Anyone in his position would be apprehensive. After all, this plant was highly toxic. Having participated in its cultivation, he was acutely aware of how far removed this specimen was from anything found in nature. "Senior Dugu, what do you have to fear? The toxicity of this plant mirrors your own, so there is no cause for alarm. If we delay, I worry that the plant may undergo a change, which would be quite unfortunate," Jiang Yu replied, a touch of dissatisfaction in his voice. "You were the poisoned Douluo. Why are you being so timid? Afraid of your own poison?" After a moment of silence, Dugu Bo conceded, "All right, let's give it a try." He too was concerned that the plant might undergo alterations after today. As Jiang Yu had pointed out, achieving success on the first attempt was already a stroke of luck. Typically, an experimental subject would need to endure numerous trials before survival, and there was always the risk of deviation in the evolutionary direction, necessitating a complete recultivation. Dugu Bo could not afford to squander this opportunity. Previously, Jiang Yu had elucidated to him that the probability he mentioned, a staggering 70%, was contingent upon the successful cultivation of a suitable experimental subject. Should such a subject not be cultivated, one could only wait, with the duration remaining uncertain. "Well then, here I come," Jiang Yu exclaimed with excitement as he approached, employing a jade clamp to extract the experimental subject. Presently, he dared not touch this entity. The ominous mist emanating from it was lethal, and a shallow layer of toxic aura enveloped it within a 3 to 5 centimeter radius, rendering it terrifyingly deadly to the touch. Nevertheless, this was the sole remnant of the ethereal fragrance of the exquisite celestial product. The process unfolded smoothly. Jiang Yu had anticipated the current circumstances, as the roots of this experimental subject were shallow, making extraction effortless. The jade clamp, resistant to corrosion despite its front section having turned black, held firm and did not break. With the experimental subject in hand, Jiang Yu approached Dugu Bo, placing it carefully upon his arm, despite the latter's evident concern. Subsequently, a glimmer of determination sparked in Jiang Yu's eyes as he focused entirely on controlling the experimental subject. The fine hairs on its surface began to transform into sharp, minute spikes, viciously piercing into Dugu Bo's body. A soft grunt of discomfort escaped Dugu Bo's lips. The pain was intense, for this was his own venom, imbued with its inherent properties, leaving him no chance of immunity. Elder Dugu, concentrate your mind and swiftly control this experimental subject, Jiang Yu urged. His task was singular: to establish a connection between the plant of the experimental subject and Dugu Bo's nervous system. Thereafter relinquishing control to Dugu Bo to manage the subsequent steps. Jiang Yu needed to ensure the vitality of the experimental subject throughout this process, maintaining its liveliness until Dugu Bo could sustain it independently. Previously, Jiang Yu had discussed with Dugu Bo that this fusion step would be akin to merging with a soul bone. Though Dugu Bo was intrigued by how Jiang Yu had managed to create such a plant reminiscent of a soul bone, he refrained from further inquiries. In their musings, they speculated that the unique plant experimental subject cultivated by Jiang Yu bore a resemblance to a soul bone, albeit not originating from any part of the human body. Moreover, while soul bones were lifeless, this plant experimental subject was alive, necessitating the preservation of its vitality for successful integration. Otherwise, failure was inevitable. Elder Dugu, do not indulge in errant thoughts. Absorb it as you did with the soul bone, merging your internal poison with the experimental subject, Jiang Yu reminded him. At this juncture, he had relinquished control over the experimental subject entirely, leaving it in Dugu Bo's capable hands, while he offered guidance based on his earlier experiences with Dugu Yin. Notably, Dugu Yin had not previously merged her internal poison with the blue silver grass, for the latter had already completed its integration with her toxins. Jiang Yu's subsequent actions merely addressed the rampant consciousness within the blue silver grass. The rest was instinctual for Dugu Yin. Thus, both previous and current actions were largely speculative on Jiang Yu's part, yet they appeared to hold considerable validity. Now, the experimental subject had become an entirely unconscious plant. The autonomous integration could not be achieved without Dugu Bo's intervention, as he had taken over the reins of control. This step is of utmost significance, determining whether Dugu Bo can eliminate the toxins within his body. Jiang Yu silently retreated a considerable distance, distancing himself from Dugu Bo, for he had no desire to fall victim to Dugu Bo's venom. At this moment, Dugu Bo's condition was far from stable. Dark, intricate lines began at the hand of Dugu Bo's experimental fusion body, spreading ominously across his entire form, densely covering him. These lines were not orderly. Rather, they twisted and intertwined like the roots of a plant, enveloping Dugu Bo's body. To the observer, it appeared utterly terrifying, as if Dugu Bo had transformed into a mere petri dish. This passage depicts Dugu Bo cleansing the poison within himself, merging with plant experiments. The venom had permeated every inch of his being, rendering him formidable. Drink. Dugu Bo bellowed, and swiftly, the black tendrils retreated to their original position on his arm, gradually forming a black vine that coiled around him like a venomous serpent. While Dugu Bo's exterior remained largely unchanged, his spirit and vitality surged dramatically, intensifying his aura. A sense of elation filled Jiang Yu's heart. The absence of an explosive release of poison brought him a sigh of relief. As he approached, it was evident that Dugu Bo had succeeded. Chapter 37. Gaining Dugu Bo's favor. Congratulations, Senior Dugu, for finally realizing your long-held aspiration today. Jiang Yu, at a loss for words, offered this sentiment, believing it to convey the essence of his thoughts. Surely, Dugu Bo would not take offense. In that moment, Dugu Bo slowly opened his eyes, and the entire estate felt markedly colder, as a chilling wind cut through the fabric and flesh, piercing to the bone. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shiver. Aware of Jiang Yu's presence, Dugu Bo hastily retracted his formidable aura. The earlier coldness had emanated from him. Not only had he resolved his own poison, but he had also achieved a breakthrough, elevating himself to the rank of a level 92 title Douluo. As Dugu Bo contained his previously uncontrolled energy, warmth enveloped the space once more, and Jiang Yu no longer felt the chill. Each powerful individual possesses a unique aura, and Dugu Bo's was one that exuded a bone-chilling intensity, akin to a lethal threat. I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to cleanse my poison. Therefore, should you ever find yourself in need of my aid, I will not hesitate to offer my utmost effort. Dugu Bo declared solemnly, a hint of determination in his gaze. Not only is this a matter of gratitude for detoxification, but it also pertains to the grace of enlightenment. Dugu Bo can sense that the path ahead of him has been illuminated, signifying that his strength can continue to ascend. In truth, had Dugu Bo devoted himself entirely to cultivation, his current prowess would certainly exceed this. Regrettably, he cannot elevate his abilities at will, for he has reached the limits of what his body can endure. Any reckless attempt to enhance his power would merely lead to an uncontrollable surge of toxins within him. With each increment in his strength, the toxicity within him would intensify. Previously, Duality struggled to contain these toxins, resorting to various means to achieve a semblance of balance, all while enduring excruciating pain. Now, thanks to Jiang Yu's assistance, Duality has resolved this predicament. It is a remarkable sensation. He can distinctly perceive that the toxins within him continue to circulate, yet unlike before, when they were unruly, he now possesses complete dominion over them. Even as his strength grows, he maintains control. The toxins that once pervaded his body have coalesced into a sort of meridian-like structure under the influence of that plant, allowing Duality to no longer fear self-harm, and making control significantly easier, thereby enhancing his capabilities. Previously, Duality faced another dilemma. Should he unleash his full power, the toxins within him would deepen, rendering him beyond remedy. Ha ha ha, Senior Duality, while I may share some credit for this, the lion's share belongs to you. Had you not sought my aid, you would not have been able to detoxify. Moreover, without the matter concerning your granddaughter, none of this would have transpired. It is simply fate, such is destiny, Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. Consistently, Jiang Yu refrains from claiming all the accolades for himself. His words left Duality feeling somewhat constrained, yet he did not concur entirely with Jiang Yu's assessment. Your reasoning is sound. Yet it is your talent that has resolved my issue. Thus the greatest credit still belongs to you. As you stated, without you, none of this would have occurred. Hearing this, Jiang Yu merely smiled and chose not to elaborate further. In truth, he shared the same sentiment. Everything seemed too coincidental. Had those events not unfolded, he would still be grappling with how to connect with Duality, rather than being on the verge of securing their collaboration. Now, what do you require of me? In my lifetime, I have seldom owed anyone, and having received such significant assistance from you, I must repay you in kind, Duality declared with sincerity. He believed that even debts owed should be settled promptly, just as he had become a devoted servant to the heavenly Dual Empire due to Prince Xue Qinghe's life-saving grace. With Jiang Yu having rendered him such substantial aid, Duality contemplated how he could assist in return, believing that doing so would bring him some solace. One should not underestimate Jiang Yu's favor towards Duality. He not only helped Duality eliminate the toxins within him, but also perfectly aided Duality, allowing both to gain mastery over the toxins coursing through their bodies. This signifies that their poison shall no longer be transmitted to the next generation as it once was. An everlasting grace bestowed upon generations. Upon hearing Dualty's words, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the integrity exhibited by Duality. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu proceeded to present a matter of utmost importance. I wish to request that Senior Duality assume the role of an advisor to the Crown Princess residence. Duality furrowed his brow at this peculiar request. Your proposition strikes me as rather odd. I am already serving as an advisor to the Tiandou Empire, and the position in the Crown Princess residence holds little significance to me. On the contrary, Jiang Yu replied earnestly, countering Dualty's assertion. Are you aware of the current situation within the Tiandou Empire? I would like to know more, Dualty responded. As he had not been closely monitoring the state of affairs, Jiang Yu nodded before elaborating. It is a desperate measure for me to request you to serve as an advisor to the Crown Prince. Although His Highness appears to be in a position of grandeur, his internal strength is woefully inadequate. If this continues, the stability of the Crown Prince's position may be threatened. This cannot be, Dualty exclaimed in astonishment. How could the Emperor of Tiandou possibly be so reckless? From my observations, he has treated the Crown Prince with utmost affection, making it inconceivable that the Crown Prince's position could be unstable. It was no wonder Dualty was so astonished. Anyone could see that Xue Qinghe's position as Crown Prince seemed secure. The current Emperor indeed holds the Crown Prince in high regard. However, such regard is tenuous and may evaporate at any moment. I too find it hard to believe, but it is the truth. The most powerful minister beneath the Emperor, Prince Xue Qinghe, is not particularly close to the Crown Prince. Rather, he remains by the side of the fourth prince, Xue Bong, serving as his chief advisor. The Emperor is fully aware of this situation, yet allows it to unfold, which inevitably undermines the Crown Prince's position. This is but one concern. Secondly, although the Emperor has kept the Crown Prince by his side to oversee significant affairs, he remains eternally in the shadow of the Emperor. People only recall the Crown Prince when they think of the Emperor, which offers him no real power or reputation, merely a fleeting impression. Lastly, the Crown Prince possesses neither actual power nor personal guards, lacking a faction of his own. Tell me, Senior Duality, is this normal? A Crown Prince devoid of authority, influence, or supporters, who, upon the Emperor's decision to abolish his title, would have no means to resist? Jiang Yu's expression was grave as he articulated this. Dualty's demeanor shifted, becoming significantly more serious. While he felt there was a peculiar quality to Jiang Yu's assertions, the reality indeed suggested that should the decision to abolish Xue Qinghe's title be made, he would be left without recourse. However, this does not imply that the Emperor would necessarily strip the Crown Prince of his title. There exists no justification for such an action, as the current Crown Prince has committed no transgressions. Is that truly necessary? Jiang Yu challenged. Moreover, Do these 3 points not illustrate the Emperor's sentiments? Beneath the seemingly calm surface, tumultuous undercurrents swirl. A hint of mockery graced Jiang Yu's serious expression, as if he were deriding those who maintained a fade while harboring ulterior motives. Dugubo found himself somewhat overwhelmed. As Jiang Yu's discourse ventured into the political realm he found most irksome. Had he known, he would have refrained from inquiring. Did you not request my assistance in becoming the advisor to the Crown Prince's residence? I have acquiesced, Dugubo replied, visibly agitated, choosing to divert the topic. Though he held a certain curiosity about such intrigues, Jiang Yu's half-revealed narratives were indeed a source of frustration. Furthermore, Dugubo preferred to remain somewhat uninformed of the royal family's clandestine matters. With that, I express my gratitude on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince. And please rest assured, Senior Dugu, that the Crown Prince shall not disappoint you, Jiang Yu concluded with a sigh of relief. Now, the prince's residence openly boasts the power of a titled Douluo, making many matters significantly more manageable. Chapter 38. Thoughts. Speak your mind. What further demands do you have? Since I am in a good mood, you may voice them all at once to spare us future discussions, declared the proud Dugubo. After all, the previous request seemed exceedingly simple to him, and moreover, it pertained to assisting the prince. Dugubo's promise was to help Jiang Yu fulfill his wishes, not to aid the prince. It was indeed difficult to refuse. After contemplating, Jiang Yu said, then, may I request Senior Dugu's permission to utilize or take away the herbs from your garden? That's quite simple. Just inform me whenever you require anything, and I shall accompany you or take you there shortly. Feel free to explore, Dugubo replied generously. Thank you very much, Senior. I have no other requests, Jiang Yu said, his face alight with joy. This freedom is splendid. You are quite the peculiar one, rejecting such a splendid opportunity. You must understand that my temperament is not always so accommodating. Should you present your requests when I am in a foul mood next time, I may very well refuse. Dugubo teased with a laugh. While the senior permitted Jiang Yu to make further requests, Jiang Yu felt it prudent to defer for now, as he had yet to conceive any specific needs. Though he had numerous tasks ahead, there was little Dugubo could assist with. He merely stated a fact. With no intention of belittling Dugubo, certainly not. Little rascal, do you dare to look down on me? Is there truly something I cannot accomplish? Pray tell. Dugubo inquired, intrigued. How about having the crown prince ascend the throne immediately? Jiang Yu suggested tentatively. Dugubo exclaimed, you truly have the audacity. Do you think this is a game? Then, perhaps, develop an advanced soul-guiding device, Jiang Yu continued. That is not what I meant. Old man cannot achieve that. Dugubo retorted. Or, if not, create a dish I have never tasted? Do you think I am a chef? Would you dare to consume what I prepare? That won't do either. Then, how about helping me become a bit stronger, just slightly less than you? Dugubo was about to concede, but Jiang Yu's next remark caught him off guard. Be a person, will you? All right. I was merely jesting, Senior Dugu. Your current assistance has already alleviated many burdens for me, Jiang Yu said with a smile. To be honest, Dugubo's expression of bemusement and playful exasperation was rather amusing to Jiang Yu. Fine, I acknowledge your prowess. I shall not bring this up again. However, my offer remains valid. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall not outright refuse you, Dugubo replied resignedly. Thank you, Senior Dugu. Now, if you would kindly escort me to your herb garden, Jiang Yu said cheerfully. With a roll of his eyes, Dugubo, unwilling to say more, took Jiang Yu and leaped down. Soon, they arrived at the location of the ice and fire 2EI. However, upon landing, Dugubo keenly sensed a formidable presence intruding upon his poison array. I have matters to attend to. Remain vigilant and safe, Dugubo warned, his brow furrowed. Understood, Senior. You may go about your business. I will stay alert, Jiang Yu replied. Quickly, Dugubo's figure vanished again, and Jiang Yu turned his attention to the ice and fire 2EI before him, filled with fervor. Now, he was ready to pursue his own endeavors. In truth, Jiang Yu's objective was quite simple, to attempt to promote the evolution of plants. In recent days, aside from assisting Dugubo in cultivating new experimental subjects, Jiang Yu has found himself with ample time to rest and restore his soul power. However, mere relaxation is insufficient. He must occupy himself with some pursuits. Were there games or television series in this world, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly indulge in them while reclining. Alas, such distractions are absent, compelling him to contemplate other matters during his respite, particularly concerning his martial soul. Logically, one would expect that a martial soul is something every individual comprehends. Regrettably, due to the completely mutated nature of Jiang Yu's martial soul, few can provide answers to his inquiries about it, leaving him to navigate this mystery on his own. To this day, he has come to realize that his understanding of his martial soul remains rudimentary at best. I recall from the original text that the second part, the eyes of ice and fire, gave rise to numerous ferocious beasts, among which were 6 prominent ones. As Jiang Yu traverses the lush vegetation, he ponders deeply. His third soul skill enables him to infuse vitality into plants, accompanied by additional effects such as promoting their evolution and awakening their intelligence. Although the capacity for evolution has waned in the face of celestial herbs, there remains some effectiveness in awakening their intellect. Jiang Yu contemplates identifying one of the 6 formidable beasts to expedite its awakening of intelligence. Each of these 6 beasts possesses the potential for such an awakening, and in the subsequent narrative, they all successfully attain wisdom, transforming into sentient beings. However, the current era in which Jiang Yu resides is separated from the time of the beast's awakening in the original text by a staggering 20,000 years. It remains uncertain whether they still possess the requisite qualities for such an awakening, or if this present age is suitable for their survival. It is highly probable that in the first volume of Douluo Continent, specifically at the current moment inhabited by Jiang Yu, numerous secrets remain concealed or simply cannot be revealed. For instance, the Dragon Clan and the Ice and Fire duality have yet to evolve into their later, more formidable forms. The secrets that cannot be unveiled at this juncture hold little significance, and thus, Jiang Yu is disinclined to seek them out, merely observing when they happen to cross his path. However, the era in which Jiang Yu currently finds himself is not lacking. It is indeed the finest and most resplendent age, with nearly 10 deities manifesting, a phenomenon that future generations will struggle to rival. Returning to the main topic, Jiang Yu recalls that the Ice and Fire duality was formed following the simultaneous demise of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, 2 of the 9 great dragon rulers, within the Sunset Forest. Their remains lie buried beneath the Ice and Fire duality nourishing the land. Jiang Yu speculates that the current gentleness of the Ice and Fire duality in contrast to its later terrifying reputation, may be due to the preservation of the 2 Dragon Kings' bodies. As time passes, their remains might gradually transform into nutrients, ultimately leading to the formidable nature of the Ice and Fire duality in future epochs. In essence, awakening the spiritual herbs in this vicinity now bears little consequence, as certain herbs will exist in future timelines, and some are present even at this moment. He hopes that no unexpected developments arise. Jiang Yu first offers a sincere prayer before approaching a particular plant. In the original text, the 6 formidable beasts associated with the Ice and Fire duality include the Qilua tulip, the 8-dimensional ice grass, the fiery apricot, the ink jade bamboo, the earth dragon golden melon, and the autumn water dew. Among these, he has not discovered the ink jade bamboo and the earth dragon golden melon, suggesting they may only appear in subsequent narratives. The Ice and Fire duality possesses the extraordinary ability to accelerate the cultivation of plant soul beasts by tenfold. Yet the soul power of these 2 entities has not surpassed 200,000 years, with their true cultivation falling short of 20,000 years. In this instance, it appears that only the few types of celestial herbs currently available to him are truly suitable. I am uncertain whether my actions are justified, sighed Jiang Yu, who felt a lingering hesitation within. The potential hazards stemming from his decisions might exceed his ability to manage. However, neglecting to act would prevent him from fully harnessing the resources of the Ice and Fire duality. After all, he was not Tang San. Lacking an in-depth understanding of pharmacology, having merely glimpsed the effects of these herbs in the original text, thus, many medicinal materials remained unrecognized to him. It is fortunate for you that you encountered me. Had it been Tang San, you would be awaiting your demise, as he would eradicate all of you without hesitation. Jiang Yu remarked mockingly while crouching down. Although he was not inherently virtuous, he adhered to the principle of not harming these plants. Before Jiang Yu stood an unassuming herb, its vibrant green hue captivating. Peculiarly, at its center were 3 pristine white leaves, adorned with droplets of water that resembled the morning dew. This is the elusive Wanchuan Qiushui Lu, a celestial herb of little use to anyone but the protagonist. At this moment, Jiang Yu admits to a flicker of selfishness, having chosen a herb that holds no value for himself, while reserving those with significant utility. In Chapter 39, From the Heart, Jiang Yu gently caresses the Wanchuan Qiushui Lu, and 3 soul rings materialize around him. He then invokes his 3rd soul skill, Spirit of Life. A white domain envelopes the entirety of the Ice and Fire duality. In an instant, a radiant white life force emanates from the majority of the plants within the Ice and Fire duality, surging towards Jiang Yu. The visible transformation manifests as an increasing vitality surrounding him, swiftly morphing into a vast ocean of white life. Jiang Yu is resolute. This time, he does not merely extract a portion of the plant's life force as he typically would, but opts to draw out everything, indifferent to the possibility of annihilating them. This resulted in an instantaneous desiccation of all plants surrounding Jiang Yu, leaving only a few familiar celestial herbs. This marks the first instance of utter desolation in the history of the Ice and Fire duality, a consequence solely wrought by Jiang Yu. It is also the first occasion on which Jiang Yu has come to realize the sheer dominance of his 3rd soul skill, surpassing even his own imagination. Any plant devoid of consciousness finds it exceedingly difficult to resist the extraction of its life force. It must succeed, Jiang Yu bellowed, attempting to elevate the likelihood of success through sheer force of will, though in reality, the effect was minimal. For soul beasts, their lifespan is intrinsically linked to their life force. The definitions of centuries or millennia are not merely a matter of time elapsed, but rather a reflection of the vitality contained within them. The stronger the life force, the longer the lifespan. Jiang Yu deduced this through a careful analysis of the original text. Although it seems implausible, the original narrative did not explicitly state such a conclusion, yet upon reflection, it becomes evident. Plant-type soul beasts may endure for 100,000 years, as they lack cognitive faculties. However, for animal-type soul beasts to live for 100,000 years is utterly impossible. To put it bluntly, even a pig could attain the status of a heavenly general after such a span. Thus, Jiang Yu's method of directly infusing life force is essentially an aid to the enhancement of the Wanchuan Xiushui Du. The flora surrounding the ice and fire duality I, aside from a few celestial herbs, comprises mainly the poisons and tonics cultivated by Duality, yet their sheer numbers, coupled with the tenfold efficacy of the duality I, should suffice. To his astonishment, Jiang Yu discovered that the Wanchuan Xiushui Du was completely absorbing the life force he was irrigating. Typically, such a direct method of nourishment is highly impractical, often leading to significant losses. If 10 units are infused, achieving an absorption rate of 50% is commendable, with the remainder wasted. Yet, in this instance, not a single unit was squandered, which defied logic. Was it a result of the Wanchuan Xiushui Du, or was it attributable to him? Jiang Yu pondered briefly before delving deeper into contemplation. Previously, he had overlooked this phenomenon, largely due to his lack of attention to such actions, compounded by the brevity of his earlier infusions, which could not compare to the abundance of life force available now. It seemed that the capabilities of his soul skill were indeed the cause. The original text had not addressed the Wanchuan Xiushui Du possessing such an ability. This realization elucidated why the plants infused with life force from his third soul skill exhibited such remarkable results. They fully absorbed the vitality he provided. Jiang Yu reflected on the life force his soul power could confer upon plants, potentially extending their cultivation by several hundred years. However, when applied to humans, it merely served a curative purpose. For plants, the scenario was entirely different. They could wholly absorb the life force Jiang Yu transformed, leading to a sudden increase of several hundred years in their cultivation. For ordinary plants, this could signify a leap in their life cycle, making evolution or mutation a natural occurrence. This led him to question whether all ordinary plants could undergo mutation. Why had his previous experiments failed? Furrowing his brow in confusion, Jiang Yu thought, no, perhaps it was inevitable that my earlier attempts met with failure, as the life force had not sufficiently propelled the plants to a stage of life transition. He recalled that the life force he had previously infused was not derived from his soul power, but rather extracted from nearby vegetation, and only in minute quantities. Most ordinary plants are annuals. Thus, extracting only a portion would yield minimal results, perhaps extending their lifespan by merely a few years, insufficient for evolution or a life leap. Had he extracted life force of the magnitude he now encountered in the White Ocean, any plant could have achieved a life transition. Yet, such a feat could only be realized at the ice and fire duality I, where the vitality of the flora is tenfold that of the external environment. In retrospect, it was indeed his oversight, as he had failed to recognize the existence of a conversion factor. This is entirely his own fault. He is not a qualified researcher, having failed to establish any units, simply using whatever quantity was available. However, one cannot entirely blame Jiang Yu, for he is not a researcher by nature, and his understanding remains rooted in past thinking, lacking deeper contemplation. It is evident that I am not suited for this endeavor. How frustrating. Why can't I simply traverse to a realm where I can lie back in comfort, enduring this torment, calculating this and that? In an instant, Jiang Yu found himself growing increasingly agitated. Despite striving for a better future, he felt as though he was drifting further away from his original intentions, becoming ever busier. Should one admit to being unworthy of enjoying life as pleasures? Nevertheless, his mood did not hinder his actions. Under Jiang Yu's nurturing, the branches and leaves of the autumn water lily grew more vibrant, gradually emanating a formidable pressure. Yet, this pressure had no effect on Jiang Yu. He felt nothing, while the nearby celestial herb wilted slightly under the strain. In the sunset forest, as Duality exited his residence, he was taken aback to see 3 individuals standing not far from his home, leaving him bewildered as to their presence. These 3 were not the trio of Yu Xiaojiang from the original narrative, although they possessed a trinity martial fusion technique. Their power was merely equivalent to that of a soul Douluo, posing no threat to Duality. However, the individuals before him carried considerable weight: the sword Douluo Qian, the bone Douluo Gu Rong, and the esteemed leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ningfengji. This left Duality feeling somewhat intimidated. Even the sense of expansion he had just experienced from his recent breakthrough dissipated in an instant. He could not fathom what actions of his had provoked these 3 formidable individuals to confront him. Both the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo surpassed him in strength and were particularly adept in offensive combat. Either of them could easily defeat him in a one-on-one encounter. Moreover, with the addition of Ningfengji, one of the foremost support-type soul masters in the world, Their combined prowess was indeed formidable. Surely, this isn't an attempt on my life, is it? I wonder what brings the three of you here. Although I, Duality, tend to act in solitude, I believe I have not offended your seven treasures glazed sect. Blocking my door seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Duality remarked with a hint of displeasure on his face. Since they were merely obstructing his entrance and not attempting a forcible entry, it indicated a temporary absence of danger. Nonetheless, Duality was unwilling to diminish his own stature. Ning Fengji stepped forward, clasping his fists and smiling as he addressed Duality. I sincerely apologize for our unannounced visit. Please forgive us. But circumstances are pressing, and we had to come. Could Duality afford to refuse forgiveness? Certainly not. On the contrary, he felt compelled to maintain a courteous demeanor. You jest, Sect Master Ning. It is an honor for you to visit me. May I inquire about the purpose of your presence? Duality forced a chuckle as he posed the question. Ning Fengji smiled in return. We seek a certain individual. A certain individual? Dualiti's thoughts raced. Are you referring to Jiang Yu? Indeed. He has caused a bit of trouble, and we need to take him with us. Ning Fengji replied. Pray tell, what sort of trouble? If it is not too severe, I, Duality, shall take responsibility for him. Duality declared. Previously troubled by a lack of opportunity to repay Jiang Yu's kindness, fortune had now presented him with a chance. Relieved that the matter did not pertain to him, Duality mused that Jiang Yu could hardly have gotten into serious trouble. After all, it was likely some minor issue, and Ning Fengji did not appear overtly furious. Ning Fengji's smile turned rather peculiar as he looked at Duality. Are you quite certain? This is not a trivial matter. Absolutely. Duality affirmed with conviction. Very well, allow me to elaborate. Before Jiang Yu was brought here by you, he employed a minor tactic to spread certain rumors, which have now implicated dozens of factions, including our seven treasures glazed sect. If you are inclined, please provide us with an explanation or a resolution, Ning Fengji said with a mischievous grin. Duality retorted. If you desire my demise, feel free to state so outright. He executed a swift turn, his expression impassive. He is inside, follow me. Chapter 40. The explanation haha. Three hearty laughs echoed. Even Xue Qinghe and Gu Rong could not suppress their mirth. This left Duality feeling somewhat humiliated. Were it not for the fact that he was outmatched, he would have long since silenced these three. It was utterly embarrassing, and he blamed Jiang Yu for this predicament. Once the laughter subsided, the three of them acknowledged the respect due to a titled Douluo, despite Dualiti's earlier behavior having profoundly altered their perception of him. Was this truly the once stoic poisoned Douluo, now displaying such humor? In the past, Duality was fearless and unyielding. If one sought to provoke him, he would ensure they faced retribution. It seems that Senior Duality cares quite a bit for that young lad. Jiang Yu, Ning Fengji remarked, his smile returning. From Dualiti's previous words and actions, Ning Fengji discerned that Duality genuinely valued Jiang Yu. Otherwise, he would not have offered to take responsibility. It was crucial to remember that they were dealing with the Seven Treasures glazed sect, in the presence of two titled Dualios. Dualiti's statement was not made lightly. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, he would not have reacted so emotionally. Had it only been the Seven Treasures glazed sect, Duality might have braced himself to shoulder the burden, for he was indeed a titled Douluo. However, with dozens of factions involved, each formidable in its own right, and the inclusion of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, not to mention other powerful entities like the Spirit Hall, the stakes were substantially higher. Duality truly dared not boast. This matter could indeed cost lives. Well, it cannot be said that I am overly concerned, for that young man has rendered me a significant favor. Therefore, I am more than willing to assist him in resolving certain troubles. Yet this time, Dualiti's expression darkened considerably. The burden was simply too great. Time to retreat. Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile knowingly. Dualiti's reaction was quite normal. However, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Yu. This young man's abilities surpass my imagination. He has managed to win over the formidable Duality, the poisoned Douluo, so swiftly, and even coaxed him into uttering such words on his behalf. With this development, Qinghe now boasts a titled Douluo, and coupled with the four major single-attribute clans, it possesses the capability to engage in discourse with me in terms of strength. This spectacle is quite impressive, rivaling even the seven great sects. Such remarkable prowess. It remains uncertain whether this is the work of Qinghe or the means of Jiang Yu. Ning Fengji pondered gravely as he followed behind Duality. The pace at which his strength is expanding is astonishing, to the extent that even Ning Fengji does not dare to underestimate it. Moreover, the methods employed are remarkably sophisticated. Aside from a few minor issues, there are virtually no significant risks. Fengji, the sword Douluo conveyed through sound transmission. What's the matter? Ning Fengji responded with an unchanging expression. Dualiti's strength has increased considerably. I suspect he is now several times more formidable than before, Xue Qinghe said gravely. Although Duality had not revealed his strength, Xue Qinghe had already sensed the change. He firmly trusted his instincts, which had saved him on numerous occasions. Therefore, even if it seemed somewhat outrageous, Dualiti's newfound power was indeed far greater than it had been previously. Is that so? Ning Fengji fell into contemplation. It appears that Jiang Yu must have assisted Duality in this regard. Just how many secrets does this young man possess? Please wait for me here. I shall bring him to you, Duality stated nonchalantly. It was already quite generous of him to invite 3 individuals to his residence. He would certainly not take them to his medicinal garden. That was his sole asset, and if these 3 rascals took a liking to it, he would surely be devastated. Very well, Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Duality proceeded to the Eye of Ice and Fire to find Jiang Yu, while Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Duoluos awaited above. They had no intention of touring Dualiti's residence. After all, to trespass without his consent would be tantamount to provocation. Indeed, had it not been for Ning Fengji bringing along the 2 titled Duoluos, Duality would not have allowed him entry at all. Just then, a wretched voice cried out, "Bastard! What have you done to my medicinal garden?" Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Duoluos were momentarily stunned. However, before they could ponder further, Duality appeared, dragging Jiang Yu along as if he were a mere chick. Jiang Yu wore an awkward expression as he was pulled along by Duality. Senior Duality, didn't you say I could create freely? I couldn't help myself, Jiang Yu said innocently, scratching his head, inadvertently provoking Dualiti's ire. Dualiti's face was filled with anguish and rage. I said you could create freely. But did you have to do it like this? My medicinal garden. It's all ruined. All my years of effort gone to waste. Duality was on the verge of despair. This was the result of many years of labor, filled with countless precious herbs and an immeasurable amount of thought. And now, after merely stepping out for a short while, it was all gone, reduced to just a handful of herbs remaining. Get out. I never want to see you again. Duality exclaimed, throwing Jiang Yu in front of Ning Fengji, his face etched with grief and anger. Wait, Senior Duality, I haven't finished using it yet, Jiang Yu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He merely wished for Duality to allow him to return, as the previous experiment, while successful, required further continuation. Jiang Yu had made a promise that he was determined to fulfill. Uncle Ning, what brings you here? And you 2 seniors as well? Jiang Yu, perceptive as ever, noticed Ning Fengji seated nearby, along with the 2 titled Duoluos standing behind him. While he did not recognize Bone Douluo, he was familiar with Sword Douluo, and it was clear that anyone standing alongside him held a significant identity. Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said, "We have come to find you." "Find me?" Jiang Yu asked, pointing to himself, a hint of confusion in his tone. Logically, after their last conversation, Ning Fengji should have understood his and Xue Qinghe's stance and would not have sought him out so soon. The visit suggested that something significant had transpired. "May I inquire what you need, Uncle Ning?" Ning Fengji remained silent, instead handing Jiang Yu a stack of documents, gesturing for him to take a look. Jiang Yu, suspicious, accepted the documents and began to peruse them. His expression grew increasingly peculiar, and eventually, he could no longer suppress his astonishment. "Can someone explain what this is? I've only been gone for a mere 10 to 20 days. Have you all gone mad? How did things escalate to this extent? And why was I not informed?" Jiang Yu recalled instructing those spreading rumors to report back to him regularly. However, he overlooked the fact that he was at Dualiti's place, where reporting was not as straightforward as it might be elsewhere. Closing the documents, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and looked at Ning Fengji. "What is it that Uncle Ning requires me to do?" "First, resolve the matters outlined here, and then provide me with an explanation," Ning Fengji replied with a gentle smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu declined. "That is impossible. I can address the current issues, but providing an explanation is out of the question. Uncle Ning, let us discuss something else." An explanation was out of the question. If he did so, it would spell disaster. This was not merely a matter involving the 7-treasure glazed tile school, but rather dozens of factions. If word got out, it would likely lead to repercussions for each and every one of them. Ning Fengji smiled slightly, having anticipated Jiang Yu's response. "Then, please offer me some form of assurance." Ning Fengji's smile remained, refusing to release Jiang Yu from the pressure. "What a cunning old fox, passing the problem back to me," Jiang Yu inwardly cursed. Nevertheless, he spoke earnestly. "Uncle Ning, this puts me in a difficult position. Here is what I propose. I will prepare a project, and you can participate as the prince's mentor. However, I require your assistance in navigating the troubles arising from this matter." Jiang Yu looked intently into Ning Fengji's eyes as he spoke solemnly. "There appears to be no alternative this time. Certain plans must be expedited." Chapter 41. 2 proposals for a project? Surely, you do not intend to dismiss me in such a manner? Furthermore, you expect me to shield you from the ensuing troubles of this matter. Ning Fengji remarked with a smile. Although dissatisfaction lingered, this was a negotiable point. Subsequently, Ning Fengji turned to the side and addressed Duality, saying, "Might I request that Duality momentarily withdraw? We are likely to discuss some confidential matters henceforth." Duality felt a surge of indignation. Being dismissed from his own residence was utterly intolerable. However, faced with the predatory gazes of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, he had no choice but to concede. Just as Duality was about to depart, Jiang Yu intervened, stating, "Senior Duality is an esteemed elder of my prince's residence. There is no need to exclude him from this discussion." This deeply moved Duality, instilling him with newfound confidence. He stood resolutely behind Jiang Yu. Casting a provocative glance at the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, Ning Fengji was somewhat taken aback, having become a patron of the prince's residence. He wondered how the emperor would react upon learning this news. Jiang Yu then resumed the previous discussion, stating, "Uncle Ning, I believe we have reached a sufficient point. This project involves far-reaching implications. I initially intended to launch it only when the crown prince's position became unassailable, but given the current situation, we must expedite our plans to address the present circumstances." Jiang Yu's expression was one of reluctance. In his future schemes, he envisioned this project under his exclusive control and firmly believed it should not involve collaboration with external forces. Presenting it to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect felt like a significant loss, with considerable repercussions. The essence of Jiang Yu's project was rather straightforward, establishing a newspaper and a publishing house to wield influence over the public discourse in the Tiandou Empire. Although newspapers had begun to emerge, they had yet to capture the attention of the elite. Jiang Yu's ambition was to seize control of this narrative instrument, planning a strategic takeover once Xue Qinghe ascended the throne. By consolidating the current media landscape under the Tiandou Empire's authority, he aimed to dominate public opinion entirely. The objective of establishing a publishing house was to secure control over newspapers, news, books, and similar media as early as possible. Jiang Yu understood that such endeavors would only be feasible after Xue Qinghe's coronation. At that point, with the full power of the Tiandou Empire behind him, coupled with Jiang Yu's influence, they would be unassailable by competitors. However, at this moment, Jiang Yu felt a tinge of trepidation, not only regarding the formidable Emperor Xue, but also in the face of numerous sections. Should the nature of public opinion be revealed and perceived by astute minds, a wave of competitors would inevitably emerge. Given his current capabilities, Jiang Yu found it challenging to assert dominance over others, preferring to conceal his intentions rather than expose them. He was unwilling to engage in a war of public opinion against adversaries in the future. Is this related to the current events? Ning Fengji inquired, intrigued. The ramifications of the rumors Jiang Yu had disseminated were indeed alarming. Would such power yield the same results if we controlled it? Ning Fengji pressed. It could, but it is advisable not to. The situation is currently out of control. However, as it develops, we can guide the circumstances to achieve similar outcomes within a manageable scope. Jiang Yu replied, his expression inscrutable. Had the rumors not spiraled to their present extent, he would not have revealed such a formidable weapon of public influence so prematurely. For those lacking in spiritual civilization on the Douluo Continent, such a tool proved immensely effective, as reality had already demonstrated. That is sufficient. What shall we do next? Ning Fengji asked, reclining in his chair, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Jiang Yu. This gesture signaled his tacit approval of Jiang Yu's earlier proposal. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect will provide the funding and personnel, while the prince's residence will devise the plan, jointly establishing the Tiandou publishing house. Temporarily, the name will bear the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect's insignia, but upon the crown prince's ascension, the publishing house will revert to state ownership. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect may retain a portion of the shares or establish a smaller publishing house of its own. Jiang Yu articulated his proposal. In truth, this arrangement bore a hint of impropriety, yet Jiang Yu was resolute in his stance. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, expressing concern over the fairness of the proposal. It is already quite equitable. Such matters should not be monopolized by any single family. Not even the crown prince should wield that authority. It must be nationalized. Uncle Ning would not wish for the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to become a thorn in other sides, would he? Jiang Yu stated bluntly. As they discussed business, he adopted a more formal demeanor, devoid of the usual deference. Ning Fengji remained silent, still frowning. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, saying, Uncle Ning, this is my greatest concession. The leading role should not be held by a single family. Only the state can rightfully assume the dominant position in this publishing house. This period is indeed difficult to elucidate, for it is not the epoch in which Jiang Yu once resided. It is an era of feudalism, where the concept of nationhood has yet to permeate the hearts of the people. In the minds of Ning Fengji and his companions, the ideals of family and state prevail. They aspire to seize all benefits for themselves, unaware that certain matters are best entrusted to the state, lest they incite calamity. The publishing house that Jiang Yu is now establishing must ultimately be the most credible, embodying the will of the nation. Should it fall into the hands of a single family, it would undoubtedly acquire familial attributes, which would spell disaster for both parties involved. Nevertheless, I can assure Uncle Ning that when the time comes for you to establish your own dedicated publishing house, I shall be willing to extend my assistance. This situation bears a striking resemblance to that of later generations, where the largest newspaper must be state-led, while smaller local publications can operate more freely. Jiang Yu has already demonstrated considerable sincerity. After contemplating for a moment, Ning Fengji grasped some of Jiang Yu's intentions and nodded in agreement with the proposal. Very well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief. Had Ning Fengji disagreed, he would have hesitated to proceed with the project. Without the endorsement of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Jiang Yu, with his modest stature, would be ill-equipped to withstand the repercussions that might follow. Let us discuss the details of this matter later. For now, please outline how we might resolve the current situation, Ning Fengji remarked, emphasizing the urgency of addressing the prevailing public opinion. Should the situation spiral out of control, it would not only jeopardize their collaboration, but also threaten Jiang Yu's very life. Today, it was the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect seeking resolution. Tomorrow, it could very well be the martial soul hall. Jiang Yu experienced considerable vexation, perplexed by how the rumors had escalated to such a degree. I have two proposals. Would Uncle Ning prefer a swift resolution or a more gradual approach? He inquired. What is the distinction? Ning Fengji asked, intrigued. A rapid approach would involve unleashing a significant news story to overshadow the current discourse. The advantage lies in its immediacy, but the downside is the uncertain effectiveness. Conversely, a gradual approach would entail subtly guiding the narrative using current events to mitigate the impact, which is decidedly more prudent. Jiang Yu explained. He continued, moreover, if we aim for speed, the news must be sufficiently sensational to prompt a swift collective amnesia regarding prior events. I happen to have a rather explosive story in mind, though I hesitate to utilize it. Given the current climate, Jiang Yu recognized that opting for a slower method was untenable. Ning Fengji rubbed his forehead in thought. If Jiang Yu deemed the news to be explosive, it was undoubtedly significant. Please share this major news with me. I shall consider it. The circumstances were dire, necessitating an urgent suppression of the prevailing narrative, compelling Ning Fengji to take a calculated risk. Perhaps you recall the incident that transpired 12 years ago? I have reviewed the materials you provided earlier. If we leverage this event, I can ensure a seamless connection, making it appear as though we were not involved, Jiang Yu stated. He aimed to gauge Ning Fengji's willingness to employ this news, as it involved two of the most formidable factions. Ning Fengji fell into silence, taken aback by Jiang Yu's reference to that particular event, which indeed possessed the requisite level of explosiveness. This matter had a significant impact in its time, subdued only through the concerted efforts of numerous sects, and has since faded into obscurity. However, it can indeed be employed to quell the current public discourse. Yet, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and inquired, are you not concerned that the two of them may come seeking trouble? This is indeed the Spirit Hall and the Qian sect, either of which is a formidable presence that Jiang Yu cannot provoke. Even the Tiandou Empire would not dare to offend both simultaneously. Of course, fear exists, but might I lean slightly in one direction? Jiang Yu chuckled as he spoke. To claim that I am unafraid would be disingenuous. However, if I lean towards the Spirit Hall, I need not fear retribution from the Qian sect later on. Chapter 42. Stance. Ning Fengji suddenly perceived Jiang Yu as particularly audacious, uttering such words and attempting to curry favor with one side. Yet, this indeed could alleviate his own troubles, but could it truly suffice? Ning Fengji was acutely aware that Jiang Yu intended to align with the Spirit Hall, as long as the Spirit Hall remains unscathed. The Qian sect would not dare to emerge. Moreover, as long as the Spirit Hall's reputation remains intact, they would not seek trouble with Jiang Yu, but rather, would welcome him. In fact, to say he is leaning is somewhat inaccurate, as long as I objectively analyze the events of that year. The Spirit Hall will not trouble me, Jiang Yu stated nonchalantly. And what of the Qian sect? Ning Fengji inquired. Why would they seek trouble with me? I merely speak the truth. If they are dissatisfied, let them confront the Spirit Hall. Why come after me? Indeed, that holds true, Ning Fengji mused with admiration. Even in his view, the Qian sect held no ground during that time. As long as the Qian sect has no justification, they lack a valid reason to target Jiang Yu. The strong do not reason with the weak, Ning Fengji remarked coolly. Yet I am not weak. They are not the strongest either. Having lost the courage of their past, the Qian sect resembles a stray dog bereft of spirit. No longer possessing the grandeur of the foremost sect of yore, Jiang Yu's expression remained calm. At that moment, Duality stepped forward, making Ning Fengji realize that once forces are consolidated, Jiang Yu's ally, Xue Qinghe, is indeed formidable. You are quite brave, but what do you intend to do? Ning Fengji set aside his thoughts, dismissing any concerns about the Qian sect. What mattered more to him were the offerings presented by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu spoke, first guiding the populace to recall the Qian sect, then shifting everyone's focus onto them, subsequently arranging for individuals to gradually unveil the events of that year, stirring the enthusiasm of all, prompting discussions, and ultimately steering them towards the proper inclination. The matter is rather straightforward. One might say that the events of that year were sufficiently sensational to pique the curiosity of others. However, these were merely trivialities. With the right promotional strategies, Jiang Yu could certainly elevate the situation. After all, having lived in such an environment, Jiang Yu is quite adept at this. Would those individuals truly conform to your expectations? Ning Fengji pondered. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed confidently. What a substantial scoop it is. Even he could not resist partaking, so how could others possibly abstain? As for the Spirit Hall, although you might steer public opinion in their favor, how can you ensure that? Ning Fengji gazed intently at Jiang Yu. This necessitates the establishment of a precise plan, as the Seven Treasures glazed tile school will soon confront Jiang Yu, standing directly before the spirit hall. There is no need for bias. One must simply speak the truth. Jiang Yu had just articulated this point, and now felt compelled to elaborate. The genesis of the conflict between the spirit hall and the Haotian school stemmed from the demise of the former pope, caused by the Haotian Douluo, which prompted retaliation from the spirit hall, while the Haotian school chose to retreat from the world. I shall delineate this narrative in 3 phases, Jiang Yu remarked. Well versed in the intricacies of the story, Jiang Yu was acutely aware that the true perpetrator behind the former pope's death was, in fact, Bibi Dong, with the Haotian school unjustly bearing the blame. However, such knowledge was scarce, and there was no need to disclose it, as Jiang Yu had no desire to court trouble. Should anyone dare to reveal this truth, he would ensure it was suppressed. The first phase addresses the catalyst for the confrontation between the former pope and the Haotian Douluo, which arose when the former pope pursued the wife of the Haotian Douluo, for she was a 10,000-year soul beast, leading to the Haotian Douluo's lethal retaliation. It is imperative to affirm that the actions of the former pope were not erroneous, while also acknowledging the profound love of the Haotian Douluo. Although this perspective may seem to spare both parties from reproach, once unleashed, the interpretations would vary among those discussing it. Given the prevailing societal climate, numerous supporters of the former pope would emerge, especially in light of subsequent events. The second phase concerns the retaliation by the spirit hall. It is essential to analyze the stances of various factions and compare the strengths of both sides, thereby elucidating why the spirit hall sought vengeance against the Haotian school, perhaps even transforming the notion of retaliation into that of revenge. While the terms may bear similar meanings, revenge carries a connotation of righteousness that retaliation lacks. The third phase examines the Haotian school's withdrawal from the world. In this segment, it is crucial to clarify the actions taken by the spirit hall and the rationale behind their eventual cessation of hostilities. Upon concluding the exposition of these 3 phases, Jiang Yu regarded Ning Fengji with a tranquil demeanor. In contrast, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, contemplating Jiang Yu's proposal. It was feasible, yet it seemed akin to absolving the spirit hall of its transgressions. Jiang Yu's discourse did not exhibit favoritism towards the spirit hall. He merely recounted the events of yesteryear. However, even from an observer's standpoint, the narrative appeared to lean in favor of the spirit hall. Only from the Haotian school's perspective could one deem their choices of that time as anything but erroneous. Ning Fengji was reluctant to assist the spirit hall in this manner, especially considering the growing power and increasing oppression exerted by the spirit hall under Bibi Dong's leadership over the years. This elucidates the reason why all sects sought to obscure the details of that incident, allowing the outside world to perceive the spirit hall as having coerced the Haotian school into seclusion, thus misleading the public regarding the spirit hall's actions as bullying the weak. Including Ning Fengji, none wished to witness the emergence of a formidable spirit hall. Jiang Yu hailed from Qinghe. Why, then, did he so ardently defend the spirit hall? A flicker of doubt stirred within Ning Fengji as he regarded Jiang Yu. This made Jiang Yu's heart race. Could it be that Uncle Ning is questioning my allegiance? One cannot help but be suspicious, for your actions greatly benefit the spirit hall. I trust you understand our concerns, do you not? Not everyone wishes to see a formidable spirit hall. Ning Fengji spoke to Jiang Yu with an air of candor. I certainly understand, yet I had not contemplated it to that extent. Jiang Yu's mind raced as he sought a plausible excuse to deflect the conversation. He had not considered this aspect before. Indeed, in a world where all are wary of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong's ambitions loom large, instilling fear in all. However, Ning Fengji was not one to be easily deceived. Even if Jiang Yu was aware of the original narrative and subsequent events, he could not transform the truth into falsehoods. My allegiance is unwavering, Jiang Yu murmured, having found himself at a loss for words. It is not sufficient to merely assert this. I trust that your allegiance is steadfast, but your actions cast considerable doubt upon it. You must understand that many will not believe what they hear. Seeing is believing, and your current course is perilous. Ning Fengji warned gravely. Indeed, Jiang Yu's conduct had crossed a line, yet given his youth, Ning Fengji believed it was unintentional. But what of others? What of the emperor of the Tiandou Empire? Jiang Yu's stance, to a degree, also represented Xue Qinghe. Not long ago, when Jiang Yu met Salas, he was not particularly well known, and few paid attention to him, thus he did not overthink the situation. However, thereafter, Jiang Yu's renown would undoubtedly grow, demanding the attention of others. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of headache over the matter of allegiance. It was indeed a significant issue. He could assure himself that his stance was secure, yet others might not share that belief. Thus, he must be vigilant regarding his words and actions moving forward. With Ning Fengji's warning in mind, he understood that future oversights could lead to a complete unraveling of his efforts. Chapter 43. A financial setback to avert disaster therefore. If possible, I hope you might consider an alternative plan or a different point of public discourse, Ning Fengji suggested. In truth, he had come to grasp the essence of the public sentiment Jiang Yu spoke of, realizing what the crux of the matter was. Uncle Ning, please allow me some time to deliberate, Jiang Yu replied with a hint of despondency. Finding a chair, he sat down in resignation and began to ponder deeply. In recent days, his immersion in research has indeed rendered his thoughts somewhat rigid, as he has fixated solely on immediate gains without contemplating the deeper factors at play. This has ultimately exposed vulnerabilities in his dealings with Ning Fengji. The reason Jiang Yu chose to unveil this public sentiment prematurely was, in fact, to undermine the reputation of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao, with the intention of garnering the support of the four major clans, compelling them to sever their ties with the Haotian sect entirely. In truth, Jiang Yu harbored lingering concerns regarding the loyalty of the four great clans. This world often lacks reason. The notion was not flawed, yet Jiang Yu, in this process, had somewhat neglected his own position. How would the four clans perceive his overt favoritism towards the Spirit Hall? After all, it was the Spirit Hall that had initially inflicted wounds upon them. Would this not leave an indelible thorn in their hearts? Such considerations seemed somewhat lacking. Jiang Yu inwardly sighed, realizing his folly in expecting them to relinquish their hatred so swiftly. Such an expectation was utterly unrealistic and would require a gradual approach. Fortuitously, Ning Fengji's reminder illuminated the issue for Jiang Yu and made him realize he was not alone in this endeavor. After much contemplation, Jiang Yu resolved to pursue the current plan, declaring to Ning Fengji, "Uncle Ning, I have decided to proceed with this strategy, as it appears to be the most effective and profitable option available at this juncture." Ning Fengji appeared somewhat taken aback, his gaze toward Jiang Yu filled with confusion. "Are you not concerned that this might leave a lasting grievance among the four great clans? After all, they share not only animosity towards the Haotian sect, but also remnants of past camaraderie, while their relationship with the Spirit Hall is solely rooted in hatred. Are you not apprehensive about their potential misgivings?" It was precisely this concern that had prompted Ning Fengji to speak with Jiang Yu. Yet it seemed that Jiang Yu remained unperturbed. "I am worried, but first, I will ensure they recognize that their bond with the Haotian sect is solely one of enmity, devoid of any lingering affection. Secondly, I am not alone in this endeavor. After all, this is a scheme devised for His Highness the Crown Prince, who must also contribute to its execution. In this process, I shall assume the role of the red face, while His Highness plays the white face," Jiang Yu remarked with a light-hearted smile. A sense of inexplicable ease washed over him. He realized he need not shoulder every burden alone, for there was still Xue Qinghe to rely on. This was a realization that Jiang Yu had only just come to. He seemed to be too closely bound to Xue Qinghe, as if they were one entity. In truth, there existed a hierarchy between them. Xue Qinghe was the sovereign, while he merely played the role of a supporter. Certain positions he held might indeed provoke others' imaginations. Yet as long as Xue Qinghe articulated his stance, that sufficed. After all, it was Xue Qinghe who held the principal position. In due course, he would align himself with the Spirit Hall, while Xue Qinghe would lean towards the Haotian sect. However, this presented quite a challenge, Jiang Yu thought with some vexation. For he was all too aware of the connection between Xue Qinghe and Qian Renxue. Perhaps, he mused, it would be better to have Xue Qinghe denounce the Spirit Hall instead. Ning Fengji had not anticipated Jiang Yu would voice such a thought, but upon reflection, it did seem accurate. Jiang Yu was merely a vassal, and it was himself who had prematurely conjoined Jiang Yu with Xue Qinghe in his mind. Outsiders remained oblivious to Jiang Yu's significance in the context of the Tiandou Empire's prince. They would merely perceive Jiang Yu as an ordinary subject, questioning the relevance of having a subordinate inclined towards the Spirit Hall. Even Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could not guarantee that none of his own followers leaned towards the Spirit Hall. That is indeed a clever approach, Ning Fengji remarked with admiration. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat dejected, replied, "To others, I may not seem particularly important. Only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect recognizes my significance. To everyone else, I am but a minor figure. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed with this plan," Ning Fengji asserted decisively. At this juncture, there was no further need for discussion. Ning Fengji discerned that Jiang Yu would not yield, and it was best to leave matters as they stood. "Does Uncle Ning not care about my stance?" Jiang Yu inquired with a hint of curiosity. "I am confident your position will remain steadfast. You are an astute individual," Ning Fengji replied, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Yu, deep and enigmatic, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Jiang Yu awkwardly touched his nose, acknowledging, "My stance indeed will not waver, for I have consistently aligned myself with the Spirit Hall. Yet I wonder how you will react when you discover this in the future." With matters now settled, Jiang Yu prepared to depart. "You should return to the prince's residence promptly. I will then proceed to meet with Qinghe and finalize the details," Ning Fengji said, casting a glance at Jiang Yu and the figure of Dugu Bo behind him. Following this, he departed the residence of Dugu Bo along with the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. After a brief moment, the three figures vanished completely. Dugu Bo then remarked, "They have left." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu slumped down, utterly exhausted. "Goodness, I am worn out. That old fox Ning Fengji has managed to extract so many benefits from me. What a loss." Jiang Yu lamented with a look of deep resentment. Despite their lengthy discourse, it had ultimately amounted to little more than a singular point of importance: self-interest. Ning Fengji was relentless in his pursuit of further gains from Jiang Yu. hinting at numerous occasions that had been disregarded by Jiang Yu, lest he be drained dry. You little prodigy, just moments ago you were singing praises of Uncle Ning. And now you've shifted to referring to him as Ning Fengji, Dugu Bo said with a chuckle. With Ning Fengji and his companions gone, Dugu Bo felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders, and his perception of Jiang Yu had shifted. Although the lad's combat prowess was lacking, his intellect was indeed remarkable. While he had been privy to their entire conversation, he had comprehended not a single word, utterly lost in their discussion. Humph. I could hardly contain my urge to scold that old fox. Jiang Yu exclaimed indignantly. Public opinion, a deadly weapon that kills without bloodshed, has been so freely disseminated. It pains my heart to the point of suffocation. Dugu Bo smiled gently. You have already begun to curse him, have you not? I can't shake the feeling that my Uncle Ning is after something more than just this, Jiang Yu said, moderating his tone and expressing skepticism. Apologies. But I have no such impression. I did not grasp a word of your conversation, Dugu Bo replied, somewhat at a loss. Truly inept. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. The unspoken insult left Dugu Bo in a state of furious agitation. You insolent brat, he exclaimed, preparing to teach Jiang Yu a lesson. Jiang Yu, realizing the gravity of the situation, feigned submission. All right, Senior Dugu, I apologize. You are indeed of great importance. Without your presence, I would have lacked the confidence to face my Uncle Ning, given the vast disparity in our statuses. This seemed to pacify Dugu Bo, who felt a twinge of pride. That's more like it. However, upon reflection, it appears that what you said earlier indeed conveyed that sentiment. Not merely appears, but unequivocally so, Jiang Yu retorted. Although it was merely an intuition, Jiang Yu harbored doubts. By the way, what were you discussing just now? I found it rather difficult to comprehend. Dugu Bo inquired with curiosity, as he was genuinely oblivious to the intricacies of politics. Explaining it would be too cumbersome and rather unfeasible. Senior Dugu, you need only grasp one principle. In this world, all bustle is for profit, and all commotion is for gain. We were merely engaging in a plethora of trifles, with our true concern resting solely on benefits, Jiang Yu expressed with a hint of reflection. He pondered Ning Fengji's perspective, wondering if perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck that he had derived considerable benefits from his own circumstances. Jiang Yu dared not gamble on the previous situation. He could only hope to mitigate losses. Chapter 44. Return to the Prince's Manor. Senior Dugu, would you accompany me to the Prince's Manor? I shall clarify my intentions with His Highness and ensure that he recognizes your esteemed identity as a revered figure in the manor, Jiang Yu suggested with a smile. Very well, I shall join you on this visit, Dugu Bo replied nonchalantly. To be honest, I find it perplexing. With your remarkable talents, you could undoubtedly carve out your own path, so why remain under the auspices of the Crown Prince? Dugu Bo remarked. Having witnessed Jiang Yu's capabilities over the past few days, a talented soul master like him seemed somewhat constrained in the Prince's manor. Why, you ask? Because only His Highness can assist me in realizing my aspirations, Jiang Yu lamented, before continuing. He had long articulated this response, pondering the reasons countless times. Yet it can only be attributed to fate. Aspirations, in their essence, are sometimes attainable through one's own efforts, while at other times, they necessitate the support of others. Much like the multitude who aspire to become formidable soul masters, some are endowed with exceptional talent and come from affluent backgrounds, enabling them to achieve their dreams independently. Whereas others, lacking both talent and privilege, must rely on the assistance of others or external resources. My situation aligns with the latter. My ambitions are grand, and it is evident that I cannot realize them solely by my own means. I require a platform, and for me, His Highness the Crown Prince serves as that very platform. If there were other options available in the past, now I find myself with but a singular choice. Jiang Yu expressed this with a hint of resignation, indicating not only a lack of alternatives, but also a certain acceptance of his circumstances. And what is your aspiration? Inquired Dugu Bo, curiosity evident in his tone. Jiang Yu's demeanor suddenly shifted. He stood tall and gazed upward, a mysterious glow emanating from him as he declared. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to ensure the well-being of the populace, to inherit the profound teachings of the ancients, and to usher in a lasting peace for all generations. At this moment, Dugu Bo's heart was profoundly shaken, suddenly perceiving a sense of greatness in Jiang Yu's petite figure. He did not comprehend the meaning of those 4 sentences, yet they seemed to resonate with immense ideals. Quite impressive, isn't it? Jiang Yu remarked, a hint of pride in his expression. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, Dugu Bo replied, feeling an unexplainable admiration. Hee. I copied it, Jiang Yu chuckled. Dugu Bo exclaimed, I feel a bit inclined to hit you. I thought you were truly impressive, only to discover you were merely quoting. However, even if it is copied, it remains impressive. Dugu Bo refrained from inquiring where Jiang Yu had sourced the quote, as he was not particularly interested in that. Is this your ideal? He asked. Certainly not. I am not that grand, Jiang Yu replied casually, lounging on the bench, his eyes sparkling with ambition. However, I aspire to usher in a prosperous era. Thus, one could comfortably recline. Suddenly, I feel that my aspirations are somewhat unworthy of my ideals. Perhaps, lying flat is indeed the ultimate goal, for it is no simple feat. Duality finds himself at a loss for words. In comparison to Jiang Yu's ambitions, his own ideals seem rather trivial. The atmosphere grows somewhat awkward, yet fortunately, it does not linger for long. Senior Duality, shall we depart for the prince's residence now? Jiang Yu observes Duality standing silently to the side, and thus prompts him. Wait a moment, I still have matters to attend to, Duality replies, regaining his composure. What matters? This piqued Jiang Yu's curiosity. Could it be that some precious treasure was at stake? Surely not, as I have already exhausted all the treasures within the Eye of Ice and Fire. It would be rather embarrassing for you to offer me more. How dare you say such a thing? Duality shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yu, thinking how audacious the lad was to inquire further. Who was responsible for the devastation of my medicinal garden? Subsequently, Duality made his way towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, as he needed to disperse seeds anew. Otherwise, his medicinal garden would fall into complete desolation. At this moment, Jiang Yu also realized Duality intentions, feeling a twinge of embarrassment within. This cannot be blamed on me. It was you who stated it initially. Shortly after, Duality returned, not allowing Jiang Yu to wait for too long. Let us depart. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Duality guided Jiang Yu towards the prince's residence. At the prince's residence, a figure clad entirely in black knelt before Xue Qinghe, reporting, Your Highness. The poisoned Douluo is currently escorting Jiang Yu on their way back, and is expected to arrive at the prince's residence shortly. I understand. You may leave, Xue Qinghe replied, gesturing dismissively. Yes. The figure in black then withdrew. This is the intelligence personnel of the Spirit Hall. Prolonged stay in the Crown Prince's residence may inevitably lead to exposure, consequently arousing suspicion. Xue Qinghe has utilized it less frequently now, yet it is challenging to alter a long-established habit. At last, I have returned. Had I not, I would have reached my limit. Xue Qinghe rubbed his temples, expressing his discomfort with a slight headache. Recently, Xue Qinghe has been experiencing quite a challenging time, as the rumors circulating outside have significantly affected him. The rumors initially propagated by Jiang Yu not only impacted the avalanche, but also had a secondary effect on Xue Qinghe. Although the ramifications on him were not as detrimental as those on the avalanche, they were nonetheless bothersome. In recent days, Xue Qinghe has found himself inundated with gossip about his own affairs, which he cannot suppress. Once Jiang Yu returns, he is determined to confront him decisively. Xue Qinghe thought with a touch of irritation. If he were not aware that Jiang Yu was with Duality, he would have sought someone out by now. Initially, Jiang Yu failed to communicate the matter clearly, merely suggesting that Xue Qinghe find some tasks to occupy himself, which has now left him in quite a predicament. The entire credibility of the Tiandou royal family has significantly diminished, resulting in considerable repercussions. His status as the crown prince provides some respite. However, there are numerous individuals from the Spirit Hall eager to cause trouble for Jiang Yu, though ultimately, Xue Qinghe managed to suppress the situation. The intelligence network of the Spirit Hall is far superior to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and they were well aware from the outset that the blame lay with Jiang Yu. Had it not been for Xue Qinghe's intervention, they would have already confronted him, rather than allowing the situation to remain as manageable as it is now. This predicament left Xue Qinghe in a state of considerable vexation, as the matter at hand involved not only his lineage but also that of Bibi Dong. That woman, A sense of discontent lingered within Xue Qinghe's heart. At this moment, Your Highness, outside the door, both Duality and Jiang Yu request an audience. A guard from outside steps in to convey the message. These are the guards of the Crown Prince's residence, not members of the Spirit Hall. The guards address Jiang Yu by his name rather than by any official title. Although Jiang Yu often claims to be a close aide to the Crown Prince, he holds no official position. Any true appointment must be sanctioned by the Emperor Xie, a matter beyond Xue Qinghe's influence. Please let them in, Xue Qinghe said calmly, his expression returning to its usual warmth. Yes. Before long, Jiang Yu and Duality were invited into the main hall. Greetings, Your Highness, they both said in unison, bowing deeply. Xue Qinghe rose from his seat, a smile gracing his lips as he gestured with his hands, indicating that no further formalities were necessary. However, there was a hint of confusion in Xue Qinghe's gaze towards Jiang Yu, for he found Duality's demeanor to be somewhat overly cordial. It is worth noting that Duality, aside from his respectful conduct towards Emperor Xue, typically behaves quite independently, rarely showing deference even to the Crown Prince himself. Jiang Yu awkwardly raised his head and rubbed his nose before responding earnestly. In response to Your Highness, after several discussions with Senior Duality, he has graciously agreed to serve as a patron of the Tiandou Empire once more, in addition to his role at the Crown Prince's residence. In truth, Jiang Yu was aware that his actions were somewhat unconventional. Beside him, Duality rolled his eyes but did not refute Jiang Yu's assertion, tacitly accepting his words. This revelation left Xue Qinghe utterly astounded. What was the situation? How could it be that after Jiang Yu had been away for more than 10 days, Duality had joined the prince's residence? Senior Duality, is this truly the case? Xue Qinghe's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Indeed, it is true. I hope His Highness will not find my age a burden, Duality replied humbly. To be frank, who would disdain a titled Douluo? No, Senior Duality. It brings me immense joy to have you as a member of the prince's residence. Your presence is most welcome, Xue Qinghe exclaimed, his emotions visibly heightened. He soon realized he had lost his composure and quickly adopted a more serious demeanor. The initial desire to confront Jiang Yu had completely evaporated. In comparison to the outrageous actions of Jiang Yu, Dualbo's inclusion was of far greater significance to Xue Qinghe. Chapter 45. The matter of mindset. Dualbo's identity was of paramount importance. Besides being a titled Douluo, he was also a revered minister of the Tiandou Empire. This is a position of great significance. The Tiandou Empire currently possesses only one guardian of the titled Douluo level. Although Xue Qinghe does not comprehend the methods Jiang Yu employed to persuade Dualbo, he is acutely aware that the dynamics have indeed shifted. The poisoned Douluo, representing the empire's most formidable force, has aligned himself with Xue Qinghe, prompting others to interpret this as a clear indication of the emerging situation. It is evident that Xue Qinghe is perceived as the anointed heir to the throne. In truth, Xue Qinghe's assessment is not unfounded. The current state of affairs within the Tiandou Empire appears remarkably balanced. No faction overtly holds an advantage, save for the supreme authority wielded by the Emperor Xue Yi. Beneath him, all factions ostensibly possess equal power. For instance, while Xue Qinghe may lack substantial influence, he commands legitimacy and respect. Conversely, Xue Bong, despite his lack of renown, is accompanied by the powerful Prince Xue Qinghe. This illustrates the formidable capabilities of Emperor Xue Yi, as he masterfully maintains equilibrium within the realm. Such balance complicates the decision-making for the ministers below. Despite the favorable circumstances surrounding Xue Qinghe, discerning individuals recognize that this is merely superficial, and the true measure lies in the eventual outcomes. However, Jiang Yu's intervention has disrupted this equilibrium. With the inclusion of the four major clans and Dualbo, Xue Qinghe's influence is poised to eclipse that of Xue Bong, potentially allowing him to rival even Emperor Xue Yi himself. The situation has become increasingly clear, and as time progresses, it will become even more so. Those who understand know how to choose wisely. Xue Qinghe's words brought a faint smile to Dualbo's face. Your Highness, it is indeed my honor to be included. Although Dualbo's involvement was primarily due to Jiang Yu's influence, one cannot deny the charm that Xue Qinghe exudes. Otherwise, Dualbo would not have so readily agreed. No, it is I who am honored to join, Senior Dualbo, Xue Qinghe said with a smile. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Jiang Yu stood silently to the side, finding little meaning in the exchange, as it was merely a mutual display of flattery. His thoughts were already directed elsewhere. Besides discussing the establishment of a publishing house with Ning Fengji, he also needed to consider the implications of Dualbo's joining. Jiang Yu pondered silently. While Dualbo's addition was undoubtedly beneficial news for them, the potential negative consequences loomed large. Most notably, the balance had been disrupted, unsettling certain individuals. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Despite the apparent smoothness of their current endeavors, the rapid pace of growth had left others unprepared. The Snow Knight Emperor likely did not foresee how swiftly Xue Qinghe's influence would shatter the equilibrium, allowing Xue Qinghe to gain momentum before the Emperor could take any action to suppress him. Jiang Yu had never underestimated anyone, especially an emperor. Although the Snow Knight Emperor had minimal appearances in the original narrative, he had fundamentally altered the landscape of Douluo. The exposure of Qian Renxue's identity was a calculated move of his. The strategy was deceptively simple, encapsulated in but two words, indulgence. Yet Qian Renxue failed to see through it, unwittingly replacing the entire imperial palace with members of the Spirit Hall, a move lacking foresight. By the time the truth was revealed, it was too late. Tang San had allied with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Now, with Xue Qinghe's rise imminent, the Snow Knight Emperor would find it increasingly difficult to prevent Jiang Yu from gaining ground in this regard, reducing his options to restricting Jiang Yu's entry into the officialdom while simultaneously strengthening Xue Qinghe's advantages. Jiang Yu contemplated. Your Highness, he interjected, interrupting the conversation between Xue Qinghe and Dualbo. Is there something amiss? Xue Qinghe asked, looking quizzically at Jiang Yu. In his view, with Dualbo's involvement, his position was already firmly established, no longer necessitating the sacrifices of the past. He felt confident that any effort would yield victory. He was invincible within the Tiandou Empire. Observing Xue Qinghe's demeanor, Jiang Yu silently rolled his eyes, recognizing that the prince had grown overly arrogant. Your Highness, Master Ning will be arriving shortly to discuss the upcoming collaborative projects between the prince's residence and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. If we manage this well, we could secure even greater support from the sect, Jiang Yu stated, gazing steadily into Xue Qinghe's eyes. Thus, it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with the details. I am well aware of the collaboration with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Xue Qinghe retorted, somewhat evasively avoiding Jiang Yu's gaze. What do you truly know? With your current attitude towards tasks, it is evident that I am the one undertaking all the work. Jiang Yu replied, feeling fatigued. This was a matter I discussed with Master Ning at Senior Dualbo's residence, and he was present as well. Jiang Yu clarified. That is indeed true. Duality nodded in agreement. What collaboration are we discussing? Xue Qinghe asked, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Though he did not pursue why Ning Fengji had bypassed him to speak directly with Jiang Yu contemplated how best to articulate his thoughts. Due to my prior oversight, the rumors spiraled out of control. Master Ning discovered that they originated from me, leading him to address the matter with me, articulating the implications and insisting on a resolution. After careful consideration, I proposed we collaborate to establish a publishing house. What is a publishing house? Xue Qinghe inquired. It is a means to control the current spread of rumors, Jiang Yu replied softly. Xue Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically, becoming sharp and solemn. As he recalled that Jiang Yu had mentioned something of great importance long ago. Why did you not discuss such a critical matter with me? Although Xue Qinghe was uncertain of the extent of the publishing house's importance, he gleaned from Jiang Yu's previous remarks and the current impact that it was indeed significant. If they could manufacture rumors at will, it would be a matter that even he could not afford to overlook. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before responding. There was no time to consult with your highness. While it may require yielding some benefits, I believe this presents an opportunity. With the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the influence of the publishing house, your highness's position will be further solidified. Further solidified? Is my position not already secure with Senior Dugu's support? Do I truly need your assistance? Xue Qinghe frowned, expressing confusion. To be frank, Xue Qinghe did not fully grasp Jiang Yu's cautiousness. Did he not believe the current circumstances were sufficient to ascertain the situation? In truth, Xue Qinghe bore no ill will towards Jiang Yu. He merely wished to prevent him from placing himself in a precarious position, though Jiang Yu appeared fine at present. Without Xue Qinghe's backing, he would have already encountered significant trouble, with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect being a prime example. Jiang Yu shook his head. Your Highness, what do you believe constitutes the foundation of a nation? Jiang Yu was uncertain of Xue Qinghe's perspective and refrained from directly answering his question, instead posing one of his own. Given Xue Qinghe's current arrogance, a straightforward approach would not suffice. He needed to comprehend the underlying principles. Truthfully, Jiang Yu felt somewhat exhausted. Xue Qinghe was ill-suited to be a ruler, his inflated ego necessitating constant reminders from Jiang Yu. Xue Qinghe was momentarily at a loss for words. It was not that he lacked an answer, but he understood that even if he articulated one, it would differ from Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu cast a faintly exasperated glance at Xue Qinghe. The fundamental components of a nation are land, followed by its people, then culture, and subsequently, the establishment of stable governing institutions. Soul masters are but a part of the populace, and powerful soul masters comprise only a fraction of that group. How significant does your highness perceive your role within this framework? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, awakening Xue Qinghe to the realization that his current strength constituted merely a minuscule fraction within the heavenly empire. The reigning emperor possessed absolute authority, and even the 4th prince, Xue Bian, commanded a share of influence among certain officials. It was only recently that his highness had begun to acquire a modest portion of the power held by soul masters. While formidable soul masters wielded significant sway over many matters, especially those of the caliber of the esteemed Dugu, what if the emperor were to intervene? Do you still believe your position would remain secure? Thus, your highness, it is imperative you awaken to the reality. We are far from possessing the capability to dictate the course of events, Jiang Yu remarked with profound significance. Xue Qinghe felt a throbbing headache from Jiang Yu's words, pressing his temples as he inquired, will father ever intervene? Who can say? Jiang Yu's gaze drifted nonchalantly elsewhere as he replied, it ultimately depends on whether he wishes for you to ascend to the throne and inherit the empire. If he does not, he would certainly intervene, and I assure you, his methods would elude your comprehension, perhaps even mine. Thus, Jiang Yu had always refrained from hollow posturing, choosing instead to command power close to him. As long as I firmly grasp the core of this foundation, no matter how intricately you scheme, it can be effortlessly unraveled by me. Chapter 46. A shift in mindset. Jiang Yu's words plunged Xue Qinghe into a profound silence, his expression darkening. Beside them, Duality suddenly expressed his displeasure. You little monster. Does this mean I appear utterly ineffectual in your eyes? I never implied such a thing, Senior Duality. Jiang Yu quickly distanced himself from any misinterpretation. Senior Duality is of utmost importance. Know that the revelation of your joining the Crown Prince's residence would astonish many and significantly alter their perspectives. This is also a significant reason for Jiang Yu's invitation to Duality. It is a formidable weapon, capable of altering the current situation. Why did you say that just now? Duality inquired, gesturing towards the sullen-faced Xue Qinghe beside him. In truth, Duality had discerned Xue Qinghe's discontent and sought to alleviate the tension, especially considering he had only recently allied himself with them. Should news of his allegiance circulate, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow over Xue Qinghe's spirits, and at that juncture, would he still cling to his position? Jiang Yu immediately discerned that Duality was attempting to alleviate the atmosphere. He pondered and resolved to unveil certain truths. For Xue Qinghe's mindset was decidedly detrimental. The emperor would certainly intervene. Consider the current state of affairs. His Majesty has long maintained a delicate balance. ensuring that the powers of the crown prince and the fourth prince are relatively equal. After all, he is aging, and the prospect of heirs is dimming. The recent deaths of the second and third princes must have rendered the emperor rather sensitive, as he wishes to avoid any one faction from gaining undue power, leading to inevitable strife. Thus, it is certain that His Majesty shall act to curtail the crown prince's burgeoning strength, which has significantly disrupted this equilibrium. After speaking, Jiang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, a flicker of confusion, astonishment, and somberness crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes. Am I being suspected? He mused. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's admonition, he might have remained oblivious to this reality. Why, then, does Duality seem astonished? Jiang Yu interjected, Senior Duality, I know what you intend to convey, but this is imperative. The struggle for the throne has never been predetermined. It must be contested. The ascent of the current emperor was fraught with challenges, characterized by bloodshed and turmoil, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. I comprehend the emperor's perspective. He wishes to prevent the younger generation from engaging in fierce competition for the throne. However, is it not somewhat biased? What substantial attributes does the crown prince possess beyond reputation and public favor? I cannot conceive of what the future crown prince could leverage in this contest, Jiang Yu expressed, his displeasure evident. This marked his first display of discontent, albeit feigned. In the original narrative, without the backing of the Spirit Hall, it would be a miracle for Xue Qinghe to triumph with just this card in hand. Reputation is a mere illusion, and the support of the seven-treasure glazed tile school is equally hollow. In the realm of adults, the discourse revolves around interest and power, devoid of these two elements. What grounds do others have to support you? What justification do you possess to claim victory in the end? If one cannot play, then let us all refrain from playing. Jiang Yu was not inclined to indulge him. Your rules are so appalling. Why should I adhere to them? At that moment, Duality was at a loss for words. Never having anticipated the royal matters would be so convoluted, leaving him utterly bewildered. Are we not all human? Is it necessary to harbor so many ulterior motives? Enough. Jiang Yu, you need not say more. I now comprehend what I must do, Xue Qinghe interrupted. And to Senior Duality, I appreciate your recent defense on my behalf. I sincerely apologize for exposing you to my predicament so soon after your arrival. Xue Qinghe expressed both gratitude and remorse towards Duality. Now, having regained his composure, he understood that Jiang Yu's words were indeed for his own benefit, instilling within him both a sense of gratitude and an increased burden of responsibility. I have indeed been too naive, thinking that even in failure, it would be inconsequential. My thoughts were so simplistic, never considering the broader implications. From this moment forth, I am no longer alone, Xue Qinghe quietly reflected, noting a shift in his mindset. Xue Qinghe's issues had always lingered, observed by Jiang Yu yet remaining unsolved. As a spy in a prominent position, Xue Qinghe had enjoyed a smooth journey, subconsciously downplaying the gravity of his situation, believing that even in failure, a path of retreat awaited him. Such a mindset is unfit for a ruler. Thus, Jiang Yu had been strategizing to alter Xue Qinghe's perspective, to imbue him with a sense of responsibility, to make him realize that beyond the Spirit Hall, there exists a collective supporting him, should he falter. Not everyone would have the luxury of retreating unscathed like he did. It appears that some progress has been made. As Xue Qinghe's transformation brought Jiang Yu a sense of relief. Change has finally begun, albeit it remains a work in progress. Your Highness, the sect master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school has arrived. At an opportune moment, Xue Qinghe's transformation coincided with the arrival of Ning Fengji, accompanied by Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Bone Douluo Gu Rong remained at the seven-treasure glazed tile school as this was not a visit to Dualty's residence. Teacher, you have come. Xue Qinghe quickly adjusted his demeanor, greeting Ning Fengji with a smile. Upon entering, I immediately noticed the trio, indicating you must have just engaged in conversation. Ning Fengji observed. However, the aura emanating from Xue Qinghe caused him to pause in surprise. Although the change seemed subtle, the overall impression was radically transformed. If Xue Qinghe had once exuded the grace of a refined gentleman, he now embodied the confidence of a poised sovereign, radiating a compelling vigor. Xue Qinghe, you have changed. You now resemble a true prince, Ning Fengji remarked, his tone imbued with complex emotions and satisfaction. Xue Qinghe did not dispute it. Teacher, change is inevitable for everyone. I may be a bit late to the realization, yet it is not too late. It appeared that during this period, Xue Qinghe had undergone transformations unbeknownst to Ning Fengji. Was it due to external rumors, or perhaps the influence of Jiang Yu? Ning Fengji cast a casual glance at Jiang Yu but discerned no significant information. Jiang Yu's demeanor remained largely unchanged. Disregarding such thoughts, Ning Fengji focused on Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe, I presume you are aware of the purpose of my visit, he stated. Xue Qinghe nodded. Indeed, Jiang Yu has briefed me on this matter, so you may speak candidly. What Jiang Yu conveyed aligns with my sentiments. A flicker of regret crossed Ning Fengji's face. I apologize, Xue Qinghe. This collaboration initially bypassed you, which was my oversight. I extend my sincerest apologies. Teacher, you need not say such things. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? Xue Qinghe replied with a faint smile, accepting Ning Fengji's apology. Today, He realized that the bond between him and his teacher was not as profound as he had imagined. With that, I can rest easy, Ning Fengji expressed, relief washing over him, though internally, he felt a weighty concern. Jiang Yu, please elaborate on the details of our collaboration. Xue Qinghe gestured for Jiang Yu to step forward. Jiang Yu understood and approached, standing alongside Xue Qinghe. I pay my respects to Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo, Jiang Yu greeted them. Since we have previously established our basic intentions, let us keep this discussion concise. Jiang Yu suggested. Agreed, Ning Fengji affirmed. Long before at Dugubo's estate, Jiang Yu and Ning Fengji had already laid the groundwork for their collaboration, so brevity was preferred. However, Ning Fengji harbored concerns that Xue Qinghe might be reluctant. Glancing at him, to his surprise, Xue Qinghe appeared unfazed. No problem, he reassured. Ning Fengji felt relieved, though he noted the depth of his disciple's thoughts had grown significantly more profound than before. Chapter 47. Finalizing the details in light of confidentiality. I propose that this agreement remain a verbal one, and I hope Sect Master Ning can understand, Jiang Yu stated, looking at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, uncertain of Jiang Yu's intent and the implications of a verbal agreement. It means that the collaboration between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Prince's estate will not involve any written documents. All agreements will stem from our conversation today. The rationale behind this is to maintain discretion, as the Prince's estate aims for a low-profile strategy in the future, avoiding ostentation. This collaboration will publicly present the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as the leading entity, with the Prince's estate merely serving as a backdrop, Jiang Yu explained. Of course, Jiang Yu's words were merely surface level. The true collaboration would still adhere to the prior agreement. This seems to deviate from our earlier discussions, Ning Fengji recalled, noting that Jiang Yu had not expressed this before. The specific collaborative details will remain as previously agreed, but outwardly, the representation will indicate that the Prince's estate holds a minor role, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School taking precedence, Jiang Yu clarified. What is the purpose of this arrangement? Who is it meant to impress? Jiang Yu did not delve into the specifics. Both Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe fell into contemplation. Xue Qinghe, having just conversed with Jiang Yu, instantly understood that this was intended for his father, the emperor. Jiang Yu indeed meant it in that context. However, Ning Fengji's perspective was broader, considering the implications for all external factions. Was such a measure truly necessary? Had the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not already pledged to assist him in navigating this tumultuous situation? Very well, Ning Fengji ultimately agreed, nodding in acceptance. As long as the core content remained unchanged, the appearance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School leading the collaboration would indeed be more advantageous for them. Then let us proceed with the discussion. The address for the publisher established through this collaboration will be in Tiandou City, with the exact location being flexible, provided it falls within our mutual jurisdiction. Additionally, the name must be Tiandou Publishing House. Moreover, the tasks involved encompass the publication of books, the printing of newspapers, the dissemination of periodicals, the guidance of public opinion, and the collection of intelligence. The industries engaged span a wide array, not limited to soul masters, but also including ordinary individuals. The content to be published must receive mutual confirmation from both parties prior to its release. The operational model is commercial in nature, entirely managed by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet the overarching direction must be steered by the Prince's manor. Do you believe this arrangement is acceptable, Master Ning? After Jiang Yu articulated his thoughts, he turned to Ning Fengji, who pondered for a moment. Although some of the terminology used by Jiang Yu was unfamiliar to him, the overall meaning was quite clear. Essentially, if the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School dictates the management, then the Prince's manor determines the developmental trajectory? Indeed. That is approximately the essence of it, Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. The implication is that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School need only focus on their tasks, while the Prince's manor decides what those tasks entail, which carries the connotation of leveraging resources without direct investment, as it appears that the Prince's manor has not contributed significantly. Very well, I have no objections, Ning Fengji readily concurred. This indeed took Jiang Yu by surprise. He had anticipated that Ning Fengji might harbor some minor objections and had even prepared to offer further explanations. However, it appears that such measures are unnecessary. Truly, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is indeed a cunning old fox. The next matter concerns personnel issues. Those recruited by the Tiandou Publishing House must belong to the Tiandou Publishing House, Jiang Yu continued. This matter is fundamentally aimed at preventing division between both parties. It is essential to maintain unity for the present, with future circumstances to be addressed later. Are there any specific requirements for the recruits? Ning Fengji inquired. Requirements? Proficient writing skills are essential. Even ordinary individuals who are not soul masters may apply, Jiang Yu responded thoughtfully. In the world of Douluo Continent, a hierarchy of discrimination undeniably exists, as ordinary people possess almost no sense of presence, a fact evident from the original narrative where their existence is barely acknowledged. Only Tang Yuehua can be loosely considered one, yet she inherently possesses a domain and is a direct disciple of the Haoyan sect, with two titled Douluo brothers. To label her as ordinary would be a misnomer. She is the sole disciple of the Haotian sect publicly recognized. Perhaps due to her relative weakness, she has not attracted any hostility from others. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how she would react to the forthcoming developments. Surely, Ning Fengji must be aware of Tang Yuehua's existence. He mused silently. It is certainly known, yet remains unspoken. The quality of the prose must be exceptional. This posed a dilemma for Ning Fengji. He pondered, though he possessed numerous connections, finding individuals with refined literary skills proved to be a challenge. Though sourcing suitable soul masters was relatively manageable, does the sect leader believe such individuals are difficult to locate? In truth, there is no need for such apprehension. They are readily available. The sect leader merely needs to apprehend a few of those who have spread the rumors, as Jiang Yu suggested. Previously, Jiang Yu had perused the materials provided by Ning Fengji, and he found the literary talent of these individuals to be somewhat daunting, as they were indeed exceptional. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. This was indeed a splendid solution. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Jiang Yu nodded, and then remarked that the final details remained. The publishing house's matters concerning the prince's residence would be entirely managed by the prince himself. I shall entrust the developmental plan wholly to His Highness, allowing him to make all subsequent decisions. Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe simultaneously furrowed their brows, perplexed by Jiang Yu's actions, for he was the most knowledgeable regarding this collaboration. You are the initiator of this partnership. It is your responsibility to oversee it. Xue Qinghe remarked, still believing that Jiang Yu's behavior was an attempt to avoid suspicion. However, he was wholly unconcerned about the matter. Jiang Yu's gaze was filled with a sense of melancholy. Your Highness, have you forgotten that I still have to attend school? This is indeed an edict issued by His Majesty. The intention was to prevent him from causing trouble in Xue Qinghe's vicinity. Remaining by Du Gubo's side was acceptable, as no one dared to speak ill of Du Gubo. Yet, if Jiang Yu were to stay at the prince's residence, it would imply disobedience to the imperial decree. In these extraordinary times, such a scenario would only serve to provide leverage to their adversaries. Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji had to concede that, without Jiang Yu's reminder, they would have indeed overlooked the fact that he was mandated to attend school, and failure to do so was not an option, as it was the emperor of the Tiandou Empire's directive. Rest assured, Master Ning, His Highness is quite formidable. Simply place your trust in him, Jiang Yu reassured. The words spoken left Xue Qinghe feeling somewhat uneasy, for he was acutely aware of his own ignorance. As a final addition, it was suggested that the establishment of the publishing house should occur only after the matters between Haotian sect and the Soul Hall had developed, thereby alleviating the suspicions surrounding him without hindering subsequent public discourse. Jiang Yu advised that at that time, His Highness would criticize the Soul Hall from an emotional standpoint, asserting that love is sacred and must be respected even between humans and soul beasts. Conversely, he would staunchly defend the actions of the Soul Hall as entirely justified. Meanwhile, Ning Zhongzhu would seek to maintain neutrality, seizing the opportunity to elevate the publisher's reputation in the public eye. Jiang Yu's strategy was essentially to incite conflict, generate discussion, and establish authority to enhance his own prominence. Aside from a hint of unscrupulousness, it was quite a commendable plan. Furthermore, Jiang Yu contemplated deepening Xue Qinghe's character portrayal in this incident, crafting him as a prince embodying loyalty and love, which would undoubtedly bolster his reputation. Very well. There are no objections. Both Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe concurred, a point Jiang Yu had previously discussed with Ning Fengji, and he had also found time to communicate it to Xue Qinghe. Then, I must trouble you, Master, to take on more responsibilities. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe turned to Ning Fengji, his face beaming with a smile. Ning Fengji chuckled heartily in response. What are you saying, Qinghe? It is I who should be relying on you. The smooth collaboration fostered an atmosphere of camaraderie, though the true thoughts of the two men remained known only to themselves. Jiang Yu, observing from the side, found it somewhat unbearable. Chapter 48, Private Matters. Time passed quietly. The details of the collaboration were gradually refined through extensive discussions between both parties, and the final cooperation plan was ultimately confirmed. Ning Fengji then rose to bid farewell. Since our collaboration has been established, it is time for me to take my leave. Qinghe, this marks our first collaboration as master and disciple, does it not? Ning Fengji remarked with a smile directed at Xue Qinghe. He was genuinely pleased with the arrangement. Indeed, master. I hope this collaboration will not affect the bond between us, Xue Qinghe replied, standing as well. Haha, it certainly will not. Ning Fengji laughed. Their conversation revealed that while their relationship had become more calculated, it had also grown closer. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. It is these interests that bind their relationship. Now, with the stakes between Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe having expanded significantly, their connection naturally deepened. Uncle Ning, please stay a moment. Just as Ning Fengji was about to depart, Jiang Yu called out to retain him, addressing him as Uncle Ning. This indicates that Jiang Yu intends to discuss personal matters rather than official ones, and notably in the presence of Xue Qinghe, suggesting that the issue at hand bears some relation to him. Ning Fengji's expression shifted, and he gazed at Jiang Yu with a beaming smile. Jiang Yu, do you have something to convey to me? Naturally, Jiang Yu replied. Therefore, I kindly asked Uncle Ning to remain for a moment. A hint of hesitation was concealed within Jiang Yu's demeanor. This did not escape the notice of everyone present. It was exceedingly evident. Thus, Ning Fengji was deeply intrigued by what Jiang Yu wished to discuss with him. Uncle Ning, do you recall the matter I mentioned during our very first conversation? Jiang Yu inquired. This transpired merely a month ago, and Ning Fengji undoubtedly remembers it. Of course, he recalls. But wait. Could it be that you? A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fengji's eyes. He recalled that Jiang Yu had mentioned seeking his assistance only after acquiring suitable interests. Has Jiang Yu already procured something compelling enough to sway him? Indeed, I possess the appropriate interests in hand, Jiang Yu stated, without beating around the bush. Moreover, I can assure you that this is a condition that Uncle Ning will find absolutely impossible to decline. Jiang Yu would not make baseless claims. So he must indeed hold something of significance, but what could it be? What is it that you refer to? Ning Fengji inquired. That cannot be disclosed just yet. Until our relationship reaches a certain level, I can only assure you that Uncle Ning will find it impossible to refuse. Jiang Yu's expression was resolute. In truth, he was somewhat hesitant, yet for the sake of his plan, he resolved to proceed. What level must our relationship reach? That depends on what you deem an appropriate level. Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu replied, a faint smile gracing his face. This made Ning Fengji smile faintly. You little rascal. Feel free to speak your mind without holding back or beating around the bush. Jiang Yu chuckled in response. Then I shall be direct. Speak. I won't take offense. Ning Fengji replied with a smile. The 7 treasure glazed tile school and the crown prince's residence shall become in-laws. The moment Jiang Yu's words fell, the entire hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The smile on Ning Fengji's face vanished immediately, replaced by an expression of utter indifference as he gazed at Jiang Yu. My daughter will not become a concubine for Qinghe. Ning Fengji understood that Jiang Yu's intention was to have him marry his daughter to Xue Qinghe, rather than himself, as that was the only way to establish ties with the crown prince's residence. However, this was clearly impossible, and it was merely a preliminary condition. Could Jiang Yu truly offer such substantial benefits? I understand, but I cannot rest easy without this arrangement, Jiang Yu replied. His smile fading as he looked at Ning Fengji with equal calmness. Both parties remained steadfast, and the atmosphere once again fell into silence. Only Xue Qinghe wore a dark expression, having initially thought that this matter would primarily concern Jiang Yu. He had merely been listening. What did this all mean? Are your private affairs now my concern as well? Don't you consider my feelings at all? Xue Qinghe's tone was tinged with melancholy, attempting to interject, yet reluctant to interrupt. It felt absurd to discuss his marriage while sidelining him altogether. I must tell you, you are going too far. However, at that moment, it seemed as if neither of them heard Xue Qinghe's words. If the benefits were indeed so substantial, then Xue Qinghe's opinion was of minimal importance. A fact he was well aware of. My daughter's marriage should be decided by her alone. Thus, I shall not interfere with her choice, Ning Fengji declared, locking his gaze onto Jiang Yu, articulating each word with conviction. But parental opinions must be considered, and feelings can be cultivated. This does not infringe upon her choice. His Highness the Crown Prince will not disappoint Uncle Ning in this regard, Jiang Yu retorted, equally defiant. The resolve of both parties was formidable, unyielding. Yet Jiang Yu appeared more assured. It mattered not if this negotiation bore no fruit. He was merely testing the waters. Ning Fengji stared into Jiang Yu's eyes, seeking to discern his true thoughts, but found only an impenetrable calm. As one of the top 3 sects, my daughter must be the primary wife. Ning Fengji's tone softened slightly. This revelation left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Even Xue Qinghe was taken aback by the unexpected concession from his mentor. The wife of the crown prince holds no hierarchical distinction. All are regarded as principal consorts. This is a matter that the crown prince will manage adeptly, Jiang Yu continued. With the conversation reaching this point, Ning Fengji hesitated considerably. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. I need to deliberate further. Of course, even if it does not come to fruition, it will not affect our collaboration. Uncle Ning may consider it a mere jest on my part. Jiang Yu remarked with a beaming smile. It was as if this matter held no significance at all. Yet, Jiang Yu understood its profound importance to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Ning Fengji sensed this as well. Otherwise, he would not have shown such hesitation. Ultimately, Ning Fengji cast a deep glance at Jiang Yu, refraining from further dialogue, and departed alongside the sword Douluo. Jiang Yu watched them leave until their figures vanished from the hall, at which point a genuine smile graced his face. It seemed that an agreement had been reached. If Ning Fengji initially harbored any thoughts of refusal, those notions had evidently dissipated by the end. Although he spoke of contemplation, he had, in truth, acquiesced. After all, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is a prominent family. Despite Ning Fengji's evident affection for Ning Rongrong, he would still make choices if the benefits were substantial. Ultimately, it comes down to sacrificing a daughter's happiness, but if the rewards are significant enough, it is deemed worthwhile. Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the mindset of these influential families, where profit reigns supreme. Even in the realm of Douluo Continent, this is inescapable. However, I find myself pondering the magnitude of the repercussions my actions may have on the future. It is quite perplexing. Suddenly, the voice of Xue Qinghe interrupted Jiang Yu's train of thought. Your Highness, how? Before Jiang Yu could finish his sentence, a fist the size of a large pod came crashing towards his face. The slender hand formed into a fist, which appeared to grow larger and larger in Jiang Yu's eyes, ultimately landing forcefully against his eye socket. Bang! Jiang Yu's body was propelled backward and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Confused, thoughts raced through his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened to me? Fortunately, amidst the remnants of his consciousness, Jiang Yu realized that he had indeed been struck by Xue Qinghe, and quite brutally at that. Is this the first time? A question unexpectedly sprang into Jiang Yu's mind. You scoundrel, I asked you to speak recklessly about fate, thinking it would resolve anything? Are you not disheartened? How could you handle this? If you were so capable, why don't you take action yourself? At this moment, Xue Qinghe's emotions spiraled out of control, erupting completely after Ning Fengji's departure. He struck Jiang Yu down with a punch, and in a fit of anger, kicked him several times. He never anticipated that Ning Fengji would hesitate. What kind of absurdity is this? I am a woman. A woman. Do you even comprehend what it means to be a woman? Women cannot marry wives. You have made me take 3-3. How am I to face them in the future? Meanwhile, Dugu Bo silently turned away and covered his ears. I have seen nothing, nor have I heard anything. Xue Qinghe's actions once again reshaped Dugu Bo's perception of her. Jiang Yu lay quietly on the ground, cradling his head, allowing Xue Qinghe to vent his emotions. Admittedly, he had made a slight miscalculation. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Xue Qinghe. Was it merely marrying 3 wives? Do you have any idea how many men dream of this? It's not as if you're marrying ugly ones. All 3 are beauties. And they come with substantial political resources. If this were to fall upon an avalanche, he would be reduced to a fool's laughter. At last, Xue Qinghe ceased his assault, granting Jiang Yu the opportunity to speak. The prince and Master Ning have not yet ventured far, he implied, suggesting that such actions might reach their ears. Originally, Xue Qinghe had intended to withdraw, but upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, he was overcome with indignation, intensifying his efforts. At this moment, Jiang Yu could no longer contain his cries of pain. It was excruciating. Chapter 49. Resolution. Outside the door, Ning Fengji and Sword Da Qinshin exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bemusement. Both were formidable soul masters, and the distance was not so great that the sounds of the conversation within failed to reach their ears. Frankly, they had not anticipated such an emotional outburst from Xue Qinghe. Was Jiang Yu being somewhat excessive? Perhaps so. After all, Ning Fengji had been Xue Qinghe's mentor for quite some time and had a fair understanding of his disciple, who had shown little interest in romantic matters. Yet, under Jiang Yu's machinations over the past month, Xue Qinghe seemed to have transformed into a ravenous spirit of desire, marrying several individuals, which was undoubtedly a considerable burden for him. However, one could imagine that another might find such a situation delightful, as it indeed represented substantial political capital. A hint of amusement flickered across Ning Fengji's face as he found the situation somewhat humorous. Choosing not to linger on the jest, he led Sword Douluo back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, where it was evident that Sword Douluo had much to express. Upon their return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Qinshin's expression was fraught with impatience, as he grasped Ning Fengji's arm and inquired, Fengji, are you truly intent on marrying Rongrong to the crown prince? Wouldn't such a decision disregard Rongrong's own wishes? Qinshin's voice attracted the attention of Gu Rong, who furrowed his brows upon hearing Qinshin's words. Fengji, is this true? Both elders cherished Ning Rongrong as if she were their granddaughter and naturally opposed any imposition of will that did not align with her own desires. Perhaps it is indeed the case, Ning Fengji replied, his countenance tinged with melancholy as he stared at the ceiling, his emotions tangled and complex. The 2 elders, having followed Ning Fengji for many years, discerned from his words that he had likely acquiesced to the idea. Otherwise, he would have outright rejected it. Is it merely based on that boy's words? Why? Qinshin's tone was laced with frustration. You would sacrifice your daughter's happiness for what he said? Both Qinshin and Gu Rong found themselves unable to comprehend this course of action. Is this still the Ning Fengji they once knew? A mere child's words could sway him, compromising the affection he held within. Ning Fengji redirected his gaze to the 2 elderly men before him, who had been like family through the years. It was not only the words spoken, but also the character and demeanor of that young man that weighed heavily on his mind. This is insufficient. Rongrong is your daughter, Qinshin stated bluntly. Precisely because she is my daughter, I am inclined to acquiesce, Ning Fengji replied, his voice resonating with profound depth yet imbued with unwavering resolve. For the so-called condition I cannot refuse, I have decided to take a gamble. Rongrong, alas. If Jiang Yu's claims were false, then there was nothing to worry about. Yet, if they were true, Ning Fengji sensed that Jiang Yu's words, along with his demeanor, were exceedingly peculiar. As if he were reluctant to relinquish that which was intended for the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Aware that the condition was difficult to accept, Jiang Yu still firmly presented it as a prerequisite, implying that without reaching a certain relationship, they would remain in ignorance. A condition I cannot refuse, indeed. I, Ning Fengji, am curious to see what in this world could be beyond my refusal. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he had to prioritize the sect above all else. Qin and Gu Rong fell into silence, for ultimately, Ning Fengji was first and foremost the head of the sect, and then the father of Ning Rongrong, holding the ultimate authority in this matter. Fengji, could we not negotiate a different condition? Or perhaps we could simply capture him? Gu Rong suggested, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Ning Fengji shook his head in refusal. It is difficult. As he stated, he cannot trust us, which is why he opted for this method. Moreover, we are currently cooperating. Capturing him is not an option, as it would jeopardize our ongoing collaboration, which is of great significance to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He then turned to Qin and, Sword Uncle, do you recall the blue silver grass? Indeed. You mentioned bringing that blue silver grass back. Yes, but the team that executed the mission returned yesterday, and the blue silver grass has vanished. The traces left at the scene indicate it was moved from below. A grave expression flickered across Ning Fengji's face. How could this be possible? Qin exclaimed, astonished. Plant-type soul beasts cannot move unless they possess considerable strength. There is nothing impossible. That boy is shrouded in mystery, his abilities and knowledge equally enigmatic. Just like this time, he is capable of offering such immense benefits for collaboration, Ning Fengji said solemnly. This is also the reason why Ning Fengji consented. For he could not ascertain whether Jiang Yu possessed something he could not refuse. What if he did? Moreover, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was not particularly apprehensive about the possibility of deceit from Jiang Yu. This was something Jiang Yu was undoubtedly aware of. Thus, it was highly probable that he held something that could sway Ning Fengji. Jinshu, please make a trip and bring Rongrong back. I owe her this, as I had hoped to allow her to enjoy a carefree childhood, but it seems that is no longer feasible. It is time to bear some familial responsibilities. Ning Fengji stated with an air of calmness. Qian fell silent for a moment. Very well. Subsequently, the sword Douluo Qian departed from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, heading towards Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji slowly approached the window he often frequented. Gazing out at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, his expression lost in contemplation. Jiang Yu, what are you truly plotting? Why employ such means to strengthen the bond between Qinghe and myself? Thoughts raced through Ning Fengji's mind, yet he remained uncertain of Jiang Yu's true intentions. A condition he could not refuse, whatever it may be, could yield greater benefits for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, enabling the prince's mansion to secure even more formidable support. However, Jiang Yu chose to utilize it in this manner, indicating that his objective was likely to enhance the relationship between the two parties. Yet, a married daughter is akin to spilled water. Jiang Yu should understand this principle. So, what is he scheming? Fengji, you appear quite troubled, Bon Duolou remarked as he took on the responsibility of protecting Ning Fengji after Qian's departure, stepping forward to stand beside him. Indeed, a bit, Ning Fengji admitted. I am pondering what that young man is truly scheming. Perhaps he is not scheming at all. Perhaps you are merely overthinking it, considering his youth, Gu Rong opined, having only encountered Jiang Yu once. He did not perceive much significance, viewing him merely as a youthful genius. Ning Fengji shook his head. Mon uncle, you do not comprehend. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I realized he could not be regarded as a mere child. His thoughts are far too profound. No one knows what he is truly contemplating, not even Qinghe. Hence, his actions this time certainly harbor ulterior motives. Gu Rong remained silent, while Ning Fengji continued undeterred. Regrettably, I cannot decipher them. The situation in Tiandou City grows increasingly chaotic. From the moment this young man entered the fray, many matters became shrouded in ambiguity. More and more individuals are being compelled to participate, even His Majesty is waded in. Various factions are stirring this small pool of water, rendering it ever murkier, with truth and falsehood becoming indistinguishable. I know this young man seeks to profit from the chaos. I even discern which fish he aims to catch. Yet, I am at a loss as to how he intends to achieve it, and this is what concerns me most. Many of his actions elude my understanding, but the outcomes surpass my expectations. Ning Fengji spoke with a deeply contemplative expression. Does that make him an enemy? Gu Rong inquired. No, but he is not a friend either. While Jiang Yu's actions were clearly intended to bridge their relationship, Ning Fengji did not perceive him as a friend, but rather as a collaborator maintained by mutual interests. Since he is not a friend, then that suffices. Once Rongrong returns, we shall see what he truly desires. Ning Fengji remarked. Bon uncle, you no longer oppose this? Ning Fengji suddenly smiled. What use is opposition? After all, you are Rongrong's father. Gu Rong replied with a hint of resignation. The two shared a knowing smile, concluding their conversation. The swift journey taken by Qian did not consume much time before he arrived at Tua City and reached Shrek Academy. Seated in his office, Flender immediately sensed a powerful aura approaching, his face turning pale with alarm as he rushed out to investigate, only to discover it was the sword Douluo he had encountered previously. Flender quickly approached, bowing respectfully. Greetings, sword Douluo. What brings you here today? I am here to find Rongrong. Please bring her to me, Qian stated flatly. Flender's expression revealed a tinge of difficulty. What? Have they gone out again? Not exactly. It's just that Ning Rongrong is currently engaged in training and may not be able to come. Could you kindly ask Sword Douluo to wait a moment? Flender said apologetically, as he had previously arranged with the master not to interfere with the training. Unacceptable. Bring her to me now. Qian Renxue's tone left no room for dissent. Despite his surprise, Flender dared not defy him, hastily heading to find Ning Rongrong where she was training. Watching Flender depart, Qian Renxue sighed inwardly. Chapter 50. Ning Rongrong's departure. Flender did not take long to return with Ning Rongrong. At that moment, she was drenched in perspiration. Her face slightly pale, a large backpack slung over her shoulders, filled with heavy stones. However, her spirit was invigorated, radiating vitality. In this scene, Qian Renxue felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. How could his little princess have endured such hardships? On the other hand, Ning Rongrong was still perplexed as to why Flender had brought her here. However, upon catching sight of Qian Renxue, her heart brimmed with joy, and she instantly rushed towards him. Grandpa Jian, what brings you here? Are you here to see Rongrong? Ning Rongrong said playfully. Qian Renxue gently patted Ning Rongrong's head, his eyes radiating warmth and kindness. Yet her question left him momentarily speechless. Hesitating, he finally inquired, Rongrong, how have you been here? Has anyone bullied you? The words of the Sword Douluo sent a shiver down Flender's spine. Fearing that Ning Rongrong might unwittingly reveal too much and lead him to suffer the same fate as Zhao Wujing. After all, Flender had initially given Ning Rongrong quite a stern warning. Who dares to bully me? Ning Rongrong declared proudly, choosing to conceal certain truths. This brought a sigh of relief from Flanders. Beside him, Qian Renxue, oblivious to the moment, smiled knowingly. Indeed, it seemed that only his little sorceress could bully others. No one dared to impose upon her. Grandpa Jian, I am thriving here. Although the conditions do not compare to those at home, I find my days fulfilling. With each training session, I feel myself growing stronger, and I have made many friends. Ning Rongrong recounted the events of this period to Qian Renxue. Patiently, he listened, his heart swelling with joy, feeling a sense of pride in the growth of his little sorceress. However, as he recalled the purpose of his visit, a twinge of reluctance washed over him. By the way, Grandpa Jian, you haven't yet shared the reason for your visit here. Ning Rongrong inquired curiously after her narrative. This time, Qian Renxue fell into a moment of silence, choosing not to evade the matter at hand. I have come to take you back. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong instantly erupted in anger. No, Grandfather Jian, I refuse to return. Qian Renxue sighed softly. Rongrong, I understand that you have been thriving here and have grown considerably. However, the decision to bring you back was mandated by your father, and thus, you must comply. Impossible. Father would never do such a thing. Ning Rongrong's face was etched with disbelief, struggling to comprehend why her father, who had always cherished her, would make such a decision. Yet, Qian Renxue's expression seemed to convey the harsh truth of the matter. Grandfather Jian, do you and Grandfather Gu also share this sentiment? Ning Rongrong's demeanor appeared somewhat desolate. Rongrong, you are aware that we cannot defy your father's wishes. Qian Renxue sighed, ultimately revealing the harsh reality. At this moment, Ning Rongrong fell into a profound silence. Having resigned herself to her fate, she found herself powerless to resist. She must return. As the petite princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she understood the weight of this decree, one issued not only by her father but also by the sect's leader. Yet, a twinge of reluctance lingered within her, an unwillingness to part with all that this place represented. Though the past month has been brief, it has allowed Ning Rongrong to feel a profound sense of belonging here. Despite some troubling moments, overall, she has experienced great joy and discovered her own worth. Grandpa Jian, may I have a moment? I wish to bid farewell to everyone. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Very well. Qian ultimately did not refuse her request and acquiesced. As he watched Ning Rongrong depart, he turned his gaze toward Flanders. I apologize, Dean Flanders, for the inconvenience caused. Rongrong may no longer be able to continue her studies here. Thank you for your care during this time. Qian bowed to Flanders, a gesture representing a parent's gratitude. Oh, not at all, Flanders responded, waving his hands dismissively. After all, she is a titled Douluo. If I may be so bold, Senior Sword Douluo, could I inquire why Ning Rongrong must return? Flanders finally couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. Qian replied. I see, Flanders said, displaying remarkable intelligence by refraining from further questioning. It was evident that Qian must have compelling reasons for sending Ning Rongrong back, and given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that she would return. With this thought, Flanders couldn't suppress a sigh, despite the deepening bonds formed over the past month. They were now facing separation. Considering this, those little ones might find it somewhat difficult to accept. Flanders could only imagine the emotions swirling within their hearts. However, he was taken aback by how readily Ning Rongrong agreed to return home. Given her previous demeanor, she did not strike one as an obedient child. In truth, Flanders' assessment was somewhat misguided. Despite her mischievousness, Ning Rongrong was still shaped by the education befitting a child of a noble family. When her family required her, she would undoubtedly return, an immutable fact. After all, Her family had bestowed upon her everything she currently possessed, unlike the later incarnation of Ning Rongrong, who wielded the power to determine her own fate. At present, she was bound to adhere to the dictates of her family and her father. As time ticked away, the sun in the sky gradually descended, casting a warm, crimson hue over Xue Academy, creating an enchanting yet melancholic ambience of farewell. Xue Qinghe stood quietly on the playground, patiently awaiting her decision, confident that Ning Rongrong would make the right choice. As the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she possessed that level of awareness. While he felt reluctant to burden her with such a significant decision at a tender age, they ultimately had no means to resist the inevitability of this choice. Flander, too, remained by Xue Qinghe's side, silently waiting. At last, the school bell rang. This signifies the conclusion of a day's lessons. In the distance, Ning Rongrong approached with a weary figure, each step seemingly exhausting all her strength, until she finally reached Xue Qinghe's side and spoke softly, "Grandfather Jian, I have bid farewell to everyone. We may depart now." Xue Qinghe slightly opened his eyes, gazing at his beloved granddaughter, his heart brimming with reluctance. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's complexion was exceedingly pale, her eyes reddened, and her tone somewhat choked. Ultimately, she had not truly said goodbye to her companions. She merely completed the day's training with them for the last time. She had performed admirably today, enduring despite her fatigue, even as she felt on the verge of fainting. Yet she did not succumb. In fact, she received praise, for she was the only one who remained conscious throughout the day. This was her first time achieving first place in this group. "Let us depart," Xue Qinghe sighed softly, refraining from saying much more. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong could no longer maintain her composure and fainted. Swiftly, Xue Qinghe lifted the unconscious Ning Rongrong and vanished from Xue Academy. Flinder raised his hand, intending to speak, but ultimately lowered it, merely letting out a sigh. Master Yu Xiaojing emerged from the building behind them. "They have departed," he remarked. "It is somewhat difficult to part with them. After all, they are our students. Do we not foresee this day?" Yu Xiaojing countered. Indeed, Flinder and Yu Xiaojing had long been aware of Ning Rongrong's true identity and had anticipated the current circumstances. After all, these prominent families are not as free as ordinary households. Without a summons from the family, one is free, but once summoned, one must return. Nonetheless, Flinder sighed. Who would have imagined that such events would transpire merely over a month? What about the children? It remains uncertain. Upon receiving your message and observing Ning Rongrong's expression at that moment, I understood her intentions. Thus, I complied, and now they have all fainted and have yet to awaken. Unaware that Ning Rongrong has departed from Shrek and will not return, Yu Xiaojing replied with a sigh. Realizing Ning Rongrong's thoughts, Yu Xiaojing deduced that she wished to leave behind a beautiful memory, leading him to intensify the training for the others, resulting in their complete exhaustion. Even Tang San, Yu Xiaojing's disciple, was not spared. Perhaps ignorance is a blessing. I truly fear they might act irrationally, Flinder exhaled. Over the past month, he has frequently observed his few students, naturally understanding that their bond is quite strong. If they were to learn of Ning Rongrong's departure, one can only speculate what actions they might take. However, it cannot remain concealed for long. By tomorrow at the latest, they will surely discover the truth. Yu Xiaojing's mood is also far from pleasant. Following Ning Rongrong's exit, the team he once deemed flawless has developed a noticeable flaw, which is certainly unwelcome news. The repercussions are uncertain. Chapter 51. Tactics on the other side. At the Tiandou Royal Academy, Jiang Yu walks through the corridors, repeatedly touching his cheek, occasionally letting out a twitch of pain. The discomfort is overwhelming. This marks the most severe injury Jiang Yu has sustained to date. Not only does he bear 2 significant dark circles under his eyes, but his face is also swollen, a patchwork of bruises. Every part of his body aches. One wonders what kind of wind has swept through Xue Qinghe, for he is struck with such intensity this time. Is it truly the case that the first experience must be so profoundly impactful? Jiang Yu harbors a hint of resentment, yet he reflects on his previous actions and feels a sense of trepidation. This beating, in hindsight, seems rather mild. Were Xue Qinghe to learn that he knowingly provoked the situation, it would likely escalate far beyond a mere beating. Consequently, Jiang Yu has developed a certain apprehension towards Xue Qinghe. After all, he received word yesterday that Ning Rongrong has been taken back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for recuperation and will soon make her way to the prince's residence. This signifies that the true hardships of Xue Qinghe are about to commence. Upon receiving this news, Xue Qinghe's expression darkened, for he had long regarded Ning Rongrong as a sister. Now, he is expected to treat her as a wife, which is nothing short of absurd. Consequently, Xue Qinghe has been in a foul mood lately. Jiang Yu, sensing the turbulence, decided it would be prudent to keep a low profile, especially since his recent plans were nearly complete. Thus, he made his way directly to the Tiandou Royal Academy to register. In truth, Jiang Yu was reluctant to come, as his injuries had yet to heal, and his appearance was somewhat disheveled. Who knows what kind of power Xue Qinghe had employed that hindered his recovery. Nevertheless, for the sake of his safety, Jiang Yu swallowed his pride. Isn't that Jiang Yu? What a pitiful sight. Who battered you? A mocking voice drew his attention as he rubbed his face to alleviate the pain. Upon looking over, he was surprised to find a familiar face. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this the fourth prince? Jiang Yu sneered, unwilling to back down. The person standing before him was none other than the long-absent fourth prince, Xue Qinghe. Previously, rumors had circulated about Xue Qinghe, and his appearance in public had been met with hostility. Thus, he had remained hidden within the estate of Prince Xue for an extended period, too fearful to even approach the palace. Recently, Jiang Yu had been striving to dispel the rumors affecting him by guiding public opinion towards the Haotian sect. Although the situation was not entirely resolved, interest in the Haotian sect had begun to escalate. As a result, the fervor surrounding the rumors of the avalanche naturally subsided. The public, weary and fatigued, found it increasingly difficult to muster any interest in the tales of the avalanche. It is likely that the avalanche itself, having noticed the waning of its own rumors, felt emboldened enough to venture out to attend school. Jiang Yu can be regarded as the primary contributor to this outcome. Yet it seems the avalanche does not hold him in high regard. You, my friend, have grown complacent. There will be consequences for you in the future. The avalanche glared at Jiang Yu with a face darkened by fury. This past month can be described as the darkest period of his life, naturally filling him with immense resentment towards the architect of his misfortune, Jiang Yu. Will I enjoy any good fruits? Jiang Yu chuckled, and then involuntarily began to analyze the situation within himself. The avalanche had come too swiftly. The rumors had barely subsided before new ones emerged, exhibiting a sense of impatience. This is undoubtedly not a mere visit. There must be some underlying action behind it, thought Jiang Yu silently. It seems that the Snow Knight Emperor is indeed taking measures, though it remains uncertain whether he will target the bureaucracy or the military, whether he intends to weaken the power of Xue Qinghe or to bolster the strength of Xue Bang. Although this is merely an expression of Xue Bang's anger, Jiang Yu found himself pondering extensively during this period. He needed to assess the current situation based on Xue Bang's present state to ascertain their objectives. Undeniably, both the Snow Knight Emperor and Xue Bang are far from foolish. They would not easily reveal their strategies and intentions. However, as Xue Bang strives to maintain his image as a reckless heir, he inevitably releases certain critical information inadvertently, and it is Jiang Yu's task to extract such insights. It appears that the intention is to enhance Xue Bang's strength. Although the Tiandou Empire is formidable and the Snow Knight Emperor holds the title of Emperor, the influence remains limited and cannot affect the power of the Soul Master clans. Jiang Yu cast a glance at Xue Bang, speculating on the source of his confidence. His presence here certainly indicates that he possesses some form of assurance to act in such a manner. It is a person's instinct. Only when one possesses confidence will they dare to undertake what they previously feared. It seems that the fourth prince has been living quite lavishly recently. The winds of change have barely begun to settle, and he is already impatiently seeking me out. Has he received some news? Jiang Yu's tone shifted as he smiled at Xue Bang. What news? What are you talking about? Xue Bang's expression slightly altered, while he contemplated in his heart the nature of the news Jiang Yu mentioned. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yu's intentions were twofold: to probe and to deceive. He was aware that Xue Bang had been under considerable mental strain lately and wished to observe his reaction. Oh, it's nothing, really. I simply noticed that the fourth prince seems quite confident and wanted to see what your own confidence entails. Jiang Yu chuckled heartily. Xue Bang's expression reassured Jiang Yu. Indeed, he was completely unaware. The countenance of Avalanche turned a shade of green with rage. Jiang Yu, are you courting death? Avalanche fixed his piercing gaze upon Jiang Yu, exuding an intense animosity that was unmistakably genuine. He harbored a fervent desire to eliminate Jiang Yu. However, he ultimately restrained himself. This was not the opportune moment. You shall wait for me. I will exact my revenge, he declared, before departing with his entourage. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu observed a minute detail. He recognized none of the individuals accompanying Avalanche. Their demeanor and strides suggested they possessed considerable strength, indicating that recent events had indeed transpired. Jiang Yu pondered silently, then retrieved a stack of documents to peruse. These are recent developments, as Jiang Yu must swiftly address the prevailing rumors. All his thoughts are focused on establishing the publishing house and dispelling the gossip, leaving him oblivious to the external situation. However, the recent overlooked news has been compiled. Here it is. Jiang Yu finally sees the information he has longed for, a piece of news from quite some time ago. When he was still under the tutelage of Duality, the Emperor of the Snowy Night has opened the gates of the Heavenly Battle Royal Academy to recruit talented youths from across the nation for study. After reading it, Jiang Yu sighed softly. What a clever tactic. It is evident that the Emperor of the Snowy Night possesses formidable skills, intending to significantly enhance the control of the avalanche over the nation, all while remaining inconspicuous. This also reveals the Emperor's ambition and determination. The recruitment is merely a superficial strategy. The Emperor's true intent is to facilitate the early establishment of a power circle for Avalanche, by enrolling the sons of his loyal and influential border ministers, thereby fostering connections. The recruitment primarily targets the progeny of these individuals. This represents a means of negotiation. as well as an implication and a favor. In this manner, although the ministers expressed their dissatisfaction with the actions of the proton, they could not ignore the implications presented by the Snow Knight Emperor. They had to contemplate the possibility that if Avalanche were to ascend as the Emperor of the Heavenly Douluo Empire, he would undoubtedly gain merit for his support, ensuring a secure future for at least the next generation. It can be said that once the Snow Knight Emperor executes his plans with impeccable precision, those who fail to comprehend his true intentions would remain oblivious, mistakenly believing his schemes are directed elsewhere, particularly in the Douluo Continent. Should Avalanche truly follow the path laid out by his father, he would then possess the means to contend with Xue Qinghe, potentially leading to a division of the Heavenly Douluo Empire and a bifurcation of power. While Soul Masters represent the mainstream of this world, they essentially remain a populace. Should Avalanche gain momentum, he would command vast territories and a significant following, thereby acquiring the capital necessary for rivalry. However, the crux of the matter hinges upon the smooth execution of these plans, without anyone discerning their true nature. Jiang Yu smiled subtly. Regardless of whether this conjecture bore truth, he would not allow Avalanche to proceed unimpeded. After years of effort, Xue Qinghe's influence had remained largely confined to the vicinity of Heavenly Douluo City, failing to extend further afield. Thus, even if there existed a mere 1% chance, he would not permit Avalanche to advance effortlessly. If Avalanche were to genuinely sway local authority and military forces, it would become exceedingly challenging to contend with him. The Heavenly Douluo Empire is not weak. It possesses formidable strength, appearing vulnerable solely due to its inability to achieve coherent governance. Once this issue is resolved, the Heavenly Douluo Empire would command the authority to gaze down upon the entire world. Chapter 52. Encounter with Yi Lingling. Thank you for your assistance, Yi Lingling, Jiang Yu said earnestly at the training grounds of the Royal Academy of Heavenly Douluo. You're welcome, Yi Lingling replied coolly. Her demeanor was not born of malice or ill mood. Rather, it was simply her nature to be reserved, not aimed at anyone in particular. Subsequently, she withdrew her martial soul and fell silent, preparing to take her leave. Jiang Yu's foremost intention upon arriving at the academy was not to attend classes, but rather to seek out Yi Lingling. In addition to desiring her help in healing his injuries, he also wished to establish a connection with her. The wounds Jiang Yu bore were a result of Xue Qinghe's unique powers, rendering them difficult to heal. Thus he sought fortune in Yi Lingling's abilities. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Yi Lingling's healing prowess was indeed remarkable. In a brief moment, the marks on Jiang Yu's face vanished, and he felt no more pain. Moreover, he successfully established contact with Yi Lingling. Hey wait! Spotting Yi Lingling making her exit, Jiang Yu was unwilling to let her go and hurriedly grasped her hand, which, to be honest, was somewhat forward. Yi Lingling's complexion flushed crimson at that instant. Even through her veil, the blush was evident. She had not anticipated Jiang Yu's audacity, as no one had ever dared to hold her hand in such a manner before. Hey, let go of me! Before Yi Lingling could voice her protest, someone nearby could no longer contain themselves, and the hand that grasped her was unceremoniously swatted away. What are you doing? Jiang Yu grumbled, rubbing his hand while directing a glare at the individual who intervened. The one who had interrupted was Yu Feng of the Royal Battle Team, who had arrived to train alongside his teammates. Jiang Yu's actions had indeed disrupted their training session. However, considering Jiang Yu's remarkable strength and the unfortunate state he was in, none dared to voice their objections. It is worth noting that Jiang Yu had nearly caused harm to Duguyan previously, although it ultimately benefited her greatly. It did not alter the perceptions of others. The members of the Royal Battle Team still regarded Jiang Yu with considerable disdain. Hence, the reason for Yu Feng's intervention was that Jiang Yu's grasp on Yi Lingling's hand was deemed excessive. What do you think you're doing? I would like to ask you the same. Are you unaware of the propriety between men and women? Keep your hands to yourself, Yu Feng retorted bluntly. This left Jiang Yu somewhat speechless, as he deemed the situation entirely ordinary. It hardly pertained to any matters of gender. After all, I am still but a child. Humph. I can't be bothered with you. Jiang Yu contemptuously raised his middle finger. Unfortunately, Yu Feng was oblivious to the significance of this international gesture. Yet he sensed that Jiang Yu's intent was derogatory. Infuriated, Yu Feng retorted, Are you looking for a fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Yu replied defiantly. Enough. What do you both intend to do? A booming voice interrupted, halting their exchange. Just as the tension between Jiang Yu and Yu Feng escalated, Yu Tianheng arrived to intervene. What are you doing here? Yu Tianheng glared at Jiang Yu, visibly displeased. He had just returned from an errand and was met with the sight of this vexatious individual. I'm here for treatment, Jiang Yu asserted boldly. Well, you've already received treatment. You can leave now, Yu Tianheng replied coldly. Deep down, Yu Tianheng harbored significant annoyance towards Jiang Yu. Had it not been for the resolution of the matter concerning Duguyan, he would have likely engaged in a true contest of manhood with Jiang Yu. Ha. ISNT, there's still a matter to discuss with Yi Lingling? To be honest, I find her martial soul quite intriguing and would like to invite her to collaborate on some research. Jiang Yu chuckled, clearly reluctant to depart. It was apparent to him that those present were not pleased with him, so he opted for a straightforward approach, stating his intentions plainly. If he were to return without a valid reason, it would be rather inconvenient. For now, this way, he could articulate his purpose without it being in vain. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow as he regarded Jiang Yu. Frankly, he found Jiang Yu's rationale laughable. Who in the world would not be interested in Yi Lingling's martial soul? It was undoubtedly the strongest healing support martial soul, or none. However, Yu Tianheng suddenly recalled intel that had been relayed from home, which advised him to keep an eye on Jiang Yu. This piqued his curiosity slightly. Your words carry no weight. I cannot speak for Yi Lingling. If she consents, I have no objections. However, should you attempt to coerce her, I will not hold back, Yu Tianheng said coolly, not dismissing him just yet. This left everyone present momentarily stunned, including the person most familiar with him, Dugu Yan, whose eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Jiang Yu had not anticipated that Yu Tianheng would choose not to expel anyone. This truly caught him off guard. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu then turned to Yi Lingling and inquired, "Might you be willing to cooperate with me, Missy? Rest assured, there is no danger involved, and it may even be beneficial for you." A glimmer of hesitation passed through Yi Lingling's eyes. She did not know Jiang Yu well, having only met him once before, and while his strength was commendable, it was insufficient to compel her immediate agreement. "What do you require of me, and what is your objective?" Yi Lingling asked, gazing intently at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu scanned the faces surrounding him, noting their curiosity about his intentions, before turning his attention back to Yi Lingling. "It might be a bit inconvenient to discuss now. Let us find a more private place, as there are elements of secrecy involved." His gaze was earnest, which led Yi Lingling to question the sincerity of his words. "Very well," she replied, her voice cool and composed. Her simple agreement surpassed everyone's expectations. She had acquiesced so readily. Dugu Yan cast a worried glance at Yi Lingling. "Lingling, are you sure? I just feel a bit uneasy," she said softly, as if this matter were entirely mundane. However, Dugu Yan understood that this was anything but ordinary. Having spent time with Yi Lingling, she knew that curiosity was not a trait typically associated with her. "Splendid. If that is the case, let us find a quieter place," Jiang Yu said, his demeanor lightening. "Follow me." After Yi Lingling spoke, she turned and walked away, evidently intent on selecting the location herself. Jiang Yu had no objections and followed closely behind her. "Captain," the remaining members of the Imperial battle team expressed their unease, wishing to follow and observe, but were halted by Yu Tianheng. There is no need to intervene. This is Yi Lingling's decision. Unlike the others, Yu Tianheng had some understanding of Yi Lingling's family, which was indeed peculiar. Perhaps she sensed something. The intelligence surrounding her family indicated that Jiang Yu might be somewhat extraordinary. Yu Tianheng's thoughts flickered, as he recalled the significant events of recent days, all seemingly tied to Jiang Yu. Perhaps this was the reason the family wished for me to engage with him. Jiang Yu followed Yi Lingling through winding corridors until they arrived at a dormitory, specifically a female dormitory. He was taken aback that Yi Lingling had brought him here. "I never expected you would lead me to this place. Are you not afraid?" he remarked with a playful smile. Yi Lingling's expression remained placid. "Are you? Don't pose such questions. After all, you cannot afford the gamble," Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. He certainly could not. But what of others? Yi Lingling seemed to read Jiang Yu's thoughts and quickly added, "Rest assured, you are the only one I have brought here in recent years." "Then it appears I am indeed exceedingly fortunate," Jiang Yu teased. However, Yi Lingling remained silent, continuing her path, her veiled face obscuring her expression from Jiang Yu. With a resigned shrug, Jiang Yu followed her into the dormitory. They ascended several flights of stairs until Yi Lingling led him to a relatively secluded room. This is Yi Lingling's dormitory, though it lacks a door number. Upon entering, one finds only a single bed and a few items characteristic of young women, all remarkably tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors, instead suffused with a faint floral fragrance. Jiang Yu, unable to identify the scent, found it rather intriguing. Chapter 53, My Guess. Closing the door, Yi Lingling beckoned to Jiang Yu. "Would you like something to drink?" As she stepped into her dormitory, Yi Lingling appeared to relax considerably, as if she had returned to her own home, her demeanor less aloof. "A cup of tea, then," Jiang Yu replied, surveying the room before locating a table, pulling out a chair, and seating himself casually. At that moment, Jiang Yu's attention was suddenly drawn to a remarkably unique bracelet on the table. Its overall hue resembled a deep crimson, encasing a delicate pink begonia flower composed of white and pink petals. The begonia's vibrant color and elegant form evoked a distinct sense of melancholic beauty. As he held it in his hand, Jiang Yu was instantly overwhelmed by an unusual sensation, as if the bracelet, enveloped around the begonia, pulsed like flowing blood, filled with the sighs of longing. However, the casual placement of the bracelet suggested that its owner did not hold it in high regard. "Is this yours?" Jiang Yu inquired, unable to resist playing with it. Admittedly, handling someone else's belongings so nonchalantly is rather impolite, yet Jiang Yu found himself unable to restrain his hands. Yi Lingling cast a glance his way, briefly observing the bracelet in his grasp without reproaching him for touching her possessions. She approached with 2 cups of tea, setting one before Jiang Yu and the other in front of herself. "This was left to me by my mother," she stated, her tone devoid of much emotion, as if she were merely recounting a fact. I apologize, Jiang Yu replied, reluctantly placing the bracelet down. Although Yi Lingling appeared indifferent. The bracelet was a relic of the deceased, and Jiang Yu felt compelled to exercise restraint. Yi Lingling picked up the bracelet, examining it thoughtfully, her calm gaze revealing no hint of sorrow. You need not feel sorry. My mother passed away shortly after I was born. While this bracelet is the only thing she left me, I harbor little emotional connection to her. It was as if she were explaining, yet more so narrating an event that bore no relevance to her own existence. Once she finished speaking, Yi Lingling set the bracelet aside and took a delicate sip of her tea. Jiang Yu mirrored her gesture, pondering his words. Perhaps your mother loved you dearly. He glanced at the bracelet on the table, now appearing even more vibrant after Yi Lingling's touch, its luminous glow reminiscent of lifeblood. At Jiang Yu's words, Yi Lingling's eyes flickered with a momentary tremor. I am aware, but what difference does it make? Though everything has changed, it has merely intensified. The implications of Yi Lingling's words were profound, prompting Jiang Yu to reflect. He then remarked, it seems there may be issues with your family's lineage. After your mother's passing, you became the last inheritor of the nine-heart begonia martial spirit, did you not? His statement struck like thunder within Yi Lingling's heart. She set her teacup down and regarded Jiang Yu intently. Indeed, I am curious as to how you came by this knowledge. Long before Jiang Yu's peculiar behavior, Yi Lingling had harbored suspicions, which were now confirmed. Jiang Yu offered a slight smile as he met her unassuming gaze. I merely guessed, do you believe me? The original text contained scant information about Yi Lingling, only mentioning her exceedingly rare martial spirit, with only 2 existing in the world, and that only one bearer of the nine-heart begonia could exist at a time. There was no mention of her family's background. If one were to simply read, Yi Lingling might appear as an inconsequential character, easily overlooked. However, delving into this world revealed a different narrative, igniting Jiang Yu's curiosity about her family's history, particularly given the formidable nature of her martial spirit. Thus, he took some time to investigate her lineage, supplemented by modern biological knowledge to deduce its inheritance method. It seemed to be accurate. The fact that Yi Lingling's mother had died shortly after giving birth to her suggested a certain rigor in the inheritance process. A subject worthy of contemplation. I believe you. After all, this is a closely guarded secret within my family, and no one would dare to leak it. Yi Lingling readily accepted Jiang Yu's assertion. As she indicated, her family would never disclose such secrets, as doing so would jeopardize their current standing. The second most powerful support-type martial spirit in the world, after all. Thus, even if Jiang Yu claimed it was mere speculation, she accepted it without hesitation. Jiang Yu took a gentle sip of his tea, contemplating her composed demeanor. Clearly, she had been prepared for this conversation, as evidenced by her calm attitude. Perhaps her emergence in this world was to seek a solution for her lineage's predicament. Reports indicated that bearers of the nine-heart begonia rarely ventured into the world. Yi Lingling was the first in generations to enroll in the Tiandou Royal Academy as a student. The situation itself is quite unusual. Yet few ponder it as deeply as Jiang Yu does. Since you have chosen to believe my words, why not listen to my thoughts? You may find them intriguing. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, a glint of mischief flickering in his gaze as he looked into Yi Lingling's eyes. This glance made Yi Lingling uncomfortable, as if she were merely an object awaiting a transaction in his view. Yet, she felt compelled to listen. Jiang Yu was the first person in years to perceive the issues plaguing her family. What thoughts? Yi Lingling inquired, a hint of tension in her voice. I gathered the nature of your troubles when we first met, and I possess a solution that may assist you. However, my aid is not without cost, you understand. Don't you? Jiang Yu replied with a grin. Yi Lingling's body tensed, discomfort washing over her, and her gaze towards Jiang Yu shifted. Indeed, he had a solution. She had sensed it when he first proposed their conversation. What do you need me to do? Yi Lingling's voice wavered with anxiety, her previously indifferent expression now revealing an emotional vulnerability akin to that of a young girl. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, assuring her, do not worry. I shall not make it too difficult for you. You need only agree to one condition. After I assist you in resolving your issues, you must pledge lifelong loyalty to the Crown Prince's residence. Do you understand? Henceforth, you will belong to the Crown Prince's residence, not your family. How is that not difficult? It's utterly absurd. Yi Lingling's expression shifted to one of disbelief, struggling to comprehend why Jiang Yu would impose such a condition. Why? She asked, her tone laden with complexity. That is not for you to know. You need only make a choice, Jiang Yu replied, casting a casual glance at the bracelet on the table. Consider it an act of kindness. The notion of severing ties with her family was a daunting choice for Yi Lingling, as her upbringing instilled in her a profound loyalty to her family, compelling her to sacrifice everything for them. My voice carries a hint of hoarseness, Yi Lingling admitted. The conflict between familial duty and personal choice left her in turmoil. When the two clashed, she found herself at a loss for what to choose. Is it truly so difficult to decide? Indeed, it is, for passing down the nine-heart begonia martial spirit is your responsibility. Yet I am asking you to sever your ties with your family, Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. But this is my condition. He was indifferent to Yi Lingling's feelings. Accepting his help came with the most basic of prerequisites. Could we perhaps negotiate different terms? I am willing to comply with your request, Yi Lingling stammered, her face suffused with discomfort. The calm demeanor she once possessed crumbled under Jiang Yu's straightforwardness, leaving only anxiety and helplessness as her most genuine expressions. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, assessing Yi Lingling. Have you perhaps assumed too much? For individuals like us, your martial spirit holds greater significance than you as a person. My interest lies solely in it. His words struck like a heavy blow, draining the color from Yi Lingling's face. It was only now that she comprehended the harshness of reality. A lesson imparted by Jiang Yu, yet one she could not alter. Rising from his seat, Jiang Yu concluded their discussion, realizing that Yi Lingling was not as formidable as he had anticipated. In essence, she was merely a shy girl, and he felt a twinge of guilt for having taken advantage of her vulnerability. I hope you can make your own choice within 3 days and refrain from allowing your family to influence your decision. While it may not significantly impact me, trust me, your choice is the best one for you. With that, Jiang Yu opened the door to leave. However, upon seeing the bracelet on the table, he turned back, taking it up and placing it on Yi Lingling's wrist. Wear it well. She truly loves you, he said meaningfully before departing. Yi Lingling stared blankly at the bracelet adorning her wrist, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Chapter 54. A conversation with Yu Tianheng outside the dormitory building. Jiang Yu hummed a tune out of place in this world, feeling surprisingly lighthearted as he stepped out. He had expected the conversation with Yi Lingling to be challenging, yet it proved to be quite simple. Perhaps he had overthought it. Despite his earlier sternness, he had harbored concerns that she might propose an unmanageable condition. Yet, what was this? Just a familial constraint causing her hesitation? Yi Lingling's thoughts appeared to be remarkably straightforward. When Jiang Yu mentioned his ability to help her resolve her issues, her entire focus was on that, without contemplating his needs or the reasons for his involvement. Jiang Yu had laid down his conditions firmly, yet they were not entirely non-negotiable. After all, even in purchasing, one haggles over prices. He was prepared for Yi Lingling to discuss terms. Yet she seemed oblivious to the fact that his interest was driven by necessity. Ah, this makes me seem like a villain, Jiang Yu mused, shaking his head. Perhaps his previous encounters with crafty individuals had led him to subconsciously project that dynamic onto this situation. He had thrown out a lofty price, only to find her completely unprepared to negotiate. Setting aside his thoughts, Jiang Yu decided to wait 3 days to see how Yi Lingling would choose. If she opted to report back to her family, he would need to reconsider his position. He was not fond of dealing with such individuals. Jiang Yu, you are indeed here, called a voice from a distance as Dugu Yin approached with Yu Tianheng, stopping Jiang Yu in his tracks. Do you two have something to discuss with me? Jiang Yu asked, recognizing them with a hint of curiosity. There is a matter, but first, I wish to express my gratitude for helping me rid my body of toxins. I had been preoccupied with other matters since you left in haste and hadn't had the chance to thank you in person, Dugu Yin said, stepping forward with a respectful bow. Oh, that is unnecessary. It was merely an accident, and I am relieved you are well. Otherwise, I would bear the burden of responsibility. Jiang Yu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Although the outcome was favorable, the uncontrollable circumstances remained his responsibility. That is not the same. My grandfather is my grandfather. And I am me. You helped me, so I must thank you in person, Dugu Yin insisted earnestly, holding Yu Tianheng's hand. Jiang Yu observed their clasped hands, understanding her implication. Very well, I accept your gratitude. Now, could you share what you wanted to discuss with me? Since she insisted on expressing her thanks in her current capacity, he was willing to continue the conversation. Yu Tianheng stepped forward, stating, it concerns Yi Lingling. While I am unaware of the specifics of your discussion, I must caution you to be vigilant in the coming days. Yu Tianheng harbors a strong aversion towards Jiang Yu. Yet it is undeniable that Jiang Yu has provided genuine assistance to Dugu Yin. Thus, his perception of Jiang Yu remains solely self-referential, devoid of external considerations. This recent reminder appears to stem from a sense of repayment. What should I be mindful of regarding Yi Lingling? Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. You are likely unfamiliar with Yi Lingling's family and their connections, Yu Tianheng replied. Indeed, Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He had conducted some investigation into Yi Lingling's family, but due to his limited capabilities and the family's enigmatic nature, his knowledge was quite scant. Yi Lingling's family is known as the Jiuxin Haitang clan, yet within it, there are only 2 possessors of the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul, while the other members typically wield the Heitanghua martial soul. The Heitanghua martial soul serves as a supportive type, possessing certain control abilities. However, its powers are relatively weak, and it is not particularly renowned within the Douluo Continent. Consequently, the clan's prominence hinges solely upon the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul. Should this family lose the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul, it would inevitably decline into obscurity. This is the extent of Jiang Yu's understanding. He had not delved deeper. Yu Tianheng nodded before continuing. Yi Lingling's family also belongs to the supportive martial soul category, but their capabilities are somewhat inferior to those of Yi Lingling. Nevertheless, due to the reputation of the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul, the family's auxiliary strength remains formidable. This is precisely what I wanted to draw your attention to. Yi Lingling's father is a soul Douluo. To put it mildly, he is exceedingly protective and fond of Yi Lingling. Over the years, anyone who has dared to covet her has been thoroughly reprimanded by him. Therefore, any conversation you have with Yi Lingling will inevitably involve him. Yu Tianheng's words were laced with subtlety. Yet the implication was clear. One should tread carefully to avoid incurring the wrath of Yi Lingling's father. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. This was indeed unwelcome news. The fact that Yi Lingling's father was a sole Douluo was simply outrageous. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Yi Lingling appeared solitary, devoid of suitors. While Yi Lingling may not possess extraordinary beauty, she is undeniably attractive, and coupled with her demeanor and martial soul, she would surely have many admirers. It seems that her overly protective father has thwarted any romantic pursuits. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of frustration. Thank you for the warning. I shall remain vigilant. He needed to consider that when he met with Yi Lingling 3 days hence, it likely would not be just her in attendance, but her father as well. This was an unexpected development. Initially, he had anticipated merely a representative from her family, but the direct involvement of her father altered the stakes significantly, prompting him to choose his words with greater care. Not at all. It is my duty, Yu Tianheng replied with a faint smile. His intent was not to ensnare Jiang Yu in trouble, but rather, he had simply overlooked this detail. However, it seemed that this turn of events might prove beneficial. By the way, Jiang Yu, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Yu Tianheng's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Please, go ahead, Jiang Yu responded naturally. Did you not previously inquire whether the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would join the prince's estate? I conveyed your thoughts to the family. So, does this mean you have received their consent? Jiang Yu asked, a hint of surprise glimmering in his eyes, as he had approached the matter with a tentative mindset. Yu Tianheng shook his head. Not entirely. However, they have agreed to a partial arrangement. A partial arrangement? What does that entail? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will allocate a portion of its strength to the prince's estate, Yu Tianheng stated with a composed demeanor. A flicker of contemplation crossed Jiang Yu's eyes as he observed Yu Tianheng's expression and the choices made by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. He felt a mixture of surprise and mild astonishment. Although not entirely incomprehensible, their approach seemed rather opportunistic. It was evident that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family had recently received intelligence regarding the growing influence of Xue Qinghe. They likely perceived in Xue Qinghe a potential pathway to ascendancy and, recalling Jiang Yu's earlier invitation, sought to extend a gesture of goodwill, hoping to subtly interject their influence into the Tiandou Empire. However, apprehensive about the accuracy of their judgment, they resolved to engage only a fraction of their resources. This is quite displeasing. However, even so, Jiang Yu must acquiesce. After all, aside from the elite soul masters within, the most valuable asset of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is their prestigious name. Jiang Yu could not conceive of a rationale for refusal. Could you elucidate why your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has chosen this course of action? Frankly, I find it somewhat perplexing, Jiang Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. This is my decision, which I propose to the clan. As for the reasoning, it partially addresses certain latent issues within the family, Yu Tianheng replied candidly. I see. Jiang Yu nodded, immediately grasping the situation. Although it diverged somewhat from his expectations, it likely represented merely Yu Tianheng's perspective. He pondered the extent of the issues they referred to. If it were merely a trivial matter or merely a nominal concern, then I'm afraid I must decline. The name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is indeed significant, yet in the context of the Tiandou Empire, it holds limited weight. Any collaboration between us necessitates substantive contributions, Jiang Yu stated with gravity. Yu Tianheng shook his head. It is certainly more than that. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will offer Thunder Academy as capital. I wonder if this gesture of goodwill suffices. Chapter 55. The most expensive is what is given freely Thunder Academy. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. This gesture of goodwill is indeed substantial. Thunder Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies, and even in the original text, it possesses commendable attributes. Furthermore, it is genuinely affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which indeed holds the authority over it. However, if it is merely Thunder Academy alone, then this goodwill appears rather insidious. The strength of Thunder Academy does not stem from its own prowess, but rather from its association with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Is Thunder Academy an independent entity, or does it encompass certain members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Jiang Yu inquired, gazing at Yu Tianheng. To Jiang Yu, the significance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's name far surpasses that of Thunder Academy. Ultimately, Thunder Academy serves merely as a talent cultivation institution, and the individuals therein still require his persuasion. Thus, its practical value would be substantially diminished. Moreover, the instructors at Thunder Academy are also a considerable resource, a notable portion of whom belong to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If it is merely Thunder Academy without this cadre of instructors, then it lacks sincerity. This is a complete mess, and it is rather distasteful to seek benefits from Jiang Yu. Therefore, the sincerity of Thunder Academy alone is insufficient. It must be accompanied by the esteemed name of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. The individuals involved must explicitly belong to the prince's mansion. Naturally, they will join together. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Tianheng stated this, clearly having anticipated Jiang Yu's inquiry. The members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family within Thunder Academy possess the autonomy to choose whether to remain or depart. However, as compensation, our family will ensure that individuals with similar aspirations are incorporated. Is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family preparing to part ways? It is quite surprising that they would take such a step. One cannot blame Jiang Yu for harboring such thoughts, as the actions of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus family evidently reflect a tendency towards division. However, this may ultimately serve a beneficial purpose. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family that aligns with them could emerge as more unified. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. I will also recommend that His Highness consider the Thunder Academy for incorporation. Now, let us discuss what your Thunder Tyrannosaurus family desires. Having grasped their motivations, Jiang Yu readily acquiesced. Yu Tianheng, astonished by Jiang Yu's swift agreement, had prepared a plethora of arguments to persuade him, only to find them unnecessary. The recent decision made by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, while seemingly a product of deliberations within his own family, was in fact orchestrated by him alone. The underlying reason lies with his cousin, Yu Tianxin. The two are known as the twin stars. Yet, there can only be one leader, and that is himself. To avert future conflicts and discord, Yu Tianheng proposed a separation, allowing each to pursue their own paths. This proposal has garnered the approval of many elders, who perceive it as a favorable resolution that not only alleviates existing conflicts, but also unveils a new path forward. Our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family harbors no ulterior motives, Yin Tianheng remarked, shaking his head. Rather than an alliance, this arrangement is, in truth, a strategic maneuver by Yu Tianheng to circumvent potential future troubles by securing a backup. Yu Tianheng has long recognized this reality and, consequently, refrained from making any excessive demands. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu felt discontent. One must possess a need or desire. Otherwise, this collaboration may need to be postponed. Cooperation is fundamentally driven by mutual benefit, and Yu Tianheng's lack of ambition left Jiang Yu quite vexed. Just because you do not require something now does not imply that you will not in the future. If you were to leverage this matter to impose subsequent requests upon me, I would be left pondering whether to acquiesce. It is well known that repaying favors can be the most arduous debt to settle, and Jiang Yu wished to avoid such obligations. Therefore, he deemed it pragmatic to clarify their needs at present, ensuring that neither party would owe anything to the other. In the future, should assistance be required, it could be approached with the understanding born from their mutual rapport. Yu Tianheng, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. Realizing that his charitable intentions were being misconstrued, he had invested considerable effort to facilitate this collaboration. Initially, when contemplating this endeavor, he had not anticipated asking Jiang Yu for anything, viewing it instead as an opportunity to eliminate familial risks. However, he soon discovered that Jiang Yu insisted upon a request, which caught him off guard, as he had not contemplated this aspect and therefore had not prepared accordingly. This situation revealed that, despite being the heir of a prominent family with a degree of capability, Yu Tianheng's mindset was somewhat naive, lacking in foresight. He presumed that his disinterest would guarantee Jiang Yu's agreement. Little did he know that Jiang Yu, having traversed the complexities of the modern world, understood a vital truth, that which is given freely often carries the highest cost. Why not offer me a soul bone? Yu Tianheng suggested, not having thought it through. Although he was the next heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, his understanding of family dynamics was limited, prompting him to make such a request of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu fell silent, incredulously thinking, are you really that naive? Can you not be a bit more realistic? Soul bones. I don't even possess one. The prince certainly doesn't have one either. Do you really think you can obtain it? Jiang Yu retorted with irritation. Please. We are engaging in a collaboration between two forces, not merely transacting in a marketplace. Can we not approach this with a sense of realism? I possess what you require. I genuinely do not have any demands, Yu Tianheng replied, growing increasingly frustrated with the individual before him. The atmosphere grew tense as both parties desired to advance the collaboration. Yet they found themselves hindered by the very interests they sought to align. Jiang Yu pressed his forehead, gazing skyward in exasperation, pondering, with whom am I negotiating this collaboration? Is this person truly fit to be a family heir? Meanwhile, Dugu Yin stifled her laughter, finding Yu Tianheng rather endearing in his current predicament. How about this? We request a commitment from you. If we require assistance in the future, the prince's estate or the Tiandou Empire must extend their support. After her laughter subsided, Dugu Yin linked her arm with Yu Tianheng's, casting a beaming smile at Jiang Yu as she proposed a condition he might accept. Jiang Yu regarded Dugu Yin with newfound respect. Agreed, but it must remain within the bounds of our capabilities and not exceed the benefits derived from this collaboration. Jiang Yu articulated, illustrating his psychological valuation. A mere promise could suffice, but it must be articulated and confined within specified parameters. Thus, when Yu Tianheng seeks assistance in the future, having established this current framework, both parties will possess a reference point for valuation. However, this request cannot be articulated by Jiang Yu. It must originate from Yu Tianheng himself, lest there arise a possibility of denial. Yet, Yu Tianheng is somewhat naive. Fortunately, Dugu Yin is astute and comprehends Jiang Yu's intentions. Otherwise, this collaboration would have been postponed indefinitely. Even if the other party demonstrates utmost sincerity, he would dare not accept a benefit devoid of assurance. Under Dugu Yan's subtle guidance, Yu Tianheng swiftly acquiesced, declaring that they would proceed as discussed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and extended his hand, preparing to shake hands with Yu Tianheng. Their hands clasped together, symbolizing that the initial negotiations of this partnership had been successfully established. Are you truly the heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Jiang Yu inquired, releasing his grip and regarding Yu Tianheng with skepticism. This left Yu Tianheng quite displeased. Are you questioning my abilities? He retorted. Not at all, Jiang Yu replied. It's merely that I find your intellect somewhat simplistic. A leader of a faction requires not only strength, but also wisdom. This is an area where you might benefit from further study. Otherwise, conversing with you becomes quite taxing. Yu Tianheng, infuriated, felt the urge to strike. But he was restrained by the ever-composed Dugu Yin beside him. Jiang Yu, however, remained unfazed. Since our collaboration has been established, once your discussions conclude, we shall proceed with the handover, he declared. With a courteous nod towards Dugu Yin, he dismissed Yu Tianheng entirely. Dugu Yin, linking her arm with Yu Tianheng's, stifled a giggle and said, "Goodbye, Lord Jiang." Without further ado, Jiang Yu departed, leaving Yu Tianheng in his wake. He needed to report back to Xue Qinghe. Although he possessed the authority to negotiate partnerships, the final decision rested with Xue Qinghe. Chapter 56. Ning Fengji's Dilemma. Although a report to Xue Qinghe was necessary, Jiang Yu was rather hesitant to visit the prince's residence at that moment, as Xue Qinghe was still in a foul mood. Returning now would only seem like courting trouble. Thus, even with pressing matters at hand, Jiang Yu opted to refrain from going. Ultimately, he arrived at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Uncle Ning, your nephew has come to see you. Using the token provided by Ning Fengji, Jiang Yu effortlessly gained entry into the inner sanctum of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Upon learning that Ning Fengji was in his office attending to affairs, he made his way there directly. Before even entering, Jiang Yu's voice had already resonated within. Inside, Ning Fengji, with a resigned expression, set aside the documents in his hands and glanced toward the entrance. At that moment, Jiang Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside, feigning surprise upon seeing Ning Fengji engrossed in his work. Uncle Ning, are you attending to official matters? I apologize for the intrusion. He then casually took a seat on a nearby sofa, his apology merely a formality. A flicker of helplessness crossed Ning Fengji's face. You truly have no reservations, do you? Speak, what brings you here? He instructed a servant outside to bring tea to entertain Jiang Yu. Nothing of great importance. Merely wishing to inquire about the information concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Jiang Yu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you have made contact with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Are you not returning to the Tiandou Imperial Academy today? How does Yu Tianheng fit into this? The fact that Yu Tianheng was studying at the Tiandou Imperial Academy was no secret, and Ning Fengji, connecting Jiang Yu's inquiry to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, instinctively thought of him. Uncle Ning, you truly possess keen insight. It is indeed Yu Tianheng. Today, I discussed a small collaboration with him, which is why I sought your opinion regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Jiang Yu said nonchalantly. I see. Ning Fengji pondered thoughtfully. The situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is rather intricate. How about this? Once I conclude my official duties, we can discuss it in detail. That works. Jiang Yu, discerning the implication, readily agreed. Ning Fengji nodded and instructed another individual. Take him to explore the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Yes, sect master. Subsequently, a disciple of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school led Jiang Yu away. Ning Fengji rubbed his temples in his office, letting out a soft sigh before resuming his paperwork. Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Young man, are there any noteworthy places within your Seven Treasure glazed tile school? Jiang Yu inquired with genuine interest as they walked. This is Jiang Yu's first visit to the Qibao Yuli sect, and he is quite curious about its unique characteristics and admirable features. Is there anything special about the Qibao Yuli sect? He inquired. Ning Guangyun, the disciple leading Jiang Yu on the tour, scratched his head in confusion and replied. Everything about the Qibao Yuli sect is splendid. As a common disciple of the sect, Ning Guangyun could not fully grasp Jiang Yu's intent. Don't be so naive, or you'll make me appear foolish, Jiang Yu remarked. Setting aside such trivialities, he acknowledged that the Qibao Yuli sect indeed boasts breathtaking scenery that subtly exudes opulence. However, we have a garden here that is quite picturesque. Would you care to visit it? Ning Guangyun suggested suddenly. Jiang Yu contemplated Ning Fengji's earlier demeanor. It seemed unlikely that he would be able to meet him in the near future, so a stroll through the garden seemed appealing. Sure, he replied, albeit uncertain about the implications of Ning Fengji's invitation to explore the Qibao Yuli sect. Nevertheless, he assumed it would not lead to any harm. Before long, Jiang Yu was escorted to a garden of even more exquisite beauty. Merely standing at the entrance, he could sense the vibrant life emanating from within. A cursory glance revealed that the plants in the garden were predominantly rare and precious species, most of which Jiang Yu did not recognize. This is the garden of the Qibao Yuli sect. Would you like me to introduce you to its treasures? Ning Guanyin said respectfully, feeling a sense of pride as a member of the sect in Jiang Yu's presence. Jiang Yu chose to overlook this slight pride. Oh, that's unnecessary. I can explore on my own. You may go now, and just inform me when your sect leader is available. Jiang Yu responded directly. Understood. Ning Guanyin then withdrew, leaving Jiang Yu alone at the garden's entrance. With keen interest, Jiang Yu stepped inside. Wow, there are quite a number of medicinal herbs here. No wonder the life force is so abundant, he mused. Having spent some time with Duality, Jiang Yu possessed a superior ability to identify medicinal ingredients compared to the flora within this garden. It is worth mentioning that a significant portion of what he recognized consisted of these herbs. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The age of the herbs was not particularly remarkable. Jiang Yu thought regretfully to himself. The medicinal herbs within this space have a lifespan that does not exceed a century. Even if uprooted, they would serve little purpose, and it would be far more beneficial to leave them here as ornamental bonsai. This indirectly prevented Jiang Yu from committing a crime. I have stated that I shall not eat. You are all to withdraw. A sharp exclamation pierced the air, drawing Jiang Yu's attention. Miss, the sect leader has commanded that you must consume something. Otherwise, your body may not withstand it. The voice was rather respectful, suggesting it belonged to a servant. I have declared that I shall not eat. How many times must I repeat myself? Leave me be. The sound of bowls and dishes crashing to the ground echoed once more. Such a fiery temper. Yes, yes, yes. The panicked voice of the servant resounded. The atmosphere returned to tranquility. Miss, could it be Ning Rongrong? Jiang Yu could not help but ponder. Among the entirety of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it seemed that only Ning Rongrong could be referred to as the young lady. For although Ning Fengji had many children, he had but one daughter. Moreover, Ning Rongrong was the most gifted among all his offspring, thus receiving his utmost affection. The reason Jiang Yu had suggested a union between the 7-treasure glazed tile school and Xue Qinghe was precisely this. He had no other daughters. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it orchestrated? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Regardless of its nature, since she was here, he might as well pay her a visit. For her current circumstances were a result of his own machinations. A faint smile crept across Jiang Yu's face as he made his way toward the source of the voice. In the center of the garden, within a pavilion, sat Ning Rongrong, her expression void of emotion. From her vacant gaze, it was evident that although the beauty of the garden was captivating, it failed to penetrate her heart, for it had already been filled by a place known as Shrek. While at Shrek, she often reminisced about the delights of home, but only upon returning did she realize that she longed for that place even more. At home, she was well fed, elegantly dressed, and even attended to by servants, yet none of it brought her a shred of joy. Her life had reverted to its previous mundane state, devoid of any meaning. In that moment upon her return, Ning Rongrong felt as though she had once again lost the essence of living. Just then, an untimely sound of footsteps broke her reverie. Did I not say that no one may enter without my consent? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow as she turned to the direction from which the footsteps emerged. The sound of footsteps unmistakably belonged to Jiang Yu. The moment Ning Rongrong uttered those words, Jiang Yu had already grasped the situation. All of this is orchestrated by Ning Fengji. Any talk of handling official business is merely a pretext. Unable to persuade his daughter, he sent Jiang Yu instead. Miss Ning certainly has quite the temper. Preparing to drive someone away before even meeting them, Jiang Yu scoffed. Is it you? Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed deeper as she regarded Jiang Yu. She recognized him. Even though they had never met, she was aware of Jiang Yu's existence. Chapter 57. Unable to refuse, I never imagined that I, such an inconsequential figure, would be remembered by Miss Ning. What an honor it is, Jiang Yu said as he plopped down across from her. He then poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. What a fine tea. From its amber hue and the subtle floral aroma, it was evident that this pot of tea was extraordinary, likely the finest of floral teas. What are you doing here? Ning Rongrong said with an irritable expression. Thankfully, after attending Shrek Academy for over a month, her temper had mellowed somewhat. Otherwise, she would not merely have inquired but would have sent someone to chase him away. Jiang Yu did not rush to respond. Instead, he savored the tea, closing his eyes in delight. I am here to discuss certain matters with the sect master Ning. Oh, if you seek my father, then how did you end up here? Ning Rongrong replied with a cold laugh, clearly skeptical of Jiang Yu's words. Believing he had come to find her. The sect master had matters to attend to, so he sent me to wander about, and I happened to encounter you here. It is said that meeting in person is far more impactful than mere hearsay. Miss Ning, your demeanor is much more amiable than the rumors I have heard. Jiang Yu remarked with a smile as he set down his teacup. Ning Rongrong fell silent, acknowledging that Jiang Yu's words held truth. But it was a change she had experienced at Shrek. What do you wish to discuss with my father? Ning Rongrong had begun to suspect the reason for Jiang Yu's presence, knowing full well he was associated with Xue Qinghe. Rest assured, it is not your concern. It pertains to other matters. Your own affairs have long since been settled. The parties have reached an agreement. Jiang Yu discerned Ning Rongrong's thoughts and said with a knowing glance. He knew she merely sought information from him. If that is the case, Then what harm is there in revealing it to her? You. Ning Rongrong stood up, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yu. Miss Ning, please sit. Standing must be exhausting. Even if you are angry, what good does it do? The decision lies with your father, not me. I merely offered a small suggestion, Jiang Yu said, his smile fading to a more neutral expression. He had no doubt that Ning Rongrong understood that her current predicament was a result of his actions. It was inescapable. What benefits have you given my father that he would promise me to Xue Qinghe? Ning Rongrong questioned through gritted teeth. Curious to know? Jiang Yu replied with a playful glint in his eye. First, sit down and finish these treats, and I shall tell you. As he pushed the pastries toward her, he noted that despite her earlier mishap, there was no shortage of delicacies on the table. However, Ning Rongrong's mood was foul, and she had not touched a single bite. Ning Rongrong glared at Jiang Yu, perplexed by his intentions. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I am merely assisting your father by ensuring his precious daughter eats something. Once you have finished, I will naturally disclose my terms, which are quite enticing, Jiang Yu explained. Ning Rongrong appeared slimmer than Jiang Yu had remembered, leading him to conclude that she had not been eating well of late, thus understanding her father's motive for sending her here. With a resentful glare, Ning Rongrong sat down and began to eat voraciously, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum. Jiang Yu was unconcerned. After all, she was not his wife but belonged to Xue Qinghe, so her mannerisms were of no consequence to him. After a whirlwind of consumption, the table was nearly cleared. Ning Rongrong wiped her mouth and fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu. Can we speak now? Of course, but you must brace yourself. I have not even shared this with your father, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Ning Rongrong was not interested in anything else Jiang Yu had to say. She was solely focused on discovering what price had compelled her father to sell her. Jiang Yu began to elaborate. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda is the world's premier auxiliary martial soul, possessing extraordinary supportive abilities, a universally acknowledged fact. However, life is fair. While the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda boasts the continent's most potent auxiliary capabilities, it exacts a tremendous cost. One can never ascend to an 8-ring soul Douluo. This is a significant drawback. With only 7 layers, it means that you, possessing this martial soul, can never surpass level 79. Unless you can attain the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Yet, legends remain mere legends, and despite the 7-treasure glazed tile sect's efforts over the years, no solution has been found. Thus, the offer I made to your father is to elevate your sect to the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. After speaking, Jiang Yu studied Ning Rongrong's reaction. So, Miss Ning, what do you think of this offer? That is impossible. While indeed sufficient, Ning Rongrong's initial reaction was disbelief. Impossible? That merely reflects your limited perspective. The world is vast, brimming with possibilities. The fact that I have made this offer indicates my capability to deliver, Jiang Yu replied, leisurely sipping his tea. He then set down the cup and continued. Honestly, I hold great respect for your father. When I made this proposal, I did not disclose what I was offering, yet he still agreed. Such decisiveness is something even I cannot achieve. He is quite remarkable. Truthfully, Jiang Yu still could not fathom why Ning Fengji had acquiesced, for had he been in the same position, he would have outright refused. Is this the reason my father arranged for me to marry Xue Qinghe? A trace of despair crossed Ning Rongrong's face as she felt the weight of being trapped. Not at all. The arrangement for you to marry the crown prince is merely a prerequisite. The subsequent negotiations will require both parties to be suitably prepared to engage in discussions. However, as a trade-off, you will undoubtedly be the first to benefit from it, Jiang Yu said with a sly smile. Ning Rongrong felt as though Jiang Yu was merely trying to provoke her, yet this condition was undeniably compelling, one she could not refuse. Even she understood that had she been in her father's position, she would likely have agreed as well. Yet, having it fall upon her was a bitter pill to swallow. How did you manage this? Ning Rongrong's voice was flat. I cannot reveal that just yet, as you are not yet the crown prince's wife. Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile. Rest assured, once you become the crown prince's wife, you will learn precisely how I achieved this. Ning Rongrong remained silent, clinging to a glimmer of hope until just moments ago. Jiang Yu was aware of this sentiment, which is why he declined her request outright. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Frankly, I cannot fathom why you, having been there for just over a month, care so much, enough to defy your father's wishes and resort to a hunger strike. To break the oppressive silence, Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before addressing Ning Rongrong. You do not understand. Ning Rongrong replied coldly, her head bowed. Now aware of the conditions Jiang Yu had laid before her, she realized that resistance was futile. For the sake of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, and for her own future, she must acquiesce. This was an opportunity for their sect. I do not understand. Huh? How can you presume that I do not comprehend? It is merely a matter of self-affirmation and a pitiful sense of camaraderie, Jiang Yu retorted, a mocking expression adorning his face. That is not pitiful. You know nothing at all. Ning Rongrong exclaimed defiantly. She had forged friendships at Shrek Academy, undergone transformation, and experienced growth. It is you who does not understand. You are utterly oblivious. How can you not see the tragedy in your ignorance? Jiang Yu shouted back, visibly irked. Have you not yet realized? Your heart has already strayed. Chapter 58. The Fury of Ning Fengji. Moreover, Following Tang San is indeed a lamentable prospect for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Jiang Yu reflected upon himself, recognizing that, no matter his indiscretions or calculations, he would only seek personal gain without betraying others. But what of Tang San? When the divine battle concluded, the world was irrevocably reshaped, excluding the Shrek 7 monsters. Only two great sects and two mighty empires remained formidable, the Tang sect and the Haotian sect, along with the Duality Empire and the Tiandou Empire. These were all under Tang San's influence. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school, once among the top 3 sects, had lost 2 title Douluos and had thus descended into a second-rate force. Although at that time Ning Rongrong and Oscar were still present, they were essentially allies of Tang San. One can only imagine the regret Ning Fengji must have felt, as his choices had led their sect to become a vassal of the Tang sect. While there may have been camaraderie, it could not mask the fact that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had indeed fallen to a second-tier status. In the future, the decline of the Tang sect and the seclusion of the Haotian sect could likely be attributed to these events, for Tang San had gone too far. If not for the consideration of Tang San, the Tang sect might have been obliterated before the second part even commenced. It was this awareness that fueled Jiang Yu's ire. I am doing this for your benefit, yet you fail to appreciate it. Do you even comprehend my sentiments? I should not waste my breath on you. You cannot possibly grasp such feelings. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, his desire to converse with Ning Rongrong dissipating. He poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly while awaiting Ning Fengji's arrival. Why bother speaking to Ning Rongrong? She would not comprehend. The future he envisioned would alter everything in this world. However, reflecting on the original narrative, Jiang Yu felt a surge of indignation. The sword Douluo and the bone Douluo had perished, sacrificing themselves for Tang San, and yet the only one left to collect their remains was Ning Fengji. Perhaps Tang San was deemed more significant, or perhaps the fallen had lost their worth. No one seemed willing to retrieve the bodies of the 2 elderly warriors who had died in battle. Was it too much to send someone to do so? Ning Rongrong and Oscar could not resurrect Tang San, but what of the others? Did reviving Tang San require their efforts? What exactly are you trying to say? Ning Rongrong retorted, visibly displeased. Jiang Yu's half-finished words left her feeling quite unsettled. It's nothing. After all, they are merely trivial matters that you wouldn't comprehend. Jiang Yu replied weakly, no longer wishing to engage in conversation with Ning Rongrong. It was utterly uninteresting. Ning Rongrong pointed at Jiang Yu's nose, about to utter something, when Ning Guanyin appeared just in time. Esteemed guest, the sect master has concluded his affairs. Please proceed. Oh, I shall go at once, Jiang Yu responded, setting down his teacup. He then turned to Ning Rongrong. Miss Ning, we shall part ways here. I found our conversation thoroughly unengaging. Their ideologies were entirely misaligned. Ning Rongrong yearned for the path of Tang San, while Jiang Yu harbored a profound aversion to it, preferring the path he currently traversed. Perhaps Tang San had not erred, yet the consequences of his actions were undeniably misguided. He had failed to consider how the world might evolve, for human nature is intricate. Thus, whether one ascends to divinity is of little consequence. What truly matters is joy and the ability to recline in comfort. You wait for me. Ning Rongrong issued a final threat. Jiang Yu, however, dismissed her with a wave of his hand as he departed, unfazed by her words, which lacked any real severity. In Ning Fengji's office, he regarded Jiang Yu, seated on the sofa before him, with a somewhat solemn tone. Thank you, Jiang Yu, he said softly. Jiang Yu straightened up, responding earnestly, no need for thanks, Uncle Ning. I, too, wish to avoid witnessing such circumstances. Such circumstances? Ning Fengji echoed Jiang Yu's words with a hint of complexity in his voice. Though Jiang Yu had not stated it outright, Ning Fengji understood the implication. Indeed, who could have foreseen that Rongrong's thoughts would shift so drastically after merely a month away? Ning Fengji's voice turned cold, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Unlike Douluo Continent, who failed to perceive Ning Rongrong's transformation, Ning Fengji had recognized his daughter's altered stance immediately upon seeing her, as her commitment to the family was wavering. Friendship? The development of the family cannot rely solely on fragile camaraderie, even though it can be powerful at times. However, the risk is substantial. Even though it was just a slight change, the magnitude of the shift after only a month left Ning Fengji both astonished and furious. Ning Rongrong was not only his only daughter, but also the most gifted among his offspring. Ning Fengji had intended to nurture her as his successor. The Seven Treasure glazed tile sect was both a family and a sect. The selection of a successor was not merely based on strength, but rather on the more pragmatic measure of talent. As the most gifted among the younger generation, Ning Rongrong was virtually assured to be the next heir. And yet, the outcome was starkly disappointing. It has only been a month since she ventured out. Yet she has transformed in such a manner. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school is intended to cultivate the next generation of sect leaders, not to assist others in nurturing soul masters. As the heir to the sect leader, the foremost duty is to be accountable to the clan, rather than prioritizing friendships over familial interests. Thus, Ning Rongrong's transformation fills Ning Fengji with profound ire. Shrek Academy? I shall remember you, Ning Fengji thought coldly. Uncle Ning. Ning Rongrong is still young. This time at home will surely help her comprehend her identity and position, Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. Ah, it is indeed difficult. Ning Fengji sighed deeply. How could a father not be aware of his own daughter? At this moment, Ning Fengji harbored a deep-seated hatred for Shrek. This passage depicts the moment when Ning Rongrong returns from Shrek and encounters Ning Fengji. At that time, Ning Rongrong had brought substantial benefits to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, prompting Ning Fengji to overlook the noticeable changes in his daughter and instead focus on fostering her relationship with Tang San for greater gains. Presently, however, the situation seems devoid of advantage, especially as it involves his own daughter. Wishing to dismiss these troubling thoughts, Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Let us set aside these matters for now and discuss the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family instead. I believe you have been eagerly awaiting this." Indeed, Jiang Yu responded with a smile in agreement. The situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is both simple and complex. Many of its members possess rather antiquated views and adhere to traditional values, showing little inclination to venture outside. In contrast, the younger generation within the family is quite the opposite, brimming with ambition and eager to forge their own paths. Ning Fengji briefly elucidated this. As he spoke, he handed Jiang Yu a document. "I presume that the little fellow, Yu Tianheng, has also discussed with you the younger members of the family. They hold little power within the family, which makes them more inclined to express their ideas. Let me guess, it must be Thunder Academy." Jiang Yu received the document, gazing at Ning Fengji with admiration, not denying the insight. "Indeed, Uncle Ning, you are astute. I had not said anything, yet you have already deduced it as Thunder Academy." Flipping through the detailed records of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family provided by Ning Fengji, Jiang Yu only needed to focus on the sections concerning Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianxin, and Thunder Academy. "Are you satisfied with the information?" Ning Fengji inquired with a smile. "Very much so, thank you, Uncle Ning," Jiang Yu replied, closing the document with a grin. "Since that is the case, might I inquire if this esteemed nephew of Thunder Academy would be interested in allowing our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to partake as well?" Ning Fengji asked with a twinkle in his eye. This left Jiang Yu quite astonished. Chapter 59. Could you just be direct? In truth, the matters concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had already been largely discussed when Ning Fin handed over the information. Jiang Yu had anticipated that he would inquire about his recent conversation with Ning Rongrong. He could not believe that Ning Fengji would deliberately allow him to engage with Ning Rongrong without having someone eavesdrop nearby. Thus, it was evident that Ning Fengji was aware of their prior dialogue. The shift in discussion was indeed intriguing. Does Uncle Ning understand what this implies? Jiang Yu remarked with a playful expression as he gazed at Ning Fengji. This is no trivial collaboration. The Thunder Academy represents an agreement reached between Jiang Yu and Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng, the heir of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, signifies the inaugural partnership between the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and the Imperial Palace. Subsequently, those involved will also include Yu Tianheng's cousin, Yu Tianxin. What this implies is undoubtedly known to Ning Fengjiang. Once the Seven Treasures Glazed sect joins, it signifies their willingness to stand by Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, indicating a comprehensive support from the sect. This is no longer mere trifling disputes or superficial posturing, but a genuine mobilization of the power and influence of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Of course, I am aware of this. However, my daughter has become unreliable, and I must secure a foundation for the future of our clan. Ning Fengjiang replied with a smile, though his words carried an unspoken weariness, leaving one to wonder whether it was feigned or genuine. Yet, in Jiang Yu's perspective, Ning Fengjiang's sentiments seemed to be a blend of emotions. "Uncle Ning, why must you concern yourself so? No matter how much Ning Rongrong changes, she remains your daughter, destined to be part of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the future. This fact will never alter, so there is no need for your worries." Jiang Yu responded with a smile, gazing into Ning Fengjiang's eyes. He did not believe that Ning Fengjiang's feelings were entirely heartfelt. Even if they were, this reassurance seemed aimed more at himself. "However, a married daughter is akin to water poured out," Ning Fengjiang said, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Jiang Yu. This left Jiang Yu somewhat at a loss for words, for it was beyond his capacity to guarantee. Uncle Ning's remark felt somewhat estranged. After all, His Highness the Crown Prince is your disciple, and the connection with your daughter would only deepen familial ties, resulting in a future united as one family. After some contemplation, Jiang Yu replied, "You might as well use that line to deceive children. Even brothers can quarrel, let alone the bond between father-in-law and son-in-law, wouldn't you agree?" Ning Fengji smiled, his eyes narrowing like a cunning old fox. Jiang Yu remarked, "I sense you were trying to ensnare me, seeking some advantage from me. No wonder you chose to remain silent about earlier events. You were merely biding your time." Jiang Yu began to understand Ning Fengji's scheme, feeling a pang of frustration. He pressed his aching head and said, "Uncle Ning, such talk is rather tiresome. Let us simplify matters. Just state plainly what you desire. Nothing extravagant. Merely that my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School participates in this collaboration." Ning Fengji replied with a rather mischievous smile, refusing to divulge more. Jiang Yu felt exasperated. Did Ning Fengji truly believe he was only after joining the Thunder Academy's partnership? No, he was merely raising the stakes. The participation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in this venture would not yield profits, but would serve as a unilateral contribution, compelling Jiang Yu to acquiesce to forthcoming conditions. 2 slots. Beyond that, I am unable to provide in the short term, Jiang Yu finally conceded. He felt that with a bit more effort, he could cultivate a tulip of certain efficacy. Indeed, Jiang Yu possessed the capability to produce elixirs, albeit at a considerable resource cost. Furthermore, the willingness of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to stand in support was crucial, as it would showcase their strength and intimidate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Very well, Ning Fengji smiled, knowing Jiang Yu comprehended his intentions. He was quite pleased with the remuneration offered. Had he missed this opportunity, Jiang Yu would have surely settled for a single slot. Moreover, Ning Fengji discerned additional implications in Jiang Yu's words. This method was not merely a transient solution but a lasting one, which elicited considerable joy from him. However, Uncle Ning, while there are 2 slots, there are pros and cons to consider, and you must make a choice, Jiang Yu cautioned. The creations he produced would naturally not compare to the originals. Perhaps they could even cause mutations in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, yet their efficacy remained uncertain. Let it go to Rongrong, Ning Fengji pondered before sighing. Despite his frustration with Ning Rongrong's lack of ambition, she was ultimately his daughter. Some matters required moderation. Although Jiang Yu had bestowed the choice upon him, it did not mean he would escape Jiang Yu's dissatisfaction. After all, in the future, regardless of how their relationship developed, Ning Fengji's connection with the Crown Prince could never rival that of his daughter Ning Rongrong and the Crown Prince, a fact both were acutely aware of. Agreed. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. In truth, he hoped Ning Fengji would reserve the favorable slot for Ning Rongrong, for history had shown her potential. Moreover, her ties were somewhat closer than those of Ning Fengji. It was the wise who would avoid nepotism. Jiang Yu had yet to reach that level. Now that our collaboration is settled, Uncle Ning, I shall take my leave, Jiang Yu stated as he rose. In actuality, he had intended only to extract intelligence regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan from Ning Fengji, with no desire to engage in extensive discussions. However, having entered negotiations, Jiang Yu would not retract his words. As long as the benefits were sufficient, he genuinely did not mind. He did, however, harbor some concerns about his increasingly audacious actions lately. The Snow Knight Emperor had shown no signs of reaction, leaving Jiang Yu somewhat anxious. The decree issued by the Snow Knight Emperor, while not treated as trivial, had essentially been disregarded by Jiang Yu. Such a blatant display of disrespect could not have escaped the notice of the Snow Knight Emperor, indicating only that he had grander plans in motion. This is not the latter part of the original work. Xue Qinghe directly poisoned the Snow Knight Emperor, resulting in his demise. However, the current Snow Knight Emperor remains in excellent health, his physique still robust. Although it is uncertain whether Xue Qinghe has commenced the poisoning, the present Snow Knight Emperor undoubtedly remains a genuine sovereign. Very well, allow me to see you off. You are welcome to visit whenever you have the time, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile as he prepared to escort Jiang Yu. He was exceedingly pleased with this collaboration, which had brought him unexpected joy, prompting Ning Fengji to express his gratitude in some manner. No, Uncle Ning, please do not see me off. I can manage on my own. Consider me a mere insignificant person, Jiang Yu responded, his face awash with panic. You are placing me in a precarious position. What would others think if they saw this? While we often treat His Majesty as if he were inconsequential, he is certainly not truly so. While they would not take any action against you, I am not in the same situation. He possesses the means to rectify me. This reflects Jiang Yu's helplessness. As the prince's companion, Jiang Yu holds no official title. Yet he remains subject to the bureaucratic system, compounded by the influence of his father. Should the Emperor of Snowy Night decide to take action against him, both Jiang Yu and the Jiang family would find it exceedingly difficult to resist. Moreover, this situation pertains to the political landscape of the heavenly, where neither Xue Qinghe nor Ning Fengji can offer substantial assistance. At most, they might intercede on his behalf to mitigate any potential condemnation. Given these circumstances, Jiang Yu resolves to accept the situation, though he considers visiting this place more frequently in the future. Ning Fengji, understanding Jiang Yu's concerns, refrains from pressing the matter further. Very well, I shall do so, Jiang Yu responds, relieved. However, he believes it best to avoid frequent visits, as Ning Fengji's persistent desire to gain advantage from Jiang Yu is somewhat exasperating. Although both parties often leave satisfied, Jiang Yu cannot shake an inexplicable discomfort. Therefore, it seems prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being. Despite his already conspicuous presence, Jiang Yu harbors no concerns regarding his safety. For both Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji are vigilant in that regard. His worries lie with the machinations of others and the overarching influences at play. Jiang Yu recognizes that his own standing is too insignificant to withstand deliberate calculations by others. Even with precautions, he remains vulnerable to unforeseen traps. Furthermore, he is acutely aware of Tang San's formidable presence, having read extensively about such protagonists who often operate without regard for reason. Uncle Ning, I take my leave. Jiang Yu bows respectfully, this time truly departing. Ning Fengji does not accompany him, but watches as Jiang Yu's figure fades from the entrance of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school. With a soft sigh, Ning Fengji withdraws his gaze. Chapter 60. Helplessness. The Imperial Palace of Tiandou. In the study. Brother, speak up. Are you truly going to allow that scoundrel to humiliate your prince in such a manner? Prince Xue Qinghe exclaimed, filled with indignation as he faced the most powerful figure in the Tiandou Empire, the Emperor of Snowy Night. Now is not the time, the Emperor replied. Seated at his desk, his voice low and contemplative. The situation in Tiandou City is exceedingly chaotic, with the seven-treasure, glazed tile school, the Spirit Hall, the Tiandou royal family, Duality, and the prince's mansion all vying for influence. Each faction employs wildly erratic tactics, heedless of the consequences. The rumors that the Emperor had previously come to know had taken him by surprise, revealing a potency he had never anticipated, fundamentally altering his understanding of the world. If matters were to escalate unchecked, it was clear that his son, Xue Bong, would likely meet a dire fate, and the Tiandou royal family would suffer grievously, bearing the scars of such turmoil. After all, there exists a limit to patience. When pushed beyond endurance, the factions may unite to eradicate the inferno that is Xue Bong, leaving the Emperor powerless to shield him. This was also the matter that had plagued him most acutely in recent days. For he could not merely stand by and watch the avalanche wreak havoc without intervening, yet he felt utterly powerless. When will the time be right? Prince Xue Qinghe inquired. His earlier anger having subsided, he discerned that the Snow Night Emperor did not wish to remain inactive. Rather, the moment had simply not yet arrived. But when would that moment come? I do not know, though it seems it shall be soon, the Snow Night Emperor replied slowly. Why must our heavenly royal family endure such humiliation? Prince Xue Qinghe retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. He sensed the helplessness in his elder brother's words. Yet how could this be? His brother was the most powerful figure in the heavenly empire, even when it came to a mere companion of the crown prince. He needed to wait for the opportune moment, and still remained uncertain of when that would be. When had their heavenly empire fallen to such depths? Perhaps it was simply too weak, the Snow Night Emperor lamented. If he were a titled Douluo like the Emperor of the Xinglua Empire, he would not have to exercise such caution. Unfortunately, he was not. Thus, even as the Emperor, he felt a sense of helplessness when confronted with individual martial threats. But is Xue Qinghe truly stronger than us? Prince Xue Qinghe exclaimed indignantly, directly naming Xue Qinghe. The Snow Night Emperor cast a calm glance at his younger brother, aware that he must have uncovered certain truths. This is not a favorable situation. It is not your concern. Your only duty is to protect the fourth. The Emperor of the Snowy Night spoke with a hint of indifference. Yet it is, Prince Snowstar replied, filled with reluctance, as he genuinely supported his elder brother. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such anger or defend the avalanche so vehemently. Alas, I hope you do not hold it against me, and I trust you can comprehend my position. The current circumstances are beyond my control. Although I hold the title of Emperor, my actions are limited in this scenario. There are matters that cannot be resolved simply by will, as the forces at play demand careful consideration. The Emperor of the Snowy Night expressed his weariness. Did he not wish to resolve the matter of Jiang Yu? He did, indeed, yearn for it. For only by addressing Jiang Yu could he curtail the rise of Xue Qinghe and revert everything to its former state. It was evident to him that a significant portion of Xue Qinghe's foundation was acquired through Jiang Yu, and it was all laid bare. With such power at Xue Qinghe's disposal, he could wield even greater influence. Long ago, he had recognized the importance of Jiang Yu to Xue Qinghe, who was gradually unleashing the latter's potential. It is difficult to ascertain whether Jiang Yu was aware of Xue Qinghe's true identity, but his ignorance mattered little. He remained the most trusted subordinate of Xue Qinghe. However, the Emperor of the Snowy Night could not act against Jiang Yu. Realistically speaking, he found himself unable to eliminate him. The more he observed, the more he realized that Jiang Yu had established connections with many factions. The Spirit Hall and the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect would not allow Jiang Yu to perish. Therefore, the Emperor's intervention could only serve to restrain Jiang Yu. Without eliminating him, such actions would bear little significance and might, conversely, expose his own strength and alarm the snake. Jiang Yu's concerns regarding the Emperor's patience were similarly profound. The Emperor was exceedingly adept at concealing his true intentions. Snowstar. At that moment, the Emperor's tone was imbued with an inexplicable resolve. Prince Snowstar was taken aback. Your servant is here. If any danger arises during this occasion, take the avalanche northward. I have made all necessary arrangements there. As for your purpose in going, you will understand in due course. The Emperor of the Snowy Night spoke with immense fatigue before reclining in his chair, closing his eyes. Your Highness, Prince Snowstar exclaimed in shock. This is the last thing I can do for you. The Emperor softly murmured, eyes now shut. Indeed. The Emperor of the Snowy Night had entirely relinquished the notion of severing Xue Qinghe's wings, opting instead to confine Xue Qinghe's influence within the confines of Heavendou City. As long as I draw breath, I shall not permit your forces to step beyond Heavendou City. The Emperor resolutely thought to himself. For the present circumstances starkly contrast with those of the past. Unlike Xue Qinghe, the avalanche could merely feign ignorance, allowing others to overlook his existence, thus ensuring his survival and clandestine growth. As for Jiang Yu, one could only wonder how such malice could reside within someone so young. He would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the avalanche. His current suppression was merely a matter of opportunity and self-restraint. If the chance presented itself, he would surely take full advantage. The Snow Knight Emperor was acutely aware of the situation, understanding fully that Jiang Yu would undoubtedly act in such a manner. For he himself would do the same if placed in Jiang Yu's position. The Crown Prince, Snow Star, opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced. The crisis had escalated to such a degree that he feared even their combined efforts would prove insufficient to safeguard against the impending avalanche. Go on. The Snow Knight Emperor wearily gestured with his hand. Yes, the Snow Star Prince replied softly, gradually exiting the study. He cast a lingering glance at his brother seated in the chair, the shadows of twilight starkly evident. In the distance, the sun descended, the vibrant hues of sunset gradually fading, as night enveloped the Heavenly Empire in a cloak of dusk. As for the Spirit Hall, the Heavenly Empire was not so easily intimidated. Once the Snow Star Prince departed, the Snow Knight Emperor murmured, a ruler still in command of his empire, even as he approached his twilight years, would not be devoid of means. It could only be said that the Spirit Hall had executed their strategy concerning Xue Qinghe with remarkable finesse. Even the Snow Knight Emperor, lacking concrete evidence, could not take action against his eldest son. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has heard of your ill health, and has specially come to bring you a medicinal soup. He prepared himself. A somewhat sharp voice announced from outside the study, delivering the news of Xue Qinghe's arrival. Is that so? My son is truly filial. Quickly invite him in. The Snow Knight Emperor's face brightened with a smile, though the weariness lingered stubbornly. Each individual carries their own burdens, and this was the Snow Knight Emperor's cross to bear. At the Crown Prince's residence, it was not until the moon reached its zenith that Xue Qinghe leisurely returned to the palace. After delivering the medicinal soup, he engaged in conversation with his father for a while longer before heading back. To his surprise, the day had unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Ah, Jiang Yu. What brings you here? Xue Qinghe exclaimed upon entering, spotting Jiang Yu seated in the hall, sipping tea. He was taken aback and felt a twinge of irritation. Jiang Yu struck him as exceedingly deserving of a scolding. I have matters to report. Jiang Yu promptly stood, adopting a serious demeanor. He had no desire to be indiscriminately reprimanded by Xue Qinghe, especially since his return was not voluntary this time. Very well, then take a seat and speak. Xue Qinghe conceded, recognizing Jiang Yu's earnestness and opting to spare him. However, Jiang Yu had also noticed the medicinal box in Xue Qinghe's grasp, which still bore a faint aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. This revelation astonished Jiang Yu, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Chapter 61, Swiftly Resolving Chaos. Is His Highness delivering medicine to someone? Could it possibly be for the Emperor? Is the Emperor unwell these days? Jiang Yu spoke with a grave tone. This compelled Jiang Yu to remain vigilant, for in the original narrative, the Snow Knight Emperor met his demise at the hands of Xue Qinghe, employing the very method of poisoning. Xue Qinghe's current actions align perfectly with the plot of the original work. Although they have now allied with Duality, it is unlikely that the Snow Knight Emperor will find an antidote, and he may not even survive until that moment. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that this incident was orchestrated by Xue Qinghe, and the revelation of his identity raises significant questions, particularly since he has poisoned his own father in an ethical sense. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, instructing his servants to take the food box away. Truly commendable, he mused. For it is evident that I am indeed delivering medicine to my father. Recently, he has been overworked and unwell. Thus I brought along the soup I personally prepared to visit him. However, a sense of unease stirred within Xue Qinghe, as Jiang Yu's demeanor suggested disapproval of his actions. Even though he perceived them as a commendable strategy, Xue Qinghe believed that only he was privy to the fact that he had administered poison. There was no way Jiang Yu could possibly know, who has offered such counsel to His Highness the Crown Prince. Jiang Yu asked with a stoic expression. If someone truly advised Xue Qinghe to act in this manner, he would certainly begin to question their intentions, suspecting nefarious motives. Such individuals must be eliminated. This is not merely Jiang Yu eliminating rivals, rather, it is Xue Qinghe who is truly courting disaster. No, this is all my own concern, Xue Qinghe said, slightly flustered, uncertain of why he felt Jiang Yu was becoming agitated. In the past, Jiang Yu had always been timid, never displaying anger in his presence, which led Xue Qinghe to believe that Jiang Yu would never become upset. Since it was merely the Crown Prince's filial piety, I must have overthought it, but I still hope that His Highness will refrain from such actions in the future. Jiang Yu's expression softened, suppressing the irritation brewing within him. If Xue Qinghe were to truly resort to poisoning, it could potentially unravel all his current schemes. In Jiang Yu's envisioning, Xue Qinghe could stage a coup, provided he had sufficient justification. However, assassination by poison was absolutely off the table, as it would inexorably lead Xue Qinghe to his own demise. Even if Xue Qinghe were to ascend the throne successfully without exposure, the revelation of such an act would utterly tarnish his reputation, causing him to lose everything he had gained. As for whether it would be exposed, Jiang Yu was certain it would be. Emperor Xue would undoubtedly keep it as leverage. Why? Xue Qinghe asked, a hint of panic in his voice. This represented a critical flaw, a significant vulnerability that could be exploited by others. While it was commendable that the crown prince possessed filial piety, it made him susceptible to treachery. Should someone poison the crown prince's medicine, and if the emperor were to perish, it would cast a shadow of patricide upon him. And one who commits such an act could never ascend to the throne of the Tiandou Empire. Jiang Yu's voice was exceedingly grave. If this explanation could not dissuade Xue Qinghe from contemplating the assassination of Emperor Xue, then there was little more to be said. Xue Qinghe's complexion turned ashen as he realized the folly of his previous thoughts. Although he was currently the foremost heir, the moment Emperor Xue died, he would be assuredly the emperor. Yet, if word of his patricidal intent were to spread, his ascension would be rendered impossible. This is no jest. It is a matter of utmost seriousness. The common people shall not accept a ruler of such nature. However, Jiang Yu, my father has already consumed the potion I provided. Xue Qinghe spoke, a hint of panic evident in his voice. It is not surprising that Xue Qinghe is in a state of distress, for the concoction is indeed poisonous. And he himself is responsible for its creation. His father has partaken of it as well. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the scheme of the Snow Knight Emperor. Regardless of Xue Qinghe's filial intentions or malicious intent, the Snow Knight Emperor would consume anything sent by him. The plan was to engage in a perilous exchange with Xue Qinghe, thereby facilitating a swift ascent to power. In light of this, I implore your highness to immediately investigate the origins of this potion and those who have come into contact with it. If it is found to be harmless, we shall treat this incident as though it never occurred. However, should it prove toxic, I urge you to issue an immediate decree for the execution of all individuals involved in this matter. Jiang Yu spoke with a frigid demeanor, his words laced with an unmistakable aura of menace. It is imperative to cut through the confusion decisively, denying anyone the opportunity to manipulate this situation for their own gain, while also ensuring that blame is cast where it belongs. Although Xue Qinghe has erred, it is not beyond redemption, nor is it impossible to deflect blame. When the time comes, your highness need only present the heads of these culprits to his majesty as an act of contrition. As for the rumors circulating outside, there is no cause for concern. The publishing house has been established and is ripe for use. Jiang Yu stated, devoid of any emotional undertones. Fortunately, judging by Xue Qinghe's demeanor, this is merely the first occurrence. Should it escalate further, resolution would become increasingly complex. The sooner this matter is addressed, the better, as it would not only cleanse the accusations but also enhance one's reputation. However, Xue Qinghe hesitated. This incident involved not only commoners, but also several individuals from the spirit hall, amounting to dozens in total. The severity of the proposed actions clashed with the image he had cultivated over time. Your highness, indecision breeds chaos. You must possess both a compassionate heart for the populace and a resolute determination for decisive action. Should this truly be a case of poisoning, it would cast you into a realm of filial impiety and injustice. You must demonstrate to the world that you are prepared to confront the situation head-on, Jiang Yu urged. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xue Qinghe came to a realization. A decision must be made without delay. I shall heed your counsel. Xue Qinghe gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. This is not merely the death of one or two individuals, but rather dozens, and the ramifications extend even further. This marks the most ruthless act that Xue Qinghe has committed in a long time, and it is executed under the entire identity of the crown prince. Go forth. Your highness, I shall take care of the rest, Jiang Yu replied with a nod. The recent events have undoubtedly placed considerable pressure upon him, for it was his suggestion that led to this moment. The fates of dozens of lives were determined by mere words he uttered, an immense burden indeed. Yet, despite the weight of this pressure, he would proceed. After all, should Xue Qinghe fail, it would not merely be a matter of whether one could recline in ease, but rather a dire situation leading to a finality far more severe. The prince's residence was destined to be a sleepless night, a blood-tinged aura emanating from its depths, as if even the moon in the sky had been tainted with a crimson hue. The following day, Xue Qinghe, his countenance grim, pushed open the doors of the prince's residence, accompanied by Dugubo and a procession of severed heads, making his way toward the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Their approach bold and unyielding, devoid of any semblance of concealment. This was specifically instructed by Jiang Yu. Since they were to act, they ought to do so on a grand scale, making it known throughout the city. As for the reason behind the mere dozen severed heads, it was ultimately because Xue Qinghe could not bear the weight of his conscience and only executed a handful of those closely connected to the matter, sparing the majority. Jiang Yu concurred and even suggested that Xue Qinghe clarify the situation, promising to treat their families with kindness, thus earning a wave of public support. After all, the potion truly contained poison. It was no fabrication. Should others intervene, the consequence would not merely be the demise of a few individuals, but rather the ruin of entire families. Xue Qinghe made his way unimpeded into the imperial palace, with no one daring to obstruct him. The severed heads trailing behind him spoke volumes of the gravity of the situation. Soon, Xue Qinghe's figure appeared in the court. Within the grand hall, Emperor Xue Yi sat high upon his throne, momentarily stunned as he beheld his son entering with the grim evidence of his actions. He quickly inquired, "What is the meaning of this, my son?" Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe knelt and bowed deeply, stating, "I beseech your majesty to impose punishment. Yesterday, in preparing medicine for you, I was betrayed by treacherous individuals who laced it with slow-acting poison. By the time I discovered this, the mastermind had vanished. However, I have eradicated all those involved in this matter. I recognize that my actions may have been rash and that I may have wrongfully harmed innocent lives. But your majesty's health is of utmost importance to me, and I had no choice but to act. Therefore, I implore you, in light of the fact that those responsible have been dealt with, do not hold their families accountable. All sins fall upon me alone." After speaking, Xue Qinghe remained in his prostrate position. The court erupted into chaos, astonished that someone could exploit the crown prince's filial piety to poison the emperor. The cruelty of it all was unfathomable. Emperor Xue Yu sat silently, his gaze piercingly deep as he observed the kneeling Xue Qinghe. The severity of the situation was undeniable. Even though he had suspected Xue Qinghe would resort to such measures, he had not anticipated Jiang Yu's swift actions, resolving the matter in less than a day, even at the cost of multiple lives. Indeed, Emperor Xue Yu was aware that Xue Qinghe's actions were influenced by Jiang Yu. As a father who had raised Xue Qinghe for many years, he understood his son's nature. Thus, he had orchestrated this scenario to see if Xue Qinghe would fall into the trap. The outcome was as he expected, but before he could fully process it, the situation had been expertly resolved. "My son, do not blame yourself. Your intentions were noble, merely manipulated by others. This is not your fault, but rather a lesson to be learned. As for the others who have been dealt with, let it pass. We will only pursue the true instigator." Emperor Xue Yu's words brought closure to the incident. "Thank you, father," Xue Qinghe exclaimed, rising to stand at the side. The heads on the ground were turned to ash with a mere wave of Dugubo's sword. The emperor observed this scene silently, his heart heavy with complexity. It was clear that he must facilitate Little Four's departure from Tiandou City. He could not contend with them. Chapter 62. Discussion while Xue Qinghe attended the court assembly. In a luxurious private room of a tavern in Tiandou City sat three individuals, one of whom was Jiang Yu, alongside Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Qian Renxue, the Sword de Law. "Uncle Ning, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu inquired with a smile, displaying no hint of surprise. "Given the magnitude of the events, how could I not come to see for myself?" Ning Fengji chided lightly. As Xue Qinghe was engaged in the court assembly, Jiang Yu and Ning Fengji were unable to attend, prompting Ning Fengji to seek out Jiang Yu for insight into the unfolding events. Jiang Yu was undoubtedly informed, and Ning Fengji quickly discerned that the decisive actions taken were Jiang Yu's doing. His disciple lacked such ruthlessness. Although rumors had spread wildly outside, Ning Fengji still held faith in Xue Qinghe. To be candid, he was somewhat taken aback. Jiang Yu had not previously exhibited such severity. After all, Uncle Ning is the crown prince's mentor, Jiang Yu remarked with a sip of tea and a smile. "Pray tell, what truly transpired? Why did Qinghe resort to such drastic measures? This is uncharacteristic of him. Even with your counsel, he would not act thus." Ning Fengji's expression grew serious. Jiang Yu set his teacup down and regarded Ning Fengji with a cold demeanor, stating, "How many?" It was already a modest count. Initially, it was to be several dozen. "However, you are not entirely mistaken, Uncle Ning. This is indeed not the crown prince's usual conduct. It was my suggestion, as this matter could not be resolved without shedding blood. I hope you can comprehend this. Even so, the crown prince only took the lives of a few. It is indeed a merciful act." Jiang Yu's words caused Ning Fengji to furrow his brow, realizing that something significant had occurred. What exactly happened? There were individuals who poisoned the medicine prepared for His Majesty by the crown prince. "Surely, Uncle Ning understands the implications of this," Jiang Yu replied, his expression grave. At this moment, Ning Feng's body was engulfed in an overwhelming fury. He was acutely aware of the implications. A single misstep could lead to Xue Qinghe being branded with the ignoble title of patricide. Should that occur, not only would his status be jeopardized, but the very alliance forged by their prince's residence could also crumble. This is an event that Ning Fengji absolutely does not wish to witness. Who could be responsible for this? A chilling sense of murderous intent permeated Ning Fengji's tone. At this moment, he too felt a surge of murderous intent. Thus he could comprehend why Jiang Yu suggested that Xue Qinghe eliminate so many individuals at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Yu shook his head. The details of this matter remained unclear, yet it was evident that it bore significant implications. He even suspected that the issue might not reside solely within the prince's residence, but rather within the imperial palace itself. However, even so, a considerable number of individuals from the prince's residence had to perish. If the problem originated from the prince's residence, fatalities were inevitable. Moreover, this matter was unlikely to be unraveled, for it was indeed Xue Qinghe's doing, though no one would ever suspect him. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment, wondering if it could be the spirit hall. It seemed implausible, for the poisoning of His Majesty would not benefit the spirit hall. Instead, it would greatly advantage the crown prince, being the first in line to the throne. If His Majesty were to die, the crown prince would ascend to the throne. Jiang Yu executed a counter-strategy. Yet, the premise was that this affair must remain concealed. Should it come to light, after the emperor's demise, Qinghe would become the prime suspect, perhaps even branded as the murderer. Ning Fengzhi quietly acknowledged this truth, and thus had already dismissed Xue Qinghe from suspicion in his mind. Jiang Yu nodded. This was precisely what he desired. Indeed, although he had discovered this early on, it seemed as though the orchestrators were already well prepared. The prince's residence left no trace, and even the deceased bore no signs of foul play. Perhaps they too were innocent victims, yet at this juncture, even if they were wronged, they had to meet their end. Jiang Yu sighed, expressing a hint of regret. Ning Fengzhi did not perceive Jiang Yu's sentiments as contrived, for the reality was such. He too would choose to act in this manner, even if those individuals were wrongly accused. Nonetheless, this also affirmed that Xue Qinghe was indeed merciful, sparing many lives by executing only a handful of those closely connected, while assuming all the blame upon himself, thus ensuring the safety of the families of others. Even Ning Fengzhi could not help but admire this point. Given the circumstances, from the perspective of the beneficiaries, only a select few have reaped the rewards. Could it possibly be an avalanche? Ning Fengzhi pondered aloud. The fourth prince, perhaps? That indeed presents a possibility. However, Uncle Ning, this is not a matter for us to deliberate upon, Jiang Yu remarked solemnly, signaling for the conversation to cease at this juncture. Regardless of his proximity to the crown prince, Ning Fengzhi held the role of his mentor. Yet, when it pertains to the royal family, they could not intercede. The final judgment lay solely with the Emperor of Snowy Night. However, it seems that this avalanche might remain overlooked for a while. Jiang Yu contemplated, following Xue Qinghe's self-detonation. From the viewpoint of the beneficiaries, only the avalanche and Prince Xue Qinghe stand to gain the most, and their justification is the most compelling. The Emperor of Snowy Night would not be oblivious to this fact. Even in the absence of direct evidence pointing towards them, the suspicion surrounding them remains insurmountable. After all, Xue Qinghe has already claimed a number of lives and come forth to confess, effectively cleansing his hands of guilt. With only these two under suspicion and unable to absolve themselves, the Emperor must inevitably suppress them. Indeed, this matter is beyond our reach. Ning Fengzhi had grasped Jiang Yu's intent. After all, it involves the royal family's affairs, and as outsiders, no matter how fervently they might discuss, they cannot intervene. Therefore, it is perhaps wiser to refrain from further discourse. Let us shift our focus to the matter of the publishing house, Uncle Ning. Has it been established? Jiang Yu proposed. Although only a few days had elapsed, considering the efficiency of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the publishing house must surely be prepared. At this moment, the rumors surrounding the Haotian sect have also reached a saturation point, compounded by the incident involving Xue Qinghe. It is an opportune moment to test the waters and guide the current rumors. Much has been prepared. They are merely awaiting experimentation. Speaking of which, Ning Fengzhi also wore a smile. After several days of contemplation and discussion, Ning Fengzhi had come to comprehend the strategy behind Jiang Yu's proposed publishing house. One must admit that Jiang Yu is indeed quite the prodigy. This is a method akin to the means by which the heavenly Douluo Empire exerts control over its populace. However, this approach delves into the realm of thought and ideology rather than resorting to coercive enslavement or violent tactics to achieve its dominion. It is no wonder that possession is prohibited, as it essentially equates to wielding a weapon of state governance. Ning Fengzhi mused quietly while holding his teacup. Such matters, when placed in the hands of individuals, indeed become a calamity. Without the need for experimentation, Uncle Ning commenced immediately, and I shall execute a demonstration. Using the incident involving His Highness the Crown Prince as a practice opportunity, Jiang Yu remarked. He was utterly unconcerned about Ning Fengzhi's knowledge of the operation. The weapon of public opinion is not as formidable as one might presume, as it requires a conducive environment and robust power as its foundation. A favorable atmosphere allows one to express oneself freely without the fear of retribution, while substantial strength ensures that others will endorse your words, rather than silencing you with violence. This elucidates Jiang Yu's previous trepidation. He was apprehensive about being discovered and ruthlessly eliminated. This is not a previous life in the past. As long as one did not harm the interests of the nation, one could speak freely, and public accounts and marketing accounts exemplify this. However, in the realm of Douluo Continent, one must be cautious even when stating the truth, for one might face dire consequences. After all, it is the soul masters who wield absolute power in this world. Is this not rather hasty? This incident regarding Qinghe has only recently transpired, Ning Fengzhi remarked. His brow furrowed. He did not quite agree with Jiang Yu's approach, as many were still unaware of the events concerning the prince today, indicating that there was no substantial public foundation for this matter. There's no rush. This level of urgency is just right. We can proceed in a different manner. Jiang Yu replied leisurely. Timeliness and accuracy are of the utmost importance when it comes to information. Jiang Yu intended to seize upon these two aspects, exploiting the exceedingly inadequate information dissemination methods of Douluo Continent. He planned to utilize a strategy of spreading rumors to absolve Xue Qinghe of any wrongdoing. The method was rather straightforward. First, he would provide the citizens with a vague yet precise piece of information regarding Xue Qinghe's actions, and then disseminate favorable statements about him among those who had not witnessed the events. Through mutual reinforcement between the two groups, a coherent narrative of the incident would soon emerge in the public's mind. By capitalizing on the malleability of information, he would gradually amplify and idealize the situation, transforming it into a compelling story. Indeed, Jiang Yu had no intention of merely exonerating Xue Qinghe. He ultimately planned to publish a book titled Tasting the Medicine for his father. This is the reason why Jiang Yu established a publishing house rather than a newspaper office. I am not merely spreading rumors, I am also publishing books. I ask you, are you not afraid? Chapter 63 time flowed seamlessly. And the discussion had moved to the headquarters of the Tiandou publishing house, constructed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fingji held a freshly printed newspaper, his lips twitching and a look of utter helplessness on his face. Are you not concerned that Qinghe might beat you up again? Ning Fingji set the newspaper down and addressed Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu displayed a look of astonishment. Why would His Highness want to harm me? Have I erred in any way? I have not only restored his reputation but also ensured that selling newspapers and books will yield substantial profits to cover the compensation. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ning Fingji was rendered speechless. Based on his understanding of Xue Qinghe, after the first encounter, there would undoubtedly be a second. Given Jiang Yu's audacity, he was bound to face repercussions. Ning Fingji's silence while holding the newspaper stemmed from his immediate visit to the publishing house headquarters after their discussion. Under Jiang Yu's direction, they had produced these publications in just one afternoon. How should one describe it? Ning Fingji found it rather perplexing. The so-called newspaper created by Jiang Yu had 6 or 7 versions prepared for distribution across various locations. And the content was largely similar yet increasingly absurd in its portrayal of the Xue Qinghe incident. The version Ning Fingji had just examined was the final edition, which deviated by at least 60% from the actual events as he understood them. Do not underestimate the 60%. The narrative surrounding Xue Qinghe's alleged crime had transformed entirely. To summarize, it depicted that the prince's residence had been harmed by treachery, and the prince, wishing to bear all the blame, found his loyal ministers unwilling to let him take on such an unjust burden. Consequently, they committed suicide, offering their heads to absolve them of guilt. The prince, weeping, presented these heads to the palace, beseeching the current emperor to unearth the mastermind behind the plot, acknowledging his culpability while seeking to clear the names of those who had perished. It cannot be said that the accounts were entirely dissimilar. However, the exaggeration was indeed excessive. Even Ning Fingji felt a certain empathy for Xue Qinghe's loyalty. Jiang Yu, do you not fear repercussions for writing this? Others are not fools. Ning Fingji could not help but voice his concerns. Is this not merely a story? Why should I fear repercussions? Am I not writing quite well? Moreover, I have not distorted the facts. I have merely employed a touch of rhetorical flair, Jiang Yu asserted with righteous indignation. But is this truly just a touch of rhetorical flair? Ning Fingji remarked, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Uncle Ning, you must trust me. If you do not believe me, compare each version. I have genuinely only used a slight rhetorical device, Jiang Yu insisted earnestly, pointing at all the newspapers on the table. Indeed, when compared to the previous version, Jiang Yu's alterations were minimal. Yet, were those earlier versions truly the final ones? They were not. The prior editions were vague and ambiguous, while only the last version was explicit and exaggerated. This clearly serves to draw attention to the final version. The minor details at the beginning culminated in a significant transformation. Never mind, I shall leave that aside and discuss other matters. Ning Fingji gently rubbed his subtly aching forehead and spoke with a hint of resignation. He did not oppose Jiang Yu's writing style per se, but rather felt that it bordered on exaggeration. His disciple might not appreciate such flamboyance. Despite Xue Qinghe's keen awareness of reputation, he was, in fact, a rather awkward individual. And Jiang Yu's actions were akin to placing him on a blazing furnace. It was certain that Xue Qinghe would not hesitate to reprimand Jiang Yu. And the second time would be quite straightforward. This divergence of opinions between Ning Fingji and Jiang Yu is the reason for the tension. Jiang Yu, indifferent to the discomfort of Xue Qinghe, is solely concerned with public acceptance, having distanced himself from the incident. After all, is Xue Qinghe not the protagonist of this tale? Uncle Ning, would you like to discuss? Jiang Yu inquired, setting aside his work to regard Ning Fingji. He was in the process of compiling a book. Aiming to further amplify the influence of Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu resolved to publish a volume that would etch his name into the public consciousness, alongside his illustrious achievements and legendary narratives. These 2 sections, Ning Fingji indicated 2 areas on the newspaper layout. These were the local news and advertisement modules designed by Jiang Yu, which are significant components of the publication. Ah, I see. One is dedicated to local news and the other to advertisements, Jiang Yu clarified. The local news section primarily chronicles events that transpire within the community, serving to build trust with the local populace, while the advertisement module promotes various entities, enhancing their visibility and representing a future revenue stream. Jiang Yu's explanations were thorough, and Ning Fingji comprehended the concepts well. Indeed, Jiang Yu's involvement was essential, as his ideas were truly intriguing. A commendable notion, Ning Fingji nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, remarking, that is a rather redundant observation. This concept has been validated through the test of time. It cannot possibly be flawed. Yet there are several blank spaces. Why leave so much unfilled? Ning Fingji queried, pointing at the empty areas with a hint of confusion. Aside from the aforementioned main modules, Jiang Yu had intentionally left some sections blank, which contrasted with the other well-defined areas and appeared somewhat jarring. Could we incorporate information about Houghton insect here? Ning Fengzhi then suggested. This is precisely the objective of Ning Fengzhi. He seeks to ascertain the impact of the news regarding the Haotian sect. After all, the Haotian sect has already captured the attention of the populace, and the influence of previous rumors is gradually dissipating. It is evident that the common people are increasingly intrigued by the foremost sect in the realm. Ning Fengzhi believes the time is ripe for action. However, the news concerning the Haotian sect must be positioned within local affairs, utilizing regional discourse. We can disseminate information discreetly, but we must refrain from direct involvement. We can only create a subtle influence, Jiang Yu remarked. As for the blank spaces, let them remain for future use. Jiang Yu's tone was tinged with hesitation. In truth, he had already contemplated these vacant areas but was somewhat apprehensive about their usage. The content intended for these sections included gossip, rumors, and notable personalities and talents from the world, except for the latter, which was abandoned due to a lack of relevant intelligence. Jiang Yu felt that if he were to pin the first two, it would lead to his downfall. The lessons of the past weigh heavily upon him. The harrowing aftermath of a snow avalanche still lingers vividly in his memory. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your judgment, Ning Fengzhi conceded with a nod. Since Jiang Yu had formulated a plan, he held no objections. Initially, he merely wished to test his own ideas. But it now appeared that Jiang Yu's approach carried significantly fewer risks. Now that Uncle Ning has no objections, we shall proceed with the current version. You can commence production immediately, and then we shall distribute it in batches according to my prior planning, Jiang Yu urged. This matter requires prompt action. We must begin swiftly. Subsequently, Jiang Yu added, it seems unlikely that the Crown Prince's residence will offer much assistance this time. The channels must be addressed by you and the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Jiang Yu felt quite helpless regarding this situation. From the outset, Xue Qinghe lacked connections. And apart from the martial soul hall, all other channels had been, intentionally or unintentionally, severed by the Snow Knight Emperor. Consequently, any endeavor felt constrained. It appeared that the Snow Knight Emperor intended to confine Xue Qinghe's network entirely within the confines of Tiandou City, waiting for him to air. Of course, these are merely Jiang Yu's speculations, yet given the current situation, they seem highly plausible. It is even possible that the Snow Knight Emperor has deduced Xue Qinghe's identity in this manner. Rest assured, you and Qinghe need not involve yourselves in this. Leave it to me and the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Fengzhi replied with an affable nod. This is all experience for the Seven Treasures glazed sect. It has accumulated a wealth of practical knowledge for establishing its own publishing house. Jiang Yu cast a casual glance at Ning Fengzhi, fully aware of the old fox's intentions, which were merely to learn the current model for future imitation. Yet, even if he were to learn, what of it? The insights he has gleaned are merely those I have chosen to disclose. Jiang Yu, of course, would not resort to petty tricks to make a horse run. One must feed it grass. What I have revealed is authentic and genuine, but it represents only a fraction of my capabilities. Chapter 64 presents circumstances 2 days later. Rumors concerning Xue Qinghe began to proliferate, precisely as Jiang Yu had anticipated, sparking extensive discussion among many. Meanwhile, rumors surrounding the Haotian sect reached a new crescendo, with numerous individuals engaging in discourse, all awaiting the emergence of sensational news. At this juncture, Tiandou Publishing House had achieved remarkable success, its image firmly ingrained in the public's consciousness. Furthermore, the prominence of the name Tiandou led many to subconsciously assume it was an official message, indicating that Jiang Yu had chosen an excellent entry point, resonating well with the populace. That avalanche prince is truly despicable, audaciously attempting to conspire against his own father with the aid of the crown prince, intending to frame him for treachery. Indeed, I had long heard tales of the fourth prince's malevolent mind, having pretended to be a frivolous scion all these years. Recently, I believed him to be merely a wastrel, only to discover that he is a parricidal monster, willing to commit fratricide for the sake of a throne. The speakers were merely two ordinary citizens, not individuals arranged by Jiang Yu or the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda to disseminate rumors. Such individuals are remarkably numerous. They can be found in every street and alley. The reputation of Avalanche has been irreparably tarnished, and no one is willing to place their trust in him any longer. Furthermore, the comments regarding Avalanche, including the previously suppressed rumors, are merely spontaneous discussions among the populace, with no external interference in the matter. One could assert that Jiang Yu's actions have effectively cast Avalanche into the depths of despair. Although Jiang Yu did not defame anyone nor mention Avalanche in the newspapers that sought to vindicate Xue Qinghe, he devoted the entirety of his writing to extolling Xue Qinghe's brilliance and greatness. What is particularly astute about his approach is that, despite refraining from any underhanded tactics, he incessantly provokes contemplation. Why would one seek to frame Xue Qinghe? What advantages would this bring to the orchestrators behind the scenes? Who stands to gain the most from this scheme? The multitude of questions posed did not directly reveal the answers, yet they provided the populace with boundless avenues for contemplation. One by one, exclusions were made, bringing forth a series of revelations. The specter of the natural avalanche re-emerged vividly in the minds of all, leading the people to deduce the truth concealed within their hearts. The fourth prince, Avalanche, had been the mastermind behind this entire affair from the very beginning. There had been no smear campaign against him. Everything was indeed authentic, save for trivial gossip, to avert a resurgence of the previous uncontrolled rumors. Jiang Yu strategically released a minor piece of gossip, which, unlike the earlier fabrications, contained a kernel of truth, Avalanche was lacking in certain respects. The public accepted this without skepticism, convinced that Avalanche, in a bid to mask his deficiencies and appease his own vanity, had concocted a plethora of sensationalist tales. Thus, they had found a scapegoat in Avalanche, allowing Xue Qinghe to emerge unscathed from the entire incident, garnering a significant amount of prestige in the process. However, within the realm of rumor manipulation concerning the Haotian sect, there was a slight miscalculation that exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. Someone had leaked the details of the Haotian sect's past dealings with the Wuhuan Hall before Jiang Yu could take action. This information was predominantly aimed at discrediting the Haotian sect. Although some voices rose in defense of the sect, their efforts proved largely ineffective, as the number of detractors and those discussing the facts was overwhelming. Jiang Yu had provided them with a platform, and they began to express themselves freely, tipping the scales decidedly against the Haotian sect. Unless the sect could assert itself with a show of strength, there seemed to be no way to halt the onslaught. Jiang Yu has also uncovered the identities of the two factions engaged in this conflict. One group, responsible for the defamation, comprises individuals connected to the victims of the incident from years past, while the opposing voice originates from the Tiandou royal family. This information is readily ascertainable, as the spokesperson is none other than Tang Yuehua, who oversees the ceremonial affairs of the Tiandou royal family. This is quite reasonable on the surface. There is only this one disciple from the Haotian sect. In the prince's mansion, Xue Qinghe, Ningfengji, and Jiang Yu convened in the hall to discuss the recent outburst of rumors regarding the Haotian sect. Speak, how shall we resolve this matter? Xue Qinghe said with closed eyes, his voice low and rhythmic as his fingers tapped the table. Although a method to manage the rumors had already been established, Xue Qinghe maintained a cautious demeanor in the face of grassroots gossip. Let us proceed according to the original plan. Although unexpected elements are involved, the influence of the masses remains paramount and will not alter the outcome. We can allow discussions to unfold while subtly guiding them, Jiang Yu remarked, stroking his jaw with an air of melancholy. He had indeed suffered a beating. He intended to report on matters concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. But before he could finish, Xue Qinghe had seized him and delivered a harsh reprimand, leaving his face swollen. It is all the fault of that ill-fated Ningfengji. Nonetheless, the plan concerning the Haotian sect would not require alterations, as Jiang Yu had initially envisioned harnessing the power of the populace to steer the events, with their roles merely serving as covert facilitators. While the public sentiment was somewhat intense, it remained manageable, and Jiang Yu preferred not to interfere excessively. Navigating the world of Douluo Continent required him to exercise greater caution. This was not his past life, and drawing too much attention could pose a genuine threat to his safety. Given that, let us skip this topic and discuss the next one, Ningfengji suggested thoughtfully. Jiang Yu's assessment was astute. The current situation had long been anticipated and was not a significant concern. However, Ningfengji believed it prudent to consider the repercussions of the Haotian sect's reaction. Are they not supposed to be reclusive? Why should we regard their response? Xue Qinghe questioned, somewhat perplexed as he felt the Haotian sect might be entirely unaware of the current events. Jiang Yu interjected, sharing the information he possessed. They are not entirely reclusive. There are disciples of the Haotian sect still residing in the mortal realm, maintaining deep connections, such as the former Haotian Douluo Tang Hao and the Moon Academy's Tang Yuehua from the Tiandou Empire. Even if they have hidden away, it does not imply they have perished. They have merely gone into hiding. Those individuals? A flicker of unease crossed Xue Qinghe's gaze as Jiang Yu's words conjured unsettling memories. Tang Hao is manageable. I have nearly severed ties with the Haotian sect due to past events. However, Tang Yuehua is the little princess of the Haotian sect. Her presence in the mortal realm is due to her soul power deficiency, which surely means she still has connections to the sect, Jiang Yu stated earnestly. Although he held little respect for the timid members of the Haotian sect, he decided to assist in the analysis since Ningfengji had raised the issue. The situation is as such. I wonder what your perspectives might be. Ningfengji nodded, aware of Tang Yuehua, and even having met her. After all, this incident had occurred merely 12 years ago, when the Haotian sect was the preeminent sect in the world, with established ties to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Should we not display a hint of fierce intent towards her, even causing our bodies to tense involuntarily? Your Highness, Jiang Yu gently reminded from the side. Let us maintain our image. Tang Yuehua is not of great importance. Eliminating her could lead to complications. My apologies, esteemed teacher. Qinghe lost composure just now, Xue Qinghe said, retracting his murderous intent and apologizing to Ningfengji. Ningfengji smiled slightly. No harm done. Indeed, had Qinghe not changed? In Ningfengji's view, Xue Qinghe's reaction was entirely normal. Once one's hands were stained with blood, the desire to achieve one's goals would overshadow any qualms about further bloodshed. Just as now, even the benevolent Xue Qinghe harbored thoughts of violence. Tang Yuehua is not foolish. She is exceedingly clever. I fear she may discern our covert manipulation of public sentiment and report it to her Haotian sect. Ningfengji expressed his concerns. He had contemplated removing Tang Yuehua, yet her formidable background necessitated caution, even for him. In truth, having reached this juncture, Ningfengji recognized that his thoughts had drifted far from their original premise. What began as a discussion with Jiang Yu about leveraging historical news from the Haotian sect to quell current rumors had now morphed into a consideration of undermining the Haotian sect's past prestige. This psychological transformation is quite clear to Ning Fengxi, yet he overlooks the fact that the present situation is rather satisfactory. Chapter 65. It truly is possible. Ning Fengxi's concerns are quite reasonable. Once power reaches a certain level, reasoning becomes a rarity, and disputes are often settled with brute force. From Jiang Yu's understanding, the Haotian sect indeed possesses such formidable strength. Otherwise, how could the sect leader Ning marry Tiandou Empire? Jiang Yu suddenly suggested with a grin. Huh, you rascal. Now is not the time for jesting, Ning Fengxi scolded with a smile. Although he was already aware of Jiang Yu's penchant for matchmaking, he did not expect that it would extend to his own circumstances, leaving him both amused and exasperated. I am not jesting. Tiandou Empire's worth truly merits your consideration. Sect leader Ning. Although her strength is rather weak, the union among individuals of your caliber should have transcended mere power considerations. It should focus more on identity, background, and the benefits that can be derived, Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. Jiang Yu was not entirely familiar with Ning Fengxi's marital status, but given the current lack of a matriarch in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, he had his speculations. Tiandou Empire could indeed be taken as a wife by Ning Fengxi, and in light of the Haotian sect's reclusive nature, this action could, to a certain extent, consolidate the Haotian sect's influence within the mortal realm without significant repercussions. The only concern would be the spirit hall, yet Tiandou Empire has not been targeted. So Ning Fengxi marrying her presents no issues. You rascal, Ning Fengxi laughed and scolded, though a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes, suggesting that Jiang Yu's words had sparked some thoughts. Xue Qinghe kicked Jiang Yu lightly, admonishing him to cease with the frivolous ideas and promptly apologize to the sect leader. Jiang Yu scratched his head. I apologize, sect leader Ning. My previous words were merely thoughtless banter. I hope you can overlook them. Ning Fengxi regarded Jiang Yu thoughtfully. No harm done. It is indeed an intriguing proposal. Ning Fengxi understood Jiang Yu's implication. Tiandou Empire's significance lies in her identity, rendering her power relatively inconsequential. Even if he were to marry her, it would pose no issue. After all, would the Haotian sect seek trouble with him? No. They would likely perceive it as a fortuitous match, pleased to witness such a union. In light of this, a slight shift in strategy could yield significant benefits for the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect in the forthcoming turmoil. If they were to slightly support the Haotian sect, then all issues would be resolved. After all, Jiang Yu's publishing house has consistently emphasized non-intervention. So Ning Fengxi's inclination towards the Haotian sect would not be problematic and would have minimal impact. Thus, even if Jiang Yu's proposal seemed audacious, it could effectively address the current issues at hand. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe suddenly came to a realization, regarding Jiang Yu with an altered expression. Could this truly resolve the problem? Although it may seem crude, can a genius truly act without restraint? The Haotian sect has never been a concern, as long as the spirit hall remains intact. They would not dare to appear brazenly within its purview. Our focus should not be on the Haotian sect, but rather on the repercussions that may arise from this situation. That is of utmost importance, Jiang Yu addressed the duo. A single flower does not herald spring. 100 flowers blooming fills the garden with spring. The true era of information and public opinion is not characterized by a singular point of interest, but rather by a multitude of newsworthy events vying for attention. Currently, the situation is rather dire, even verging on the grotesque, as it is beyond control. Without alternative newsworthy events, it becomes exceedingly difficult to divert public attention from the current focal point. Prolonged fixation on a single issue will yield developments that are unwelcome. At least not what Jiang Yu desires. The events surrounding the Haotian sect cannot persist indefinitely, as that would contradict our interests. Thus, once we achieve the desired outcome, we must unveil new points of interest to overshadow the current narrative, Jiang Yu asserted. Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengxi pondered this for a moment and found it to be quite accurate. Then what should we do? This is where I must trouble Uncle Ning. Please gather more news and weave it into the newspapers, creating a landscape dominated by news about the Haotian sect, supplemented by numerous smaller stories. Major news does not simply appear at will. I can only start with smaller stories, Jiang Yu explained. Understood. Leave it to me, Ning Fengxi nodded. Committing Jiang Yu's words to memory, preparing to find the opportune moment to act. The emergency meeting has finally come to a close. Now, only trivial matters remain, and thus, Jiang Yu has lost his desire for further discussion. Throughout the proceedings, it was merely Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengxi engaging in dialogue. Jiang Yu listened attentively, observing Xue Qinghe's confident demeanor, which warmed his heart with a sense of pride, akin to witnessing his own child mature. Occasionally, Xue Qinghe cast grateful glances towards Jiang Yu, further enhancing his satisfaction. However, this perspective is solely Jiang Yu's. From an outsider's viewpoint, Xue Qinghe's looks could be interpreted as decidedly hostile. Ning Fengxi's discussions with Xue Qinghe were of no small matter. They revolved around Xue Qinghe's impending marriage. As a father, it was imperative for Ning Fengxi to gauge Xue Qinghe's sentiments on the issue, particularly since he was not merely to wed one, but three. It was only now that Ning Fengxi discovered Jiang Yu had arranged for Xue Qinghe to have 3 brides, even though one of the arrangements had yet to commence. Nevertheless, considering Xue Qinghe's preparations, the matter was deemed settled. Fortunately, despite the complexity of marrying three, Xue Qinghe had managed to ensure fairness and equity in the arrangements. Ning Fengji was quite pleased with the proposal presented. Although Xue Qinghe may not have been the most suitable candidate, he was undoubtedly a commendable one. However, within Xue Qinghe's heart lingered distress. The formulation of this plan had not been a collaborative effort. Jiang Yu had offered no assistance whatsoever during the process. Watching Jiang Yu, who seemed to be merely enjoying the spectacle, Xue Qinghe felt a surge of frustration. Marriage was only the beginning. The real challenges lay ahead in daily life. Ning Fengji, finding the situation amusing, smiled and suggested, Qinghe, why not accompany me to the Duality sect to visit Renxue? Consider it a means to foster your relationship. For reasons unknown, Xue Qinghe sensed a hint of mischief in his teacher's invitation. Very well, since you insist, I shall comply. It has indeed been quite some time, and I find myself missing her, Xue Qinghe replied, forcing a smile. It seemed necessary to facilitate a connection between his teacher and Renxue. Xue Qinghe believed Jiang Yu's earlier suggestion warranted execution. I can only imagine how delighted Renxue will be upon learning of your visit, Ning Fengji added, his joy evident. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu observed the cheerful exchange between the two, fully aware that both were indulging in disingenuous pleasantries. Yet, this was not his concern. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe departed for the Duality sect. With nothing to occupy his time, Jiang Yu leisurely sipped tea and nibbled on snacks, utterly content. He had no desire to engage in any tasks. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had he forgotten something? After a brief moment of contemplation, he dismissed it, reasoning that if it was forgotten, it was inconsequential. At this moment, at the Tiandou Royal Academy, Yilingling awaited Jiang Yu's arrival with a considerable assembly of family elders. Although Jiang Yu had repeatedly urged her to make her own decisions, Yilingling felt it necessary to inform the family elders of such a significant matter. Thus, the current situation unfolded, with Yilingling accompanied by a throng of individuals. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had been stood up. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. Yilingling, along with the elders, had spent an entire day waiting for Jiang Yu, resembling a group of confused fools. Lingling, where is that person you mentioned? Why have we yet to see him? The elder Yu Baoxing inquired, his expression far from pleasant. As the grand elder of the Jiaoxin Haidang family, he held the rank of 71st level soul sage, with the family's martial spirit being the Haidang. Frankly, having a soul sage and family elder waiting for someone was rather displeasing, if not for the importance of the individual they awaited. Yu Baoxing would have never consented to such a wait, only to be stood up. Yu Baoxing's relationship with Yilingling was tenuous at best. The blood connection between them was faint. Rather, they were practically strangers. The Yilingling lineage was a direct descendant of the Jiaoxin Haidang, which had historically maintained a strict inheritance line. Once a descendant was born, no further offspring could be produced, as they were to preserve the dwindling lineage of the Jiaoxin Haidang martial spirit. Hence, aside from the original bearer of the Jiaoxin Haidang martial spirit, subsequent generations had grown increasingly detached from the family ties, culminating in Yilingling's generation, where such connections had all but vanished, leaving only a legacy of utility. To ensure the purity of their bloodline and maximize their interests, Jiaoxin Haidang heirs had always sought suitors from outside their clan, similar to the Duality sect, where the Jiaoxin Haidang martial spirit could only wed those with formidable martial spirits. The blood ties had long since dissipated. I do not know, great elder. Yilingling stammered, a flicker of anxiety and panic crossing her face, which had already turned pale. She had not anticipated being stood up by Jiang Yu. She had dutifully awaited him at the agreed time. Humph, can you dismiss this with a mere I do not know? Do you realize how many of us are here and how much time has been wasted? You should consider this matter carefully. Next time, I will not be so lenient. Yu Baoxing huffed, his displeasure evident. He offered no punishment to Yilingling, but instead issued a warning as he departed with his entourage. Yu Baoxing was infuriated. Had it not been for Yilingling's father and the necessity of her maintaining the family name, he would have already severed ties. As the other high-ranking members of the Jiaoxin Haidang family passed by Yilingling, they scoffed derisively, their expressions dripping with disdain, as though they regarded her not as a person, but as a mere tool. Though Yilingling held a high position, she was seldom respected within the Jiaoxin Haidang family. To them, she was merely a means of upholding the family's honor. It is difficult to fathom how members of a family could view one another in such a manner. However, reflecting on their long history of severed emotional ties, it becomes understandable. Without the bonds of kinship, the Yilingling branch had devolved into a mere instrument for perpetuating the family name. Moreover, as the world recognized the Jiaoxin Haidang martial spirit while being oblivious to the family itself, resentment had surely brewed within the hearts of those in the family towards Yilingling. After all, a mere tool had usurped what they believed to be their rightful legacy. Yilingling longed for a straightforward resolution, yet she found herself at a loss for words, as she was not adept in social intercourse. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes, dampening her veil, as feelings of helplessness and grievance filled her gaze. In her current predicament, she no longer knew whom to turn to for assistance. Should she seek Jiang Yu? His failure to arrive indicated a desire to avoid her. Would it be wise to turn to the members of the royal combat team? That would only create further complications, and Yilingling wished to spare others from her troubles. Consequently, dejected, Yilingling chose to bear the burden alone, taking slow, sorrowful steps back to her dormitory, enveloped in desolation. Meanwhile, having exited the tea house, Jiang Yu opted to return to the Tiandou Royal Academy. Truth be told, he found little inclination to visit anywhere else, as time was too short and certain places were simply impractical to reach. Although the Heavendou Royal Academy claims that it does not offer formal education, it remains a destination for many. Dragging his somewhat dispirited frame, Jiang Yu returned to the Heavendou Royal Academy. Upon arriving at the doorstep of his dormitory, he noticed two figures standing before it. Yu Tianheng, De Guyan, what brings you both here? Jiang Yu's tone was laced with surprise, as he was perplexed by their presence. While he had already reported the matters concerning the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family to Xue Qinghe, nothing had been finalized yet. After all, the approach taken by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family was not akin to the collaborative methods of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Rather, they had a branch family that sought refuge independently. The issues at hand transcend mere interests. They encompass the intricate arrangements concerning the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Additionally, there is the matter of the Thunder Academy. Although the Thunder Academy is merely an institution, the benefits it offers are substantial, all of which must be taken into account. As such, negotiations cannot be concluded in just a few days. Here, Jiang Yu has only briefly informed Xue Qinghe and Ningfengxi. The real discussions must take place with those who are parting ways from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. He had intended to finalize matters on his end before arranging a meeting with Yu Tianheng, yet he was surprised by Yu Tianheng's unexpected arrival. Why are you here? Jiang Yu inquired, to which Yu Tianheng replied, of course, I'm here to find you. Meanwhile, De Guyan's expression was decidedly displeased. Casting a glance at Jiang Yu that betrayed a hint of anger, Jiang Yu was perplexed. He had been preoccupied with various matters over the past few days and could not fathom how he might have offended her. Thus, he turned to Yu Tianheng, seeking clarity. With a resigned expression, Yu Tianheng remarked, have you forgotten that you had an appointment with Yu Lingling today? The young lady has been waiting for you all day, and you left her hanging. Do you have any idea how embarrassing that was for her in front of her kin? At this, Jiang Yu's countenance faltered slightly, as he realized he indeed had forgotten, though, in truth, he had mistakenly thought the meeting was scheduled for the following day. The events of the past few days had been rather overwhelming, leading to his confusion. Cough, cough, it's not that I forgot. I certainly remembered. It's just that I deliberately chose not to attend, seeing her accompanied by so many others. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Forgot? How could that be? I would never admit to such a thing. Why? Yu Tianheng queried, somewhat baffled. In fact, upon witnessing Yu Lingling surrounded by so many people, he had assumed that Jiang Yu was meeting with an elder from her family. My concern lies with her as an individual, not with her family. Engaging with her family would be detrimental to Yu Lingling, while conversing directly with her would ensure her interests are safeguarded. I prefer to negotiate with Yu Lingling, Jiang Yu stated calmly and matter-of-factly. Although he had not explicitly rejected Yu Lingling's suggestion to inform her family, Jiang Yu was not particularly inclined to engage with her family. As he had articulated, his priority was Yu Lingling. Her inclusion in the prince's residence aligned with his interests, whereas her family, the Nine-Heart Begonia clan, would undoubtedly oppose her joining the prince's residence. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that Yu Lingling's position within her family was akin to that of a mere tool. Much like the saintly figures depicted in the dramas and novels of his previous life, she represented a symbol, yet, unlike those saints, Yu Lingling lacked the power to determine her own fate, rendering her nothing more than a pawn. The notion of a representative of her family's honor being poached was intolerable, and Jiang Yu could hardly accept it. Is this truly how you feel? Yu Tianheng inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Absolutely, Jiang Yu replied with unwavering conviction. Very well. I shall entertain your perspective, Yu Tianheng conceded. Truth be told, had he not been the captain of the royal battle team and the boyfriend of Du Guyan, Yu Tianheng would have preferred to steer clear of this murky affair, which threatened to sour his relationship with Jiang Yu, given their ongoing collaboration. How about this? Could you arrange a meeting with Yu Lingling for me? I intend to speak with her tomorrow. I hope she refrains from bringing along an entourage. As I am eager to hear her thoughts, Jiang Yu proposed after some contemplation. It was imperative to engage Yu Lingling in conversation if they were to persuade her to join their cause. Very well. I will convey your message. But I trust you will not stand her up again, Du Guyan remarked coolly, casting a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Yu. Rest assured, that will not happen. Jiang Yu replied confidently. If possible, Yu Tianheng, I would appreciate it if you could reach out to your cousin. I wish to have a word with him. Jiang Yu added, turning his attention back to Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng paused momentarily before responding earnestly, understood, I shall do so. With that, Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively and departed, deciding that they would address everything the following day. The next day, Jiang Yu found a quiet spot near the arena of the Tiandou Royal Academy, the training ground for the royal battle team, awaiting Yu Lingling's arrival. As he sipped tea and savored some pastries, Jiang Yu prepared himself for their impending discussion. True to its reputation as a prestigious academy for soul masters, the Tiandou Royal Academy offered a plethora of delightful culinary options, many of which surpassed those available outside, crafted by skilled food-type soul masters. Despite their rarity, the academy boasted a few of these talented individuals whose creations were unrivaled. Before long, Jiang Yu finished his breakfast, and shortly thereafter, Du Guyan arrived with Yu Lingling in tow. Notably absent was Yu Tianheng, presumably off to meet his cousin. Jiang Yu mused as he wiped his mouth. Please. Have a seat. Jiang Yu gestured for them to take the chairs across from him. Both Du Gaiyan and Yi Lingling complied, and after pouring tea for them, Jiang Yu began, first and foremost, I must apologize for standing you up yesterday. It was my oversight not to inform you. Secondly, I maintain my original stance. I wish to understand your choices better. Jiang Yu's demeanor shifted slightly, exuding a firm resolve. Yi Lingling felt somewhat flustered by Jiang Yu's words. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Do not speak to her in that tone. Simply state what you wish to discuss, Du Gaiyan interjected coldly. While Du Gaiyan appreciated Jiang Yu's assistance in alleviating her own affliction, she was incensed by his bullying of Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling was quite reclusive at the Tiandou Royal Academy, with Du Gaiyan being her sole confidant, which often compelled Du Gaiyan to defend her. Oh, my apologies. That was my mistake, Jiang Yu replied with a calm smile, effortlessly retracting his previous demeanor. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the bracelet adorning Yi Lingling's wrist. Let me be direct. I harbor no ill intentions towards Yi Lingling. In fact, my concern for her surpasses that of her so-called kin. I hope you both can comprehend this, Jiang Yu stated with a light chuckle. Such words carry little weight, Du Gaiyan remarked, embodying Yi Lingling's representative. Jiang Yu, understanding Yi Lingling's silence, accepted Du Gaiyan's role in the conversation. After all, Du Gaiyan was an astute individual capable of grasping his intentions, unlike Yi Lingling, who appeared somewhat oblivious. I am aware of this, which is precisely why I wish to converse. Therefore, my minimum requirement is that if Yi Lingling accepts my assistance, she must join the prince's manor. This condition is non-negotiable, Jiang Yu asserted, casting a glance at Yi Lingling. Throughout the exchange, Yi Lingling remained with her gaze cast downward, avoiding eye contact with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further, instead looking to Du Gaiyan for her reaction. Du Gaiyan furrowed her brow. Why is it imperative for Yi Lingling to join the prince's manor? While her martial soul is indeed rare and formidable, it also possesses irreparable flaws. Her value does not seem to warrant such significant effort on your part. To Du Gaiyan, Jiang Yu's insistence appeared perplexing, although Yi Lingling's martial soul was impressive. It fell short of the collaborative prospects he had previously discussed with Yu Tianheng. What if I could rectify her martial soul's deficiencies? Jiang Yu replied, sipping his tea and setting the cup down with a nonchalant smile. What? Du Gaiyan exclaimed, rising in astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Yu, clearly unaware of this possibility. Is this true, Lingling? Du Gaiyan turned to Yi Lingling. I am uncertain, but he claims he can achieve it, Yi Lingling responded softly. Jiang Yu spread his hands, smiling. You see, I can indeed address her martial soul's flaws, but the cost is considerable. If she refuses to join the prince's manor, I would suffer a loss. After all, my method for rectifying her deficiencies involves forcibly compensating for her inherent flaws with divine herbs. If the herbs are consumed and Yi Lingling absconds, I would be at a significant disadvantage, and I would not hesitate to dismantle her family if necessary. Are you certain you can accomplish this? Du Gaiyan scrutinized Jiang Yu intently. Of course, I stand by my word. However, the prerequisite is her acceptance of my offer to serve the prince's manor. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Naturally, should I fail, she is free to leave, and I would not impede her, Jiang Yu stated casually. The prospect of rectifying Yi Lingling's martial soul rendered her a figure of great potential in Jiang Yu's eyes. However, without such enhancement, her utility remained rather limited. After all, her singular abilities, while capable of instantaneous recovery from injuries, were not unique. Many martial souls possess similar capabilities, rendering her somewhat expendable. In truth, had Yi Lingling lacked inherent value for cultivation, Jiang Yu would not have invested his efforts in her, for she paled in comparison to others, her martial soul being her only remarkable trait. Lingling, what is your stance? Du Gaiyan found herself ensnared in a dilemma. She could not make the decision for Yi Lingling. As it pertained to her future, Yi Lingling found herself at a loss for words, her prior education instilling in her a profound difficulty in making such choices. Lingling, you must understand, this pertains to your destiny, and a decision is imperative. Du Gaiyan spoke solemnly from the side. Perhaps her words had a profound effect. As Yi Lingling resolutely declared to Jiang Yu, I promise you, if you rectify the flaws in my martial soul, I shall serve the prince's residence. What are your conditions? Jiang Yu inquired with a smile. I remain a member of the Jiaoxin Haiteng clan. This identity cannot be altered, Yi Lingling responded. Is that so? Jiang Yu secretly hoped that Yi Lingling would propose other conditions, such as her own treatment. However, it was evident that Yi Lingling was a quintessential product of her lineage, prioritizing her family above all else. When negotiating with a clan, Jiang Yu preferred a traditionalist. Yet, when dealing with an individual, he desired otherwise. Very well. I accept your terms, but I wish to meet with your father privately, Jiang Yu said, gazing at Yi Lingling with a smile, a flicker of imperceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. You wish to meet my father? Yi Lingling expressed surprise, for she knew well her father's temperament was not particularly amiable. Naturally, this concerns your future. Your father must be informed, Jiang Yu explained with a smile. That makes sense. Yi Lingling pondered briefly before providing Jiang Yu with a specific time. Will tomorrow suffice here? That is acceptable, but I insist that only your father attends. Without any additional company, Jiang Yu emphasized. He had no desire to encounter other members of the Yi family. whom he deemed to be devoid of strength and plagued by greed and outdated ideals, mercilessly exploiting others with insatiable avarice. They were a collection of useless detritus, best left in the refuse. Du Guoyin shared a similar disdain for the elders of the Yi family, who only sought to extract value from Yi Lingling, never demonstrating genuine concern for her well-being. Very well, we agree to your terms, Du Guoyin interjected before Yi Lingling could respond, casting Jiang Yu a knowing glance. Yi Lingling, somewhat at a loss, nodded in agreement. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, Jiang Yu declared, raising his teacup. He was aware that Du Guoyin would assist in keeping Yi Lingling in check. To a fruitful partnership, Du Guoyin and Yi Lingling echoed, finishing their tea before departing. As conversing with Jiang Yu was hardly an enjoyable affair, Jiang Yu made no attempt to retain them. Instead, he instructed the attendant to remove the tea and replace it with fresh cups. Filling the new cup with tea, Jiang Yu sat in quiet anticipation, awaiting an arrival. Chapter 68. Shall we gamble? You seem to have anticipated my arrival. A voice, slightly weathered, reached Jiang Yu's ears. Before he could fully process the statement, a middle-aged man settled into the chair across from him, nonchalantly sipping the tea Jiang Yu had poured. The man appeared unremarkable, dressed simply, with gray-white hair and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that hinted at his considerable age. Indeed, Senior Liu, I primarily came to see you. Your daughter lacks understanding in this matter, so it is essential for you to make the decisions, Jiang Yu replied with a warm smile. Recalling information about the man before him, Lu Xian, an 81st-level soul Douluo, wielding a sword as his martial soul. Though details were scarce, his formidable strength was undeniable. Specializing in offense and recognized as the sole soul Douluo of the Jiaoxin Haidang clan. He was also the husband of the previous Jiaoxin Haidang possessor and the father of Yi Lingling, estimated to be in his 60s. He had fathered Yi Lingling later in life, not due to any deficiency on his part, but rather out of deep affection for his wife. The couple had loved one another for many years, ultimately having a child in their 40s, Yi Lingling. His love for her was evident, especially following the passing of her mother. Unfortunately, he had married into the Jiaoxin Haidang clan, and despite being the strongest among them, he held no true authority over decisions concerning Yi Lingling. The information was not uncovered by Jiang Yu through his own investigation, rather. He employed some discreet methods to surreptitiously borrow the intelligence network of the spirit hall from Xue Qinghe. Lu Xian sipped his tea in silence. Predecessor, are you not going to say anything? Jiang Yu remarked with a smile, observing Lu Xian's quiet demeanor. What would you have me say? Do you oppose my daughter's intentions? Or do you wish to thwart her? Lu Xian set down his teacup, his voice strained as he fixed his intense gaze upon Jiang Yu. The air around them rippled with the turbulence of Lu Xian's unstable emotions, distorting wildly, a testament to the terrifying power he possessed. The imposing atmosphere failed to sway Jiang Yu, who, seated opposite, sensed Lu Xian's simmering anger and bitterness. He spoke calmly, of course not, but there are alternatives. And that is precisely why I wish to meet you. What alternatives? Lu Xian, suppressing his uncontrolled aura, buried himself in the tea on the table, sipping cup after cup as if it were wine, attempting to soothe his restless emotions. He understood all too well what it would mean for his daughter to cling to her choices. Inevitably, she would end up a mere tool for reproduction within the family, perpetuating the name of the nine-heart begonia. He had contemplated intervention, yet felt powerless as he remained an outsider. His wife had chosen death to end their daughter's endless cycle, and now Jiang Yu was resurrecting everything, negating her sacrifices. Truthfully, it ignited a fire of anger within him. But what could he do? This was the choice of his beloved daughter. Are you afraid? Jiang Yu remarked softly as he sipped his tea. For my daughter, I would dare anything, Lu Xian replied, recognizing Jiang Yu's provocation, yet responding in a subdued tone. If he could not aid his daughter in escaping this tragic fate, how could he face his wife's spirit? Indeed? Would you dare to annihilate the entire nine-heart begonia clan? Jiang Yu's expression turned chillingly cold. A faint smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of death itself mocking him, as he proposed a brutally ruthless suggestion, extermination, the complete slaughter of the nine-heart begonia clan. Lu Xian froze at Jiang Yu's casual tone. Such a thought had never crossed his mind, nor would he have dared to entertain it. Yet, Jiang Yu's words dripped like a siren song, insidiously tempting him. Perhaps this was a feasible approach. Dare you? If you wipe them all out, your daughter will not repeat her past fate, and her conditions will be met. Besides, this would relieve any psychological burden for you, wouldn't it? The legacy of the martial soul has become a mere shackle for your family. The ties of kinship have long since faded. Jiang Yu smiled, observing Lu Xian intently, awaiting his decision. Indeed, Lu Xian had transformed, not just Xue Qinghe. He found himself favoring the straightforward method over convoluted schemes. Lu Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, as if waiting for him to continue. Jiang Yu pressed on, eliminate them. And the Crown Prince's residence will support you Lingling as the new nine-heart begonia, directing resources her way. You could choose to become a shadow in the Crown Prince's residence, quietly watching over your daughter. How does that sound? It's quite favorable for you. Wouldn't you agree? To Jiang Yu, the fate of the nine-heart begonia clan mattered little. What he desired was a loyal Yu Lingling devoted to the Crown Prince's residence. Not enough. Your offer lacks substance. Lu Xian shook his head. He accepted Jiang Yu's proposal, recognizing it as a viable strategy, having previously hesitated due to his wife's familial ties. Now, he realized they were essentially strangers. If eradicating them could secure a brighter future for his daughter, he would be willing. That is sufficient, for this is not merely for us. It is for your own sake. Jiang Yu stood firm. He was merely offering a suggestion. The existence or demise of that clan bore little consequence for him. Had Lu Xian not possessed considerable strength, Jiang Yu would have pursued other methods long ago. Lu Xian fell into contemplation, acknowledging the reasonableness of Jiang Yu's words. Are you certain you can accomplish what you claim? He asked, locking eyes with Jiang Yu. Absolutely, I am quite certain. So, will you take the gamble? Jiang Yu grinned slyly. Lu Xian hesitated but ultimately chose to take the risk. It was not the allure of Jiang Yu's offer that swayed him, but rather his own realization that without the nine-heart begonia clan, it would be the best outcome for Yilingling. After finishing his last cup of tea, Lu Xian vanished from his chair. Jiang Yu observed the empty seat. A hint of helpless amusement crossing his features. So eager, yet understandable. After all, the clan's existence only serves to restrict Yilingling. This would provide a task for the esteemed Dugu. Jiang Yu resolved to release Dugubo to follow Lu Xian, ensuring that when the nine-heart begonia clan met its end, the aftermath would be tidied up. He intended to eliminate any loose ends while guaranteeing Lu Xian's safety. Not long after, at the periphery of the nine-heart begonia clan, Dugubo stood atop a hill. Gazing at the distant cluster of buildings, the residents of the nine-heart begonia clan, a family renowned across the continent yet shrouded in secrecy, following Jiang Yu's directives. Dugubo had arrived to assist in tidying up the aftermath. Ah, no wonder there is so little information about this family in the mortal realm. They have hidden themselves deep within the mountains, Dugubo observed with a hint of mockery. Only 2 living wielders of the nine-heart begonia martial soul remain. The second-best support-type martial soul, how grandiose. The world is not filled with fools. People understand that such individuals must possess some extraordinary means. Many were intrigued by such methods. And Dugubo had once shared their curiosity, but alas, he had found no one to pursue it further. Who would have thought he would now find himself embroiled in a scheme leading to their annihilation? Yet, this peculiar little monster was indeed ruthless. Casually deciding to eradicate the clan, Dugubo mused silently. Although he had felt indifferent upon hearing Jiang Yu describe how the clan perpetuated their martial soul, Jiang Yu's excessively cold demeanor still astonished him. Indeed, should one not expect such behavior from those in power, even if they outwardly appeared innocent? Beneath the surface lay an unyielding cruelty, swayed only by self-interest. Dugubo did not resent Jiang Yu's focus on profit, in his eyes. Such an emphasis on gain surpassed the intricacies of human nature. Chapter 69. Looking at autumn meanwhile, as Dugubo prepared to support Lu Xian in the clan's extermination, Jiang Yu arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. This is Jiang Yu's intention, upon locating Dong Gubo and seeking his assistance. Jiang Yu resolved to venture into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Come forth, there is no need to conceal yourself from me any longer. Jiang Yu's calm voice resonated within the vast expanse of the eye, lingering in the air for an extended moment. The desolation of the Eye of Ice and Fire was palpable, despite Dong Gubo having scattered a batch of seeds, which had only yielded a few tender sprouts due to the brief passage of time. As he surveyed the landscape, he beheld a solitary stretch of earth sprouting green shoots. Yet Jiang Yu could distinctly sense a formidable vitality pulsating through this realm. And this was the very individual he sought to encounter. Human. Could you not articulate your thoughts more clearly? What do you mean by me hiding from you? Would I ever evade you? A melodious voice punctuated the stillness of the air, and soon a petite figure materialized before Jiang Yu. This scene rendered Jiang Yu's expression rather peculiar. How did you come to resemble this ghastly apparition? The delicate figure before him was none other than the autumn water dew, which Jiang Yu had previously nurtured into existence using his life force. However, the sentient form of the autumn water dew had initially manifested as a mere blade of grass. Now, astonishingly, it had transformed into a diminutive, enchanting girl. Despite her human-like appearance, Jiang Yu could distinctly sense her true essence. She was still the original autumn water dew. It's merely for the sake of convenience in our communication, the autumn water dew remarked nonchalantly. Yet, beneath her words lay a deeper truth. She perceived Jiang Yu as a human and herself as a plant, which instilled in her a sense of inferiority. By the way, I have a name now. Please call me Wang Qiu, she added, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by how she had acquired such traits. Typically, beings that awaken intelligence from a state of innocence resemble blank slates, but this Wang Qiu, the autumn water dew, exhibited an unsettling degree of cleverness. How had she learned this? Human, speak. What brings you here? Are you here to fulfill your previous promise? At this, Wang Qiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As the very first elixir Jiang Yu had brought to life, she was acutely aware of his formidable nature. The life force he exuded was something that her kind could absorb entirely. Thus, she harbored hope that Jiang Yu had come to honor his earlier commitment, after all. He had promised that it would not be a solitary occasion. Certainly not. I have merely come to make some arrangements, Jiang Yu replied, somewhat exasperated. Please. Summon the other celestial herbs. He could sense the presence of additional herbs nearby, yet their visibility eluded him, indicating they were likely concealed. Upon awakening her intelligence, the autumn water dew had also unlocked a formidable ability, spatial manipulation, allowing her to isolate certain plants within an independent space. This is also one of the reasons why the Eye of Ice and Fire is currently so desolate. Aside from Jiang Yu having harvested a wave of resources, the remaining celestial herbs have all been concealed by the Water of Longing. Soon, one by one, the hidden celestial grasses were brought forth by the Water of Longing. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled. Indeed, his initial choice was not erroneous. This fellow's abilities are remarkably suited for nurturing these celestial herbs. Even though the Water of Longing has isolated these grasses within a unique space, they remain within the radiation range of the Eye of Ice and Fire, which does not impede their development. Their growth is quite commendable, and a wave of joy washed over Jiang Yu's face. Initially, Jiang Yu had removed most of the ordinary herbs, leaving only the celestial ones to be cared for by the Water of Longing, as he had no immediate use for them and was not adept at preservation. Thus, this was the only course of action. However, the human perspective eludes me, Jiang Yu. You possessed the ability to pluck us all away initially, and we had no means to resist. Why did you not do so but instead choose to awaken my consciousness? Inquired Wang Qiu, a hint of confusion in her tone. Despite having awakened a high degree of intelligence and acquired some knowledge of humanity through her abilities, she struggled to comprehend Jiang Yu's actions. Why not opt for a simpler approach instead of creating oneself and engaging in a transaction? Because all things in the world possess their own consciousness, I believe I should respect every form of life, Jiang Yu replied gravely upon hearing Wang Qiu's words. Yet, Wang Qiu remained unfazed, gazing at Jiang Yu with an impassive expression as she said, I may know little, but I am not foolish. Such words are clearly intended to deceive the gullible. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be quite clever, Jiang Yu stated without a hint of embarrassment. However, discussing these matters with you now seems somewhat futile, as I doubt you can fully comprehend, yet it may not hurt to share a few insights. Ultimately, my motives stem from self-interest. Your existence aligns with my pursuit of maximizing benefit. Jiang Yu had no intention of concealing much from Wang Qiu. It was as if he deliberately sought to enlighten her about these concepts. Maximizing benefits? Having learned from humanity, Wang Qiu understood the essence of self-interest. Yet she remained oblivious to the specific nature of Jiang Yu's gains. You see, I told you that you wouldn't understand, Jiang Yu remarked with a sidelong glance. Even though this incarnation of Wang Qiu, transformed from the essence of longing, was remarkably astute, grasping the implications of self-interest for Jiang Yu proved elusive, as did their manifestation. After all, even Jiang Yu himself found it challenging to articulate the nature of these benefits. Indeed, it is as straightforward as that. While Jiang Yu possessed numerous justifications for his actions, he primarily relied on instinct. Yet this instinct was not solely intuitive. It was grounded in the vast reservoir of knowledge he had amassed. At times, individuals struggle to comprehend their own behaviors, as if they are acting purely on instinct. However, the reality is more complex. Instinct may indeed be instinct, yet it is inherently rooted in one's accumulated knowledge. This extensive knowledge is not easily organized in a fleeting moment, thus forming what we refer to as instinct. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there. Although the conversation was flowing smoothly, Wang Qiu suddenly cried out. Following her gaze, it became apparent that Jiang Yu was, indeed, harvesting celestial herbs. Rest assured, it is merely a modest collection. While it may incur some losses for them, it will not undermine the fundamental essence. This was, after all, part of the agreement we established from the outset, Jiang Yu remarked coolly, glancing at the approaching Wang Qiu. Despite Wang Qiu having taken form and being equivalent to a 10,000-year soul beast, she remained under Jiang Yu's influence and posed no threat to him. At this moment, Wang Qiu finally understood Jiang Yu's methods and halted her forward momentum, yet she still spoke with a tone heavy with resentment. But your actions will still cause it harm. And in turn, your cultivation will suffer. This is, after all, your fate, is it not? Jiang Yu replied with a casual demeanor, remarking that had Tang San from the original text been present, he would have acted without such courtesy, simply taking everything and leaving behind merely a remnant. He carefully extracted the blossoms of the Qiluo tulip and placed them within a jade box for safekeeping. In that instant, the life force of the Qiluo tulip diminished significantly. Yet fortunately, its spiritual essence remained intact, an achievement likely attainable only by Jiang Yu. This was due to his ability to perceive the spirit within the plant and guide it to a specific location, preserving it from dissipating into nothingness. But we are also beings of life, Wang Qiu murmured in defense, unsure why she whispered. Perhaps she understood that had it been someone other than Jiang Yu, their fate would have been far more dire. I comprehend that. Thus, I extend my respect. However, you must realize that my solitary efforts are futile. To others, you remain mere treasures of heaven and earth, not regarded as life, Jiang Yu stated with an unwavering calmness. There were no comforting words nor vehement declarations. Instead, he imparted the cold reality to this nascent life that had just begun to grasp the world around it. It was fortunate that he hailed from a world with a sound understanding of existence, one that did not place undue weight on status, treating all beings as equals. Were it anyone else, Wang Chuanqi would simply be regarded as a 10,000-year-old soul beast, a spirit herb of the highest order. Perhaps a few might treat it as an equal life form, but such individuals were exceedingly rare, and even those would seek to benefit from it. Chapter 70. Surprise. After delivering his poignant remarks to Wang Qiu, Jiang Yu fell silent. He summoned his martial spirit, activated his third soul skill, and channeled his soul power to transform it into life force, which he sprinkled upon the Qiluo tulip for it to absorb. The recently harvested flower, invigorated by Jiang Yu's life force, began to recover significantly, with a tiny new bud sprouting from the severed wound. One could envision that, given time, it would soon bloom anew. Even Jiang Yu could not help but marvel at this transformation. Resources once deemed non-renewable had been revitalized into a sustainable form, a remarkable gain indeed. It is worth noting, however, that the Qiluo tulip did not suffer greatly, as Jiang Yu's life force was entirely absorbable by it. And the part he had harvested was not the most critical aspect of its being. For many plants, the flowers and fruits are not the essence, rather. It is the stem, leaves, and roots that hold paramount importance. The loss of a mere flower and fruit section was not fatal for these spirit herbs. As long as the entire plant was not uprooted, it would quickly recover. Yet, would this lead to a mutation in the spirit herb? Jiang Yu pondered. Recognizing that this was not his first such action, and future occurrences were certain, plants possess tendencies to adapt or retreat. The potential for mutation remained uncertain. Very well. Our transaction is complete. I shall settle the remaining portion later, Jiang Yu remarked, casting a glance at the Qiluo tulip. Wang Qiu indicated her desire for silence. Having been affected by Jiang Yu's earlier words, this scene struck Jiang Yu as somewhat amusing. Could it be that once all creatures transform into humans, they naturally acquire human traits, such as emotions? What, are you upset? Jiang Yu chuckled. He had to admit that he did not regard Wang Qiu as an equal being. Especially since she posed no threat to him, he perceived her merely as a child. After all, she had only been born less than a year ago and appeared as a mere child. It was quite generous of Jiang Yu to regard her as such, although he was more inclined to see her as a tool, akin to a form of artificial intelligence. Yes, I am upset. Wang Qiu pouted, expressing her discontent. Even Jiang Yu could not help but acknowledge that her demeanor was somewhat endearing. But your displeasure is of no consequence. You cannot harm me, Jiang Yu retorted, hands raised in mock surrender. Ah, you'll regret this. Just wait, I will make you pay. Wang Qiu exclaimed, exasperated. Despite her formidable strength, she felt utterly powerless against Jiang Yu, which drove her nearly to the brink of madness. Jiang Yu chuckled at her frantic state. Indeed, he had not changed. He relished witnessing such scenes. No matter how angry you are, what can you do to me? Haha. All right, I shall stop teasing you. Use your abilities to explore the human world, and you will understand. This predicament is not solely yours, but rather a reflection of the times. As Jiang Yu knew, Wang Qiu could learn about human knowledge through her abilities, and she would eventually grasp the essence of his words. As he stated, this was the inevitability of the era. Beyond the influence of any single individual. Wang Qiu huffed, clearly displeased. She would learn, but her irritation stemmed not from Jiang Yu's words, but rather his condescending attitude. Although he treated her with a semblance of equality, an underlying sense of disdain lingered beneath that equality. Furthermore, on the level of intelligence, soul beasts possessed exceptionally sensitive perceptions. And Wang Qiu was particularly attuned. Thus, her frustration was palpable. That old man has returned. I must take my leave, she remarked. Glancing towards the door as she sensed the approaching presence of Dugubo instinctively, she concealed herself. Her abilities were formidable, allowing her to elude even Dugubo. A tidal Douluo. Soon, the celestial herbs on the ground vanished one by one, hidden within her independent space, and gradually, Wang Qiu's figure faded from sight. However, just before she completely disappeared, she emerged briefly, glaring at Jiang Yu with fierce determination. You wait. I will make you pay. With that, she vanished. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. Fully aware of the situation, was it really necessary for her to react so strongly just because he had belittled her intelligence? After all, she was not particularly clever. Before long, Dugubo's presence grew increasingly near. Even Jiang Yu could feel it. He is quite swift, Jiang Yu murmured, waiting in place, adhering to the principle of self-preservation. It was prudent to avoid recklessness near Dugubo. However, Dugubo's return was quicker than Jiang Yu anticipated. There must have been some unforeseen circumstances that prompted his decisive action. A soft thud echoed as Dugubo's figure landed near the Eye of Ice and Fire. One hand gripping Lucien, Jiang Yu glanced over and, seeing that Lucien was still alive, felt a sense of relief, although his condition was far from ideal. Lucien appeared pale, his arms hanging limply, most likely broken, and he bore numerous wounds, yet none were particularly striking. It was hard to fathom that Lucien, an 81st level Soul Douluo with a sword spirit, had been so thoroughly defeated, leaving him incapable of resistance. Senior Dugu. It seems the encounter did not go as smoothly as anticipated? Jiang Yu remarked with a light chuckle as he approached Dugubo. Yes, this kid nearly met his end. Dugubo replied, casting Lucien aside, his expression slightly easing. At this moment, as Jiang Yu drew closer to Dugubo, he noticed, to his slight astonishment, that Dugubo's robe bore the marks of a tear. Observing the surprise in Jiang Yu's eyes, Dugubo explained, it is quite normal, after all. A last desperate strike from a Soul Douluo level powerhouse is not easily deflected. The damage to Dugubo's garment was a result of his hasty intervention to shield Lucien from a lethal blow, for without his aid, the incapacitated Lucien would have faced certain death. I must say, little monster, did you not anticipate the complexities of the Jioshin Haideng clan? Although they lack a title Douluo, the presence of 3 sole Douluos, including Lu Xian, certainly denotes a formidable force, Digabo remarked with a hint of resentment. It is not solely the title Douluos that constitute a great power. A faction boasting multiple sole Douluos is also considerable, given the scarcity of title Douluos. Indeed, being a renowned family over many years, it is improbable that they possess only one newly ascended sole Douluo. They surely have other skilled individuals. However, the audacity of this individual to take on 2 opponents? Jiang Yu gazed at Lu Xian, his astonishment palpable. This fellow is quite fierce. Willing to risk his life to eliminate both of them, Digabo spoke with an undercurrent of admiration. Logically, Lu Xian alone should not have been capable of defeating 2 sole Douluos, as he was merely a nascent sole Douluo, lacking the extensive experience of his seasoned counterparts. Yet, in the throes of life and death, it is not merely a matter of who possesses greater strength on paper, but rather who is more unafraid of death. The 2 sole Douluos, paralyzed by fear, fell victim to Lu Xian's audacious counterattack, achieving the seemingly impossible. Indeed, it was worthwhile for me to have you intervene to protect him. At least his actions have demonstrated his worth. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, esteemed elder, are there any survivors left at the Jiaoxin Haidang clan stronghold? Jiang Yu inquired casually. Digabo contemplated for a moment before responding. None remain. To ensure that no living souls lingered in that area, Digabo had enveloped it entirely in his toxic mist, which would not dissipate for several days to come. If there are still living beings, then the title of Poison Douluo held by Digabo could certainly be relinquished. Chapter 71. Persuasion. When it came to Digabo's actions, Jiang Yu felt an undeniable sense of assurance. After inquiring further about Digabo, he fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the unconscious Lu Xian sprawled on the ground. His mind beginning to concoct various schemes. Truth be told, after hearing Digabo's account, Jiang Yu found himself wavering. Lu Xian's performance was nothing short of exemplary, even surpassing Jiang Yu's expectations. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would execute such measures with such cold detachment, eliminating not only the members of the Jiaoxin Haidang clan, but even the children of that clan without hesitation, perfectly fulfilling Jiang Yu's directive of annihilation. The Jiaoxin Haidang clan, hidden deep within the mountains, would suffer devastation akin to total extinction. Even if there were scattered clan members remaining, they would pose no significant threat. With Lu Xian still alive, any potential future troubles would undoubtedly be eradicated. Thus, Lu Xian's capabilities left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat uneasy. Jiang Yu had sent Digabo precisely to observe him. Despite frequently verbalizing the need for annihilation, the disparity between words and deeds often reveals the complexity of human nature. One may speak without reservation, yet when it comes to action, hesitations inevitably arise. Jiang Yu's only stipulation for Lu Xian was the ability to execute his suggestions. However, Lu Xian displayed no reservations, even exhibiting a hint of ruthlessness. The pent-up emotions within him erupted in that moment, manifesting as a bloodied blade slicing through the throats of sin. Are you having second thoughts? Digabo inquired, approaching Jiang Yu. He could discern Jiang Yu's hesitance after he recounted Lu Xian's actions. It was a natural response, as Lu Xian's demeanor appeared excessively cold-blooded. Indeed, there are doubts, Jiang Yu admitted. After all, I am but human. Some matters, although I articulate them, evoke a deeper reflection when it comes to execution. I find myself unable to do what this individual has accomplished. Thus, Jiang Yu acknowledged Lu Xian as a remarkably sharp and effective instrument, yet one that could easily inflict harm upon its wielder if mishandled. His expression reflected his inner turmoil. Although he orchestrated everything, he hesitated when it came to evaluating the results. In that case, cease relying solely on others for hope. Why not intensify your training to empower yourself? True strength lies in personal fortitude, Digabo remarked disdainfully, dismissing Jiang Yu's apprehensions. While he acknowledged Jiang Yu's potential, he held little regard for his tendency to scheme and orchestrate, only to be dissatisfied with the outcomes. While leveraging power through political maneuvering can be formidable, it pales in comparison to the strength derived from one's own abilities. Digabo saw great potential in Jiang Yu, who, at such a young age, had already attained the rank of Soul Master at 31. His future achievements seemed limitless, and ascension to the title of Douluo appeared almost certain. Yet, during the most opportune time for learning, Jiang Yu chose to pursue political strategy, a power that ultimately eluded his grasp. One could not assert that he was wrong. It was merely a case of forsaking the essential for the trivial. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes silently. Did he not understand that true strength lay in his own capabilities? Of course, he did. If he were a titled Douluo now, having dealt with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect in Digabo, he would boldly march into the imperial palace with Xue Qinghe, disregarding any political machinations. What political strategy could withstand his advance? Yet, he found himself constrained by his insufficient strength and the pressing nature of time, reluctantly opting for a strategic approach. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the political route is most effective when both parties lack strength and the environment is conducive. The greatest flaw of political maneuvering lies in its inherent weakness. One might find themselves outmatched by those far superior. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had initially chosen the right path and was no longer fearful of mindless aggression. However, he still faced the challenge of maintaining a strong core while branching out cautiously in certain matters. Digabo, your words are easy to say. If diligent training could grant me your strength by next year, I would certainly pursue it, but is that not an impossibility? Jiang Yu replied, exasperated. He simply lacked time. Yet, you must not squander your innate talent, Dugubo insisted, his brow furrowed. It was evident that Jiang Yu remained unyielding in his stance, which slightly vexed Dugubo. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Dugubo, there's no need to elaborate. I am aware that my actions are indeed a waste of my talent. But the time is not right. Some matters, once past their opportune moment, become exceedingly difficult to pursue. Thus, I appreciate your good intentions. But I must continue to steer my own course. In a world devoid of anomalies, Jiang Yu would not have felt such urgency to orchestrate the entire situation, but alas. The existence of Tang San had severely disrupted the majority of his plans. Jiang Yu found it challenging to anticipate how the significant changes in Tiandou City would affect Tang San, leading to deviations from his meticulously laid plans. By taking action now, he hoped to mitigate future divergences. With a sigh, Dugubo acknowledged his limits. He had offered all the counsel he could. But if Jiang Yu chose not to heed it, there was little more he could do. This notion is not solely that of Dugubo, but rather a collective sentiment shared by many, including Xue Qinghe and Ningfengji. Although Jiang Yu is currently performing admirably, they perceive his apparent squandering of innate talent as rather regrettable. After all, should Jiang Yu pursue a normal path of cultivation, his future accomplishments could undoubtedly lead him to become a titled Douluo. Attaining the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 12 is no trivial feat. It unequivocally signifies exceptional talent. However, this perspective may be somewhat one-dimensional. Were Jiang Yu to become aware of such thoughts, he would likely mock them mercilessly. Do they not comprehend that if I abstain from these endeavors, Tang San's group could ascend to godhood in their 20s? What then would I have to combat? Merely my head? Thus, it is more prudent to sacrifice a modicum of cultivation time now, strategize against the Tiandou Empire, and rapidly enhance my own prowess. While Jiang Yu may not excel in high-stakes confrontations, he is undeniably adept in chaotic skirmishes. The closer the strength of both parties aligns, the more formidable Jiang Yu becomes. As a transmigrator, his forte lies in development rather than combat. Senior Dugu, please escort him for treatment. I must seek out the Crown Prince, and we shall determine his subsequent arrangements once he has recovered. Ultimately, Jiang Yu resolved to employ Lu Xian, a rather unwieldy weapon. On the surface, he possesses numerous allies. Yet what he truly lacks is a clandestine tool for underhanded dealings, and Lu Xian appears to fit the bill perfectly. Dugubo nodded, lifting Lu Xian from the ground before departing. Observing Dugubo's retreating figure, Jiang Yu sighed. It was indeed time for a conversation. Although unspoken, he discerned a certain implication in Dugubo's words. They harbored considerable regret regarding his talent. Yet, he lamented the lack of time for cultivation. Moreover, even if he were to achieve mastery, what would it matter? He is merely a support, not a warrior. Jiang Yu is acutely aware of his role, to assist the truly gifted. Combat is not his strong suit. He possesses experience from 2 lifetimes. Therefore, he needs only to ensure one thing, that there exists no transcendent power in this world. When the time comes, he will be more than capable of vanquishing those who stand before him. Indeed, Jiang Yu's long-standing strategy has been to guarantee that his adversaries lack extraordinary strength. Everything else he can manage. In the Spirit Hall, a shadow cloaked in darkness reported, Your Highness, the 9-Heart Sea Pearl family has been completely eradicated. Our personnel stationed there have all perished. I understand. Have you ascertained who is responsible? Bibidong's voice resonated with authority within the hall. It appears to be the work of the toxic Douluo Dugubo. However, investigations reveal that the members of the 9-Heart Sea Pearl family did not succumb to his poison, but rather fell victim to another's hand. Dugubo seems to have been performing cleanup duties. Notably, the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, Xue Qinghe, had been investigating the 9-Heart Sea Pearl family recently, which leads us to suspect his involvement. Though Jiang Yu's inquiries and actions eluded everyone, they could not escape the watchful gaze of the Spirit Hall, the true powerhouse of the Douluo Continent with absolute dominion. Very well, you may leave. Bibidong closed her eyes in contemplation. Yes. What exactly do you intend to achieve, my daughter? She mused silently from her elevated position. Xue Qinghe's identity was not something Bibidong could overlook. Any exertion of the Spirit Hall's influence by him would be immediately evident to her. Much like the current situation, she had long chosen to remain unresponsive. More than this, she was eager to discern her daughter's intentions. The intrigue was intensifying. A smile, both captivating and enigmatic, graced Bibidong's lips. Although she remained unaware of her daughter's plans, the prospect of gaining 3 daughters-in-law in the future filled her with amusement. Chapter 72. Audacious Arrangements in the Crown Prince's Residence. Xue Qinghe awkwardly scratched his nose and remarked, You already know. Your Highness, you allowed Dugubo to speak. Yet I'm still none the wiser. How could I possibly be unaware that your influence is evident here? Jiang Yu replied, exasperated. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Dugubo is not one to meddle in trivial matters. His words to Jiang Yu undoubtedly reflect the intentions of others. Xue Qinghe contended. The only individual capable of swaying Dugubo's will, under such circumstances, was Xue Qinghe himself, with perhaps Ningfengji as a secondary possibility. Though he likely broached the subject before Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu understood the underlying motives. Isn't it rather wasteful of your talent? Xue Qinghe sighed. You once dedicated yourself to diligent cultivation, yet now that you see me, it is typically to discuss matters, and I scarcely witnessed your training. Your progress is exceedingly limited. I find it difficult to counsel you on this matter, as I am fully aware of your actions. Thus, I thought of asking Duality to intercede on your behalf, suggesting that you needn't feel such urgency. With a resigned sigh, Xue Qinghe gazed at Jiang Yu, feeling a sense of futility. He did not wish for Jiang Yu to squander his potential, yet the circumstances left him doubting his ability to maintain the current situation without Jiang Yu's involvement. Your Highness, this is my choice, Jiang Yu stated quietly, uncertain of how else to articulate his thoughts. To refute this would indeed be challenging, yet refraining from dissent would not compel him to comply, as he would continue on his chosen path. Your choice, then. Very well. Xue Qinghe conceded with a wave of his hand, refraining from further persuasion and instead acknowledging Jiang Yu's perspective. Surprised, are you? Xue Qinghe observed Jiang Yu's astonished expression, a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yu nodded, genuinely taken aback. I expected you to offer at least a modicum of persuasion, yet you said nothing. Indeed. I have come to realize that without you, I seem utterly incapable of functioning, Xue Qinghe replied with a resigned gesture. This represents the most vivid impression of Xue Qinghe, who recently observed that his influence had entered a fast lane, experiencing rapid growth, all of which was intricately linked to Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe realized that once he distanced himself from Jiang Yu, he found himself at a loss regarding numerous matters, or that his actions lacked the finesse that Jiang Yu possessed. Therefore, rather than causing trouble for Jiang Yu after the fact, it would be more prudent to allow Jiang Yu to act freely from the outset. Your Highness, please forgive me. For it is due to my shortcomings that you have not fully grasped the development of your own power, Jiang Yu implored, suddenly kneeling on one knee to atone for his perceived failings. Xue Qinghe gazed at the kneeling Jiang Yu, enveloped in silence. You are forgiven, Xue Qinghe eventually spoke, his voice calm. Thank you, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied respectfully as he rose to his feet. It was difficult to comprehend why Jiang Yu would take such a stance today, yet Xue Qinghe felt an inexplicable understanding of Jiang Yu's motives. He was relinquishing his own authority to consolidate power on my behalf, Xue Qinghe mused silently. Ning Fingji had subtly hinted at this, yet he paid it no mind, and was taken aback that Jiang Yu had actually noticed. The authority Jiang Yu possessed was exceedingly vast, and in Gaza, Xue Qinghe had relinquished his powers to an extreme degree. Although Xue Qinghe held immense trust in Jiang Yu, the sheer magnitude of Jiang Yu's authority was, in itself, quite extraordinary. A snake cannot function without a head, and a snake with two heads is even more unmanageable. At present, Jiang Yu essentially stood as another head of the prince's residence, capable of making decisions that bypassed Xue Qinghe entirely. This development poses a potential threat to this faction. Thus, today, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to convey his intentions to Xue Qinghe, asserting that his authority is subordinate to the latter's. The clandestine rules that had long been lurking in the shadows were brought into the light by Jiang Yu. Initially, he presumed that Xue Qinghe would not grasp his meaning. Yet to his surprise, Xue Qinghe did understand, filling Jiang Yu with a sense of relief and contemplation. Observe this. The news has yet to be made public and will remain confined to royal circles. Xue Qinghe refrained from extensive discussion regarding matters of authority, quickly passing on a piece of intelligence to Jiang Yu. It stated simply that the fourth prince, Xue Bing, is suspected of secretly plotting against His Majesty and framing the crown prince, and is now to be exiled to the northern hardship lands for reformation, while Prince Xue Qinghe is also demoted to the north for failing in his supervisory duties. How intriguing, indeed. As Jiang Yu perused this information, a faint, chilling smile unconsciously graced his face. Xue Qinghe's information was undeniably accurate. There was no room for doubt. Presently, both Xue Bing and Prince Xue Qinghe had departed from Tiandou City. He had never anticipated that the Night Emperor would employ such a strategy to remove Xue Bing from Tiandou City, effectively utilizing him. What is it? Is there something amiss? Xue Qinghe inquired, somewhat perplexed. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then tucked the intelligence away. What are your thoughts, Your Highness? Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yu's counter-question. After reflecting carefully, he replied, I believe it is quite advantageous. With my fourth brother and Prince Xue Qinghe absent, Tiandou City shall be entirely mine, and my position will be unassailable. However, the fact that my fourth brother and Prince Xue Qinghe remain together raises concerns. Xue Qinghe had only considered this aspect, and Jiang Yu was not surprised. His ability to perceive the issue was commendable. After all, he had orchestrated these events. His Majesty is truly formidable. What appears to be an exile is, in reality, a protective measure for Xue Bing, providing him with substantial support. The northern lands are indeed harsh, yet they forge one's will. The military strength there has always been the strongest in the Tiandou Empire, distance from the borders of the Xingluo Empire, thus avoiding warfare and enabling peaceful development. Moreover, His Majesty has dispatched Prince Xue Qinghe, offering Xue Bing a powerful ally. His Majesty's maneuvers are indeed remarkable. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes in distress. This series of actions had thoroughly disrupted his plans. Your Highness, is there any further movement from His Majesty? He inquired, hopeful for a negative response. However, Xue Qinghe's reply shattered his illusions. Yes, someone has submitted compromising information regarding the northern military officers to Father. He is preparing to rectify the political landscape in the north. appointing General Gailong as the supreme commander of the Northern Army to collaborate with Prince Xue Qinghe in suppressing local corruption, allowing Prince Xue Qinghe to redeem himself. Xue Qinghe stated, his expression darkening. The earlier joy dissipated instantly. Xue Qinghe had assumed that with Xue Bing's departure, all would flourish. Little did he know that Xue Bing had become even more formidable, and with him stationed far from Tiandou City, Jiang Yu's reach was limited. The northern Tiandou region was scarcely influenced even by the Spirit Hall. This development would enable His Majesty to fulfill his arrangements, appointing confidants and eliminating rivals, thus paving the way for Xue Bing. This completely derailed my plans, Jiang Yu murmured solemnly. Your plans? Xue Qinghe asked with curiosity. Indeed. Undermining Xue Bing's reputation and revealing his true nature was merely the first step. I will persistently target Xue Bing until I force him to his demise. Jiang Yu replied coldly. Now that he recognized Xue Bing as a significant future threat, Jiang Yu would not show mercy. As long as Xue Bing remained in Tiandou City, Jiang Yu vowed that one day he would bring about his end. This is a task that must be accomplished. Regrettably, direct action is not an option. We can only act indirectly, which has afforded him an opportunity to escape, Jiang Yu lamented. Had it been possible to act directly, he would have long ago indicated to Xue Qinghe to eliminate Xue Bing. Xue Qinghe nodded, sharing the sentiment. Had direct action been permissible, Xue Bing would have met his demise already. So, what shall we do next? Allow me to ponder. Jiang Yu began to reflect. The decision made by the Emperor of the Snowy Night can hardly be deemed anything but audacious, for dividing the celestial battle is a resolution that few would dare undertake, as it directly fractures a nation. However, since it involves a division, Jiang Yu found it increasingly challenging to intervene in the portion claimed by Xue Bing. Yet, the segment held by the Emperor of the Snowy Night must be seized. With the demotion of Prince Xue Qinghe, a significant power vacuum is bound to emerge within the celestial battle empire. It is imperative that we seize this power as the Emperor of the Snowy Night begins to allocate personnel. Chapter 73. Involvement in politics. Upon realizing this, Jiang Yu instantly understood his course of action. He turned his gaze toward Xue Qinghe and stated earnestly, Your Highness, the Emperor is currently overburdened by fatigue and is often beset by exhaustion. Recently, he has faced surreptitious threats from nefarious individuals. Although he occupies a position of high authority, he remains surrounded by peril. As the Emperor's eldest son and the Crown Prince, it is your duty to assist him in governance and to exercise the power of regency. What? Xue Qinghe exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his features. Jiang Yu is indeed suggesting that I involve myself in governance. This is a flagrant violation of established rules. There exists a prohibition against the Crown Prince engaging in political matters within the Celestial Battle Empire. A safeguard against the emergence of dual rulers, a fact that Jiang Yu is acutely aware of. However, this is not about urging Xue Qinghe to breach the rules. Rather, it presents an opportunity. In ordinary circumstances, had Xue Qinghe attempted to engage in governance, he would undoubtedly have been accused of usurping power. Yet, the current situation is markedly different. Perhaps the toxins have affected the Emperor of the Snowy Night, or perhaps he simply has not been attentive. His health has significantly declined. Compounded by the demotion of the fourth prince, Xue Bing, Xue Qinghe can ethically govern in his father's stead, citing filial piety and by disseminating certain information. The Emperor of the Snowy Night would be compelled to acquiesce to this exchange of power. Thus, this represents a splendid opportunity. Your Highness, do not be alarmed. This is indeed a fortuitous moment. The Emperor will consent to your involvement in governance. Of course, a direct request would be met with refusal. But if you clarify his condition and the status of Prince Xue Bing, indicating your intent to send aid to the north, the Emperor will surely agree. Jiang Yu spoke with calm conviction. Based on his deductions, Jiang Yu felt confident that the Emperor of the Snowy Night would likely consent, provided that Xue Qinghe makes it clear that he is aware of Xue Bing's intentions and implies a threat. To ensure Xue Bing's safety, the Emperor would be inclined to facilitate a transfer of power, allowing Xue Qinghe to engage in governance, while Xue Qinghe relinquishes any desire to meddle in the affairs of the northern territories. But will my father agree? Xue Qinghe expressed his concerns. The power he had long sought within the Celestial Battle Empire was finally within reach, yet a twinge of anxiety and disbelief stirred within him. He will. I have come to realize that if it once seemed merely possible, I now believe it is certain, Jiang Yu asserted confidently. He then shared his thoughts with Xue Qinghe regarding the potential division of the Celestial Battle Empire and instructed him on how to proceed. As long as the Emperor of the Snowy Night comprehends the ramifications, he would undoubtedly acquiesce, though the notion of a divided celestial battle is merely speculative. It does not diminish the plausibility of such a scenario, especially given Xue Bing's current circumstances. Should this information be revealed, Xue Bing would stand to lose everything. Regardless of the Emperor's support, the populace of the Celestial Battle Empire would never permit such actions. Then why not simply publicize this information instead of negotiating with father? Xue Qinghe asked gravely. Dividing the celestial battle, I must admit, I had underestimated you, father. What a bewildering decision this is. If previously Xue Qinghe still harbored some illusions about his identity, now those illusions have been completely dispelled. The Night Emperor is on the verge of splitting the celestial battle to continue the Celestial Empire. How could he possibly be uncertain of his identity? It must have been firmly established long ago, otherwise, would he act so recklessly? Fortunately, as long as there is no concrete evidence, Xue Qinghe's identity remains unchallenged. This is something both the Night Emperor and Jiang Yu are well aware of. As long as Xue Qinghe's identity is not directly exposed, he can still maneuver his way back. Your Highness, Jiang Yu posed a question instead of answering directly. Which is more terrifying, a tiger displayed openly or a venomous snake concealed in the shadows? This is his customary method, compelling Xue Qinghe to ponder deeply rather than merely listen to his words. Xue Qinghe suddenly comprehended. Are you suggesting that once this information is divulged, the fourth prince will transition from the open to the clandestine? This indeed poses a significant dilemma, yet it seems there is more to it. Furrowing his brow, Xue Qinghe remarked that even he could sense the complications such actions would entail, though he could not ascertain the specifics. Certainly, there is more at stake. For it is certain that there are contingencies laid by His Majesty, even if His Highness were to assume control of the Tiandou Empire. There are many within the empire who are loyal to the fourth prince. These individuals are akin to ticking time bombs, potentially ushering in grave peril. Thus, we must establish a target for them to pursue, as Jiang Yu earnestly elucidated. It is indeed a lamentable situation. Xue Qinghe's grasp of the political landscape of the Tiandou Empire is woefully inadequate. Should he fail to secure a portion of power at this juncture, the empire will inevitably be inundated with the influence of the Snow Knight Emperor and the Avalanche faction in the future. The destructive power brought forth is far more troublesome than having an additional adversary in the outside world. Thus, Jiang Yu suppressed this notion and ultimately resolved to facilitate an exchange between Xue Qinghe and the Emperor Xue Yi in return for the right to engage in politics, subsequently investigating and relocating all of the personnel assigned by Emperor Xue Yu. This behavior will undoubtedly be perceived by the Snow Knight Emperor, yet he shall not intervene. He will likely cooperate with Jiang Yu. Those who have been exposed can no longer serve as pawns. With a grave expression, Xue Qinghe remarked that he now knew what to do. One cannot deny the validity of Jiang Yu's reasoning. Even though Xue Qinghe was reluctant to relinquish such a substantial territory, he resolved to follow Jiang Yu's plan. The enemies lurking in the shadows are far more formidable than those in plain sight, much like himself. With Xue Qinghe's agreement, the matter was essentially settled. When Jiang Yu suddenly inquired about the arrangements for the prince's wedding, catching Xue Qinghe off guard, Xue Qinghe cleared his throat twice, admitting that the plans were not yet finalized. While Bai Qinxiang's side had confirmed their participation, there was still no word from Ming Yiran, and he had yet to address the situation with Rongrong. As he spoke, a wave of frustration washed over Xue Qinghe. How could he make arrangements under such circumstances? He could not even meet Ming Yiran, so how could he proceed? Indeed, Bai Qinxiang's situation was similar. However, Bai Qinxiang had already received approval. As the Min family had conveyed their agreement, both Bai Qinxiang and Bai He consented to the union, rendering it essentially finalized. The only remaining issue was with Ning Rongrong. Xue Qinghe had nearly discussed everything with Ning Fingji previously, but he found himself unable to comply with several of Ning Fingji's stringent conditions, such as having a child with Ning Rongrong 3 years hence. Heaven help me. Just in my life now. Ning Fingji meant well, hoping to strengthen the bond between Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong through the prospect of children. Yet he could not fathom that Xue Qinghe was utterly unwilling to permit Ning Rongrong to bear a child. After listening to Xue Qinghe's lamentations, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss. What could be done? The power of the Snow Star Prince was substantial and complex. Once it was usurped, the prince's residence would be left in disarray. Jiang Yu almost wished that Xue Qinghe would marry several more trustworthy individuals to alleviate the mounting pressure. However, Xue Qinghe's admission of unresolved matters left Jiang Yu feeling frenzied. He urged the prince to issue immediate orders for the 4 single-attribute clans to act swiftly and to extend invitations to the Ming family to witness the occasion, fostering ties with Ming Yiran. As for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu volunteered to negotiate with the Ning sect leader. He understood the urgency of the situation. Yet opportunities must not be squandered. It was unfeasible for him to monopolize all power. Unlike the Snow Star Prince, who had loyal subjects, Jiang Yu could manage for a short while, but in the long term, it would be unsustainable. Your Highness, I implore you to exert yourself, for we shall be critically short-staffed in the upcoming period. I can hold the fort for a while, but I fear it will soon become untenable. Should the situation remain unresolved, I beseech your Highness to consider marrying a few more individuals. Jiang Yu spoke with a stoic demeanor, even if it meant enduring a beating. He felt compelled to voice that the burden should not rest solely on him. Xue Qinghe wore a despondent expression, feeling as though he were being driven to despair. 3 was insufficient, and now Jiang Yu suggested he marry even more. Was this a matter of life and death for him? Nonetheless, the problem of personnel shortages could not be ignored. As for the Soul Palace members, Xue Qinghe had given them little thought. After being educated by Jiang Yu for so long, he had come to realize that it was imperative for his subordinates to have clear identities. An abundance of those with uncertain backgrounds would only heighten his exposure to danger. In moments like these, Xue Qinghe was acutely aware that his own identity must remain concealed. Otherwise, everything he had would be for naught. Chapter 74. Unworthy. In the ensuing months, the Tiandou Empire witnessed several significant events. First, the 4th prince, Xue Qinghe, committed patricide and fratricide, leaving a scandalous aftermath. Soon after, Rumors spread that the Snow Night Emperor had exiled both the fourth prince and the Snow Star Prince to the northern territories, far removed from the political epicenter of Tiandou City. Following this, explosive news emerged. The Emperor of the Tiandou Empire publicly declared his ill health and decided to groom the Crown Prince, granting Crown Prince Xue Qinghe the regency authority to fill the void left by the Snow Star Prince's departure. This revelation is hardly shocking to everyone. The announcement by the Emperor of the Snowy Night signifies that his health has indeed deteriorated, necessitating contemplation for the next generation. Many express profound regret, for the Emperor has performed commendably over the years, garnering a considerable following. However, upon learning that Xue Qinghe is to succeed him, spirits lifted once more. Xue Qinghe enjoys immense popularity among the populace, and many harbor great expectations for him. At this juncture, Xue Qinghe has largely fulfilled his objectives. He has achieved this milestone several years ahead of the original narrative, employing methods that are neither as sordid nor perilous as those depicted in the original tale. As long as he avoids missteps, he is assuredly the next Emperor of Tiandou. This is also the predicament of the Snow Night Emperor. If given the choice, he would rather meet his demise at the hands of Xue Qinghe, as depicted in the original narrative. Such as Xue Qinghe would be far more manageable. It is not as perilous as the current situation, which forces the Snow Night Emperor into a desperate position. As for the latest significant news, it pertains to the wedding of Xue Qinghe. The first matter of state for the Crown Prince is to marry and determine the Crown Princess, which has captured the attention of all. Coupled with Jiang Yu's deliberate concealment and revelations, the populace senses that Xue Qinghe is not merely marrying one individual. This has further ignited the passion within everyone. In an era where the discussions revolve around the Haotian sect, this stands as a refreshing stream. In the northern lands, Xue stands atop a towering edifice, braving the biting cold winds, clutching a letter in his hand. His clenched fist strikes the city wall with ferocity, his eyes a tempest of cold fury. Xue Qinghe and Jiang Yu, I shall return, and when I do, I will surely vanquish you. The compromise of my father and the helplessness of exile have darkened Xue heart, compelling him to defeat Xue Qinghe and Jiang Yu at all costs, so that they may taste the suffering he has endured over the years. Meanwhile, at the Qibao Liuli sect, Jiang Yu arrives at a spacious office, where only he and Ning Fingji sit at a tea table, sipping tea. You scoundrel, you still have the leisure to seek me out for tea? Aren't you afraid of trouble? Ning Fingji remarks with a smile, holding a cup of tea and gazing at Jiang Yu. After all, he has observed Jiang Yu's undeniable busyness over the past few months. Not at all, however. Uncle Ning, have you made a decision regarding my proposal? Jiang Yu replies with a smile, though the youthful visage bears the marks of fatigue, 2 dark circles under his eyes betraying his weariness. The most significant event for Jiang Yu in recent months has been the alteration of power within the Tiandou royal family. Xue Qinghe has successfully severed the rights that originally belonged to Prince Xue Qinghe from the hands of the Snowy Night Emperor, as well as certain authorities within the imperial court. While this strategic maneuver cannot be deemed unsuccessful, it has inevitably resulted in a substantial increase in the workload for both Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe. With Jiang Yu himself having gone an extended period without proper rest, the situation has temporarily stabilized, allowing the arrival at the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Initially, the workload of a Prince of the Snow Star should not have compelled Jiang Yu to such extremes. However, the lack of cooperation from those beneath him necessitated his direct involvement, demanding both mental and physical exertion. Fortunately, the 4 clans of singular attributes have returned. Yet even with Jiang Yu's efforts to integrate these individuals into the bureaucracy, there remains a significant deficit in personnel. After all, the specialization of these individuals renders them incapable of performing certain tasks. Jiang Yu had already envisioned their respective roles in his mind. Thus, he sought out Ning Fingji to enhance the collaboration between them, enabling the Seven Treasures glazed sect to allocate a portion of its personnel to alleviate Jiang Yu's burdens. Jiang Yu has already communicated with Xue Qinghe regarding this matter, and Xue Qinghe is in full agreement, as he has taken on a substantial portion of the work that Jiang Yu previously handled. Now, managing the relationships among the 3 women has left Xue Qinghe utterly exhausted. Ning Fingji lowered his gaze, sipping tea and pondering, not responding to Jiang Yu immediately. Jiang Yu, unperturbed, seized the moment for a brief respite. After a considerable pause, Ning Fingji lifted his head to look at Jiang Yu and slowly inquired, "Could you clarify your position? Why does Uncle Ning need to ask again?" "My stance has always been clear. I remain steadfastly aligned with the Crown Prince," Jiang Yu replied, setting down his teacup and squinting at Ning Fingji. Ning Fingji's expression grew serious as he remarked, "Because I find myself suddenly perplexed by you. Moreover, does your previous stance truly elucidate your intentions? Logically, the thoughts of a boy around 12 or 13 years old should be quite discernible. One could infer his inner musings from his actions. Yet, this was of little use to Jiang Yu. In the past, Ning Fingji had deduced Jiang Yu's thoughts through his behavior, which, although marked by a youthful vigor, was somewhat predictable. However, upon reflection, Ning Fingji realized he had been entirely mistaken. How could someone who had swiftly and decisively assumed half the imperial power in just a few months be as simple-minded as he had presumed? In all honesty, upon recognizing this, Ning Fingji had adopted a certain wariness towards collaborating with Jiang Yu. He had observed that the more power this young man wielded, the more formidable he became, to the point that it sent shivers down Ning Fingji's spine. He had never truly comprehended the character of this youth. Or perhaps the youth had never revealed his full self. Jiang Yu remained silent, sipping his tea, aware that Ning Fengxi's trust in him had waned. And a palpable sense of caution had emerged between them. It was quite unfortunate, yet unavoidable, for as time progressed, his issues would inevitably come to light. That Ning Fengxi had begun to harbor doubts at this stage was already a significant development. Uncle Ning, we are not adversaries, Jiang Yu stated solemnly, placing his teacup down. That is not an answer, Ning Fengxi shook his head. If it were merely a simple assertion of not being enemies, then why mention the complexities of human nature? It is precisely because human hearts are intricate that the foundation of distrust arises. Jiang Yu's words failed to convince Ning Fengxi. He had long since outgrown the naivete of Xue Qinghe and had come to understand the treachery of human nature. Uncle Ning might have misunderstood my meaning. When I say we are not enemies, I do not imply that we cannot become adversaries. Rather, it is that you and your 7 treasures glazed tile school are unworthy of being my opponents, Jiang Yu said, raising his hands in resignation. Arrogant, exceedingly arrogant. Ning Fengxi thought, acknowledging that in all his years, no one had dared to speak such words before him. Claiming that the 7 treasures glazed tile school lacked even the capital to be his rivals. For a moment, Ning Fengxi was taken aback by this assertion. An opponent is typically a force of similar strength, yet the 7 treasures glazed tile school, in my view, is still far from that mark, Jiang Yu explained nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to see where my 7 treasures glazed tile school falls short, Ning Fengxi, regaining his composure, asked with a gradually fading smile and a serious expression. Population, territory, influence, and resources, Jiang Yu replied coolly. The immense reputation of the 7 treasures glazed tile school largely stemmed from the presence of 2 titled Dualuos, which was precisely what troubled Jiang Yu the most. This world was, after all, not the same as his previous life. The disparity in individual martial prowess was vast. Ordinary people had no means of countering those formidable figures, leaving them with no recourse but to await their demise. This rendered the armies of the mundane world utterly ineffectual. It is the soul masters who hold the true essence. A fundamental flaw in Jiang Yu's perspective. However, there was not a hint of mockery or disdain in Jiang Yu's words. He was merely articulating a fact. This revelation allowed Ning Fengxi to perceive the unparalleled pride concealed deep within Jiang Yu's heart. Even in the presence of the esteemed leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he dared to utter such words. It raises the question, how many individuals in this world could command his respect? Perhaps none. The atmosphere abruptly fell into a stalemate, as Jiang Yu's comments led both parties into an awkward silence. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Ning Fengxi took the initiative to break the impasse. Indeed, Jiang Yu, I erred in overestimating you, for that was an underestimation of your true capabilities. You are correct. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school cannot be deemed a complete rival. I never anticipated that after a lifetime of toil, I would receive such an evaluation, one that suggests I am unworthy of a true opponent. Ning Fengxi remarked with a sardonic tone, mocking himself, yet his expression radiated an air of magnanimity. Jiang Yu's assertion was not entirely accurate. Although the 7 treasure glazed tile school may not qualify as a commensurate adversary, it could certainly pose considerable challenges. However, the level of the opposition ultimately remains inferior, which is the crux of Ning Fengxi's mockery. Furthermore, the term rival merely reflects the fact that they occupy different tiers within the hierarchy. The rigid criteria Jiang Yu mentioned were unattainable for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, it is evident that Jiang Yu's perspective is that of a nation. No matter how formidable a sect may be, it cannot contend with the might of a nation. The scales of power are inherently dissimilar. Thus, Ning Fengxi readily conceded defeat, not for himself, but in acknowledgement of their differing strata. Uncle Ning, please do not be disheartened. In my view, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, under your leadership, remains exceptionally formidable. It is merely the disparity in our perspectives that has led to our current misunderstanding, Jiang Yu stated, devoid of elation. Simply elucidating a fact. Is Ning Fengxi not powerful? He is indeed formidable, second only to Bibi Dong among all leaders. However, the scope he envisions diverges from that of Jiang Yu, rendering his prowess seemingly trivial. If it were truly insignificant, Jiang Yu would not exert such effort to garner the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us change the subject, Ning Fengxi said, feeling relieved. He acknowledged that in this debate, Jiang Yu had emerged victorious. Yet, he could have countered Jiang Yu's points, but deemed it unnecessary, recognizing that their differing perspectives and levels rendered such discourse moot. Jiang Yu had seized the initiative and secured a victory in the realm of hierarchy. Ning Fengxi was not one to shy away from defeat. Since Jiang Yu had capitalized on the opportunity to win a hand, conceding was the prudent course. However, I have only just begun to grasp the magnitude of your ambitions. Envisioning the scope of a nation, I had underestimated you. Yet, is Qinghe merely a pawn in your game? Ning Fengxi inquired with keen interest. Certainly not, Jiang Yu replied, refraining from elaboration, and Ning Fengxi chose not to press further. Thus, a tacit understanding was reached between them. Some matters are too intricate to articulate, and the relationship between Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe remains elusive. Very well, then. Speak of your forthcoming plans, so that I may gain clarity, Ning Fengxi smiled. The direct implication of his words was an agreement to Jiang Yu's previous proposition. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was willing to send support, even if their hearts were not entirely aligned. Yet, it was essential for him to comprehend Jiang Yu's intentions. Ning Fengji also recognized that Jiang Yu sought to fulfill his earlier bold declarations, asserting that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could not be considered a rival. To achieve this, he must attain an elevated level of prowess, as the current state of the Crown Prince's residence still fell short. Developing industry, enhancing technology, winning hearts, and dividing power. With Uncle Ning's assistance, it would undoubtedly simplify matters, Jiang Yu mused, scratching his chin. His remarks were rather vague. As he had yet to devise a detailed plan, all his strategies resided within the confines of his mind. The first three tasks are essential and can be accomplished with a slight exertion from Jiang Yu. As for the final matter concerning the division of power, it requires the assistance of Ning Fengji. The reputation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is indeed quite formidable. You are rather audacious to dare disturb matters in the presence of His Majesty. Ning Fengji chuckled at this remark, choosing not to inquire further. Yet it was evident that Jiang Yu harbored great ambitions. His Majesty is aged, although the entire Tiandou Empire has not faced significant turmoil under his leadership. It has remained stagnant. Under the guidance of the Crown Prince, this nation will surely prosper. Jiang Yu stated impassively. Are you not afraid of losing? Ning Fengji, who should not show weakness, inquired. The Snowy Knight Emperor, despite his conservative nature, is nonetheless an emperor. Through the years, Ning Fengji has witnessed that the sovereign is not to be underestimated. The current state of affairs can only be attributed to Jiang Yu's formidable strength. I will not lose, Jiang Yu asserted solemnly. He would not be bested by one with a fatal flaw. Jiang Yu has never underestimated the Snowy Knight Emperor, often regarding him as a formidable adversary due to his undeniable audacity. However, it is regrettable that he has grown old, burdened by many concerns. For the sake of the avalanche and the Tiandou Empire, he has made too many compromises, a critical vulnerability that could lead him to ruin. Nevertheless, even so, as of the day, Jiang Yu cannot move against him. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. Jiang Yu's stature cannot contend, and he must rely on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to weaken his opponent. You exude great confidence. Ning Fengji refrained from voicing a rebuttal. In his view, Jiang Yu must be prepared if he dares to act. I kindly request Uncle Ning's unwavering support during this tumultuous period, for which I shall be eternally grateful. Jiang Yu stated earnestly. If he can endure this period of political upheaval, he will then have the opportunity to pursue other endeavors. Of course, after all, I am Qinghe's mentor, and I shall certainly provide my utmost assistance in such matters, Ning Fengji replied with a knowing gaze. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, comprehending Ning Fengji's implication. In plain terms, it was about securing a position. He would grant it. The entire Tiandou political arena must be filled with allies, and Ning Fengji could be considered one, especially since Ning Rongrong is already engaged to Xue Qinghe. Once all preparations are complete, the two families will be in-laws. I understand Uncle Ning's intention, and I will make arrangements immediately. Jiang Yu drained his cup of tea and then clasped his hands in respect towards Ning Fengji, saying, In that case, I shall take my leave, Uncle Ning. Very well, please convey my regards to Qinghe, Ning Fengji replied with a smile, not attempting to retain him. I will, Jiang Yu nodded. Subsequently, he opened the door and stepped outside, only to encounter an unexpected person, Ning Rongrong. Ignoring her entirely, Jiang Yu passed by without uttering a single word. This caused Ning Rongrong's expression to stiffen, her countenance turning sour. Unfortunately, at that moment, Jiang Yu had already distanced himself, leaving Ning Rongrong with no choice but to angrily push open the door and step into the conference hall where Ning Fengji resided. There, she found Ning Fengji deep in contemplation, idly toying with the tea set. It was only upon sensing his daughter's approach that he set aside the tea implements and turned his gaze towards her. Well, Rongrong, what is your assessment of him? Ning Fengji inquired with a smile. It was he who had arranged for Ning Rongrong to overhear their conversation, for she was destined to marry Xue Qinghe, and it was crucial that she comprehend the significance of Xue Qinghe's foremost general. Ning Rongrong, clearly dissatisfied, huffed in response, humph, arrogant and lacking in manners. He pales in comparison to third brother. I fail to see what you find commendable in him, father. Is this all you glean from listening? Ning Fengji's face momentarily displayed a trace of helplessness. He did not blame Ning Rongrong, for the divide in their understanding was vast. She simply could not fathom the intricacies involved. Although I have yet to meet this so-called Tang San you speak of, I must assert that even if he possesses great skill, he cannot rival Jiang Yu. Ning Fengji remarked thoughtfully. It wasn't that he held Tang San in disdain, rather, Jiang Yu and Tang San operated on entirely different planes. Jiang Yu acted with the ambition of a nation in mind, while Tang San, he was still merely a student, and the disparity between them was profound. However, third brother's hidden weapons are formidable. Once our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School collaborates with him, our disciples will also be equipped with such weaponry, granting us a means of self-defense, Ning Rongrong countered. This was her reasoning to persuade her father. Yet it had no effect on Ning Fengji whatsoever. Are hidden weapons truly formidable? I shall concede that these so-called hidden weapons possess considerable might. But do you truly believe that the third brother you speak of would relinquish such secrets to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji stated non-committally. Ning Rongrong yearned to affirm this, yet upon reflecting on Tang San's reverence for hidden weapons and his aspirations for the restoration of their sect, she realized he would never divulge the methods of their creation to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Without these methods, their significance would diminish considerably. Rongrong, you are also approaching the time for marriage. It is essential for you to comprehend our sect's circumstances. Do you believe that our 7 treasure glazed tile school as strength alone poses a threat to us? No, it is those neighboring powers that represent the greatest peril. Ning Fingji remarked calmly. The most pressing crisis facing the 7 treasure glazed tile school is not their own inadequate combat capabilities, but rather the formidable predators lurking nearby. Merely enhancing their combat strength will not resolve the issue, as long as the 7 treasure glazed tile school exists on the continent. Who would not extend a modicum of respect? Concerns for safety are merely verbal assurances. This is also the reason why Ning Fingji places great importance on Jiang Yu. Collaborating with the Crown Prince truly offers a resolution to the current predicament. A mere concealed weapon, no matter how formidable, remains merely a temporary fix, especially considering that the lifeblood is still in the hands of another. Chapter 76, The Arrangements of the 4 Prominent Clans. On another note, Jiang Yu swiftly returned to the prince's residence, promptly summoning the leaders of the 4 major singular attribute clans. It has been some time since these 4 families arrived. Yet Jiang Yu had been unable to find the opportunity to meet with their chieftains. Instead, upon their arrival in Tiandou City, he allocated a sum of money in the name of the Crown Prince, enabling them to establish their clan territories within the city. Now, it seems that they must have made considerable progress in their constructions, so Jiang Yu decided to gather them all together gradually. He intended to assign them tasks, for his aim in nurturing them was not to have them idly relax. They must contribute to his endeavors. Soon, the leaders of the 4 clans were summoned to the prince's residence. At this moment, Prince Xue Qinghe was absent from the prince's residence, leaving only Jiang Yu alone. In this regard, one could argue that Xue Qinghe was somewhat unfit for his princely role. However, considering the challenges he faced, Jiang Yu silently forgave him. After all, balancing 3 boats simultaneously is quite a formidable task. Soon, the leaders of the 4 major clans appeared before Jiang Yu. Having met these 4 leaders before, Jiang Yu respectfully bowed to them. Ordinarily, such deference was unnecessary, but it served to convey his respect and emphasize the importance he placed on their presence. Lord Jiang, you are too courteous. Please rise, one of them urged, while Titan remained motionless, and it was Bai He who promptly assisted Jiang Yu to his feet. Since Jiang Yu was acquainted with Titan but not with the other 3, it was indeed Titan's place to assist him. Nevertheless, Bai He, being astute in the ways of society, recognized that Jiang Yu did not require such formalities, and extending them was more a gesture of gratitude for the benefits Jiang Yu had brought to them. Regarding his granddaughter's acquaintance with Xue Qinghe, Bai He was somewhat self-aware. Thus, seizing this opportunity, Bai He wished to make Jiang Yu's acquaintance, feeling that his own status was sufficient. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, then gracefully accepted Bai He's gesture, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, clan leader Bai, or perhaps my future father-in-law, he added with a smile, playfully bestowing a title upon Bai He, as they were in the company of no outsiders. Oh, not at all, Lord Jiang, you speak too soon. Bai He replied with a chuckle. It must be said that the Min family had been thriving lately, and as its leader, Bai He was enjoying the fruits of this success. The attention from the prince's residence had allowed him to relish the taste of power and privilege. Coupled with the confirmed engagement between Bai Qinxiang and Xue Qinghe, Bai He was feeling rather elated. You old bird. Just a mere compliment, and you're puffed up with pride. Truly, you never change, Titan remarked with a frown. You're simply jealous, Bai He retorted. Regardless of jealousy, it was undeniable that the Min family held a status significantly higher than the other 3 clans. All right, esteemed elders, let us cease the bickering. I have summoned you all for an important matter today. Jiang Yu interjected with a smile, effectively halting their dispute. Please, Lord Jiang, proceed, Titan responded, his expression turning serious. If just a few months prior, Jiang Yu had appeared somewhat immature, he now fully showcased his capabilities, demonstrating a prowess that rivaled any of them. It was indeed formidable. Titan mused to himself. Jiang Yu's talents were a compelling factor for the 4 major clans to ally with the prince's residence, as everyone desires to follow a capable leader. Both Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe had proven this notion. While Xue Qinghe's growth was more gradual, Titan had witnessed it firsthand during his long residence in Tiandou City. Jiang Yu's ascent, however, was astonishing. In just a few months, he transitioned from obscurity to prominence, wielding significant influence. Although he had undoubtedly benefited from the support of the 4 major clans, as well as the Qibao Glaze sect and Duality, it underscored the extraordinary nature of Jiang Yu's abilities. Such feats were beyond the reach of ordinary talent. This has indeed shocked many. And Titan is the one who feels it the most. This time, I summoned 4 esteemed seniors not only to assign them important tasks but also to earnestly request their assistance in navigating the official realm, alleviating some of my burdens. As you are all aware, the situation in the prince's residence is dire. We are truly in need of capable hands. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly as he spoke. Were it not for the pressing need for manpower, he would not wish to thrust these 4 individuals into the political arena so abruptly. Jiang Yu had long devised a plan for these 4 prominent clans, intending for them to first engage in the tasks he had arranged before entering the official realm. Unfortunately, Time is of the essence, and he must enlist their help immediately. I have no objections, Titan nodded in agreement. Upon reflecting on certain matters, Titan emerged as the most steadfast ally of Jiang Yu among the group, even more so than Bai He, who maintained closer ties with Xue Qinghe. Titan recognized Jiang Yu's capabilities. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Titan readily consented. He understood the chaotic and treacherous nature of the current political landscape. Realizing that Jiang Yu was single-handedly shouldering the burdens, this revelation profoundly altered Titan's perception of Jiang Yu. The root of this predicament largely stemmed from Jiang Yu's overconfidence. Believing that the myriad of knowledge he had acquired in his past life equipped him to handle governmental affairs with ease and without pressure. Thus, during the competition with the Night Emperor, Jiang Yu swiftly identified and recorded the personnel assigned by the Night Emperor. The Night Emperor understood Jiang Yu's rationale for this approach. Subsequently, he retaliated and began to cooperate with Jiang Yu. Whenever Jiang Yu identified someone, the Night Emperor would reassign them, creating vacancies for Jiang Yu to swiftly sever those ties. The Night Emperor gambled on Jiang Yu's limited support, and while he was correct, he also underestimated Jiang Yu's extraordinary capabilities, which upheld the administrative responsibilities of nearly half an empire. Originally, the Night Emperor's plan was to watch Jiang Yu's ascension and subsequent downfall, intending to drag him down through errors, ultimately making him pay for his missteps. However, the Night Emperor underestimated Jiang Yu's prowess. Xue Qinghe, wielding half the power of the Tiandou Empire, not only avoided collapse but thrived. Consequently, the Night Emperor found himself restricted, hesitant to relinquish further authority. If Jiang Yu could not sustain his position, it would be one matter, but if he succeeded, it would bolster his own power. The distribution of such authority was utterly absurd. While it had not yet cascaded down to local governance, it remained central power, controlling the essence of the state. At that moment, the Night Emperor was left in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, this marked the limits of Jiang Yu's endurance. He was merely a man, not a machine. I refuse, young Woody interjected calmly. He had no desire for a political career. His ambitions were solely to grow stronger and master the art of poison. Thus, he declined Jiang Yu's proposition. Young Woody's refusal was anticipated by Jiang Yu, yet the expressions of the others darkened, for the four clans had agreed to face challenges together. And now a dissenting voice emerged, causing some discomfort. Jiang Yu gestured to the others, then turned to young Woody, saying, "Let us set aside your refusal for now. Why not consider my proposal? All you would need to do is assist Senior Dugu with certain administrative matters. This should pose no challenge for you, I presume?" Indeed. Dugubo had also been summoned by Jiang Yu. Though Dugubo appeared somewhat haggard, he still assisted Jiang Yu with manageable tasks. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, young Woody's eyes lit up. That works. Dugubo was renowned as the world's foremost poison Douluo, and young Woody had long wished to engage in a discourse on toxicology with him. However, due to Dugubo's lack of availability, he had never found the opportunity. Now that a chance had finally presented itself, young Woody was determined to seize it. Jiang Yu secretly nodded. He had anticipated this outcome. Pairing him with Dugubo was undoubtedly a sound strategy. However, it might provoke Dugubo's temper, as the workload would certainly multiply. Previously, Jiang Yu had taken care to assign Dugubo only simple tasks, but with young Woody's assistance, Jiang Yu no longer needed to concern himself with Dugubo's capacity to handle the work. Young Woody would undoubtedly excel. This is also the reason why Jiang Yu arranged for these clan leaders to enter the officialdom, their experience in managing family affairs. With the matters of the four great clans already settled, the next step involves the tasks assigned to them. Chapter 77. Is this the work of a human? Jiang Yu had long devised a plan for the arrangements of the four great clans. When he initially discussed matters with Titan, he did not deceive him. His words were entirely truthful and indeed, even more significant than previously stated. Titan, before you assume your position, you must designate a person responsible within the family to oversee the forging plans of the Li Ji clan. This is of utmost importance. You will need to continuously explore and innovate over the coming years. Jiang Yu regarded Titan with a serious expression. To be candid, assigning the esteemed craftsman Titan to handle political affairs was a matter of great reluctance for Jiang Yu. Originally, he intended for Titan to take the lead. But due to his overwhelming responsibilities, he found himself unable to do so. Titan possessed remarkable capabilities. Yet he remained uncertain about the nature of the exploration and innovation Jiang Yu had mentioned and the specific domains it would encompass. After a moment's hesitation, Titan voiced his concern. Among our own, I am the most proficient in the art of forging within the Li Ji clan. However, with my new official duties, I worry that the younger generation may lack the necessary skills to meet Jiang Yu's expectations. I will provide a comprehensive manual detailing this, Jiang Yu assured. As long as the Li Ji clan adheres to the guidelines and embraces innovation, they will succeed. The relevant areas will primarily involve weaponry, agricultural tools, and essential goods for daily life. Years ago, Jiang Yu had already devised a plan and crafted a manual based on the impressions etched in his mind. Although he could not replicate the intricate concealed weapons of Tang San, he deemed it essential to possess the Zhuge divine crossbow that Tang San mastered. This very weapon would be pivotal for future low-level warfare. The manual contained numerous entries on modern weaponry as well as speculations regarding ancient arms. Modern weapons, lacking gunpowder, could only rely on soul-guiding devices, while ancient mechanical weapons remained viable. Although Jiang Yu had never formally studied mechanics, he possessed a fundamental understanding. All he needed was to articulate his impressions clearly and allow others to bring them to fruition. Furthermore, the Titan chieftain was tasked with developing soul-guiding devices and establishing standards of measurement, along with creating a streamlined production line. Jiang Yu articulated several points and elucidated the concept of a production line to the Titan, despite the brevity of his points. Each one surpassed the cumulative weight of Jiang Yu's earlier assertions. Initially, he had spoken in broad terms, allowing for various starting points. Yet the latter 3 points were distinctly defined. Upon hearing this, the Titan's complexion turned pale. Such feats seemed unattainable. My lord Jiang. It appears that my clan may be powerless to achieve this, the Titan lamented with evident frustration. This is indeed rather challenging. He truly did not anticipate that Jiang Yu's task would be so formidable. Jiang Yu was naturally aware that his claims were somewhat outrageous, as this was fundamentally a long-term plan spanning a century. The Titan chieftain need not rush. For now, we can proceed gradually, prioritizing the development of weaponry and soul-guiding devices, while other matters can be addressed at a later stage. Jiang Yu was not a demon, focusing on the essential tasks sufficed. Upon hearing this, the Titan finally exhaled in relief, stating, "No problem. However, Lord Jiang, I may need to enlist the help of a few old comrades, who are also master craftsmen." Looking for assistance? Certainly. Are these master craftsmen perhaps from the Blacksmith Association? Jiang Yu's mind swiftly deduced who the Titan was intending to recruit. There are only so many master craftsmen in the world. Aside from the Titan, there is Tang Hao, as well as a member of the Blacksmith Association named Lu Gao. Indeed, the Titan affirmed. Then informed them that as long as they are willing to come, the Tiandou Empire can offer them privileges equivalent to those of the Blacksmith Association, with capable individuals being granted titles, and their safety will be protected by the Tiandou Empire, without restrictions on their personal freedom. Only one stipulation: confidentiality must be maintained. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was nothing more to discuss. They would simply recruit individuals. Very well, the Titan replied. To be honest, he had not anticipated Jiang Yu would take such decisive action. In the past, he would have been tempted as well, considering the lowly status of blacksmiths. After addressing the arrangements for the Li family, the focus shifted to the Yu family. Chieftain Niugao, next we have the arrangements for the Yu family. Though not as burdensome as those for the Li family, your responsibilities are still considerable, Jiang Yu remarked to Niugao. Niugao nodded and said, Lord Jiang, please proceed. In truth, with the Li family's example set before them, the other 3 families understood that their responsibilities would not be insignificant. The Yu family was tasked with developing stronger, more affordable, and highly productive building materials in the near future. Additionally, they needed to map out a national route plan and determine the appropriate spacing for tracks. If possible, Niu Gao could also have his kin investigate transportation methods. At this point, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of guilt. He was treating the Yu family not merely as a construction department, but also incorporating a transportation division, which seemed rather inconsiderate. Seeing Niu Gao's pensive demeanor, the others were perplexed. To them, this did not appear to be a daunting task. What could possibly be troubling this old rhinoceros? Why did he look as though he were facing a dire situation? This is merely due to their lack of understanding. Niu Gao comprehends this matter and is aware of Jiang Yu's intentions, thus he grasps the nature of this endeavor. From initiation to completion, there exists no issue whatsoever. The national roadways, as previously articulated by Jiang Yu, are merely preparatory groundwork for this undertaking. Although Jiang Yu has not explicitly stated the need for road construction, it is inevitable that such projects will follow. Consequently, Niu Gao feels that he is destined to toil in his position until death, and it is quite possible that his son and grandson will share the same fate. Such matters cannot be resolved in mere decades or even centuries. One should not assume that Jiang Yu's previous nation achieved such feats in a brief span. Rather, he understands that it was due to the remarkable execution power of that realm. In contrast, the Douluo Continent would require at least a century to display similar efficacy. Niu Gao ultimately nodded, albeit with difficulty, affirming his commitment to do his utmost. Jiang Yu, satisfied with this response, was not overly optimistic about a swift completion. Next came the White Crane clan leader. Jiang Yu turned to White Crane, who stood tall and proud, conveying his confidence. However, Jiang Yu found it somewhat challenging to arrange for the Mingji clan, as they were significantly inferior in skills and capabilities compared to the other 3 clans. Fortunately, with Xue Qinghe marrying by Qinxiang, Jiang Yu was willing to assign them tasks. The Mingji clan would collaborate with the Crown Prince to establish a nationwide intelligence network, gathering and disseminating information and news with utmost efficiency, Jiang Yu stated directly. Jiang Yu had completely entrusted the publishing house to Xue Qinghe. As previously agreed upon by the 3 of them, such responsibilities needed to be in Xue Qinghe's capable hands. White Crane, now realizing the gravity of the task, thought, is this even feasible for mortals? Establishing a national intelligence network is no small feat. It feels like a daunting endeavor. Even as White Crane held a position of authority, he recognized the impossibility of the task at hand. Adding 10 more Mingji clan members would not suffice. Creating an intelligence network is no trivial undertaking. Jiang Yu, casting a glance at the rather dejected White Crane, reassured him, rest assured, the Crown Prince and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will assist in this venture. The Mingji clan will not bear the burden alone. You merely need to follow the Crown Prince's directives. That is a relief, White Crane replied, exhaling deeply in agreement with Jiang Yu's proposal, refraining from further comment. He understood that despite Jiang Yu's seemingly casual demeanor, the task at hand involved national implications, far beyond the capabilities of any single clan. Finally, only the Pe clan remained. Jiang Yu turned his gaze to Yang Wudi, who, having benefited from Jiang Yu's favor, no longer treated him with disdain. Lord Jiang, if the Pe clan is to undertake this task, we shall give it our all, Yang Wudi affirmed with a nod. Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. He then addressed Yang Wudi, I would appreciate your assistance, clan leader. The Pe clan's next responsibility will be to unify the combat-capable members of all 4 clans to form the Crown Prince's Guard. The numbers need not be vast, but they must constitute a significant core. Understood, Yang Wudi replied, finding Jiang Yu's request considerably simpler than those posed to the other clans. Although recruiting personnel might present challenges, he deemed it manageable. Yet, he underestimated the complexity of the task Jiang Yu had in mind, as he had no intention of treating the 4 clans merely as manpower. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Jiang Yu continued, simultaneously, the Pe clan must compile and simplify pharmacological texts, cultivate personnel, establish a comprehensive medical system, and train a multitude of ordinary medical practitioners to be deployed across the nation. Yang Wudi was taken aback. Was this truly a task for mere mortals? This plan was indeed a century-long endeavor, demanding the cultivation of numerous ordinary individuals, not soul masters, thereby exponentially increasing the difficulty. While it is true that the potential pool of ordinary people is vast, suitable candidates for training are scarce, as the majority of the global population consists of mediocrities. Nevertheless, Yang Wudi, despite his bewilderment, mustered the resolve to agree. No problem. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised by Yang Wudi's prompt acceptance, recognizing the challenge that lay ahead. Thank you, clan leader Yang. Your agreement is appreciated. How you accomplish it is your concern. Jiang Yu then engaged in a lengthy discussion with the 4 clan leaders regarding the details, continuing until the night fell. Once he bid farewell to the 4 leaders, Jiang Yu finally felt a sense of relief. This endeavor had been exhausting. Yet establishing the framework was a gratifying achievement. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yu swiftly positioned Titan and the other clan leaders in suitable roles, along with several of their clan members. After careful consideration, he selected a few from within their ranks to assign to appropriate positions. Consequently, Jiang Yu's influence expanded significantly, alleviating the burdens he had previously felt, which he had been struggling to digest, even allowing him to absorb some additional authority. However, Jiang Yu exercised restraint, recognizing that his pace had been rather swift. To avoid leaving vulnerabilities and to better connect with the lower management, he ultimately chose to consolidate his current power. His primary challenge lay in the lack of upper-level management personnel and the inability to connect with and oversee lower-level management. While he could manage without upper-level personnel, the inability to connect with and oversee the lower levels hindered his command's reach and left him vulnerable to infiltration. Fortunately, soon, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would allocate some personnel to assist Jiang Yu, providing him with capable hands to aid in governance. My lord, there is someone outside requesting an audience, a servant announced as he entered Jiang Yu's office. Jiang Yu set aside his tasks and inquired, who is it? It is a lady named Yi Lingling. This unexpected visit from Yi Lingling caught Jiang Yu slightly off guard. However, while it was surprising, it was also rather predictable. Considering the time that had elapsed since the annihilation of her family, she must have sensed that something was amiss. Yet, even if she had discerned the issue, she lacked any tangible evidence. Her approach was likely a quest for validation. Let her in, Jiang Yu commanded. Yes. Subsequently, the attendant vanished. Jiang Yu rose and settled onto the nearby sofa, instructing someone to brew a pot of tea while he awaited Yi Lingling's arrival in silence. Before long, she was ushered in, entirely alone, without any companions. Please, take a seat. Jiang Yu gestured toward the chair opposite him, his gaze scrutinizing Yi Lingling closely. Compared to before, her exterior had not undergone significant alteration, yet her aura had transformed dramatically, as if she had developed her own will. In the past, Yi Lingling lacked personal agency, often appearing exceedingly reclusive, reminiscent of someone with autism. Sensing this change in her, Jiang Yu could not help but smile faintly. Yi Lingling seated herself across from Jiang Yu, her eyes fixed intently on him, as though striving to peer into the depths of his being. Only then did Jiang Yu notice that she no longer wore a veil, perhaps indicating that her transformation had enabled her to step out of her previous self, presenting a more resolute demeanor. I thought you had no intention of meeting me. Perhaps planning to evade me for a lifetime, Jiang Yu remarked with a slight smile, nudging the teacup toward her. The delicate gesture seemed somewhat clumsy. Yet Jiang Yu's commanding presence rendered such thoughts inconsequential. That is unlikely, considering our transaction remains unfulfilled, Yi Lingling replied, glancing at the teacup before returning her gaze to Jiang Yu. Her demeanor was exceedingly serene, yet it concealed an abyss of depth and complexity. Her every word brimmed with her essence. Is that so? Jiang Yu chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Months prior, after he had incited Yi Lingling's father, Lu Xian, to betray her family, her whereabouts had seemed to vanish entirely. Even the Royal Academy of Tiandou was oblivious to her fate. Although Jiang Yu could have investigated, he preferred not to squander time. He awaited Yu Lingling's approach, for her presence would signify her continued worth. Was the matter concerning the Jiang Yu family you're doing? Yu Lingling's tone was remarkably bland as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu. In her eyes, he revealed neither hatred nor relief, only tranquility. As if she were merely confirming an issue unrelated to her. Yes, Jiang Yu acknowledged after a moment of silence, responding coolly. There was nothing shameful in this admission, as he saw no reason to conceal it. Her reaction momentarily stunned Yu Lingling. She had not anticipated such a candid acknowledgement, rendering her subsequent inquiries inexpressible. In her memory, Jiang Yu had never been one to act so straightforwardly. He was, after all, a man of cunning and treachery. Why? Are you not aware that many innocent children were caught in the crossfire? Yu Lingling could no longer mask her emotions. Jiang Yu's indifference was unbearable, prompting her to rise and confront him loudly. Guilt, anguish, regret, and sorrow had plagued her for days, as she sensed a connection to the tragedy that had unfolded. But why, she wondered, had he sought out her family instead of her? Confronted with Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, her emotions erupted uncontrollably. Why must you destroy my family? Why spare no mercy for those children? Jiang Yu regarded the increasingly agitated Yu Lingling with an unruffled expression, slowly uttering, to eradicate evil. These simple words struck Yu Lingling like a heavy blow, draining the color from her face. The phrase to eradicate evil had led to the demise of so many innocent children. She could not comprehend it. It was utterly beyond her understanding. What sins did they commit? Yu Lingling inquired as calmly as she could manage, attempting to question Jiang Yu about their supposed misdeeds. Even if the adults had erred, how could children be culpable? Yet she hesitated, fearing that Jiang Yu's response might be the truth. Jiang Yu remained silent, merely presenting her with a small booklet, an unremarkable pamphlet that contained a record of the heinous acts perpetrated by the Jiang family over the years. Each charge detailed within was severe enough to warrant execution. This was not information Jiang Yu had uncovered himself. It had been delivered to the prince's residence, clearly intended for his eyes and fortuitously aligned with his needs. However, the accounts of atrocities listed within the booklet were shocking even to Jiang Yu, who had not anticipated such unrestrained cruelty going unpunished. The pamphlet detailed numerous instances over the past decade where the Jiang family had secretly abducted ordinary individuals, along with low-ranking soul masters, to conduct horrific experiments in a desperate attempt to preserve the legacy of their family as martial spirit. In the process, they had directly caused the deaths of hundreds, employing methods of unspeakable brutality. Such a transgression, regardless of its location, carries immense culpability. However, in the realm of Douluo Continent, there exists an unwritten rule that soul masters are not subject to conventional laws for their transgressions. Rather, they are governed by the laws pertinent to soul masters themselves. Particularly among prominent families, as long as their actions remain within certain bounds, neither the state nor the spirit hall will intervene. Thus, these horrific incidents come to pass. Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief for having taken action. Such families ought not to exist in this world. After reading the revelations, Yu Lingling felt utterly numb, unable to fathom that her own family could commit such egregious offenses. Why? Why has it come to this? In a moment of overwhelming disbelief, she murmured to herself. She had come seeking justice, yet now she felt as though she had become the sinner, as everything stemmed from him. In truth, any long-established family inevitably harbors dark secrets. Even the Seven Treasures glazed tile school has its share of shadows, albeit of a lesser magnitude. In a world where strength reigns supreme, who among them has not taken a life? It is merely that ordinary individuals do so less frequently. Jiang Yu did not act out of the book. He merely struck a deal with Lucien. In retrospect, he recognizes that he made the right choice. The origin of this pamphlet remains a mystery. It is highly probable that it was sent by Lucien, though it could also have come from others. Jiang Yu could not assert this with certainty. Nevertheless, he chose to use it as an excuse, concealing the dealings he had with her father. Presently, Yu Lingling's situation has deteriorated even further. Despite her temperament undergoing a dramatic transformation, she still finds it impossible to accept the harsh reality. Jiang Yu discerned this and offered her tea before politely escorting her out, suggesting that she should reflect on her thoughts before seeking him again, as she was not in a suitable state for discussion. Yu Lingling did not protest. Instead, she rose, dazed and disheartened, making her way toward the exit, unable to fathom such a disheartening conclusion. She had anticipated feeling anger and hatred. Yet the revelations presented by Jiang Yu extinguished any opportunity for these feelings, leaving her to depart in a state of despair. Jiang Yu shook his head, choosing to disregard the matter. Chapter 79. Insult. Yu Lingling's circumstances are exceedingly intricate. Despite having endured the horrific massacre of her family and experiencing a shift in her mindset, when it comes to her experiences and mental acuity, she remains largely unchanged from her former self. Before Jiang Yu, this was utterly exposed and easily shattered. Fortunately, Jiang Yu did not divulge the true course of events to her. Otherwise, it is uncertain what consequences might have ensued. With a sigh, Jiang Yu rose and made his way to the desk to complete the tasks that lay ahead. The world may indeed have transformed, although he is still but a child. He is compelled to endure the rigorous 9-to-6 work regimen. It seems you hold her in high regard? A voice resonated at an opportune moment. Having encountered His Highness the Crown Prince, Jiang Yu turned and respectfully bowed in acknowledgement of the voice. Over the years, he had become accustomed to the sound of Xue Qinghe's voice. Now, upon hearing it, he instinctively recognized it. Xue Qinghe was perched by the window, gazing at Jiang Yu with great interest, playfully teasing him before settling onto a nearby sofa. Well, it seems we are alone here. So let us dispense with the formalities and discuss that girl. I find her quite intriguing, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. He then poured himself a cup of tea, feeling quite exhausted lately and in need of a proper rest. However, Jiang Yu noticed a shadow of concern lurking in the depths of Xue Qinghe's eyes. He harbored some worries. One must not neglect propriety, Jiang Yu replied, straightening up, his expression peculiar as he looked at Xue Qinghe. I value her because her martial soul is rather unique. If harnessed effectively, it may yield exceptional results. But, Your Highness, are you interested in her for the purpose of marriage? If that is the case, it is certainly possible. Should you take a liking to her, feel free to proceed. Though her assistance may not be of immense significance, Jiang Yu added with a smile. Xue Qinghe, unable to contain himself, spat out the tea he had just sipped. Looking at Jiang Yu, he exclaimed, who said I intend to marry her. I am merely curious as to why you hold her in such high regard. Xue Qinghe was quite vexed by Jiang Yu's words. The suggestion of marriage felt like a death sentence. For the first time, he realized that charming a woman was far more challenging than his work, especially as the number of women around him continued to increase, escalating the difficulty exponentially. In recent days, Xue Qinghe had been utterly drained, and one might mistakenly assume he had indulged excessively. In truth, he had not. It was simply the exhausting presence of women surrounding him that weighed heavily on his spirit. Oh, so that is the case, Jiang Yu said with a long sigh. Suddenly enlightened. This left Xue Qinghe feeling quite helpless. However, he soon realized that this was merely Jiang Yu's deliberate act of retribution for eavesdropping moments ago. But did he truly wish to overhear? It was merely a fortuitous coincidence. Jiang Yu returned to the sofa and began to elucidate, Your Highness. The woman you just encountered is someone you should be familiar with. Her name is Yu Lingling, the current bearer of the 9 Hearts Begonia martial spirit. So it was her. Setting aside previous grievances, Xue Qinghe recalled who Yu Lingling was, his expression shifting to one of understanding. The 9 Hearts Begonia martial spirit is indeed a rare talent, and Xue Qinghe had retained memories of such exceptional individuals. Furthermore, not long ago, Jiang Yu had mentioned that he had eradicated a family, which happened to be the 9 Hearts Begonia clan. But why has she returned to seek you out? Did you not destroy her family? Are you not enemies? Moreover, I recall you once sought to recruit her. Why has the situation changed? Xue Qinghe pondered aloud, recalling Jiang Yu's earlier intentions regarding Yu Lingling. These matters are not in conflict, Jiang Yu replied calmly. Is there truly no conflict? What then constitutes a conflict? Xue Qinghe found himself at a loss for words. You clearly sought to recruit someone early this morning, yet simultaneously annihilated their family. Now, they have come seeking you. And astonishingly, no confrontation has ensued. The entire sequence of events has left Xue Qinghe bewildered, as he had never encountered such peculiar relationships before. Jiang Yu, noticing the confusion etched on Xue Qinghe's face, proceeded to elucidate, Your Highness, while it may appear that a conflict exists, in reality, there is none. My intention was solely to recruit Yu Lingling, excluding her family. However, their influence inevitably affects the recruitment process. So you decided to exclude them? Xue Qinghe interjected. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and retorted, Certainly not. I will employ other means to compel them to release their grip. During this process, I unexpectedly encountered Yu Lingling's father, Lu Xian, and upon learning of the oppressive circumstances imposed by the Jiaoxin Haidang family on Yu Lingling, I felt compelled to intervene, assuring him that I would bear the consequences should anything go awry. As you are aware, Your Highness, the subsequent events unfolded accordingly. Is that truly the case? Xue Qinghe gazed at Jiang Yu, his expression filled with skepticism. He had only grasped the general outline of the situation, lacking the intricate details, and now felt an unsettling discord in Jiang Yu's account. Absolutely true, Jiang Yu asserted with utmost sincerity. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you this time. Xue Qinghe replied in a somewhat irritable tone, while inwardly murmuring, I believe you, yet every time it's the same, you are undoubtedly lying. Jiang Yu remained unfazed. For the truth stood firm, should one doubt him, they could always inquire with others. Yet, these were mere trifles. Whether it pertained to the annihilation of the Jiaoxin Haidang family or Yu Lingling, they were inconsequential matters. Jiang Yu could sense the suppressed turbulence within Xue Qinghe. As if it were on the verge of erupting, the outward calm merely a facade restrained by Xue Qinghe himself. In fact, Jiang Yu found himself somewhat admiring Xue Qinghe's ability to maintain a facade of joviality amidst such tension. Your Highness, speak freely. What brings you to me at this hour? It is improbable you would seek me out now, Jiang Yu inquired gravely. If memory served him correctly, today was the day Xue Qinghe had planned to take by Qinxiang and Mengyiran for an outing, fostering their emotional bonds, making it untenable for him to seek Jiang Yu. Thus, should he come at this moment, it undoubtedly signified that something significant had transpired. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, yet his expression swiftly morphed into one of chilling indifference. Today, I encountered the Haotian Douluo. The mere utterance of those words from Xue Qinghe sent a tremor coursing through Jiang Yu's being. The Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, father of Tang San. Why had he come here? What did he discuss with your highness? Jiang Yu inquired with grave seriousness, directing his attention to Xue Qinghe. At this moment, Tang Hao's arrival was certainly not infused with benevolence. Perhaps my recent actions had prompted him to seek out Xue Qinghe. Regardless of the allegiances of the four great clans or the rumors surrounding the Haotian sect, Tang Hao could not possibly turn a blind eye. He would inevitably confront Xue Qinghe. However, Xue Qinghe, unable to contain his fury, slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters. Although Tang Hao did not verbally address Xue Qinghe nor resort to violence against him, the indifference in his gaze and the overwhelming aura compelled Xue Qinghe to kneel, piercing his heart with pain. Coupled with past grievances, Xue Qinghe was engulfed in resentment. Fortunately, upon Tang Hao's appearance, Duality intervened just in time to prevent Xue Qinghe from kneeling, sparing him from the humiliation of bowing before outsiders. Why did he act this way? What advantage could such behavior possibly yield for him? Questions swirled in Jiang Yu's mind. Though the specifics remained unclear, it was evident that Xue Qinghe had suffered an affront, as his expressions and emotions betrayed no falsehood. Under such circumstances, what further discourse was warranted? Did they truly believe that being a titled Douluo granted them carte blanche? Or were they merely seen as easy prey? Jiang Yu's countenance darkened, his voice dripping with coldness. Bring them in. Shortly thereafter, a servant hurried in. Jiang Yu commanded in a frigid tone, immediately notify the elders of the four great clans, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the platinum bishop of the spirit hall, and Douluo to convene. Tang Hao's actions had undoubtedly breached decorum. If he sought to bully others under the pretense of his own strength, then he should not blame me for wielding my influence in return. Chapter 80. The transaction. The first to arrive were the leaders of the 4 great clans. By the time Jiang Yu issued his command, they were already gathered downstairs. Subsequently, when Jiang Yu sent someone to fetch them, they encountered his servant and descended together. In the conference hall, seeing the 4 of them arrive with such grave expressions, Jiang Yu instantly grasped that something significant had transpired, likely related to Tang Hao. While he felt a sense of relief that Titan and the others had come at such a crucial moment, his expression soon darkened further. It was one thing to insult my superior, but this scoundrel sought to undermine me as well. So what if he was a titled Douluo of level 96? Indeed. That was impressive, but one should not underestimate others. To be frank, Tang Hao's actions caught Jiang Yu utterly off guard. He had never anticipated that Tang Hao would stir up trouble. In the original narrative, during this period, although Tang Hao had distanced himself from Tang San, it was reasonable to assume he would remain nearby, covertly safeguarding Tang San. Moreover, Jiang Yu truly did not foresee that Tang Hao would choose this moment to meet with the leaders of the 4 clans, and even more astonishingly, vent his frustrations on Xue Qinghe once he confirmed their unwavering loyalty to the Tiandou Empire. Yes, it was indeed venting. In Tang Hao's eyes, his actions were a warning, whereas Xue Qinghe perceived them as an insult, and Jiang Yu regarded it as mere venting. Who in their right mind would threaten a nation's crown prince? Yet Tang Hao dared to do so, for he believed that Xue Qinghe's actions were merely petty maneuvers to undermine him. This was also the reason why Tang Hao felt indignant after meeting with the leaders of the 4 great clans. After parting ways with Tang San, he sought out the major clans, intending to discreetly observe their well-being. He indeed felt a sense of guilt regarding past events, as they were the root cause of the current situation. Little did he know that shortly after his departure, he learned that the 4 great clans of the Haotian clan had collectively pledged allegiance to Prince Xue Qinghe. Furthermore, numerous tales regarding the Haotian clan and his own deeds had circulated among the populace, tarnishing both his and the clan's reputation. Consumed by anger, he sought someone to clarify the situation, leading him to decide to meet with the leaders of the 4 clans once more. Among these clans, aside from Yongwudi, the leaders of the other 3 showed a degree of respect towards Tang Hao. Even if they did not hold him in high regard, they would not dismiss him. However, the outcome was rather disheartening. While these individuals still held some faith in Tang Hao, they clearly stated their unwillingness to return, even advising him to retreat from the world altogether. If it had been just one clan expressing such sentiments, it could have been overlooked, but the unanimity among all, including Bai He, was truly disconcerting. This left Tang Hao in a state of deep despondency, a sentiment that would weigh heavily on anyone. In a moment of frustration, he sought out Xue Qinghe, eager to gauge his worth, but in truth, it was merely an outlet for his pent-up anger. Leading to the scene that unfolded at the beginning, Xue Qinghe was subjected to a severe humiliation at the hands of Tang Hao, nearly brought to his knees. Little did Tang Hao realize that what he perceived as a trivial matter was, in fact, a profound affront in the eyes of Xue Qinghe, and a significant issue for Jiang Yu as well. This matter must not be easily overlooked, especially considering that Tang Hao's identity has already been exposed. His Highness, Lord Jiang. Titan observed the furious expression on Xue Qinghe's face and felt a deep sense of unease. He began to speak, yet before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Jiang Yu. Elder Titan, I understand your intentions in coming here at this time, but let us wait until everyone has arrived. Now is not the appropriate moment, Jiang Yu said in a solemn tone. Uncertain of Xue Qinghe's stance, Jiang Yu decided to reveal a little more later to gauge the situation. This matter, while seemingly trivial, serves as a test for their internal dynamics. Elder Titan turned his gaze towards Xue Qinghe, who echoed, we should heed Jiang Yu's counsel. Instantly, Titan comprehended that the issue they were discussing was likely of significant import. Could it be that Tang Hao has approached His Highness as well? The 4 Titans exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. It was implausible for him to seek Jiang Yu, for Xue Qinghe was the recognized leader in the open. Had this incident occurred in the past, it would have been dismissed as trivial. Even a titled Douluo assaulting an emperor would not have been deemed significant, let alone merely issuing a warning to a prince. The prowess of a titled Douluo is sufficient to compel an emperor of a nation to bow in submission. However, this matter has inadvertently fallen upon the shoulders of Xue Qinghe, who cannot swallow this affront, and Jiang Yu is equally unwilling to let such an incident pass without consequence. Soon, those Jiang Yu had summoned arrived, Dugubo, Ningfengji, and the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salis. Salis's arrival sparked quite a stir. Upon seeing Salis, Yang Wudi felt an uncontrollable surge of emotion, only to be restrained by his companion, Titan. Yang Wudi harbors deep animosity towards the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. Hence Titan was already prepared for Salis's appearance. It was unexpectedly a gathering of familiar faces, a rare occurrence indeed. Salis surveyed the surroundings with a slight smile. He and Titan, along with Yang Wudi, share a long-standing acquaintance, albeit one fraught with tension. Please be mindful of your words, Bishop Salis. Should you continue to provoke? I cannot guarantee you will leave here on your own 2 feet, Jiang Yu remarked with a calm demeanor, his threat unmistakable. His invitation to Salis was not intended to incite further conflict. If Salis failed to cooperate and dared to provoke in front of this assembly, Jiang Yu would not intervene should they decide to retaliate. Salis glanced at the subdued Titan and others by Xue Qinghe's side, as well as the gazes of Dugubo, Ningfengji, and the 2 Dualuos, Jian and Gu, upon him, feeling the weight of pressure mount significantly. This group of individuals is certainly capable of subduing him. Death is out of the question, but it will undoubtedly be a rather unpleasant experience. With a chuckle, Salis found a spot to sit and cast a casual glance at Jiang Yu. This individual is truly formidable. Upon encountering Salis, Jiang Yu retracted his gaze and addressed the assembly with a measured tone. The urgency of this summons is due to a significant matter I must share with you all. The Haotian Douluo Tang Hao has resurfaced and has insulted His Highness the Crown Prince. This affront will not be taken lightly by the Tiandou Empire. Jiang Yu's declaration was resolute, yet its implications sent ripples of astonishment throughout the gathering. What? Salis fixated on Jiang Yu, unable to fathom the veracity of his claims. The Haotian Douluo, sought by the Spirit Hall for over a decade, had indeed made a brazen appearance. However, it would be a misnomer to describe it as entirely audacious. Tang Hao had concealed his identity, confident that the 4 major clans would not betray him. Yet, the reality remained that both Xue Qinghe and Dugubo recognized him. And the 4 clans had indeed turned against them. If Tang Hao's intent had merely been to confer with the 4 clans, Jiang Yu would have turned a blind eye. For Tang Hao was a titled Douluo, and Jiang Yu currently had no means to confront him. However, the unfortunate circumstance arose when Tang Hao chose to issue a warning to Xue Qinghe, which complicated matters. Jiang Yu was not entirely powerless in this situation. Qinghe, are you unharmed? Ningfengji, possessing a sense of social awareness, refrained from immediately fixating on Tang Hao and instead inquired with concern for Xue Qinghe. Master, I am unscathed. Thanks to Douluo Dugu, I merely experienced a momentary fright, Xue Qinghe responded. After sharing his account with Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe had regained his composure. Having sustained no real harm, Jiang Yu then continued, Patriarch of the Titan clan, did the Haotian Douluo pay you a visit? This serves to affirm Tang Hao's identity. Titan and others would not misidentify him. However, Xue Qinghe's expression darkened considerably. Titan spoke in a low voice, acknowledging, indeed. He sought to persuade us to abandon the Heavenly Dough Empire, yet we declined. Although Tang Hao never uttered such words, Titan discerned the underlying implications. It was once again a moment to assert their stance, and Titan had no choice but to articulate it, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent. Very well. Jiang Yu's face betrayed no emotion, while Xue Qinghe seethed with anger. The affront from Tang Hao, the experiences of the 4 great clans, and his own ignorance created a tumultuous turmoil within Xue Qinghe. Ning Zhongzhu, I must trouble you with the subsequent affairs. Please harness the full capacity of the Heavenly Dough Publishing House to report today's events, with the headline, Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, openly insults the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Dough Empire, undermining its interests. The Heavenly Dough Empire expresses its outrage and reprimands both the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. Jiang Yu then addressed Ningfengji. Upon a brief contemplation, Ningfengji grasped Jiang Yu's intentions. No problem, he replied. Although Jiang Yu's approach appeared merely to be a verbal reproach towards the Haotian Douluo and the Haotian sect, its ramifications would extend far beyond mere words. Once this accusation was disseminated, the reputations of both the Haotian sect and Tang Hao would suffer immensely. This could be seen as a societal blow to the Haotian sect and Tang Hao, imposing limitations on their social standing and amplifying the adverse effects on their public perception. While the Haotian sect had once concealed itself from the world, a strategic retreat that, albeit damaging to their renown, preserved their essence. They could eventually regain their status as the foremost sect once the shadows of past controversies faded. However, Jiang Yu first exposed the scandal involving the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, and now he openly condemned the actions of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. Coupled with Xue Qinghe's respectable reputation, the narrative of Tang Hao's blatant threat to the Crown Prince, alongside the detriment to the Heavenly Dough Empire's interests, would undoubtedly cast the Haotian sect and Tang Hao into an unfavorable light among the populace of the heavenly Dou Empire, irreparably tarnishing their names. This will utterly devastate the original plans of the Haotian sect. In the future, even if its disciples are not universally reviled, their reputation will be irreparably tarnished. At that time, Jiang Yu will instruct Ningfengji to disseminate further rumors, as long as the Haotian sect refrains from issuing any denials. Whatever he claims will be deemed true, and slander may be freely cast. Should they dare to respond, however, it would be to the esteemed Bishop Salas that Jiang Yu would address his remarks. This is precisely the reason for summoning Salas, a rationale that is entirely reasonable. Let us discuss a transaction, shall we? Jiang Yu remarked with a playful smile. Revenge need not always culminate in murder. Striking at the heart can suffice. Jiang Yu intended to exploit Tang Hao's guilt towards the Haotian sect, igniting the flames of this matter upon the sect itself, thereby striking at Tang Hao's heart. Salas immediately became intrigued. What transaction do you propose? Jiang Yu replied. We in the Heaven-Dou Empire will assist the Spirit Hall in locating and confirming the whereabouts of the Haotian Douluo and the Haotian sect. In return for which the Spirit Hall will lend us personnel from its various subtemples and branches across the Heaven-Dou Empire. Salas's eyes clouded with confusion. Uncertain of Jiang Yu's intentions. I am afraid, Lord Jiang, that this request may be somewhat excessive. I cannot make that decision here, Salas declined. Regardless of whether Salas could make the call, mobilizing all subtemples and branches of an Empire's Spirit Hall constitutes a significant event. You need only report this matter. As for my intentions, they are not overly complex. I merely seek to compile statistics regarding officials in the population across the nation. This is but a transaction. The Spirit Hall will provide me with an intelligence network, while we, the Heaven-Dou Empire, will align our stance regarding the Haotian sect with the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu stated calmly. For the time being, the Heaven-Dou Empire cannot confront the Haotian sect alone, as the disparity in upper-tier power is far too great. Ordinary individuals or low-ranking soul masters pose no threat to a title Douluo. A single title Douluo is equivalent to an entire army, if not more formidable. Therefore, even if Jiang Yu were to consolidate the entire power of the Heaven-Dou Empire, it would remain challenging to contend with the Haotian sect. However, the reason the Heaven-Dou Empire is labeled as an empire, the second most potent force in the world, lies in its vast territory and population. The principle of leveraging strengths while mitigating weaknesses suggests that one should capitalize on their advantages. Jiang Yu does not intend to confront the Haotian sect directly. Instead, collaborating with civilian forces in the Spirit Hall to suppress the Haotian sect presents a most prudent strategy. As for the transaction, this is a matter Jiang Yu intends to pursue regardless, and it is prudent to negotiate it now. No problem, I shall report it. Salas responded with a smile after some contemplation. Is this surprising? Not in the least. Salas is well aware of Xue Qinghe's identity and understands that Jiang Yu's actions are all in service of Xue Qinghe. Moreover, he need only report it without further concern. In that case, I kindly request that you expedite the report, esteemed Bishop, Jiang Yu said, casting a profound glance at Salas. This left Salas momentarily taken aback. But he soon erupted into hearty laughter, rising to his feet and addressing the crowd. Please, continue your discussion. I must take my leave to report. With that, he departed without a hint of reluctance, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. There was no choice. Jiang Yu had ushered him away, and indeed, Salas had some choice words for him in his heart. Yet, Jiang Yu had no alternative. The ensuing conversation could not unfold in Salas's presence. Among the four groups present, one could not engage with the Spirit Hall, another bore a grudge, and a third held reservations. Thus, departing after the discussion was the wisest course. Dear nephew, you truly are a remarkable individual, he mused. For Salas, that old rascal, would likely never fathom that his role here was merely that of a pawn. Nevertheless, one need not worry about provoking his ire. Ningfengji couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Yu was simply too entertaining. It is indeed a bit disconcerting to discard someone after having made use of them. Ningfengji questioned himself, pondering if he could ever act in such a manner. However, there was no need for fear. Was he not rather pleased? Jiang Yu remarked with a smile. How could one not be pleased? It was merely a matter of losing a little face, while having gained so much advantage here. It would be strange for Salas not to feel delighted. The information from Tang Hao is unquestionably of immense significance to the Haotian sect, especially with the added opportunity to collaborate with the Heavenly Empire. Jiang Yu, please pause for a moment. Xue Qinghe unexpectedly interrupted Jiang Yu's discourse. This left Jiang Yu momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Turning to look, he discovered that Xue Qinghe was not gazing at him, but rather at Titan and the others, and he began to understand the predicament, letting out a resigned sigh. Ningfengji also sensed the gravity of the matter and fell silent. At that moment, Xue Qinghe regarded the four clan leaders with a complex expression before addressing Titan, stating, Clan leader Titan, can I still place my trust in you? The tone of Xue Qinghe was imbued with profound complexity and hesitation. Jiang Yu, more than anyone else, grasped his feelings. Tang Hao's revelations regarding the four clans had caught Xue Qinghe off guard, leading to inevitable turmoil and doubt within him. While Jiang Yu comprehended the intricacies of the situation, it did not imply that Xue Qinghe could do the same. His heart brimmed with skepticism and distrust. A predicament Jiang Yu could not assist with. He could only observe whether Xue Qinghe would find clarity, for otherwise, it would inevitably become a thorn in their side. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Yu stood silently to the side. Aren't you going to help clarify things? Duality whispered as he approached Jiang Yu. The will of His Highness is my will, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Duality understood. If Xue Qinghe ceased to trust the four clans, there would be little Jiang Yu could do, for he could not contravene Xue Qinghe's intentions. In such a scenario, they would have no choice but to let the four clans go their separate ways, ensuring mutual well-being. However, such an outcome would render it exceedingly difficult for Jiang Yu to replicate the current circumstances, as it was not something he could achieve alone. Consequently, Tang Hao's actions had dealt a significant blow to Xue Qinghe's influence, as well as to his psyche. Titan remained silent, kneeling before Xue Qinghe. Followed suit by the other three clan leaders, even the most defiant among them, Yang Wudi, knelt without a hint of hesitation. At this juncture, words were futile. Only the most direct expressions would suffice. Titan and the others pledged their loyalty to Xue Qinghe. They were acutely aware of the right and wrong of the matter. Xue Qinghe had treated them well and granted them substantial authority. Yet today's events, even if they had sought him out immediately upon occurrence, had deeply wounded Xue Qinghe's feelings. The humiliation and the remnants of their past identities rendered their situation exceedingly awkward. As Xue Qinghe beheld the silent Titan and the others kneeling before him, his heart was filled for the first time with an oddly complex emotion that left him feeling both uncomfortable and elated, awash in contradiction. Time passed slowly, each second dragging on in the conference hall where not a single soul spoke, only the faint sound of breaths could be heard. As if awaiting the arrival of a final moment, eventually Xue Qinghe rose from his seat and slowly approached Titan and the others, assisting them to their feet and brushing the dust from their garments. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately departing without uttering a single syllable. Ning Fengji exchanged a glance with Jiang Yu, who could only shrug helplessly. Uncle Ning, today's events unfolded rather abruptly. Perhaps we should discuss this another time? The matter could not simply be brushed aside, yet Xue Qinghe appeared to be in a foul mood, prompting the decision to postpone. Very well, go and comfort Qinghe. As for this matter, leave it to me. Ning Fengji understood, casting a glance at the complex expressions of the four titans. He smiled lightly at Jiang Yu. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu expressed sincerely, conveying his gratitude. Indeed, clarifying matters with the four titans was essential, lest a rift in trust emerge. However, for Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe held greater significance. The four titans could be relinquished, but Xue Qinghe was irreplaceable. Chapter 82. Inner thoughts. Once Jiang Yu departed, the assembly, initially convened with grand intentions, effectively dissolved, yet the most troublesome aspect had been resolved, alleviating Jiang Yu's burdens. Ning Fengji, stepping in for Jiang Yu, invited the four titans to take their seats. Please, sit down, esteemed clan leaders. I imagine you must have many questions. Ning Fengji gestured with a smile. The titans exchanged glances, each offering a wry smile before taking their seats in succession. We would appreciate your elucidation, Master Ning, they admitted. In truth, they felt quite bewildered. They had not fully grasped Xue Qinghe's final stance, uncertain whether he believed in them or not, which left them in a state of anxiety. After much deliberation, I resolved to ally myself with a certain faction in pursuit of a better life, only to find myself entangled in this predicament. It is truly beyond reason. Simultaneously, I feel an overwhelming sense of injustice. They had not anticipated that Tang Hao would insult Xue Qinghe after their meeting, and even more so, that he would be recognized. Even though everyone present understood that Tang Hao's actions were meant as a warning, they could not deny the inherent insult. It appeared as though Tang Hao had deliberately sought to undermine the relationship between both parties. Master Ning, this situation is indeed lamentable. Had we foreseen that he would act so detrimentally towards His Highness the Crown Prince, I would have risked my very life to prevent him from doing so, sighed Titan. This is not pretentiousness, but rather the genuine thoughts of Titan. In Xue Qinghe and Jiang Yu, he perceives the rise of the lineage of strength, a prospect that seems undeniably assured for at least the next century. This presents an unprecedented opportunity, compelling Titan to risk his very life in pursuit of it. However, the fleeting remnants of past affections have been utterly shattered by Tang Hao, resulting in a fracture of trust between him and Xue Qinghe. No matter how Titan introspects and reassures himself that he has not wronged Xue Qinghe, it bears no significance. The crux of this matter lies not within his disposition nor any other external factors, but solely in the depths of Xue Qinghe's heart. Should he cease to believe, then all is rendered futile. I too share this sentiment. Even the previously most diplomatic Bai He has candidly articulated his thoughts without the slightest pretense. His expression now is one of profound darkness. As Tang Hao's uncle, one would expect a deeper kinship to exist between them. Yet, ever since the death of his sister, Tang Hao's mother, followed by the abandonment by the Haotian sect, the bond between him and Tang Hao has grown exceedingly tenuous. Upon encountering Tang Hao, Bai He felt a surge of joy within, yet he was unprepared for the unfortunate turn of events. The marriage of Xue Qinghe to his granddaughter represented a golden opportunity for Bai He's family to rise in prominence. Coupled with the ambitious plans he had overheard from Jiang Yu, Bai He's heart brimmed with dreams of a splendid future. However, upon the arrival of his nephew, all hope seemed to vanish. The loss of trust could very well lead to the departure of their four clans, which would be the best outcome under the circumstances. Should they leave now, such promising opportunities might never present themselves again, and Bai He feared that the Min family could soon fade into obscurity. Furthermore, he was at a loss as to how to explain this situation to his granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang, for it was evident that she held genuine affection for Xue Qinghe. Alas, the remaining members, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, sighed in unison, their expressions revealing a shared sentiment with Titan and Bai He. The future painted by Jiang Yu was undeniably alluring. Should it come to fruition, their family would surely etch its name in history. The abrupt loss of such prospects was indeed disheartening. Ning Fingzhi, observing the expressions of the four clan leaders, smiled gently, reassuring them that there was no need for concern. Although Qinghe had not uttered a word, his actions in supporting them spoke volumes about his continued trust. Ning Zhongju, is this truly the case? Titan inquired anxiously, fearing that Ning Fingzhi might be misleading them. Indeed, it is true, Ning Fingzhi replied with a smile. I would not lie about such matters. Setting aside my position as Qinghe's mentor, even if he were to lose trust in you, Lord Jiang would certainly take action. He was confident that Jiang Yu would not remain idle. However, he mused, Qinghe, you have truly impressed me, though he had not witnessed Jiang Yu's growth. The transformation of Xue Qinghe had unfolded before his very eyes. Previously, Ning Fingzhi had doubted Qinghe's potential to become a capable emperor, perceiving him as a privileged youth adept in socializing yet lacking in understanding the hearts of others. For one in a position of power, comprehending human emotions was paramount. Thus, Ning Fingzhi had deemed the former Xue Qinghe inadequate. Now, although Qinghe still had room for improvement, he had proven himself competent. Yet, an instinctive frown creased Ning Fingzhi's brow as he noted Qinghe's abrupt departure, closely followed by Jiang Yu. He sensed an underlying scheme at play, leaving him uncertain about his disciple's demeanor. Meanwhile, Titan and others remained apprehensive, troubled by the inscrutable expression on Xue Qinghe's face prior to his exit. He must have been overwhelmed by this unprecedented situation, leading him to retreat. In time, it shall pass. Leave it to Lord Jiang. He will resolve it, Ning Fingzhi assured, waving his hand dismissively. Xue Qinghe's previous inquiries had been overly direct, a breach of trust that most would avoid. However, if both parties were willing to believe in one another and clear any misunderstandings, their relationship could flourish. Titan and the others, relieved to have received clarity from Ning Fingzhi, finally relaxed their tense hearts. Yet, Ning Fingzhi remained puzzled by Jiang Yu's intentions. It was evident that Jiang Yu had likely anticipated the unfolding events concerning Xue Qinghe. In another scene, as Jiang Yu followed Xue Qinghe out of the government office, he noted that the proximity to the palace facilitated his daily affairs. Instead of heading to the palace, Xue Qinghe wandered the streets, and Jiang Yu trailed him at a distance. Though Xue Qinghe walked at a leisurely pace, Jiang Yu refrained from closing the gap, respecting his mood. Thus, he followed quietly to the princess' residence without hindrance. Xue Qinghe ascended to the highest point of the prince's abode, where a splendid observation deck awaited. Jiang Yu surmised that Qinghe sought solace in the view. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Xue Qinghe gazed into the distance, his mind heavy with contemplation. Jiang Yu stood a respectful distance behind, allowing time to pass in silence. Hours slipped away, transitioning from the zenith of day to the descent of dusk, yet Xue Qinghe remained motionless, entranced by the sunset-draped Tiandou city. Finally, breaking the stillness, Xue Qinghe called out, Jiang Yu. I am here, your highness, came Jiang Yu's immediate response. Xue Qinghe had always been aware of his presence, just as Jiang Yu had silently supported him. Come closer, he beckoned. Jiang Yu approached, standing beside Xue Qinghe, who gazed dreamily upon the cityscape. Is it not beautiful? Xue Qinghe asked, his hand outstretched as if to grasp the entire city in his palm. Indeed, your highness, it is splendid, Jiang Yu replied calmly. Is it so? A smile graced Xue Qinghe's face, a sign that his spirits had lifted somewhat. As he withdrew his hand, he turned to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, have we ever truly conversed? The seemingly simple question stirred profound emotions within Jiang Yu. Indeed, they had never engaged in a genuine heart-to-heart discussion. As Xue Qinghe posed this question, a myriad of thoughts flooded Jiang Yu's mind, revisiting every moment shared between them. Though their trust was steadfast and their communication flowed freely, they had never opened their hearts to one another. Not once had they delved into their true feelings, hindered by Xue Qinghe's previous disdain and his covert identity, while Jiang Yu's own complex circumstances rendered such openness impossible. Thus, the foundation of their trust was built upon the myriad interactions of daily life, painstakingly nurtured by Jiang Yu. Yet, such trust was fragile, susceptible to doubt that could shatter it entirely. Jiang Yu lamented the realization that Xue Qinghe's insecurities did not stem from the four great clans, but rather from him, a critical oversight indeed. In an instant, Jiang Yu comprehended the source of Xue Qinghe's melancholy. Was his own presence here merely a coincidence, or had Xue Qinghe anticipated it? It must be the latter. Indeed, I have never engaged in a serious conversation with His Highness, and I am uncertain about what he wishes to hear. Jiang Yu relaxed, his demeanor light, as he gazed at Xue Qinghe. In this moment, he shed all burdens, resembling a carefree traveler, revealing a more authentic side of himself. He appeared at ease, natural, and unrestrained, as if he would continue his journey regardless of not knowing what lay ahead, never pausing in his quest. Even I experienced moments of uncertainty. Xue Qinghe's expression shifted. This version of Jiang Yu was indeed a first for him. When they first met, he was youthful and exceedingly cautious, speaking with great care. However, As time passed, Jiang Yu became respectful, compliant, and quite intriguing. Recently, he had transformed into a figure of confidence and determination. Each phase of his demeanor was distinct. Xue Qinghe had once believed those versions of Jiang Yu to be the entirety of him, yet now he realized that this relaxed, slightly bewildered, yet resolutely determined traveler was the true Jiang Yu. Yes, a traveler. This was the most immediate impression Xue Qinghe had. He sensed no hint of desire emanating from Jiang Yu, as if everything around him and within him held no allure whatsoever. No matter the circumstances, he would forge ahead, continually observing the scenery around him. He would neither linger nor grow nostalgic, only advancing towards his ultimate destination. Xue Qinghe parted his lips, intending to inquire about something, but the thought seemed rather trivial. So he laughed, genuinely cheerful, perhaps for the first time truly comprehending Jiang Yu. This is the first time I've seen you like this, Jiang Yu. You concealed yourself quite well. So be it. Regardless of its veracity, this is how it shall remain, and it is quite pleasant. I am very happy. And he is delighted too. There were no accusations, no insults. The two appeared to share a friendly banter. Jiang Yu was taken aback by this. Yet he quickly smiled with understanding. Your Highness, I have never hidden anything. The person I am now is the same as the person I was before, merely with slight differences. I assure you, I have not concealed my true self. Hidden away? No, Jiang Yu could assertively claim. It was simply a matter of adapting to different circumstances. This matter is inherently ambiguous and unclear, is it not? Xue Qinghe merely smiled, refraining from uttering a word. Naturally, he would not place his trust in Jiang Yu's assertions, for he had never truly penetrated the depths of Jiang Yu's heart. Yet, inexplicably, Jiang Yu seemed to possess an acute understanding of him, extending beyond mere identity to the essence of his being. It appeared as though Jiang Yu comprehended Qian Renxue profoundly. Nevertheless, he had come to terms with the fact that this was of little consequence. What mattered was the actions of the other party. Noticing Xue Qinghe's amused inquiry, Jiang Yu promptly declared, I assure you, Your Highness, my intentions are wholly aligned with your well-being. Following his proclamation, Jiang Yu wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, adopting a demeanor of feigned fright. Upon realizing Xue Qinghe's burgeoning doubts towards him, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of panic. If this predicament remained unresolved, he would find himself utterly powerless. He could not persuade one who had already begun to question him, regardless of the purity of his intentions. Xue Qinghe found Jiang Yu's theatrical display amusing, yet he could ascertain that Jiang Yu had genuinely been startled moments before. Xue Qinghe was acutely aware that the moment he began to harbor doubts about Jiang Yu, the forces represented by the Crown Princess residence would instantaneously disintegrate, collapsing into a state of non-existence. At that juncture, both of them would face defeat, albeit Jiang Yu would suffer a more grievous loss. Pray tell, how do you intend to deal with the Haotian sect and Tang Hao? To be candid, I find it somewhat perplexing why you harbor such animosity towards the Haotian sect. Even though I have faced some indignities from Tang Hao, I cannot claim to possess the same level of enmity as you do. It appears you genuinely wish to see their annihilation. Xue Qinghe, adopting a more relaxed tone, shifted the conversation towards the Haotian sect, wishing to leave the previous topic behind. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, grateful that Xue Qinghe did not intend to dwell on the matter further. He was genuinely apprehensive that Xue Qinghe might seek to unearth his secrets, the most significant of which was his identity as a transmigrator who had previously read the novel Douluo Continent. However, Jiang Yu soon fell into contemplation, finding Xue Qinghe's inquiry rather astute. Why did he hold such deep-seated animosity towards the Haotian sect? Unbeknownst to him, his sentiments were quite evident to outsiders. Perhaps it stemmed from a disdain for the Haotian sect's demeanor and conduct, or maybe it was a resentment towards Tang San, yearning to clip his wings. Yet, none of these reasons sufficed as justifications. The root of his hostility towards the Haotian sect likely lay in their reputation as the foremost sect in the realm. They would never become allies, they could only serve as adversaries. Given this reality, why not eliminate them sooner rather than later? Jiang Yu stated calmly, currently, we wield half the authority of the Tiandou Empire, bolstered by our alliances with the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School and the Thunderclap Dragon family, alongside formidable soul masters like Duality. In truth, there are few entities remaining that can pose a genuine threat. The Douluo Empire, the Spirit Hall, half of the Tiandou Empire, and lastly, the Haotian sect. While the Haotian sect may not be a direct competitor, they could aid our adversaries, thus rendering them a threat. Then why not recruit them? Xue Qinghe inquired curiously. Jiang Yu had always adhered to the principle of uniting more allies, and Xue Qinghe found it hard to believe that he had not considered this. Jiang Yu had indeed contemplated it but ultimately dismissed the idea due to the complications involved and his genuine disdain for those individuals. They are unlikely to join us. The Haotian sect is proud and would never become a vassal of another power, especially not to the four great clans that were once their subordinates, who might even surpass them in stature. Moreover, they are excessively selfish and cowardly. Such individuals are not ones I can entrust. Jiang Yu continued, the second point is paramount. No matter how formidable the Haotian sect is depicted in the original narrative, their underlying selfishness and cowardice cannot be concealed. They will always think of themselves first, a notion that permeates the entire Haotian sect, including Tang San. I cannot align myself with such people, nor do I wish to. Indeed, that does make sense. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu's reasoning resonated with him. aligning perfectly with his own perceptions of the Houghton sect. Since it was evident that they could never be friends, it would be prudent to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Yu found himself uncertain of Xue Qinghe's stance. He seemed to care greatly, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise, leaving Jiang Yu bewildered about what truly mattered to him. Time passed swiftly, and the distant sun finally dipped below the horizon, ushering in the encroaching night. Very well, you may return now. I wish to be alone for a while, Xue Qinghe remarked, glancing skyward. Your Highness, Jiang Yu intended to stay a while longer, but Xue Qinghe gently stopped him. Enough, you may leave. I am fine now. I am not as fragile as you might think. Xue Qinghe smiled lightly, appearing quite at ease, having resolved his inner turmoil. Jiang Yu regarded Xue Qinghe for a moment before turning to depart. As he watched Jiang Yu's figure fade into the distance, and his presence dissipated completely, Xue Qinghe slowly produced a letter, an exceptionally unique and extraordinary one. This letter was penned by his mother, filled entirely with ill intentions. Laden with speculations regarding Jiang Yu's motives, ambitions, and plans, Xue Qinghe let out a cold snort, exclaiming, "Humph, though I am unaware of how you discovered my identity. I did not expect you would resort to such despicable means to disturb me. I shall not place my trust in your words. I shall only believe in what I have witnessed." With that, Xue Qinghe brought the letter to the candle, ignited it, and cast it outside. The letter quickly transformed into a cloud of ashes in the air. Jiang Yu, passing by below, noticed a flicker of flame in the sky, which vanished swiftly, leaving a sprinkle of ash that fell into his hand. Momentarily taken aback, Jiang Yu soon formed a conjecture in his mind, culminating in a slight smile. Your Highness, you are indeed quite capricious. He then scattered the ashes from his hand and strode forward, for a multitude of tasks awaited him the following day. Chapter 84, Bestowal of Authority, Spirit Hall. In the conference chamber, few individuals were present. Bibiong sat in a high seat, resting her chin on her hand, while Hulaina stood behind her as an attendant, and Gue Mei, a titled Douluo, was stationed below. Your Holiness, this is the account of events. The prince burned the letter, and no conflict ensued between the two, Gue Mei reported to Bibidong. The details he conveyed were as vivid as if witnessed firsthand, for he had indeed observed everything, save for entering the meeting room. Given the relatively weak powers of Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe, they were unaware of Gue Mei's presence, a master of concealment at the titled Douluo level, who had eavesdropped without detection. Fortunately, the conversation was not of great significance, and thus, overhearing it posed no issue. Throughout the encounter, their dialogue was sparse, predominantly characterized by a mutual sense of relief. Upon hearing this, Bibiong chuckled heartily, remarking, I did not anticipate my daughter to be so cautious. Did she foresee that I would send someone to eavesdrop, or was this merely a coincidence? As the conversation bore no critical revelations, Bibiong found herself in agreement with the evaluation of Houghton sect. Gue Mei, standing below, felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite recognizing her as Bibidong's daughter. He dared not address her directly by her title. Yet, you say she harbored no suspicion towards Jiang Yu? Bibidong inquired, her gaze deepening with intrigue. Indeed. The prince did not express any doubts. Aside from a brief moment of confusion, she swiftly regained her trust in Jiang Yu. Gue Mei responded. This revelation left the spectre profoundly astonished. Having perused that letter, it was only natural for Xue Qinghe to harbor suspicions towards Jiang Yu, or at the very least, to be forthright. Yet, Xue Qinghe feigned ignorance, which added an intriguing layer to the situation. Bibidong mused to herself, as if she were encountering her own daughter for the first time, though it appeared they had scarcely met. This realization struck a painful chord within her. Regarding that letter, anyone who had read its contents would inevitably question Jiang Yu, especially upon discerning Xue Qinghe's true identity. The gravity of the situation was such that one might even resort to silencing him permanently. It was inconceivable that they could simply dismiss it as if it were inconsequential. The letter Bibidong possessed contained no benign information. Aside from Jiang Yu's intelligence, it explicitly indicated that Jiang Yu was aware of Xue Qinghe's identity and provided evidence, namely, Jiang Yu's clandestine utilization of the resources from the Spirit Hall on several occasions. Though Jiang Yu's covert use of the intelligence network was executed with utmost discretion, it was impossible for Bibidong to remain oblivious. Initially, she might have assumed it was Qian Renxue's doing, but as the situation escalated, Bibidong quickly discerned the truth. It was Jiang Yu's machinations at play. No one is a fool. Jiang Yu's pretense of appropriating Xue Qinghe's resources could hardly escape Bibidong's notice. In an instant, she surmised that Jiang Yu must have detected Xue Qinghe's identity. Thus, driven by maternal instincts, Bibidong divulged this information to Xue Qinghe, allowing him to address the matter. It would not be entirely accurate to label her intentions as purely benevolent. Bibidong was rather eager to observe his reaction. However, she was taken aback by Xue Qinghe's response, which surpassed her expectations. He simply let it go. Curiosity piqued. Bibidong found herself wishing to meet this youthful prodigy and uncover the allure he possessed. A sly smile crept upon her lips, as it had been a long time since she had encountered someone so captivating. This is trust, not loyalty. It has been a long time since Bibidong has encountered such a profound level of trust. Thus, she yearns to understand why Jiang Yu is deemed worthy of such confidence. Shall I bring him here, Your Holiness? Gue Mei proposed. No, I believe we will meet in due course, rather than having him brought to me. I am more intrigued to observe his reaction upon our encounter, Bibidong replied nonchalantly. Yes. Guemei responded. You may leave now. Bibidong gestured for Guemei to depart. Guemei bowed and then vanished from the hall. Nana, Bibidong spoke up. Teacher, I am here. Ulina emerged from behind Bibidong and stood by her side. Remember this name, Jiang Yu. He will either become your most formidable adversary or an exceptionally intriguing friend, Bibidong stated solemnly, her eyes closed. Why, teacher? Ulina asked. Somewhat perplexed. She had reviewed Jiang Yu's information and found him to be a genius, albeit one often lost in trivial cleverness. You will come to understand this in time. For now, you must dedicate yourself to learning and pay close attention to the affairs within the palace while honing your skills and managing various relationships, Bibidong instructed. The final directive stemmed from Bibidong's concern that her disciple might not match Jiang Yu, as she recognized the latter's intellect as somewhat exceptional. Bibidong compared herself to Jiang Yu, realizing that he might overshadow her disciple. However, Ulina was not merely a genius in martial spirit cultivation, she lacked the political acumen that Jiang Yu possessed. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's cunning nature would likely enable him to navigate situations to his advantage, alleviating Bibidong's worries about her disciple being too severely outmaneuvered, though some setbacks were inevitable. Yes, teacher, I understand, Ulina replied. Jiang Yu, I shall remember you. Although Ulina did not place much weight on Bibidong's words, she did indeed etch the name into her memory, though whether she would regard him as a rival remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in Tiandou City, it had been over 10 days since the last demonstration of trust. Jiang Yu, having navigated the initial chaos, swiftly restored an air of tranquility to his surroundings. And matters were progressing according to plan. Everything seemed as it had before. The emperor wishes to bestow an official position upon you. Are you not interested? Xue Qinghe remarked, idly fiddling with a pen as he addressed Jiang Yu at his desk. Not at all, Jiang Yu replied, his gaze fixed on his work. His tone direct and devoid of hesitation, for he understood the implications. Xue Qinghe paused, placing the pen aside to regard Jiang Yu earnestly. You truly have no interest? Do you not wish to know what position the emperor intends to assign you? Xue Qinghe had envisioned surprising Jiang Yu with this news, only to find him entirely disinterested. I have no desire for such positions, they offer me no benefits, whether high or low, Jiang Yu stated bluntly. Currently, Jiang Yu is effectively a free agent. Despite wielding considerable power, it was all contingent upon Xue Qinghe's favor. Should he lose Xue Qinghe's trust, his authority would dissipate, which explained his earlier agitation. If His Majesty merely intends to appoint me to an official position, it is surely one of significant importance, beyond the prince's domain. Accepting such a role would likely lead to a partition of responsibilities, subsequently hindering my ability to manage affairs within the prince's residence, Jiang Yu explained. Lifting his head to elucidate, Jiang Yu possessed few elements of value to be manipulated, and upon careful reflection, he discerned the emperor's intentions. The proposed official appointment was indeed genuine and of high rank, but the ulterior motives were far from benevolent. The aim was likely to entrap Jiang Yu, thereby limiting his engagement with the prince's affairs and affording the emperor more time to maneuver. Adhering to the established rules was paramount, until those rules were broken. Accepting the position would obligate Jiang Yu to prioritize his responsibilities. However, could he fulfill those obligations effectively? Certainly not. At the tender age of nearly 13, he was still a mere child, perched atop a hierarchy of responsibilities. Even without the emperor's resources, it would be immensely challenging for Jiang Yu to delegate tasks effectively. This is not an appointment to a position of power, rather, it is fashioned a cage for Jiang Yu. Very well, since you refuse to comply, I shall reject the emperor's wishes, Xue Qinghe contemplated before speaking. I had thought you would be pleased, as I believe the role of Minister of Agriculture truly suits you. Wait, Your Highness, what position are you referring to? Jiang Yu, initially indifferent, suddenly became intrigued. The Ministry of Agriculture, what of it? Xue Qinghe inquired, her expression one of confusion. To think it is indeed that department, Jiang Yu mused inwardly. The Tiandou Empire does possess a Ministry of Agriculture, albeit its status is rather awkward. While it wields considerable authority, its practical influence is negligible, primarily overseeing the agricultural concerns of the common folk. Here, it is essential to discuss the system of the Heavenly Dou Empire. The system of the Heavenly Dou Empire resembles the citizenship structure of the Roman Empire in the previous life of Jiang Yu. Soul masters are regarded as citizens, while commoners constitute the populace outside of citizenship. This indicates that the entire class of soul masters is sustained by the common folk, who need only engage in agriculture. While the agricultural department, responsible for managing farming, wields considerable power, it is, in truth, not of paramount importance. Should this department be mentioned, Your Highness? You may respond to His Majesty with my agreement, Jiang Yu replied earnestly. This is one of the few positions that piqued his interest, though its absence would not be detrimental. However, since it had presented itself, Jiang Yu felt compelled to accept it, as it constitutes a crucial module in his future plans. In Chapter 85, Are You a Devil? It is evident that, despite Jiang Yu's perception of the Ministry of Agriculture as insignificant, his attitude reveals its undeniable importance. In the current world and at this particular juncture, it may not seem paramount, yet the ministry's role encompasses the education of farming, the development of high-quality seeds, In the planning of agricultural endeavors, it fundamentally serves as a vital logistical department, determining the strength of support systems. In a more conventional world, once Jiang Yu acquired contemporary power, his foremost task would be to reform agriculture and vigorously advance logistics. A robust logistical framework symbolizes a nation's confidence. Yet, in the realm of Douluo Continent, this formidable department appears somewhat superfluous. The vast population and the extensive fertile land mitigate logistical pressures significantly. Furthermore, with the abundant population of soul beasts, sustenance is not a pressing concern. The meat of soul beasts serves as an excellent alternative. Consequently, Jiang Yu refrained from usurping the authority of the Ministry of Agriculture, recognizing its significance to the nation, and understanding that Emperor Xue would not relinquish it easily. Attempting to seize control could yield more losses than gains. Jiang Yu's immediate priority is to assist Xue Qinghe in ascending to the throne, unify the Tiandou Empire, and subsequently prepare for the impending wars. In the absence of logistical pressures, his focus will shift towards enhancing military capabilities, ensuring a smooth transition for Xue Qinghe's reign. This presents another point of helplessness. The most populous commoners are seemingly unaffected by the war. To enhance the military strength, one must either rely entirely on soul masters or armaments. Jiang Yu has opted for the latter, indicating that the future focus will undoubtedly lie in this direction, which is also the primary objective of Jiang Yu's efforts for the Li clan. Nevertheless, agriculture remains paramount for the future. Whether or not the social model of the Tiandou Empire can be transformed hinges upon the achievements attainable in agriculture. This is the rationale behind Jiang Yu's acceptance of an official position, albeit somewhat prematurely, as his current plans do not encompass agriculture, having been relegated to the background. Presently, the Douluo Continent predominantly operates as a feudal agricultural society, and the transition from such a society to an industrial one involves addressing the issue of non-agricultural population. The non-agricultural populace comprises individuals who can be supported without engaging in farming, including the current soul masters, officials, and merchants. The number of this non-agricultural population dictates the strength of industry. Only with a sufficiently large non-agricultural demographic can Jiang Yu foster industrial development and establish an industrial society. The significance of becoming an industrial society is evident, as it's might as well understood by many, even on the Douluo Continent, where, without even mentioning peak combat power, an industrial society can decisively outclass an agricultural one. What? You agreed? Xue Qinghe exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, Jiang Yu had declined. Yet now he had reversed his stance. An unsettling feeling stirred within Xue Qinghe, combining this with Jiang Yu's earlier words. He pondered who would manage affairs here if Jiang Yu departed. Is this not entirely reasonable? Did your highness not peruse the proposal I provided? Jiang Yu responded with curiosity. Having recently endured a crisis of trust, he had diligently composed a development plan for the future of the Tiandou Empire upon returning home, subsequently sharing it with Xue Qinghe to apprise him of his intentions and arrangements. Jiang Yu has indeed mentioned this point in the proposal, which constitutes a crucial aspect of the later stages of planning. Ahem. Xue Qinghe merely coughed awkwardly. Could he admit that he had only managed to read a portion of Jiang Yu's proposal before finding it utterly incomprehensible? After all, the document penned by Jiang Yu was akin to a tome. Xue Qinghe, despite his patience, could only persevere through a fraction of it before conceding defeat. Each character was familiar to him, yet the overall meaning eluded his grasp, rendering it perplexing. The text encompassed a multitude of specialized knowledge, speculative foresight, and various contingency strategies, making it exceedingly intricate and detailed. Xue Qinghe had perused it numerous times, nearing 100, yet had barely navigated through the first half of the first year's plan. Consequently, he resolved to cease his efforts. He trusted Jiang Yu implicitly and believed it sufficient to entrust the matter to him. Your Highness, it would be prudent to review it nonetheless, as it pertains to future developments that you ought to comprehend, Jiang Yu advised with unwavering patience. This is, after all, his labor of love, and it pertains to the nation's future plans. As the future emperor of the realm, do you not owe it to me to thoroughly review it? Considering the countless days and nights I have devoted to this endeavor, I am grateful for the enhancement of my physical capabilities, for without it, Jiang Yu would not have been able to produce this much content so swiftly. Very well, I understand. In my leisure time, I shall certainly read it in its entirety. Xue Qinghe hastily replied, acknowledging the truth in Jiang Yu's words. However, he was generally quite busy, preoccupied with affairs of state and the courtship of young ladies, leaving little time for such tasks. The leisurely act of sipping tea in Jiang Yu's office, as he was doing today, was a rarity indeed. Jiang Yu remained silent, finding Xue Qinghe's demeanor somewhat peculiar, as if he had become more loquacious. It seemed that following the incident of trust, the prince had become a tad more capricious. Although his outward behavior appeared unchanged, Jiang Yu, having spent considerable time with him, easily discerned the subtle shift in Xue Qinghe's character. It would be prudent for his highness to complete the reading sooner rather than later, and it is essential that he comprehends it fully. Once I accept the official position, I will no longer be able to assist his highness with state affairs, which means he will have to manage them on his own. Jiang Yu kindly reminded him. Indeed, Jiang Yu had only been assisting Xue Qinghe with his duties. Although he had always handled the responsibilities, they fundamentally belonged to Xue Qinghe, not him. After Jiang Yu took on the role of Minister of Agriculture, he would no longer be able to remain here. Otherwise, the Emperor Xue would not have invested so heavily, aiming to distance Jiang Yu and curtail Xue Qinghe's influence. Once Jiang Yu departed, a multitude of tasks would undoubtedly await him. No, this is absolutely out of the question. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Qinghe rejected the notion. How could he possibly take over Jiang Yu's responsibilities? Was that even feasible? Jiang Yu was known for his efficiency in handling state affairs. Yet the sheer volume of work often required him to labor late into the night. His temporary bedroom was conveniently located adjacent to his office, allowing him to rest there when his work extended into the early hours. Xue Qinghe did not wish to endure such a fate. Merely contemplating it was terrifying. If he were to take on this burden, he feared he might not finish by dawn. And if he did not complete his tasks by morning, a new set of responsibilities would inevitably arise the following day. I too have numerous matters to attend to. If accepting an official position will prevent you from managing your current duties, then it is best to decline, Xue Qinghe stated solemnly. Regrettably, what is there to regret? At this moment, Xue Qinghe felt only dread. Do not worry, Your Highness. I will ensure everything is arranged appropriately. Our influence has now entered a relatively stable phase. And even without my oversight, it can continue to function smoothly. Entrusting matters to you would be entirely feasible. Moreover, I have considered that your acceptance of my responsibilities could align with your current obligations, allowing you to involve your wives in the process, fostering both relationships and productivity. Jiang Yu said with a warm smile. You must be a devil, Xue Qinghe shouted internally. You are simply trying to burden me with work. And involving my wives? Is this truly a reasonable request? You have changed, Jiang Yu. You have genuinely transformed. Indeed, Xue Qinghe's suspicions were not unfounded. Jiang Yu had undergone a significant change. Upon recognizing the trust issues between himself and Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu reflected on his previous monopolization of power, realizing that despite his sense of responsibility towards Xue Qinghe, it could lead to the suspicion of others. The letter that Xue Qinghe had burned served as poignant evidence, casting doubt on its origin, which Jiang Yu surmised might have come from Xue Qinghe's grandfather, Qian Douluo. Thus, Jiang Yu's mindset shifted. To avoid arousing further suspicion from the martial soul hall, which could jeopardize his safety, he became more relaxed in his approach to power and affairs, delegating authority to Xue Qinghe. The consequence of this was that Xue Qinghe's workload increased exponentially, now comparable to that of a half-emperor, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Previously, Jiang Yu had alleviated much of this burden. Did one truly believe that emperors do not work? History has recorded several emperors who perished from exhaustion. Even with Jiang Yu's explanations, Xue Qinghe remained resolute in his desire to decline, unable to comprehend why he, who had once enjoyed such ease, now faced an avalanche of responsibilities. Were Jiang Yu privy to Xue Qinghe's thoughts, he would undoubtedly impart the wisdom that with greater power comes greater responsibility. As long as one remains ensnared by the trappings of worldly power, this truth endures. Is it truly impossible to decline? Xue Qinghe asked, a hint of frustration evident in his voice, as the carefree demeanor of yesteryears faded entirely in the face of overwhelming tasks. You may refuse, but I would advise your highness to accept. The Ministry of Agriculture pertains to future planning. While it may not seem urgent now, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Furthermore, His Majesty has already made preparations. If we wish to wield such significant authority in the future, the costs will be substantial. Unless your highness is able to ascend to the throne, Jiang Yu thoughtfully replied. In Jiang Yu's strategy, the development of agriculture was either an early or late endeavor. There was no room for intermediate action. Missing this early opportunity would mean waiting until the story's conclusion, when peace reigns, to pursue development. The intervening period was fraught with power struggles and the specter of war. Jiang Yu could not afford to prioritize development at that time. The original plan dictated that Xue Qinghe would only be able to contend with the Emperor Xue Yi, rendering any acquisition of power impossible. By the time he ascended, it would be too late, as conflict would be imminent, necessitating preparation for battle rather than development. Thus, the current opportunity was indeed fortuitous. One could not deny that Emperor Xue Yi had made a shrewd move, directly targeting Jiang Yu's vulnerability. Aware it was a trap, Jiang Yu nonetheless resolved to take the plunge. Very well, if that is the case, then go ahead. Xue Qinghe waved his hand in resignation, consenting to Jiang Yu's acceptance of the official position. He understood the balance of priorities. His own momentary feelings of reluctance paled in comparison to Jiang Yu's genuine contemplation of future development. Xue Qinghe would not sulk over such matters. Even though he recognized that Jiang Yu would not proceed without his agreement, he also acknowledged that for the sake of the future, this workload was manageable. Your Highness is most astute, Jiang Yu beamed, bowing in appreciation. Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was nothing particularly astute about it. He had merely gained wisdom through experience. This year has truly been one of profound transformation for Xue Qinghe. He has acquired much knowledge, gained substantial understanding, and developed a deeper insight into various matters. You should consider bringing some personnel along. Have you decided whom to take? Xue Qinghe inquired. He was no longer the same Xue Qinghe of the past. While he might not be entirely versed in the intricacies of political affairs, he certainly possessed a keen awareness of certain nuances. The Ministry of Agriculture had previously been under the dominion of his father, and with Jiang Yu's abrupt appointment as minister, It was evident that the existing officials would be far from cooperative. At such a juncture, Jiang Yu might find himself facing imprisonment, unable to fulfill his duties and perhaps even bearing the brunt of blame. Although bearing blame might not entail severe consequences, it would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. I will be bringing along Senior Dugu, Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. He was acutely aware that his journey would not be devoid of challenges, thus, he resolved to prepare a formidable strategy. Should rational discourse fail, he would resort to sheer force, ensuring that he could decisively overcome any obstacles, thereby sustaining the entire department. Jiang Yu possesses unwavering confidence in this matter. He is certain that his martial soul is undoubtedly the most formidable among those suited for agriculture. There is no need for concern regarding governance, as Jiang Yu is more than capable of fulfilling those responsibilities. Similarly, there is no need for apprehension about research and development, as he can adeptly manage that as well. As for the execution at lower levels, it is of no concern to him, should the implementation falter. He will simply withdraw personnel. This underscores the advantages of using force. In the face of absolute power and military capability, trivial maneuvers and conspiracies are rendered inconsequential, swiftly suppressed without hesitation. Regardless, Jiang Yu is unfazed by such matters. As for Dugubo, it is reassuring to know he will accompany him. Xue Qinghe pondered briefly before agreeing. Dugubo is formidable. With him by Jiang Yu's side, concerns for personal safety dissipate entirely. Clearly, in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Dugubo is an exceptional bodyguard, though Jiang Yu holds a different opinion. The strength of Dugubo is secondary. What truly matters is his possession of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, a veritable artifact for agricultural endeavors. While ordinary plants cannot thrive in that realm, Jiang Yu's presence alleviates such worries. The ice and fire yin-yang eyes significantly enhance plant growth, providing an optimal experimental setting that greatly benefits Jiang Yu's research. Concerning the climate and soil conditions within, Jiang Yu can adeptly simulate them using his soul techniques. Furthermore, Dugubo is not without merit, at the very least. He excels in planning near the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. I shall inform him, Xue Qinghe remarked after a moment's contemplation. That would be much appreciated, Your Highness. Jiang Yu replied with a nod. What about his responsibilities? Xue Qinghe inquired, finally grasping the implications. If Dugubo were to depart, the tasks assigned to him would likely fall upon Jiang Yu's shoulders. Recently, Jiang Yu had been nearly overwhelmed with work, having brought Dugubo in to assist. Yet he had assigned numerous duties to him. Now, with the intention of taking Dugubo along, it is inevitable that these responsibilities will require a transition. This presents a dilemma. If no handover occurs, the responsibility must fall to the Crown Prince's residence. Previously, this role was held by Jiang Yu, but now it rests with Xue Qinghe, who is reluctant to undertake such duties. You need not worry about this matter, Your Highness. The task from the esteemed Dugu elder can be entrusted to the formidable Yang Wudi of the Piji clan, as it is inherently his responsibility, Jiang Yu explained thoughtfully. He acknowledged that had it not been for the need to placate Yang Wudi, he would not have assigned Dugubo to that position, as it was originally Jiang Yu's obligation to Yang Wudi. That reassures me, Xue Qinghe nodded. As long as I am not the one doing the work. Jiang Yu suddenly inquired, when does Your Highness plan to confer my official title? I am uncertain, Xue Qinghe replied honestly. Jiang Yu felt a touch of exasperation. He had only just thought of it, and Xue Qinghe seemed oblivious. He pressed further, will the conferment be private or public, Your Highness? I'm not sure about that either. Xue Qinghe scratched his cheek in contemplation. And the location? Jiang Yu began to grasp the situation. Haha, I shall inquire with father. Xue Qinghe awkwardly excused himself, despite being the bearer of the news. Jiang Yu sighed, watching Xue Qinghe's retreating figure with amusement. Well, change is change. At least it is an improvement over the past, he mused, recalling how Xue Qinghe used to be indifferent to such matters. Thus, Jiang Yu could confidently assert that Xue Qinghe had indeed transformed. Such negligence would have been unthinkable for him before. To be unaware of something was to underestimate Xue Qinghe's capabilities as a professional spy. However, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief, having distanced himself from a period of hardship. With Xue Qinghe agreeing to cover for him, he cheerfully began organizing the documents on his desk. Sensing that the time for his official duties was imminent, likely within days. As dusk approached, Jiang Yu decided against working late and opted for a well-deserved rest. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. The following day, as dawn broke, Xue Qinghe stealthily arrived at Jiang Yu's residence to summon him to meet the Emperor of the Snowy Night immediately. The conferment ceremony was scheduled for that day, to be conducted privately within the royal palace. The reason for this confidentiality, rather than a public ceremony, was that another individual was being appointed alongside Jiang Yu, a rather enigmatic figure, of whom Xue Qinghe had received no prior information. In essence, both were beneficiaries of favoritism. Hence the need for discretion. Do not fret, Your Highness. I shall face whatever challenges arise, Jiang Yu assured him with a smile. Although he sensed that the task arranged by the Emperor of the Snowy Night would be formidable, he harbored no trepidation. The visible forces of the Tiandou Empire were limited. Failure was simply not an option. I trust you, Xue Qinghe affirmed with a nod. Son, once you are in office, ensure you serve the nation diligently. Do not allow anyone to look down upon you. This voice belonged to Jiang Yu's inconspicuous father, Jiang Yong. He was aware of Jiang Yu's impending appointment but remained ignorant of the specifics, had he known the rank was higher than his own. It would have been interesting to see his reaction. Jiang Yu was a true bureaucrat, willing to leverage his son to gain proximity to Xue Qinghe, only to find his son's position surpassing his own. Chapter 87. An audience with the Emperor of the Snowy Night inside the royal palace of Tiandou City. Jiang Yu walked the grand halls alongside Duality. The morning sun cast a warm glow upon them, lifting Jiang Yu's spirits. Conversely, Duality appeared far less enthused. You seem less than excited, esteemed elder, Jiang Yu remarked cheerfully. Duality rolled his eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. His previous visits to the palace were as a vassal of the Tiandou Empire, but now he was here as a vassal of the crown prince's residence. While the change was subtle, it involved a significant shift in allegiance, and Duality anticipated the complex emotions of those who had previously met him. You still find joy in this? You are about to enter the imperial study, are you not concerned? Duality cautioned. Jiang Yu's new position was not only within the palace but also in the crucial imperial study, where he would directly face the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Based on Dualty's extensive experience, the imperial study was an exceedingly private space. Without a special summons, Jiang Yu could not enter. Unlike before, when he had free access, he now had to adhere to the rules of his new affiliation. But you are here with me, esteemed elder, Jiang Yu replied, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Apologies, but I cannot accompany you this time, Duality stated plainly, as if the palace were his personal abode. If you cannot enter, then you cannot, after all. It is the Emperor's study. Is there truly any danger? Jiang Yu said nonchalantly, displaying little concern for his safety. Duality rolled his eyes, doubting Jiang Yu's understanding of the seriousness of the situation and his standing in the eyes of the Emperor of the Snowy Night. If the Emperor were to arbitrarily accuse Jiang Yu of a crime, his life could be forfeit, and escape would be impossible, with Jiang Yu's current strength. He would be left to await his demise. Jiang Yu was naturally aware of this, yet he believed that the Snow Night Emperor would not act in such a manner. For the reason was quite simple. The Snow Night Emperor could not afford the gamble. Without offering an explanation, Jiang Yu merely smiled faintly at Duality and proceeded towards the imperial study, leaving Duality somewhat bewildered. Such a simple truth is easily comprehensible. How could Jiang Yu fail to grasp it? It is unlikely, perhaps he is harboring some undisclosed plan that I have yet to perceive. As Duality contemplated this, he increasingly found it plausible. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of the imperial study with Duality in tow, only to be halted by the soldiers stationed there. Jiang Yu produced the token bestowed upon him by Xue Qinghe that very morning, granting him passage, while Duality was impeded due to his lack of a token. Senior Dugu, please wait here. It's no trouble at all, Jiang Yu reassured him with a sense of ease. Duality deliberated briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. But do exercise caution. Indeed, Jiang Yu replied, and without hesitation, he stepped into the imperial study. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the unassuming nature of the room, feeling as though he had wandered into the wrong place. The imperial study was remarkably ordinary. A simple chamber furnished with a desk devoid of any distinctive features or luxury. Its sole merit lay in the abundance of books, shelves densely packed with numerous volumes, each bearing unique signs of wear, indicating that their owner had been diligently studying. This suggested that the Snowy Night Emperor was indeed a remarkable individual. Though regrettably born in an ill-fated era, in another time, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of the present. The infiltration of the spirit hall had rendered him akin to a canary trapped in a cage, thwarting his aspirations. You have arrived, came an aged yet remarkably clear voice, resonating in Jiang Yu's ears. Behind the desk in the imperial study, an elderly man appeared, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Yu, his indifferent eyes reflecting a profound depth akin to the vast ocean, obscuring any true emotion. In an instant, Jiang Yu recognized the venerable figure before him and promptly bowed in respect, stating, I am Jiang Yu, your majesty. Rise, the Snowy Night Emperor replied, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. Indeed, seeing you in person is far more impressive than mere hearsay. Jiang Qing is truly a young hero. Jiang Yu merely listened to the words, knowing that mere rhetoric would not endear him to the Snow Night Emperor. In essence, it was all just pleasantries. Both understood the underlying meaning, and it sufficed to simply acknowledge it. Your Majesty, the praise is unwarranted. I have merely engaged in trivial matters. To have it elevated to such heights is truly daunting, Jiang Yu said, bowing his head with utmost humility. Trivial matters, you say? The Snow Night Emperor chuckled lightly, observing the bowing Jiang Yu before him, a flicker of lethal intent momentarily crossing his gaze. If this was merely trivial, then what did it make of him? However, this fleeting menace dissipated swiftly. Jiang Yu was not in a position to act. From Jiang Yu's demeanor and conduct, the Snow Night Emperor gleaned a different conclusion. This was an exceedingly intriguing individual, thus he held considerable significance. Moreover, the Snow Night Emperor lacked certainty in eliminating Jiang Yu. Who could have anticipated that an inconsequential figure would ascend to such heights? If only my fourth brother possessed half of his capabilities, we would not have suffered such a dire defeat. What a pity, the Snow Night Emperor mused inwardly. This is no trivial matter. You have amply demonstrated your capabilities, sufficient to stand tall among most adversaries of this age, the Snow Night Emperor remarked, slightly lifting Jiang Yu's chin. Jiang Yu raised his head and smiled faintly. Your Majesty's praise is excessive. My abilities are merely adequate. To claim superiority over the world is still far beyond my reach. He accepted the Snow Knight Emperor's words with equanimity, devoid of pride, as he genuinely perceived himself as quite ordinary. Yet, this scene appeared all the more formidable in the eyes of the Snow Knight Emperor, a youthful individual achieving fame and high office, yet devoid of arrogance. Possessing a demeanor akin to a seasoned bureaucrat. Humility in youth is commendable, but excessive modesty can be detrimental. Has Qinghe elucidated the purpose of your presence here? Recognizing that his words would not sway Jiang Yu, the Snow Knight Emperor redirected the conversation back to the original topic. Indeed. His Highness the Crown Prince has conveyed this to me, Jiang Yu replied respectfully, remaining entirely within the bounds of propriety. Excellent. Then, may I inquire about your thoughts? In my view, your abilities are more than sufficient for this position, the Snow Knight Emperor stated. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and responded with unwavering resolve. I shall exert my utmost efforts, not to disappoint the benevolence bestowed upon me by His Highness the Crown Prince. It was a candid response, yet not what the Snow Knight Emperor wished to hear. His intention in bringing Jiang Yu to the imperial study was to discuss more confidential matters, hoping to draw him closer. After all this time, Jiang Yu's identity had long been clarified. He was unblemished in character, or so the Snow Knight Emperor felt. Jiang Yu's family background was traceable, suggesting that his allegiance to Xue Qinghe was purely coincidental, and that coincidence threatened to unravel his empire of Tiandou. What a formidable young man indeed, the Snow Knight Emperor mused, sensing that Jiang Yu had discerned his ulterior motives, using his earlier words as a means to decline. So, what is your perspective on the Tiandou Empire? The Snow Knight Emperor suddenly inquired, shifting the conversation. This question momentarily took Jiang Yu by surprise, for it was not one that should have been directed at him, nor at this particular moment. What exactly did he wish to discern? Jiang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to the inquiry from the Snow Knight Emperor. At present, the Tiandou Empire was flourishing, with its citizens living in peace and harmony, all ardently supporting their sovereign. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu chose to respond, albeit with a tone that reeked of insincerity. Flourishing, you say? Then why do my two sons stand in such stark opposition, even to the point of contemplating patricide? The Snow Knight Emperor posed yet another question that left Jiang Yu somewhat flustered. This minister is unaware, but the Crown Prince surely harbors a deep filial piety towards your majesty. Let this universe bear witness. Jiang Yu stated solemnly. He had resolved that regardless of what the Snow Knight Emperor sought to uncover, he would steadfastly align himself with Xue Qinghe. To him, the Emperor's query seemed fundamentally flawed and truly challenging to address. Jiang Yu's predicament elicited a sense of weariness in the Snow Knight Emperor, who felt as if Jiang Yu was a prickly hedgehog, impossible to approach. Finally, after a series of stumbling efforts, the work was published. He contemplated expressing something, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that it was best to focus on writing well. Verbosity would serve no purpose. He expressed gratitude to all his companions for their support during these days, and he was particularly thankful for their generous rewards and monthly votes. Truly, he was immensely grateful. It was their support that instilled confidence within him. As for the matter of updates, he could only pledge his utmost effort, for he possessed no drafts. Writing everything on the spot, often completing his work just in time to sleep, and feeling as though he was straying further down the path of exhaustion each time he saw the sun rise. In conclusion, he implored for subscriptions and monthly votes. He then shared a couplet, raised the cup and gazed disdainfully at the azure sky, as radiant as the jade tree swaying in the breeze. The lotus does not compare to a beauty's adornment, as the wind from the water palace carries the fragrance of pearls and emeralds. Chapter 88, A Peculiar Conversation. Let the universe bear witness? The Emperor exclaimed. Then why have his recent actions been so openly defiant towards me? The Crown Prince meddles in politics and forces a palace coup. Is this not the height of treason? Is he not the most ungrateful son? The Snow Knight Emperor spoke with a tone of incredulity, his voice rising almost to a roar, spittle nearly flying onto Jiang Yu's face. It seemed as though the Emperor viewed Jiang Yu as a mere listener, unloading his grievances entirely upon him. To Jiang Yu, however, it felt as if these words were intentionally directed at him, not merely the result of the Emperor's anger. Jiang Yu, standing to the side, quietly interjected, Your Majesty, you are misunderstanding the Crown Prince. His Highness truly acts out of filial duty, concern for your health, which is why he has offered to share your burdens. He remains steadfast in his loyalty to your Majesty. The Emperor scoffed, seemingly uninterested in further discourse, merely offering a cold chuckle. Does he think I am unaware of such filial piety? Jiang Yu's stance merely compelled him to utter such words. Both parties are well aware of the reality laid bare before them, yet he feigns ignorance. Of course, he must pretend not to know. If Jiang Yu dared to reveal the truth, it would only provide ammunition for others, a self-inflicted wound. Observing the cold smirk on the Emperor's face, Jiang Yu sensed that the Emperor had indeed lost his composure, and that such tacit acknowledgement was unwarranted. Jiang Yu was perplexed by the Emperor's thoughts. The situation was becoming increasingly awkward, as fabricating lies was no easy task. So, Jiang Yu, what is your stance? The Snow Knight Emperor suddenly asked, his voice icy. Taken aback, Jiang Yu had not anticipated such a question. Perhaps this was the Emperor's true objective, leading him into a moment of contemplation. But why did the Emperor ask about his stance? Was it not already clear? It was indeed peculiar, as Jiang Yu believed he had engaged in enough discourse with the Emperor for both to possess a mutual understanding, making such a question seem redundant. Perhaps sensing Jiang Yu's silence, the emperor rose from his seat, his piercing gaze fixated on Jiang Yu as he advanced a step, an overwhelming aura pressing down upon him. Tell me, what is your stance? The Snow Knight Emperor demanded, his voice booming. Unlike the intimidating presence of a warrior, the emperor's authoritative demeanor stripped Jiang Yu of his courage, causing him to avert his eyes. Sweat trickled down Jiang Yu's forehead, cascading down to his chin. Good heavens! He had not anticipated the emperor's presence to be so formidable. Yet, he managed to suppress the urge to evade the emperor's gaze. He would not yield. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Yu resolved to articulate his position with utmost seriousness for the first time. Your Majesty, my position is quite clear. First, the welfare of the populace. Second, the crown prince. And lastly, the Tiandou Empire. As for your Majesty, I must apologize. I do not share your Majesty's stance. I hope your Majesty will not take offense. With that, Jiang Yu executed a profound bow. Perhaps it was the emperor's imposing presence that compelled Jiang Yu to voice the thoughts he had long kept hidden within. He had never truly shared his comprehensive stance with anyone else, for there had been no need. His concern for the populace was merely a remnant of his past life. His true allegiance now lay with Xue Qinghe, and that was sufficient. After Jiang Yu concluded his statement, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. The Snow Knight Emperor retracted his imposing demeanor, gazing at Jiang Yu with a complex expression. He had received the answer he sought. Yet it was not the one he desired. Nevertheless, he understood that the answer he truly wished for would remain elusive from Jiang Yu, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment, albeit not an overwhelming one. Very well, you may leave. I have dispatched your appointment letter and all necessary preparations to the Ministry of Agriculture. The newly appointed deputy minister has also reported for duty. I hold no particular expectations for you in the Ministry of Agriculture. You may pursue your endeavors freely, even exercising the authority to appoint or dismiss officials. However, there is one position you must not alter. Do you understand? The Snow Knight Emperor stated suddenly, his tone turning grave. Understood. Jiang Yu, still bewildered, could not fathom the emperor's intentions. He seemed to be acting as if he had accomplished something significant, yet it felt as though nothing substantial had transpired. What were his true objectives, his thoughts? What did he wish to glean from Jiang Yu today? Jiang Yu pondered silently. Upon realizing he was summoned to the emperor's study, he had anticipated that the emperor sought something specific from him. Initially, he thought perhaps it would be a negotiation, but it now appeared otherwise. Very well, you may depart. The Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Yu could only retreat slowly. Once he had closed the door behind him, the emperor appeared to exhale deeply, his face revealing overwhelming fatigue. Indeed, I must be growing old to place my hopes in such matters. Ancestors above, I fear I may be failing your expectations. The Snow Knight Emperor lamented inwardly, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Weighed down by an invisible burden, he felt as though chains bound both his body and spirit. In the grand tapestry of fate, where timing, opportunity, and human synergy converge, he finds himself devoid of a viable point of leverage. Jiang Yu's prodigious capabilities have surpassed his initial expectations by leaps and bounds. Regardless of his intentions, he is enveloped by a sense of impotence, as if he is being thoroughly subdued despite a seemingly equal distribution of power. Consequently, for the sake of the future of the Tiandou Empire and the Xue family, he is compelled to instigate change, pinning his hopes for continuity on a seemingly trivial matter. Emperor Xue has exerted considerable effort, however. His endeavors have proven futile, not due to his inherent weakness, but rather owing to the scarcity of resources at his disposal. In the realm of political strategy and balance, Emperor Xue is not inferior to Jiang Yu. Indeed, in terms of experience, he possesses a wealth of knowledge far exceeding that of Jiang Yu. Alas, he lacks the decisive power necessary to influence the current situation. This world ultimately reveres martial power, a truth that even the imperial nobility cannot escape. Jiang Yu is acutely aware of this reality. Thus, his initial strategy to break the impasse was to bolster his own formidable strength. He sought the allegiance of the 4 great clans, forged a bond with Duality, and cultivated a friendship with the 7 treasures glazed tile school. With each alliance, he fortified his own position. At this juncture, Jiang Yu is almost certain of his impending victory. Indeed, the Heavenly Empire is undeniably powerful, yet the Heavenly Royal Family is feeble. Lacking the protection of formidable forces, they are but a mere morsel, vulnerable to being carved up by others. This is also the reason why the Spirit Hall has chosen the Tiandou Empire. Compared to the Douluo Empire, their royal family is significantly weaker, making them an ideal target for infiltration. Even in defeat, I shall never concede first. In the time that follows, I will exhaust all my strength to forge the future I desire, the Snow Knight Emperor resolutely thought, reigniting his fighting spirit. Even in the face of despair, the Snow Knight Emperor, akin to his counterpart in the original narrative, resolved to undertake a gamble of life and death, seeking opportunities amidst adversity. Victory had become unattainable. As the Snow Knight Emperor had comprehended that Jiang Yu was calculating the hearts of men, which was his concern and aspiration, as long as he maintained this mindset, it would be impossible for him to triumph over Jiang Yu. This was no longer a matter of strategy but a battle of the heart. At this juncture, he could not alter his convictions, and thus, he was destined to lose. On the other side, emerging from the imperial study, Jiang Yu's expression remained grave. The reason for his solemnity stemmed from his confusion regarding the Snow Knight Emperor's intentions, compounded by a series of bewildering remarks. Indeed, they were perplexing. While others might utter similar sentiments, when spoken by the Snow Knight Emperor, they were rendered utterly nonsensical, particularly in their exchange. It felt akin to venting frustrations, leaving Jiang Yu baffled as to his true purpose. After all, they were adversaries. What troubles you so? Upon seeing Jiang Yu emerge, Dugubo hurriedly approached with inquiry. Hearing Dugubo's voice, Jiang Yu realized he had indeed exited the study. Thus, he explained, Elder Dugu, I am well, merely perplexed by His Majesty's thoughts. Perplexed by His Majesty's thoughts? Were you not discussing appointments? Could there be other considerations? Dugubo queried, his confusion palpable. This also illustrated Dugubo's naivety in political matters. As he understood very little, their meeting was not solely about appointments. There is more to it. Overall, it is somewhat complicated. His Majesty must have other matters to discuss with me, but I am unaware of what they entail, Jiang Yu replied. This matter reveals an unsettling truth. He and the Emperor of the Snowy Night do not share a conventional sovereign-subject relationship, but rather stand as adversaries, even mortal foes. Both are acutely aware of this, yet during their conversation, their positions seemed aligned. The Emperor did not regard him as an opponent. However, this is inconceivable. For Jiang Yu's allegiance lies with Xue Qinghe, while the Emperor's loyalty is to the royal family, the Xue clan. Wait, perhaps I am beginning to understand. Indeed, there is an underlying issue. It appears the problem arises from the Emperor's ignorance of my knowledge regarding Xue Qinghe's true identity, Jiang Yu contemplated silently. The issues at hand are significant. If the Emperor of the Snowy Night is unaware that Jiang Yu has discerned the true identity of Xue Qinghe, then Jiang Yu, in the eyes of the Emperor, is merely a subject of the Tiandou Empire, albeit a member of the royal faction. Chapter 89. I truly am not a loyal subject. Absurd, isn't it? Yet this reflects the reality in the Emperor's mind. Despite Jiang Yu's aggressive demeanor and the formidable threat he poses, he is still perceived as a loyal subject of the Tiandou Empire, merely misled by treacherous individuals. Considering Jiang Yu's words, it becomes evident that the Emperor easily concludes that Jiang Yu is indeed a loyal subject. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Jiang Yu's mindset grows increasingly complex. I am truly not a loyal subject of the Tiandou Empire. However, it is too late to voice this. Jiang Yu would not dare to expose this truth, as it serves his interests. Why the complex expression again? Asked the bewildered Dugubo beside him. He found it incomprehensible how someone so young could possess such a cunning mind. Perhaps I have come to understand certain matters, to the Emperor. I might indeed be considered a loyal subject, worthy of trust, Jiang Yu mused with a self-deprecating smile, laced with irony. When did I become a loyal subject? Nevertheless, even so, Jiang Yu still fails to grasp the Emperor's thoughts. Even if he were a loyal subject of the Tiandou Empire, he would still support Xue Qinghe. You are a loyal subject? Don't jest, Dugubo replied, his expression one of incredulity, fully aware of Jiang Yu's reference to the loyal subjects of the Tiandou Empire. I simply cannot fathom your thoughts. However, I have seen enough to know that if you are a loyal subject, then there are no sycophants left in this world. Haha. Indeed quite amusing, Jiang Yu laughed in agreement with Dugubo's observation, choosing not to elaborate. What is there to explain? Why should I clarify? Is this not rather pleasant? Let us proceed to the Ministry of Agriculture, Senior Dugu, Jiang Yu suggested with a smile, though a shadow of heaviness flickered in his eyes. I have not truly changed. Perhaps this is my strength, but it is also my greatest weakness. Those adept at understanding the hearts of men must also be skilled in manipulating them. Jiang Yu embodies this, yet he resists the notion of manipulation, heavily influenced by the environment of his previous life. Upholding the rules, he considers himself a relatively upright individual. Are we going then? I thought you might linger in sentimentality, Dugubo remarked with a teasing tone. To Dugubo, Jiang Yu appeared to be overly sentimental, unaware that he was an old fox burdened with thoughts while still pretending to be a loyal subject. I am not being sentimental, I am merely stating facts. Why must the human heart be so intricate? Jiang Yu replied, raising his hands in exasperation. The most easily understood aspect is the human heart. Yet it is also the most difficult to grasp. Truth be told, Jiang Yu felt somewhat aggrieved to find himself in the Douluo world, where understanding the human heart seemed unnecessary. Strength alone could obliterate all obstacles. The morning sun was bright yet gentle, casting its rays upon Jiang Yu, who appeared to Dugubo as if illuminated by a divine light. In that moment, Dugubo noticed a hint of heaviness lurking deep within Jiang Yu's eyes. Akin to darkness beneath the light, a stark contrast of brilliance and shadow. What burdens could he possibly carry at such a young age? Dugubo pondered, suddenly realizing that he had never regarded Jiang Yu as a mere boy. He had always seemed like an adult, and the world of adults is fraught with worries. Senior Dugu, you're dawdling. We have already moved on. Jiang Yu called back, noticing that Dugubo had remained behind, lost in thought. TCH, I understand. What a peculiar individual, Dugubo muttered under his breath. Jiang Yu's demeanor certainly warranted such a title, not merely a small anomaly. Though he was young and not exceptionally powerful, even after handling affairs for a considerable time, he still surpassed his peers. However, that gap was narrowing, making it increasingly difficult to label him as a monster. Yet, his ruthless mindset amidst the relatively simple Douluo Continent rendered him nothing short of a monster. This reflects the most genuine thoughts of Duality, as he perceives a remarkably astute young individual amidst the youth he has encountered over the years. It is indeed rare for someone of such a tender age to channel their intellect towards such pursuits, especially in a milieu where the pursuit of power reigns supreme. The sudden emergence of such a person undoubtedly creates a profound impact. Upon exiting the palace, Jiang Yu did not venture elsewhere but made his way directly to the Ministry of Agriculture. The ministry was not far, situated within the confines of Heavendou City, albeit not in close proximity to the royal palace. This stands in stark contrast to Jiang Yu's understanding of ancient feudal dynasties, where major departments functioned independently. With Dualbo's assistance, Jiang Yu swiftly arrived at the Ministry of Agriculture. Stop. What is your business here? As Jiang Yu approached the entrance of the ministry, he was intercepted by the gatekeeper. I am Jiang Yu, the newly appointed Minister of Agriculture, as per His Majesty's orders. I trust the decree has already reached you, Jiang Yu stated, revealing his identity directly. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's introduction, the gatekeeper's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Jiang Yu noticed this and felt a flicker of suspicion arise within him. The gatekeeper's demeanor turned grave. Nonsense. The newly appointed Minister of Agriculture has already arrived. How could a mere child like you dare to impersonate him? Do you seek death? He commanded Jiang Yu to leave, preparing to take action. Seeing the leader's intent, the surrounding guards closed in, eager to subdue Jiang Yu. Unfazed, Jiang Yu observed the unfolding scenario with intrigue. Senior Dugu, Jiang Yu spoke calmly, please spare their lives. Humph. I understand, Dualbo replied, visibly displeased. The audacity of this impudent boy to call upon him for such trivial matters was indeed irksome. Nevertheless, Dualbo complied, unleashing the formidable aura unique to a title Douluo. Before the guards could react, they found themselves crushed under this overwhelming pressure, unable to rise. Some even fainted from the intensity, while the leader, a spirit master of modest strength, remained conscious yet was reduced to lying prostrate on the ground like a dog. Who are you? The gatekeeper leader inquired, his eyes filled with terror as he trembled. The formidable aura instantly conveyed that the figure before him was undoubtedly a powerful soul master, an entity beyond his reach, filling his heart with regret. I have already stated that I am Jiang Yu, the Minister of Agriculture, he replied nonchalantly. Enough of your prattle, Duga Senior, expel this group at once. They have all been dismissed. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu decided that asking for names was too cumbersome and opted to replace the entire group of guards instead. My lord, please, we were wrong. We beseech you to show mercy. This was not our intention. We were merely following orders, the leader of the guards pleaded incessantly. He recognized Jiang Yu's identity and understood that he possessed the authority to carry out such actions. Jiang Yu, however, paid him no mind and gestured for Dualbo to proceed. Initially, he had some reservations about these actions, considering them a way to set an example. Yet, the immense power granted to him by the Snowy Knight Emperor simplified matters considerably. Any individual who displeased him would be replaced, for he lacked any need for such minions. Minister Jiang, you truly wield great authority. Is it customary to incite such flames so early in your tenure? A mocking voice echoed as a dozen individuals emerged from the Ministry of Agriculture. Jiang Yu quickly deduced that they were former officials, somewhat surprised that they had the audacity to orchestrate the previous events. Duga Senior, expel them as well. From this day forth, they are no longer officials here, Jiang Yu stated, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue. The leader, upon hearing this, pointed a finger at Jiang Yu and exclaimed loudly, Jiang Yu, how dare you? We are also officials appointed by His Majesty, who grants you the authority to act in this manner. Do you wish to see if I dare? Jiang Yu retorted with a roll of his eyes, dismissing their presence as he had no interest in conversing with such petty figures. Dualbo, even less inclined to entertain their words, swiftly expelled them without hesitation. With a mere wave of his hand, the group was cast out. In an instant, the street was filled with dozens of individuals, drawing the attention of many onlookers who began to speculate about the scene. The faces of those expelled were utterly humiliated. Jiang Yu leisurely emerged from within, holding a piece of paper, and smiled warmly at the gathered crowd. My apologies, but the power bestowed upon me by His Majesty allows for the appointment and dismissal of officials at my discretion, with the authority to act before reporting. Chapter 90. An unexpected individual. The document Jiang Yu produced rendered the pompous clown speechless. As imperial officials, they recognized the emperor's seal, and the authenticity of what Jiang Yu held was beyond doubt. Though they harbored some skepticism, the presence of Dualbo deterred them from scrutinizing further, and they dared not question his legitimacy. This left them in a state of utter despair. If this were indeed true, then all their official positions would be irrevocably lost. Among this group of individuals, the one with the lowest official rank was merely the gatekeeper, whose absence would hardly be felt. In stark contrast, the highest-ranking official, the deputy minister, found himself in a dire predicament. Once the Minister of Agriculture, he was abruptly demoted when the Snowy Knight Emperor appointed 2 new individuals to the department, transforming the previously singular leadership into 1 minister and 2 deputies, a situation unbearable for anyone. To compound matters, both newcomers were relatively youthful. Consequently, he sought to create trouble and soon discovered that the deputy was formidable and not an easy target. Thus, he turned his attention to Jiang Yu. Having investigated Jiang Yu's background, He regarded him merely as a member of a minor family who had risen through the ranks by virtue of his connection to the crown prince. Deeming him to possess little genuine power, he believed that confronting Jiang Yu would pose no challenge, as he assumed Jiang Yu would not dare to seek the prince's support when faced with adversity. Instead, he expected Jiang Yu to come curry favor with him. Considering his former position as the Minister of Agriculture, historically, such maneuvers had been commonplace, yielding satisfactory results. However, this time he encountered Jiang Yu, who was not to be trifled with, and met with a swift and forceful suppression. In a single move, more than a dozen officials were rendered powerless, obliterating the upper echelons of the Ministry of Agriculture. "You cannot do this. Without us, the ministry cannot function," the former minister protested, still clinging to hope. Yet Jiang Yu replied coolly, "Rest assured, the ministry will continue to operate without you. His Majesty has granted me the authority of appointment and dismissal." The implication was unmistakable. Jiang Yu wielded the power to hire and fire at his discretion. Although the weight of this power felt somewhat overwhelming to Jiang Yu, he resolved to wield it boldly, given that the Snowy Night Emperor had entrusted it to him. With that, he dismissed the group, recognizing them as mere minor players. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's departure, none dared to impede him. As the initial fervor subsided, some began to recognize the identity of the figure accompanying Jiang Yu, Duality. The title Douluo, also known as the Poison Douluo. It was evident that their continued existence depended solely on Jiang Yu's restraint. Had he chosen otherwise, their demise would have had little consequence, for killing someone was trivial for Duality. The remaining officials exchanged glances, ultimately deciding against courting disaster and slunk away in defeat. As for where they would go, Jiang Yu was indifferent to their fate. Within the Ministry of Agriculture, many had witnessed the events unfold outside and were now wary of provoking the formidable Jiang Yu. "Are you certain about this course of action?" Duality inquired. Jiang Yu's assertiveness took him aback. Wasn't the political arena typically characterized by schemes and counterschemes? Moreover, was the threat genuine? "No worries, they will not return, for they have indeed been dismissed. Although the edict I possess is counterfeit, His Majesty has genuinely bestowed upon me this authority," Jiang Yu clarified. While the edict itself was false, the seal was authentic. However, no one dared to scrutinize its contents. In truth, the distinction between authenticity and forgery mattered little, as Jiang Yu possessed the authority in practice. "The Emperor would grant you such power?" Duality remarked, genuinely astonished. During their planning sessions, Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe had not concealed their dealings from him. He was well aware of the fraught relations between Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe, and the Snowy Night Emperor. "Truth be told, I too am somewhat surprised, yet this is the reality," Jiang Yu admitted, struggling to comprehend the complexities of human nature, as he lacked any supernatural insight into others' thoughts. Soon enough, Jiang Yu escorted Duality to the office of the deputy minister who had supposedly accompanied him. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was taken aback to find that the occupant was none other than the daughter of the Snowy Night Emperor, Princess Xue Qinghe of the Tiandou Empire. This revelation astonished Jiang Yu, yet he still bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." "What? Are you surprised to see me?" Xue Qinghe inquired with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "How could I not be a little surprised? Were you not studying at the Moon Pavilion?" After paying his respects, Jiang Yu pulled out a chair and seated himself before Xue Qinghe. As he gazed upon the young woman, a small girl's image surfaced in his mind, gradually merging with the figure before him. Although significantly transformed, there remained a faint resemblance to the person he once remembered. Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe shared a considerable familiarity, at least more than with Xue Bing. Several years prior, when Xue Qinghe was still a child, she would often come to play near the Xue Qinghe River, which fostered their friendship. However, after Xue Qinghe began her studies at the Moon Pavilion, her visits dwindled, causing Jiang Yu's memories of her to fade as well. After all, Xue Qinghe was not particularly significant in the original narrative, nor in the present. Thus, encountering her now was indeed a surprise for Jiang Yu. She appeared to be a year or two older, transformed into a graceful presence, shedding her previous innocence. "It's all because of my brother and that wretched Haotian Douluo. Teacher Tang Yuehua has suspended classes, so I am on break," Xue Qinghe remarked, her words laced with palpable resentment. Due to Tang Hao's recent reemergence and his offense towards the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, Tang Yuehua had become exceedingly overwhelmed with her responsibilities. Coupled with the negative publicity surrounding the Haotian clan, she had lost the inclination to teach, leading to an unexpected holiday for all, leaving Xue Qinghe with nothing to do. Jiang Yu quickly grasped the situation. "You cannot blame the crown prince. This is entirely the consequence of Haotian Douluo's own actions. The crown prince, as a representative of the Tiandou Empire, must retaliate when faced with such an affront," he stated. Of course, Xue Qinghe understood this reasoning. Her resentment was primarily directed at Tang Hao, though she felt compelled to defend her teacher. "Could you perhaps speak to my brother, the crown prince, and persuade teacher Tang Yuehua to resume her classes?" "I cannot. This matter touches upon the very foundations of the nation. Even if the crown prince wished to forgive Haotian Douluo, I would not permit him to do so. Furthermore, the crown prince has not prohibited Tang Yuehua from teaching. Although she is the sister of Haotian Douluo, this situation does not implicate her," Jiang Yu firmly declined. "Teacher Yuehua is actually the sister of Haotian Douluo?" Xue Qinghe exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Did you not know?" Jiang Yu replied, somewhat incredulous. "Should I have known?" Xue Qinghe asked, her expression one of naive confusion. How could she possibly be privy to such clandestine matters? Jiang Yu felt a wave of exasperation, having grown accustomed to conversing with others. He instinctively assumed Xue Qinghe was aware of these revelations. In truth, it was entirely normal for Xue Qinghe to be unaware. The identity of Tang Yuehua was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few. Those within Jiang Yu's circle, however, were all in the know. It seemed to Jiang Yu that Xue Qinghe had been utilized by Tang Yuehua to gauge the sentiments of Xue Qinghe River, hoping to persuade her to withdraw any pursuit against Tang Hao. Such thoughts coursed through Jiang Yu's mind. This aligns well with the current situation. As the master of the Yuexian Pavilion at the Tiandou Palace Etiquette Academy, Tang Yuehua possesses a clear understanding of the might of the Tiandou Empire. Despite Tang Hao's title as a title Douluo, his influence is relatively insignificant for an empire. Offending the Tiandou Empire undoubtedly places Tang Hao in a precarious position. Particularly with the utilization of Jiang Yu's tactics, the Crown Prince's residence and the Spirit Hall have commenced a collaboration. Through the dissemination of public sentiment via publishing houses and the intelligence network of the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao's likeness and the bounty notice from the Haotian sect have spread across every city, large and small, within the Tiandou Empire. The Spirit Hall inherently possesses this capability. It merely lacked a suitable pretext until now, with the endorsement of the Crown Prince's residence, leading to the swift dissemination of the bounty notice concerning Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. This method, of course, does not inflict any substantial harm upon Tang Hao and the Haotian sect, yet it generates immense psychological pressure. If this continues, Tang Yuehua fears that their sect will inevitably suffer a tarnished reputation, becoming adversaries to the world. Her apprehension is not unfounded. For Jiang Yu indeed intends to pursue this course of action, relentlessly applying pressure to agitate Tang Hao and the Haotian sect's nerves, compelling them to err, thus achieving a decisive victory. The Haotian sect is formidable, however, in the grand scheme of a nation, it comprises merely a few hundred individuals, insignificant amidst billions. Moreover, with Jiang Yu leveraging the power of the Spirit Hall, the pride of the Haotian sect becomes utterly futile. Their fate is sealed, either to emerge and face annihilation or to retreat into obscurity forever. Chapter 91. Entrapped. Let us speak no more of this, but rather turn to other matters. What brings you here to serve in an official capacity, particularly as my deputy minister? Jiang Yu casually shifted the topic. Any discussion surrounding Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao inevitably touches upon Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe's schemes for the future of the Haotian sect. Xue Qinghe is acutely aware that such matters are not in her best interest, as she is bound to relay them to Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua is Xue Qinghe's mentor, and refusing her request would be quite difficult. Furthermore, Xue Qinghe, her nominal elder brother, complicates matters further, as it would serve his interests at her expense. Thus, it is best to tread lightly. The information Jiang Yu has just conveyed sufficiently indicates that he is indeed an informed individual. It becomes clear to Tang Yuehua that to resolve issues, she must personally engage in discourse with Jiang Yu. Wait, I wish to learn more about Teacher Yuehua. Please share more. Xue Qinghe exclaimed eagerly, rushing to Jiang Yu's side and grasping his hand, shaking it insistently in an attempt to extract further revelations. This is akin to a student's innate curiosity about their teacher's private life, having previously endured the weight of their authorities. The prospect of accessing such gossip is exhilarating. Although Tang Yuehua does not typically exert pressure on Xue Qinghe, this dynamic remains unchanged. Tang Yuehua's secrets are irresistibly captivating to Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu, feeling overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, was averse to discussing such matters. His focus lay solely on unraveling why the Night Emperor had sent Xue Qinghe here. Is the Ministry of Agriculture merely a playground for two adolescents to assume leadership? Were he not the leader himself, Jiang Yu would likely harbor despair regarding the future of this department. Indeed, it seems destined for ruin. This is not something you can comprehend. It involves numerous complexities, and knowing too much would not bode well for you, Jiang Yu replied, withdrawing his hand in resignation. Although this was primarily a subjective reaction influenced by Tang Yuehua, he believed it prudent to refrain from divulging further information that might complicate her situation. Were Xue Qinghe not a woman, he would have long instructed Dugubo to escort her away. Yet, speaking of Dugubo, Jiang Yu suddenly realized and glanced around, eventually spotting Dugubo outside the door, wearing a teasing expression as he observed him. This left Jiang Yu utterly speechless. What is this scoundrel thinking? Such stinginess. I'll go and ask my brother. He will enlighten me, Xue Qinghe said with a face full of displeasure. In her eyes, Jiang Yu was doing it on purpose, speaking halfway to deliberately provoke her. This matter is rather difficult for Jiang Yu to elucidate, as it truly cannot be elaborated upon. Should the Haotian sect discover that he is intentionally scheming against them, would he still wish to live? Rest assured, His Highness the Crown Prince will not divulge this to you, Jiang Yu asserted. How can you be so certain that my elder brother won't inform me? Xue Qinghe inquired, her face a mask of skepticism as she scrutinized Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Well, this certainly cannot be spoken of carelessly. It is a secret, you scoundrel. With that, Xue Qinghe, incensed, prepared to strike Jiang Yu. His manner of speaking was exceedingly irksome. Why could he not articulate his thoughts more clearly instead of leaving them half-spoken? Nonetheless, Xue Qinghe's capabilities were lacking. Although she was a year or two older than Jiang Yu, her strength paled in comparison. She was merely at the level of a great soul master, which fell significantly short of Jiang Yu's soul sovereign prowess. Consequently, all her attempts to attack were deftly evaded by him. After a prolonged skirmish without so much as a single hit, Xue Qinghe found herself exhausted and ultimately stormed off in frustration. Jiang Yu raised his hand, wishing to intervene. But Xue Qinghe paid him no heed and vanished from sight. This left Jiang Yu feeling quite helpless, as his question remained unanswered. At that moment, the solitary bow entered. Addressing Jiang Yu with a tone of reproach, "What have you done? How could you have driven Her Royal Highness the Princess away? You are a sole sovereign and a man. Allowing her to strike you a couple of times would not be fatal." This left Jiang Yu utterly speechless. It was truly not his fault. The issue was not merely whether or not to allow her to strike a few times, but rather the concern that she would inevitably revisit her previous inquiries. Senior Dugu, you are aware that the questions posed by Her Highness the Princess are indeed quite challenging to address. They involve certain confidential matters and subsequent plans. And should such information be divulged, it would undoubtedly have repercussions for us. Jiang Yu elaborated that while the inquiries made by Xue Qinghe may seem innocuous at first glance, they are indeed quite intricate, touching upon significant points that are difficult to respond to, leaving Jiang Yu feeling quite helpless. In a typical scenario, he would have answered. But this was truly not something he could articulate. Firstly, he could not simply state that Xue Qinghe was being manipulated by Tang Yuehua, as that would be akin to suggesting she was mentally impaired. Secondly, the connection he shared with Xue Qinghe must not be overly disclosed to the Emperor Xue Yi, lest it incite further complications. Jiang Yu was not keen on witnessing such an outcome. Wait, perhaps I have misjudged certain aspects and overlooked a detail. Jiang Yu pressed his fingers to his temples in exasperation. He might have been biased by his prior perceptions of Xue Qinghe, which lingered from several years ago. Failing to recognize the considerable growth she had undergone, she had consistently excelled academically and was undoubtedly a top student. Thus, it was improbable that she was entirely oblivious to the current circumstances. Being raised in a royal family, this awareness is instinctual. Senior Dugu, I may have been outsmarted, Jiang Yu admitted, feeling somewhat drained. To be bested by a young girl was truly unexpected, but thankfully he had not divulged too much. What could possibly be the case? Dugubo inquired with a serious expression. Because I've come to realize a few things. Do you truly believe Her Highness would be completely ignorant? Jiang Yu countered. Are you suggesting she is actually aware? Dugubo responded, astonished. Indeed, it is evident that she comprehends the situation. Her limited access to intelligence merely obscures her understanding of the current state of affairs. She is quite astute, Jiang Yu remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is rather intriguing, truly fascinating. Previous conclusions may now be overturned. If Xue Qinghe is not foolish, then her choice of inquiry indicates that she is unaware of the present royal dynamics. So, for whom is she asking? It must be for Tang Yuehua. Xue Qinghe is not merely the pawn Jiang Yu had previously imagined, but rather someone who is proactively assisting Tang Yuehua in her inquiries. The distinction lies in whether Xue Qinghe is sufficiently intelligent. If she is not, then she is indeed being manipulated, whereas if she is, then she is acting of her own volition. In this manner, she must now be seeking out Tang Yuehua. However, she shall soon discover that Jiang Yu harbors suspicions regarding her intentions. It is likely she will return to me shortly, Jiang Yu stated with considerable confidence. On the other hand, as Jiang Yu had surmised, upon exiting, Xue Qinghe did not immediately head back to the imperial palace, but rather made her way to an inn in Tiandou City, for she wished to meet with Tang Yuehua. Indeed, after suspending her classes, Tang Yuehua had not departed from Tiandou City but had taken residence there, reaching out to her student Xue Qinghe in hopes of devising a solution. Xue Qinghe found it difficult to refuse Tang Yuehua's assistance and thus agreed to inquire on her behalf. Yet, as she approached the palace to cleverly question her father, she was taken aback to discover that the mastermind behind the matter was none other than her elder brother, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. Before Xue Qinghe could even seek out Xue Qinghe, she was assigned a position by the Emperor Xue Yu. Although she wished to decline, the Emperor's resolve was unwavering, compelling her to accept the role. Reluctantly, Xue Qinghe acquiesced. It was then that she encountered Jiang Yu. To be honest, she had not anticipated his presence there, especially not in a ministerial capacity, which was quite the surprise. However, believing that Jiang Yu, being close to her brother, might possess valuable information, Xue Qinghe considered extracting some intelligence from him. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu proved to be more obstinate than she had anticipated, his responses elusive and half-hearted. Yet she managed to glean some information. Teacher Yuehua, please open the door. I have returned. Xue Qinghe knocked on a door, and soon a commotion stirred within. A beautiful woman opened the door, revealing Tang Yuehua, the head of the Moon Pavilion. Xue Qinghe, you've come. Please, step inside, Tang Yuehua greeted with a smile, though her expression bore a hint of unease. In recent days, she has come to comprehend certain aspects of the situation, which can only be described as far worse than she had anticipated. The detailed intelligence concerning her second brother, Tang Hao, and the Haoyan sect has become common knowledge throughout the realm, and they have been labeled as treasonous scoundrels, akin to a rat in the street, universally condemned and pursued. This left Tang Yuehua in a state of anxious despair, feeling utterly powerless and deeply fearful that her second brother might act impulsively. Teacher Yuehua, I have gathered some intelligence. Xue Qinghe entered with a bright smile, only to quickly notice the haggard expression on her teacher's face, which caused her demeanor to shift. Really? Can you share it with me? A flicker of surprise illuminated Tang Yuehua's face, as she held high hopes for Xue Qinghe. Certainly. In no time, Xue relayed the conversation she had with Jiang Yu. Xue, can you tell me what information you managed to extract from Jiang Yu? Tang Yue asked with great difficulty. Indeed. That insufferable fellow always seems to be evasive when asked to divulge anything. He truly is a rascal, Xue lamented about Jiang Yu's attitude. This evoked a bitter smile from Tang Yue. Her disciple must have inadvertently exposed her. She realized that seeking out Jiang Yu was a grave mistake. From her network, she had gleaned that Jiang Yu was an exceptionally formidable individual, and it was certain that he had a hand in this incident. Chapter 92. Tang Yuehua's resolve. Xue, you must have revealed something. Jiang Yu may have already deduced that your presence is connected to me, Tang Yuehua said with a bitter smile. One must not harbor illusions. One cannot rely on the folly of opponents to shield oneself from blunders. Tang Yuehua understood this all too well, and thus, she was certain that Jiang Yu was indeed aware of the situation. How could that be? I was extremely cautious. There is no way I could have been exposed. Moreover, he didn't seem to notice anything during our conversation, Xue replied, her expression one of disbelief. She could not fathom that her actions might have led to exposure. In her mind, Jiang Yu could never guess her intentions. Tang Yuehua felt a sense of helplessness regarding this. She trusted that her disciple had not acted with malice. Yet in reality, the exposure was undeniable. Had it been Xue Qinghe, perhaps Xue could have evaded suspicion, but with Jiang Yu, that was impossible. He was far too astute. Tang Yuehua could already envision how Jiang Yu had made his deductions. Initially, he might have been misled, but once Xue departed, he would inevitably reflect on the matter. Why had Xue come here? What was the meaning behind her words? What purpose did her inquiries serve? If not for her own sake, then on whose behalf could she be acting? Through methodical reasoning and reverse inference, the true circumstances would gradually come to light. At first, Jiang Yu would likely assume that Xue was merely curious about her teacher's affairs and sought to inquire further. However, once he grasped the situation, he would undoubtedly surmise that Xue's actions were under the influence of Tang Yuehua. It is not difficult to deduce that Xue's appearance is rather coincidental. Although it is indeed a coincidence, for certain matters, this is simply predetermined. Fortunately, from Xue's words, Tang Yuehua understands that Jiang Yu does not mind having a conversation with her. This is good news for Tang Yuehua. He will likely discern your thoughts once you emerge. Tang Yuehua gently patted Xue's head and said with resignation, in truth, even if Xue had not left, the outcome would have been the same. As long as Jiang Yu comes to a realization, he too will understand. At this moment, Xue also realized that this might indeed be the case. Not only had Jiang Yu's impression of Xue remained anchored in the past, but Xue's perception of Jiang Yu was also tethered to an earlier time when he was not particularly astute. It seems that I should remain, but no. It would likely be futile. What is meant to be revealed will inevitably come to light. Xue felt an instinctive apprehension of impending exposure that compelled her to flee. Yet, unexpectedly, even in her absence, Jiang Yu managed to deduce the truth. I never anticipated that he could become so astute. He had previously been quite dull. In truth, it was not that Jiang Yu was unintelligent, but rather that his laziness prevented him from engaging his mind on certain matters. Then, what will you do, Teacher Yuehua? Xue inquired with a worried expression. She held great respect for Tang Yuehua and felt a pang of guilt for not handling the situation better. Take me to see him. I believe he is waiting for my arrival, Tang Yuehua stated resolutely, though her face bore an expression of resignation. It was indeed disheartening to relinquish one's fate into another's hands. However, to untie the knot, one must consult the person who tied it, given the current circumstances. She could conceive no other solution but to seek Jiang Yu's assistance. Teacher, you intend to meet him? Xue exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Initially he was unaware of your intentions. I suspect that his purpose in conveying those words to you is to ensure you relay them to me, prompting my visit. Tang Yuehua reflected. There was indeed a hint of such intent in Jiang Yu's words, which Tang Yuehua had grasped, leading her to this decision. But if you wish to resolve the issue, why not meet my elder brother instead of Jiang Yu? Xue was puzzled, believing that visiting her brother would be the most effective course of action, because His Highness the Crown Prince is both a participant and a victim in this affair. We must avoid involving him, Tang Yuehua replied with a knowing tone. Xue Qinghe, being a direct participant and victim of the situation, would undoubtedly be displeased if Tang Yuehua approached him, potentially biasing the negotiations. This was precisely why she chose to meet Jiang Yu. Under normal circumstances, given Xue's connection, meeting Xue Qinghe would indeed be the optimal choice. Unfortunately, due to the current predicament, meeting Jiang Yu was deemed the most prudent option. After a moment of silence, Xue comprehended the situation. No wonder Jiang Yu had kept her in the dark. The matter involved two individuals very close to her, and as a mediator, she could neither contribute nor would it serve her interests. I understand now, Teacher Yuehua. I will take you to see Jiang Yu, Xue said solemnly. Tang Yuehua sighed, aware that her actions might betray her disciple, yet had no alternative course of action left. You have arrived, albeit a touch later than I anticipated. It seems that the princess possesses only a modicum of cleverness, Jiang Yu remarked in the Ministry of Agriculture's office, as he placed 2 cups of tea before Xue and Tang Yuehua. After completing this task, he returned to his seat, holding his cup of tea while observing the 2 women with a smile. This is the office recently selected by Jiang Yu, which has yet to be staffed with attendants or similar personnel. The only reliable individual available is Dugubo, should he be tasked with brewing tea. It might lead to dire consequences. Thus, it falls upon Jiang Yu himself to prepare the tea for his guests. Goodness, do you not know how to speak? What do you mean by saying I possess only a modicum of cleverness? Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xue Qinghe was incensed and felt inclined to strike him. Yet she was restrained by Tang Yuehua standing beside her. Why must Lord Jiang indulge in momentary verbal sparring? Tang Yuehua remarked, gazing at Jiang Yu. He merely smiled in silence, acknowledging that he indeed had a penchant for sharp retorts. Nevertheless, he held a degree of admiration for Xue Qinghe. Though this did not lead him to underestimate her. Xue Qinghe was not merely employing clever tricks. Rather, there was a disparity in the intelligence available. There is no need for you, Master Tang, to trouble yourself with my affairs, which are trivial. However, yours are of great significance. I hope such matters do not recur. For should complications arise, it is you who cannot bear the burden. The support you have behind you is, for now, rather unreliable, Jiang Yu insinuated. Tang Yuehua fell into silence, aware that Jiang Yu was alluding to her manipulation of Xue Qinghe. The reliability of her backing was, in truth, a matter of contention. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe remained exceedingly quiet. Had Jiang Yu not been her elder, she would have wished to disappear into the ground. After all, she was uniquely positioned as one who assisted enemies in confronting her own kin within the royal family. In this narrative, it is evident that Xue Qinghe remains unaware of Xue Qinghe's true identity, which leads her to believe they are still a family. Xue Qinghe's actions can be interpreted as inadvertently assisting outsiders in the persecution of her own kin. I have wronged her. I am unworthy to be her teacher. Tang Yuehua lamented in a suppressed tone. Yet, should the opportunity arise again, I would still act in such a manner. For she is the only individual through whom I might connect with you. Following this incident, it became exceedingly difficult for Tang Yuehua to assume the role of Xue Qinghe's mentor. Teacher Yuehua, Xue Qinghe expressed with evident concern. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Tang Yuehua interrupted. Xue Qinghe refrained from speaking. I am aware of your intentions, but even if you wish to forgive me, our bond can scarcely return to its former state. Tang Yuehua, unwilling to cause Xue Qinghe further distress, chose to lay bare the situation. Xue Qinghe fell into a profound silence, a gentle remorse coursing through her heart. If given a choice, she would prefer to quietly attend classes in the Moon Pavilion as she once did, rather than confront the harsh realities of the present. As for Tang Yuehua, she had anticipated this outcome long before her actions, thus she remained unperturbed like Xue Qinghe, her gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Yu. Master Jiang, might you not reveal the purpose that guided my presence here? Jiang Yu observed the unfolding events with a subtle smile, having already formulated his plan. My intention is to provide you with a solution to your current dilemma. And the cost? Tang Yuehua inquired, skepticism evident in her tone. She doubted Jiang Yu's altruism, recognizing that the current predicament was indeed of his orchestration. Cost? Rather, it is an exchange, the nature of which you shall comprehend in due time, Jiang Yu replied thoughtfully. An exchange? In the future? Tang Yuehua was perplexed by Jiang Yu's meaning. Once you accept my proposition, you will naturally understand. However, should you decline, discussing it now would merely serve to complicate matters, Jiang Yu elucidated. Is it truly difficult to comprehend? In fact, it is not. Everything Jiang Yu requires from Tang Yuehua must be fulfilled only after she acquiesces to his methods. At present, Tang Yuehua holds little value for Jiang Yu's purposes. Chapter 93. A difficult choice. Perhaps Jiang Yu's words were too ambiguous, or perhaps they were cloaked in mystery, causing Tang Yuehua to hesitate. Fearful that his demands would be exorbitant, this uncertainty fostered an atmosphere of silence. Jiang Yu had anticipated such a scenario, hence he remained patient. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe, unable to suppress her desire to break the stalemate, found her attempts thwarted by Jiang Yu's piercing gaze. This left her disheartened. Aware that her prior missteps had placed her at a disadvantage, rendering her compelled to acquiesce to Jiang Yu's wishes. With a warning glance directed at Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu felt reassured. His intent was not to prevent her from intervening, but rather to ensure that Tang Yuehua was the one to make the choice. Only then could Jiang Yu ascertain her internal struggles and sentiments. Tang Yuehua's thoughts were pivotal. They would dictate Jiang Yu's subsequent strategy. The silent exchange of glances between Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe did not go unnoticed by Tang Yuehua, who realized the futility of relying on Xue Qinghe and understood it was time to respond. Yet, she remained perplexed by Jiang Yu's true intentions. What precisely is your method? And how am I to implement it? Tang Yuehua finally spoke, surrendering to the circumstances. At this juncture, it was clear that Tang Yuehua had already lost. Had she been able to decipher Jiang Yu's thoughts and intentions before he disclosed his methods, she would have retained the upper hand, allowing her greater freedom of movement. By inquiring further, Tang Yuehua unwittingly relinquished her agency, thus diminishing her negotiating power. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was the control he sought. Had Xue Qinghe intervened to break the silence, it would likely have led Tang Yuehua to deduce certain truths, potentially jeopardizing Jiang Yu's advantageous position. This is a silent game, the crux of which lies in who can ultimately seize the initiative. Jiang Yu smiled at Tang Yuehua, resembling a cunning fox gazing at its prey. The approach is rather simple. It entirely hinges on whether you, Master Tang Xian, are willing. A significant portion of the current crisis facing Houghton sect and Tang House stems from the overwhelming influence of media discourse. If we can contain this, It would superficially aid them in escaping their predicament. I understand that mere superficiality may not satisfy you, yet this is the best course of action available at present. You are aware of the fundamental issues, which remain unsolvable, Jiang Yu remarked. What, then, is your proposed method? Tang Yuehua inquired, her brow furrowed. She was well aware of the root causes and held no illusions that Jiang Yu could resolve them. Quite simply, the only entity capable of controlling the current media narrative is the Tiandou publishing house. The only parties with dominion over it are our prince's mansion and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The head of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingxi, happens to be His Royal Highness's mentor. Therefore, my suggestion is that you marry Ning Fingxi, allowing him to address the issue, thus resolving all media-related problems. Upon concluding his statement, Jiang Yu turned his gaze toward Tang Yuehua, eager to see her decision. The preceding discourse served as Jiang Yu's groundwork, illustrating the connections to help Tang Yuehua comprehend the feasibility of this method. Should she acquiesce, it would fundamentally resolve the current media and bounty issues. After all, if Ning Fingxi were to marry Tang Yuehua, his influence would indeed be substantial, and Xue Qinghe would likely acquiesce. Tang Yuehua stood in fury, glaring at Jiang Yu. How does this proposal differ from manipulation? Are you upset? As I mentioned, you are not obligated to accept. However, I possess no alternative solutions, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Tang Yuehua's expression wavered between anger and contemplation. Setting aside certain absurdities, this was indeed a viable strategy. But how could this be possible? Tang Yuehua's heart roared in defiance. Jiang Yu would not offer another method. His position had been made abundantly clear, and he would not extend further assistance. What do you mean, Jiang Yu? Why propose such an absurd method to coerce teacher Yuehua? Xue Qinghe interjected, unable to restrain her reprimand. Jiang Yu's smile faded, his demeanor calm as he addressed Xue Qinghe. This is not a fanciful notion, nor am I coercing her. She is free to refuse. Furthermore, this is indeed the most optimal solution. Surely, you do not expect His Royal Highness to easily relent, allowing the Tiandou Empire's prestige to be so brazenly trampled? This pertains to a matter of face. Even if the anger within Xue Qinghe has subsided, the current situation renders it impossible for him to easily let go of Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. A graceful exit must be provided, and this concession must either come from the Haotian sect or the Spirit Hall. But can the Haotian sect offer such a concession? Will the Spirit Hall acquiesce? This presents a matter of steps. It is neither insignificant nor overly substantial, for there are few who can provide such a stepping stone. Only Tang Yuehua and Ning Fingxi, together, can barely extend this favor. After all, one is a disciple of the Haotian sect, and a core member at that, while the other is the esteemed master of Xue Qinghe and the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It is only through this concession that Xue Qinghe can retract the previous command. Without such an allowance, Xue Qinghe would not undertake this endeavor, nor would Jiang Yu acquiesce. Jiang Yu's words were not solely directed at Xue Qinghe, they were equally intended for Tang Yuehua. Xue Qinghe may not fully grasp the underlying reasoning. Yet Tang Yuehua certainly understands that without a stepping stone, what grounds exist for me to descend? If you possess the capability, then by all means, push me down. Indeed. Upon the conclusion of Jiang Yu's remarks, Xue Qinghe remained in a state of partial comprehension, while Tang Yuehua wore an expression laden with complex emotions. This illustrates the consequences of failing to grasp the essence of the situation. She remains utterly oblivious to the fact that this is fundamentally a matter of stepping down. While the Tiandou Empire genuinely harbors no fear of the Haotian sect, the presence of such an adversary outside has left Jiang Yu and his companions somewhat unsettled. Had she understood this issue sooner, the current predicament might have been avoided. After all, the ability of Jiang Yu and his allies to confront the Haotian sect hinges on the Spirit Hall, which cannot indefinitely station numerous titled douluos in Tiandou City to guard against the Haotian sect. Thus, the prince's residence is in dire need of a way to gracefully withdraw. Yet the situation has escalated far too severely, and those capable of providing such an exit have dwindled. Xue Qinghe and the Tiandou Empire cannot afford to lose face, forcing them to maintain a faade. In fact, it may soon become necessary for Jiang Yu to negotiate with the Spirit Hall regarding a graceful retreat. This wanted notice cannot remain in effect indefinitely, as the pressure is mounting. Their objectives have been achieved, and it is time for us to step back. However, with the arrival of Tang Yuehua, Jiang Yu perceives an opportunity to gain some advantage from this situation. The message has been conveyed quite clearly. Even if Tang Yuehua comprehends the underlying rationale, she cannot refuse, for this information was imparted by Jiang Yu, and she is incapable of leveraging it to negotiate terms with him. Setting aside the possibility of rejection from Jiang Yu, she cannot ascertain whether he has ulterior motives. Can you allow me some time to contemplate? Tang Yuehua uttered with a bitter smile, unable to refuse or escape. She felt akin to a bird ensnared in a cage meticulously woven by Jiang Yu. Of course, I am quite magnanimous. You may inform me of your decision once you have thought it through, but I can only grant you 1 hour, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Following the incident involving Yi Lingling, Jiang Yu felt it prudent not to be overly generous. Granting excessive time seemed unnecessary, as 1 hour should suffice for her to arrive at a conclusion. Presently, Yi Lingling is entirely indifferent to Jiang Yu, remaining within the Tiandou Royal Academy and causing him considerable frustration. After all the effort and reputation he invested, the outcome is rather disheartening. Very well, Tang Yuehua remarked. casting a deep glance at Jiang Yu. Subsequently, at Jiang Yu's behest, Douluo escorted Tang Yuehua to the reception room, allowing her the opportunity to ponder. Discontented, Douluo felt as though Jiang Yu had summoned him merely to serve his whims. Yet, witnessing Jiang Yu's pleading expression, he found it difficult to refuse and complied. Jiang Yu too felt helpless, as present, there truly is no one else available. Although there were initially a multitude of minor officials present, he was unaware of their backgrounds and would not utilize them. Where do you think you are going? Sit down. Jiang Yu sternly commanded upon noticing that Xue Qinghe intended to follow. Where I go is none of your concern, and I am a princess. So you cannot dictate my actions, Xue Qinghe retorted defiantly, attempting to stride towards Tang Yuehua. But you are the Deputy Minister of Agriculture. And I am the Minister of Agriculture. Here, you are subject to my authority, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. He was not without reason. This authority had been bestowed upon him by the Snow Knight Emperor. While this prevented him from acting excessively against Xue Qinghe, it was permissible for him to exert some control over her. Hearing Jiang Yu's assertion, Xue Qinghe could only sulkily comply and take a seat. Jiang Yu's maneuver indeed caught her off guard, as she could not comprehend the rationale behind her father's decision to place her here. Faced with Jiang Yu's reference to the bureaucratic hierarchy, Xue Qinghe had no choice but to acquiesce. Humph. She huffed, turning her gaze away from him. The bond of friendship, long dormant, had been utterly depleted by Jiang Yu's unrelenting words, and now, Xue Qinghe regarded him with nothing but disdain. How could there be such despicable individuals in this world? Naturally, Jiang Yu was indifferent to this. He paid no heed to Xue Qinghe's emotions. All he desired was for her not to cause any disturbances, especially since the delicate situation had yet to be addressed. At present, Xue Qinghe represented the stance of the Tiandou royal family. In this matter, she possessed the authority and influence to express a position. The insistence on preventing her from interfering was not merely a trivial matter. How could she so easily forget her identity? Although she was a student of Tang Xianzhu, she was also a member of the Tiandou royal family. Did she not comprehend the implications of her status? Did she not understand the need for discretion? Jiang Yu remarked with exasperation. He found it hard to believe that Xue Qinghe was unaware of this, suspecting instead that she wished to support Tang Yuehua. Only Xue Qinghe herself knew her true thoughts. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, her expression darkened further. She recognized the validity in Jiang Yu's arguments, yet, must he employ such methods to distress teacher Yuehua? Forcing her into marriage with that Ning Zongzhu, given that he had investigated teacher Yuehua. He should be well aware of her emotional history, that she had loved deeply and been wounded in return, and now remained unmarried for life. Was he not wishing for her to suffer? Xue Qinghe exclaimed in indignation. She could not tolerate Jiang Yu's coercive tactics against Tang Yuehua, feeling a sense of injustice. While she understood her own actions might be excessive, could Jiang Yu's behavior not be deemed equally outrageous? Forcing someone into marriage was a despicable and shameless act. Yet, Jiang Yu's demeanor remained remarkably calm. Oh, does this really matter? She is still unmarried, after all. I consider this a way to resolve a dilemma. It is perfectly natural for men to marry and women to wed. It is irresponsible for your teacher to delay at her age. Moreover, Ning Zongzhu, despite his shortcomings, is handsome, wealthy, and powerful, and his age is quite suitable. He is undoubtedly an exceptional individual, wholly deserving. Jiang Yu was well aware of the emotional entanglements concerning Tang Yuehua, as he retained some memories of the original narrative. He knew that she had loved someone she should not have. However, the identity of that individual eluded him. Yet, since he did not know who it was, he could assume that Tang Yuehua had yet to encounter her true match. He believed he was performing a good deed. But Ning Zongzhu is already married, with several children. Xue Qinghe retorted, visibly displeased. In her view, true love should be unwavering and singular, just as her teacher had exemplified, remaining devoted to one person for a lifetime. This is the love that Xue Qinghe yearns for, and one would expect Jiang Yu, with his experiences from a previous life, to be quite supportive. Yet, in this instance, Jiang Yu chooses to decline. After all, polygamy is the prevailing trend in this world, and I must adhere to it. Your elder brother is set to marry soon, and he will take 3 brides at once, Jiang Yu murmured. Xue Qinghe, the day had become unbearable for discussion. Jiang Yu's treachery knew no bounds, as he had audaciously involved her elder brother. Was he truly intent on ensnaring him in a web of conflict? This was surely a harbinger of disaster. Xue Qinghe's actions only served to aid outsiders in their vendetta against Xue Qinghe, and should she dare to speak ill of him, the consequences would be dire indeed. Though she shared a close bond with Xue Qinghe, she understood the precariousness of her position, having already danced dangerously along the edge of recklessness. You must be doing this on purpose, Xue Qinghe murmured softly. If there were no intentional elements from Jiang Yu, she would not believe it at all. How could one claim that I acted with malice? I was merely considering your well-being, seeking to prevent you from becoming too entangled. You must understand that you have already done more than enough. Tang Yuehua is merely your instructor, while His Highness the Crown Prince is your elder brother. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Xue Qinghe fell into a deep silence. Jiang Yu had clearly articulated his perspective, indicating that she had already done more than sufficient, and any further actions would complicate matters for them. I do not quite comprehend. Isn't teacher Yuehua of little significance to you? After all, she is not even a soul master, Xue Qinghe eventually replied. Jiang Yu nodded, choosing to answer this question directly. It is indeed a valid point. However, an individual's worth is not solely defined by a singular aspect. While you may view her as unimportant, we recognize her value. Just as with your earlier actions, you perceive yourself merely as Tang Yuehua's student, performing tasks that a student ought to undertake. Yet, from my perspective, you are a princess of the Tiandou Empire, and you have already contributed sufficiently. Any more would be excessive and could contravene the interests of the Tiandou Empire. Through Jiang Yu's words, Xue Qinghe began to comprehend that the crux of the matter lay in the significant value Tang Yuehua held for them. So, did you deliberately scheme against Teacher Yuehua? Xue Qinghe countered. Deliberately is perhaps too strong a term. Rather, it was a fortuitous encounter that illuminated her value, Jiang Yu responded, stealing a glance at Xue Qinghe and noticing the guilt in her eyes, which led him to understand her thoughts, prompting a sigh from him. Rest assured, when I speak of a fortuitous encounter, it is not due to your actions, but rather the influence of her elder brother, Hao Douluo. Had Hao Douluo not posed a threat to His Highness the Crown Prince, no matter how exuberantly Tang Yuehua performed, she would have remained unnoticed. Jiang Yu explained helplessly, uncertain why he felt compelled to elaborate. In truth, it would not have mattered had he remained silent. Xue Qinghe's thoughts were inconsequential to the current situation. He simply wished to alleviate the guilt she might feel. Jiang Yu did not deceive. He spoke nothing but the truth. Even though he had previously mentioned Tang Yuehua in jest, it was never his intention to scheme. At most, it was merely a projection of a potential future based on current plans, albeit one that has indeed come to fruition. Had it not been for Tang Hao's strategic move, the situation would not have escalated to its current state. Now, the question of how to approach Ning Fengzhi remains a concern, which is somewhat vexing, Jiang Yu contemplated silently. With his considerations for Ning Fengzhi, he should not harbor any resentment towards him. Rather, he ought to be pleased, for this is undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill, akin to delivering a bride, and he is destined to be seated at the head table in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xue Qinghe felt a sense of relief. She had not anticipated the depth of the circumstances involved. I still have much to learn. My strength feels rather insignificant in comparison. Jiang Yu is indeed remarkable. Perhaps my father sent me here to learn from him. Xue Qinghe regarded Jiang Yu earnestly, realizing that this youth, slightly younger than herself, possesses exceptional abilities. Surely, this cannot be his entirety, she mused, feeling an unusual curiosity towards Jiang Yu. Thank you, Xue Qinghe whispered. She understood that Jiang Yu did not need to say so much. His words were entirely for her benefit. This left Jiang Yu somewhat astonished. He wished to articulate something. Yet the words seemed devoid of substance, always bearing an air of boastfulness. Thus, he muttered, "You're welcome." These three simple words conveyed more than 1,000 phrases. And a smile graced Xue Qinghe's face, significantly easing the tension between them. However, as the atmosphere softened, their conversation dwindled. Moments ago they could bicker playfully, but now they found themselves at a loss for words, which left Jiang Yu feeling quite uncomfortable. A silence enveloped them. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yu who broke the stillness, apologetically stating, "I did not intend to speak to you in that manner. I merely wished to convey certain truths. You have already contributed enough. My approach is most beneficial for Tang Yuehua, offering her only advantages, devoid of any drawbacks." Jiang Yu could not help but express his thoughts further. "It is quite all right." "I understand," Xue Qinghe replied with a light chuckle, refraining from countering Jiang Yu as she had before. This only deepened Jiang Yu's discomfort, as the atmosphere became tense once more, a situation he loathed. Yet, he could not divulge further secrets to Xue Qinghe, and their conversation felt strained, leaving him pondering whether to discuss her studies or the protocols of court etiquette. Frankly, Jiang Yu was utterly inept when it came to matters of decorum. Fortunately, just as Jiang Yu was on the brink of further discomfort, Tang Yuehua arrived, alleviating his awkwardness. "What has Master Tang decided?" Jiang Yu inquired, relief washing over him as he looked towards Tang Yuehua. At that moment, Tang Yuehua wore an expression of serene clarity, which stirred a sense of apprehension in Jiang Yu regarding her decision. Chapter 95, Fed with dog food, I have agreed to your method. Tang Yuehua stated calmly after a moment of silence, her steady gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. This response allowed Jiang Yu to finally release the tension that had been weighing on his heart. This scene unfolded before Tang Yuehua's eyes, and Jiang Yu's expression was undoubtedly perceptible to her. This realization illuminated Tang Yuehua's understanding that Jiang Yu was, in fact, quite concerned about the choices she might make. Although it was conceivable that Jiang Yu was merely feigning such emotions, upon further reflection, it seemed unnecessary. There was no reason for him to act in such a manner. "You appear rather apprehensive about the possibility of my refusal," she remarked calmly, continuing to inquire as needed. At such a moment, Tang Yuehua ought to have reconsidered and rejected her previous assertion. After all, in the realm of strategy, one must thwart the ambitions of their adversary. However, Tang Yuehua harbored concerns that Jiang Yu might be indifferent to her choices. Upon reflection, this possibility did not seem far-fetched. What was of great significance to her might not hold the same weight for Jiang Yu. Reluctant to forfeit this opportunity, she acquiesced. She yearned to contribute to her clan and her elder brother, even if it meant sacrificing her own interests. "I naturally harbored considerable anxiety regarding such a mutually beneficial yet potentially regretful endeavor. Fortunately, Master Tang did not disappoint me. I had anticipated that he might reconsider upon witnessing my demeanor. Jiang Yu remarked with a light-hearted smile. This only solidified Tang Yuehua's belief that Jiang Yu is indifferent. I shall not refuse, for I possess no reasons to do so, and moreover, I am no longer the master of the Moon Pavilion. Following the incident involving Xue Qinghe, Tang Yuehua could no longer hold the position of master, let alone contemplate marriage. Her expression remained remarkably composed, as if she were entirely unconcerned for her own well-being. I shall continue to address you as Master Tang. Otherwise, I find myself at a loss for an appropriate title that befits you. As for the reasons, do you not consider your own reasons valid? Jiang Yu spoke with genuine sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Tang Yuehua fell silent for a moment. My reasons are not of great significance, for she did not complete her thought, yet Jiang Yu grasped the essence of her implication. It was a starkly realistic and somewhat poignant sentiment, leaving Jiang Yu momentarily contemplative. Then, please prepare yourself, Master Tang. It shall not be long before the time arrives. Jiang Yu rose and spoke. Are you not concerned that Ningfengxi may not consent? Tang Yuehua suddenly inquired. Based on your understanding, what sort of person do you believe Master Ning to be? Jiang Yu retorted with a question of his own. Tang Yuehua could not possibly be unfamiliar with Ningfengxi. Both were scions of their respective sects and resided in Heaven-Do City, inevitably intersecting paths. Moreover, through previous conversations, Jiang Yu surmised that Tang Yuehua's ascendancy to Master of the Moon Pavilion was likely under Ningfengxi's protection. Did one truly believe that Tang Yuehua's perceived weakness would deter others from scheming against her? Such intentions would undoubtedly exist, though they had been thwarted. The Haotian sect would not intervene, and the only remaining sect capable of withstanding the pressure from the Spirit Hall was likely the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. I do not know, Tang Yuehua responded, shaking her head. This is quite normal. Ever since the incident with the Haotian sect, the communication between the two has significantly diminished. Even though Tang Yuehua and Ningfengxi reside in the same city, their encounters have been few and far between, and each meeting lacked genuine interaction, seemingly to avoid any hint of impropriety. It is understandable, based on my understanding of Uncle Ning. He would likely be initially irate about my unilateral decision. However, once I elucidate the rationale behind it, he will undoubtedly acquiesce. Do you comprehend why, Master Tang Xian? Jiang Yu asserted confidently. Why is that? Tang Yuehua, piqued by curiosity, inquired. Well, that is something you must deduce yourself. Jiang Yu replied with a mischievous smile. Tang Yuehua, indeed, this individual before me is rather insufferable. Jiang Yu's words rendered Tang Yuehua speechless, and even Xue Qinghe, standing nearby, frequently cast him exasperated glances. His habit of speaking only halfway was truly vexing. Jiang Yu chuckled, saying, I can only imagine that Master Tang Xian is currently blaming me. But I must inform you that matters involving the parties concerned are not accurately conveyed by an observer like myself. This is something you will come to understand in due course. A flicker of contemplation crossed Tang Yuehua's eyes, clearly pondering the implications of Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu merely smiled at this scene. Very well, Xue Qinghe, please escort your teacher. Today's discussion was quite pleasant. Jiang Yu addressed Xue Qinghe. Is that all? Xue Qinghe queried. Indeed, that is concluded. As for the unspoken, you will all come to understand in the future. Speaking of it now would be of no benefit to Master Tang Xian, only serving to add to her burdens, Jiang Yu remarked gently. You will understand in the future was a phrase Jiang Yu repeated most frequently during today's conversation. He was acutely aware that possessing too much knowledge without the power to effect change only served to amplify one's troubles, rendering life more arduous. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Is that not the essence of life? Afterward, Xue Qinghe accompanied Tang Yuehua away, but as Tang Yuehua departed, she cast Jiang Yu a meaningful glance, causing him to pause momentarily.